Old man, you are too radical. Arranging students to graduate early at this time is to send them to die. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade angrily slammed the table and shouted to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still in his prime, burst out with the spirit of a ninja hero. He smoked lightly and said, "Tsunade, this is my order as the Hokage. If you disagree, take off your forehead protector and become an ordinary villager." Tsunade looked angry, but couldn't say anything for a while. According to the intelligence, the war is undoubtedly coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and looked around at the Konoha high-level officials. We must take a more proactive attitude to grasp the upcoming war. So, I order in the name of the Hokage that all Konoha ninjas enter a state of combat readiness. All students in the ninja school, except for the first and second year students, will graduate early. No matter what, Konoha must win the final victory. Yes. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's tough attitude, Konoha's high-level officials bowed their heads and agreed. At Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, Konoha's huge war machine began to operate. In the ninja school, all the original courses were stopped, and the teachers began to prepare for early graduation. In the classroom, the students were chatting noisily, and those who were well-informed had already known about the early graduation. It's stable. This time it's completely stable. Graduation will be the second round, and failure will be directly restarted. Uchiha Rito looked at the students who didn't know the inside story yet, wondering how many people could survive the war smoothly. As a time traveler, Rito is relatively familiar with the plot of Naruto, so he can naturally infer that this early graduation is because the Second Ninja World War is about to break out, and a large number of ordinary ninjas are needed to fill the line. Alas, Konoha. Just as Rito criticized Konoha, several teachers came to the classroom with documents. I think the students have already known that for some reasons, everyone must graduate early. Teacher Shueiwe came to the podium and said to the students with a serious look, "So now we will conduct graduation assessment for the students. Those who pass can become a glorious Konoha ninja and get a ninja forehead protector." Then, the students were called one by one to the podium for assessment. But with the order from above, even if some students performed poorly, the teacher still gave them a pass and issued forehead protectors. Uchiha Rito, Assessment of Ninjutsu, Transformation Technique. Shueiwe called Rito's name. Rito came to the podium, quickly made seals with both hands, and then with a bang. After a burst of white smoke, he turned into Shueiwe's appearance, with no difference in the details of his expression. After careful observation, several assessment teachers all gave excellent results. Rito, congratulations on becoming a ninja. I hope you can remember the will of fire you learned in school and become an excellent Konoha ninja. Shueiwe handed the forehead protector to Rito. Yes, Rito nodded, then took the ninja forehead protector and tied it on his arm and returned to his seat. Will of fire? What a joke. Uchiha has nothing to do with this thing. He doesn't usually have a cold face like other Uchiha, even if he has a little fire will. Not long after, the test was over, all the students passed and then registered, took photos, and completed the ninja files. Shueiwe said to the students again, "The class will be divided tomorrow morning. Everyone should not be late." His career in school is finally over. Rito tied the ninja forehead protector he just got on his arm and prepared to leave the ninja school. Rito, a yellow-haired boy, suddenly stopped Rito and then rushed to him in 3 or 2 steps. "What's wrong, Minato?" Rito looked at the yellow-haired boy. The yellow-haired boy in front of him was the future 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Rito was born in Konoha in the 27th year, just the same year as Namikaze Minato, so they naturally became classmates. And in the ninja school, the relationship between the two was pretty good. The reason is that Minato Namikaze has a good talent and is the only student who can fight with Rito in actual combat. Perhaps because of the time travel, Rito's ninja talent is extremely outstanding. Take the most basic chakra, for example. Compared with Uzumaki Kushina of the same age, his chakra amount will be even better. Let's have a real combat training, the first battle after becoming a ninja. Minato Namikaze invited Rito with a bright look. "Let's go to the training ground." Rito nodded, but did not refuse. Minato Namikaze took Rito as his target and kept chasing him, and Rito used him as a weight to measure his own strength. "You're going to train? Can I go with you?" Uzumaki Kushina, with red hair, suddenly appeared from the side. How could she miss the opportunity to watch the game when she had a good impression of Minato Namikaze? Minato Namikaze looked at Rito with a questioning look in his eyes. "Whatever, as long as you don't feel heartbroken when Minato gets beaten, Rito said indifferently. Rito's attitude towards Uzumaki Kushina has always been to keep a distance from her. Let Minato Namikaze enjoy the blessing of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. No way. Minato will definitely win this time. Uzumaki Kushina immediately retorted angrily. Humor. A smile appeared on Rito's lips. But it was this simple sentence that directly made Uzumaki Kushina's hair stand on end. If Minato Namikaze hadn't stopped her, she would have dueled with Rito on the spot. Looking at the two people fighting and making a scene, Rito rolled his eyes and left first. In a training ground outside the school, Rito and Minato Namikaze stood opposite each other and made a seal of opposition. Uzumaki Kushina acted as the referee and shouted, "The battle begins." Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Rito attacked first, spitting out several Phoenix fireballs from his mouth, blocking all of Minato Namikaze's escape routes. With a bang, all the fireballs hit Minato Namikaze solidly, but the next second, a piece of charwood fell to the ground. Rito was not surprised that the attack missed. If Minato Namikaze, a civilian genius, could not even reach this level, then Konoha would be finished. Wind style, fierce wind palm. Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared from the side and back, throwing several shurikens, while his hands formed seals and violent airflow emerged from his palms. The airflow wrapped around the shuriken and came to Rito in an instant. Do, do, do. The sound of the shuriken piercing the wood rang out, and Rito also used the substitute technique to avoid the attack. Just as Minato Namikaze held his breath and concentrated, looking for Rito's trace, a voice suddenly came from midair. "The big one is coming." Looking up, I saw Rito falling from the sky. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands, took a deep breath, and his chest bulged high. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly hit Minato Namikaze. No, I can't dodge it. I can only take it heat-in. The thought flashed through his mind, and Minato Namikaze formed seals with his hands and quickly mobilized chakra. Wind style, big breakthrough. The strong airflow and the fireball collided in midair, making a loud noise. The nearby dust and grass were swept up, and the training ground became dusty for a while, like a sandstorm. Rito fell to the ground, then instantly came in front of Minato Namikaze and punched him in the head. "It's coming." Minato Namikaze was startled when he saw Rito's blurry figure, and hurriedly crossed his arms to block his face. If we were to ask what moves gave Minato Namikaze the most headache in actual combat, it would definitely be Rito's physical skills. He could still defend against ordinary ninjutsu, but if he was hit by a heavy punch, he would definitely lose his ability to move for a short period of time. Bang! The fist hit his arms firmly. Although Minato Namikaze had prepared himself mentally, the severe pain still made him lose consciousness for a while and fly backwards. Rito did not pursue the victory. The result of the battle was already very clear. The dust gradually settled, and Minato Namikaze's figure lying on the ground appeared. "You made great progress. You've already reached the level of an average chunin." Rito walked in front of Minato Namikaze and stretched out his hand to make a sign of reconciliation. "It's still a long way to go." Minato Namikaze held out his hand while enduring the pain, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He knew in his heart that Rito's true strength was far stronger than what he had just shown, but he just couldn't make Rito use his full strength. Chapter 2. The Path to Sovereignty. After the battle concluded, Rito departed from the training grounds, leaving behind Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki to deepen their bond. As he walked through the streets, he gazed up at the iconic Hokage rock, a testament to the legacy of the village, where one day the name of the fourth Hokage, Minato, would be etched into its stone. However, from Rito's perspective, the position of Hokage was far from desirable. Konoha, in its inception, was a collective of various ninja clans, and thus, the Hokage, as the leader, wielded no absolute authority. Each clan, akin to feudal lords, possessed their own territories within the village and maintained unique political standings. Consequently, Rito had never aspired to become Hokage. Moreover, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he occupied a marginalized position within Konoha's hierarchy, making any ambition towards the Hokage's title utterly unattainable. This led to a resolute decision upon his arrival in this world. He never envisioned himself as part of Konoha, but rather intended to sever ties when the opportune moment arose, seeking to establish his own influence. As for the Uchiha clan, he felt no sense of belonging and had no intention of involving himself in the impending Uchiha coup. Lost in thought, Rito soon reached his destination, an office building adjacent to a flower shop nestled in the mountains. Upon entering, the passing employees greeted him with respect. "President." Rito acknowledged them with a smile and a nod. Indeed, despite being merely 10 years old, he had already become the proprietor of a company. The enterprise was named Rito Publishing Company, a clear indication of its focus on the cultural industry. The inception of this company stemmed from a simple necessity, several years prior. Rito's parents had passed away unexpectedly, leaving no inheritance behind. Without friends or relatives and due to his peripheral status within the clan, he was often overlooked and forgotten. To sustain himself, Rito began to transport novels from his previous life, submitting them to publishers. Eventually, he earned sufficient funds to establish a studio, hiring ghostwriters to fill in the content based on outlines he crafted himself. Through diligent development, Rito Publishing Company had burgeoned into the largest publisher in the Land of Fire, with its weekly manga and weekly novels becoming bestsellers in the ninja world. Nevertheless, Rito never boasted about his accomplishments, particularly since Konoha was a militarized organization that revered ninjas. In contrast to Kakashi Hitaki, who graduated at 5, became a nin at 6, and ascended to J-nin at 12, or Itachi Uchiha, who annihilated his clan at 13, Rito's achievements seemed trivial by comparison. Upon entering the president's office, Rito had scarcely settled in when a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," he called. The visitor was Rin Chiya, Rito's executive assistant and the second-in-command of the company. Dressed in professional attire, her long black hair tied up in a ponytail, she exuded an air of elegance. 7 years his senior, she had previously worked as a cleaner at a publishing house due to financial struggles. Coincidentally, that very publishing house was where Rito had submitted his manuscripts, leading him to recruit her as his assistant during his entrepreneurial journey, making her his first employee. "Rin, I have graduated from the Ninja Academy and officially become a ninja," Rito announced, retrieving a key from his ninja pouch. "In the future, I may be preoccupied with missions and unable to manage the company, so I will entrust you with greater responsibilities." He placed the key into Rin's palm. The president's office housed a safe containing all the outlines for the company's current projects, and this key was the sole means of accessing it. By handing over this pivotal key, Rito expressed profound trust in Rin. Rin grasped the key, her expression betraying a flicker of emotion. "I will do my utmost," she vowed. In her self-perception, Rin never regarded herself as exceptional, had it not been for Rito's support. She might still be toiling as a laborer, subsisting on meager wages while living in poverty with her family. Thus, she held deep gratitude for Rito and was devoted to him. There were few matters requiring Rito's personal decision within the company. 2 years prior, he had gradually delegated authority to Rin, allowing himself more time for training. After handing over the key, Rito returned home, entering the Uchiha compound. He arrived at a residence located on the periphery, which served as his current abode. Once seated on the sofa in the living room, Rito began to contemplate the impending Ninja World War. It was certain that the Second Ninja World War would erupt this year, with Konoha's primary adversaries being the rain and sand villages. Although the original narrative offered scant details about these battlefronts, critical events hinted at the war's intensity. Notable occurrences included the legendary Battle of the Sannin against Hanzo, the death of Scorpion's parents at the hands of Tsukumo Hitaki, and the demise of Rope Tree and Kato Dan. Clearly, Rito would soon find himself participating in such a conflict as a genin. Once on the battlefield, as long as he exercised caution, survival should not pose a significant challenge. After all, the abilities of the Crimson King were inherently suited for evasion. With a mere thought, a crimson-hued specter adorned with white lattice patterns manifested behind him, his extraordinary ability, the stand known as the Crimson King, which granted him foresight and the power to erase time. It was these two formidable temporal abilities that alleviated Rito's concerns about perishing in the Second War. However, this did not imply he would engage recklessly on the battlefield. Discretion remained paramount. After a brief pause in thought, Rito set aside his reflections on the war, redirecting his focus to today's training. For even the mightiest stand would be futile without a capable host. In the training chamber, he stood barefoot, clad only in shorts, with electrodes affixed to various acupoints across his body. He pressed the switch, and a gentle current surged from the electrodes, dancing between his muscles. With a deep exhale, a faint blue chakra enveloped his form, merging with the electrical currents as they honed his physique. This was his self-developed lightning release, body refinement technique, yielding undeniable results. In practical training, no one had ever withstood a single strike from him, yet the side effects were equally apparent. Refinement felt akin to being electrified. Under the glare of fluorescent lights, Rito closed his eyes, directing his consciousness inward to guide the amalgamation of electricity and chakra throughout his body. While the sound of crackling currents resonated within, he continued this regimen until the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening sky darkening before he finally ceased his training. Upon removing the electrodes, he noticed the residual chakra still crackling with electricity. Having mastered the transformation of lightning chakra's properties, Rito gathered a sphere of chakra in his palm, its core pulsating with electric currents. Through prolonged practice of lightning body refinement, he had intuitively learned to manipulate the nature of lightning release chakra. Observing the chakra in his hand, he felt inspired to experiment with developing Chidori. Chapter 3. Class Allocation. On the second day, it was time for the graduation class allocation. In the Hokage's office, the guiding jonin, who were about to become class instructors, gathered around the Hokage's desk. Among them, The most prominent figures were Jiraiya and Kakashi Hatake. "Old man, hurry up with the allocations," Jiraiya boisterously declared. "No matter what kind of students I have under my guidance, they will undoubtedly become formidable ninjas." Among the trio, Tsunade was serving as the head of the medical class at the Konoha Hospital, diligently promoting medical ninjutsu, while Orochimaru had taken Shinoshi as his apprentice. Only Jiraiya had yet to acquire a disciple, which prompted him to actively request the position of guiding Jonin. He was determined to cultivate an exceptional student, one who would surpass both Orochimaru and Tsunade in the legacy of the next generation. "Jiraiya, you should cultivate the habit of respecting the Hokage," Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly, using a telescope technique to allow the guiding Jonin to observe the new graduates. A crystal ball displayed the image of a group of young children. Among this year's graduates, 2 students warranted special attention. As Sarutobi's voice resonated, a close-up of a blonde-haired boy appeared in the image. The ninja prodigy, Minato Namikaze, hailed from a civilian family, and his talents as a ninja, as well as his popularity among his peers, were undeniably remarkable. In the crystal ball, Minato was smiling and engaged in conversation with his companions, surrounded by several girls, clearly popular among his classmates. The other noteworthy student was Uchiha Rito. The camera quickly shifted to Rito, who, in stark contrast to the high-profile Minato, sat alone in a corner, engrossed in a few magazines laid before him. Uchiha Rito's demeanor was reserved, and he interacted little with his classmates, yet his ninja talent surpassed that of ordinary shinobi, already exceeding the level of a typical chunin. It was believed that it would not be long before he emerged as a top-tier force within the village. Sarutobi's continued commentary regarding Rito drew astonished reactions from the guiding Jonin. Generally, the Hokage is the strongest in the village, and for Rito, a freshly graduated Genin, to receive such high praise from the third Hokage was indeed an exceedingly rare occurrence. "Old man, let me be the teacher of this Uchiha kid. Only a genius like him deserves my guidance." Jiraiya suddenly laughed heartily, pointing at Rito in the crystal ball. "No," Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke. "You are assigned to Team 7, which is the same team as Minato Namikaze. Rito is unlike other Uchiha. He possesses little of the typical obsession associated with his clan and exhibits a remarkable degree of independence. It is almost as if he does not wish to become a ninja at all." Sarutobi reflected on Rito's publishing company, aware of what he needed to say. However, this may not be a bad thing. If an elite force emerges from the Uchiha, many matters could become more complicated. Becoming the teacher of that blonde-haired boy, huh? Jiraiya stroked his chin, considering. It's not impossible. After all, he is a genius, and it wouldn't tarnish my reputation as the Toad Sage. Sarutobi cast a glance at Jiraiya and then turned to Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi, you are the guiding Jonin for Team 9, which includes Uchiha Rito, with Jiraiya assigned to Minato." It followed that Kakashi, equally adept, would naturally be Rito's instructor. "Understood," Kakashi nodded in response. In the classroom, Rito smiled as he flipped through his magazines. However, the publications at his side were not from his own company but from a competing publisher. Nevertheless, he believed that it would not be long before those magazines would go bankrupt. The magazines published by Rito's company were not only the most affordable but also of the highest quality, leaving Konoha and even the Fire Country's publishers struggling to maintain their footing. Initially, some publishers attempted to plagiarize, but after Rito arranged for a few of them to be dealt with, such occurrences ceased entirely. Now, his competitors could only survive by publishing borderline materials. It is time to prepare for the acquisition of these soon-to-be-defunct publishers, Rito contemplated inwardly, planning to consolidate the publishing industry in the Fire Country and establish a monopoly. He jotted down the names of several publishers as potential targets. At that moment, their teacher, Mizuki, entered the classroom, holding a class allocation list. He surveyed the students before announcing, "Classmates, first and foremost, congratulations on becoming ninjas. However, as per tradition, you will still need to train in teams under the guidance of Jonin. We will now proceed with the class allocations." Mizuki began reading from the allocation document. And soon enough, he reached Rito's name. Team 9, Uchiha Rito, Inazuka Aoi, Yui Shiranui. Upon hearing the names of his teammates, Rito felt satisfied. At least they were all from ninja clans and not just randomly assigned extras. Moreover, both the Inazuka and Yuhi clans possessed notable sensory abilities, ensuring they would be competent support on the battlefield. "Please wait a moment in the classroom. Your guiding Jonin will arrive shortly," Mizuki stated before departing without further ado. Once the classroom was left with only students, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. They hurriedly approached their teammates to discuss what kind of guiding Jonin they might receive. "How fortunate to be in the same class as Rito. I feel our future missions are going to be much easier," Inazuka Aoi exclaimed cheerfully as she approached Rito, her cheeks adorned with the red clan symbol, resembling a character who would later influence Uchiha Obito's dark transformation, Rin Noara. At that moment, another teammate, Yui Shiranui, approached, dressed in a long coat and sunglasses, fully embodying the persona of a Yuhi clan. "Regardless of the difficulty of our tasks, we must complete them together. It is unacceptable to shift the burden onto those more capable simply to avoid exertion," Yui Shiranui stated sternly, subtly implying disapproval of Aoi's demeanor. The atmosphere grew tense as Aoi's expression turned slightly angry, and even the ninja dog on her shoulder emitted a low growl of warning. Yet, Yui Shiranui maintained his serious demeanor. Rito's mindset shifted instantly. Within 2 minutes, they were on the brink of internal conflict. He began to contemplate switching teammates. However, he decided it was best to resolve their differences first. After all, they would soon be comrades. Let's change the subject, Rito urged. Trust is the true measure of our partnership. It's not merely about abilities. As he spoke, Aoi and Yui paused, their expressions turning to one of embarrassment. In Rito's presence, they felt like feuding children, unworthy of their situation. Let us support one another moving forward. Rito extended his fist, locking eyes with them. The three fists met in a symbolic gesture, marking the formation of a fledgling team. Chapter 4. Kakashi Hitaki. After skillfully resolving the conflict between Inuzuka Aoi and Aburame Shiran, the three sat together, engaging in casual conversation, predominantly led by Inuzuka Aoi. Among them, Aburame Shiran exhibited a brooding demeanor, often maintaining a serious facade, while Inuzuka Aoi, with her vivacious spirit, tended to be quite loquacious. Rito found himself positioned between the two, serving as a mediator. Team 7. A loud voice suddenly echoed at the entrance. Your guiding Jonin has arrived. A man with shoulder-length white hair and a red mark beneath his eyes captured the attention of the students. This flamboyant figure was none other than Jiraiya. It's Lord Jiraiya, someone exclaimed within the classroom. Though Jiraiya had yet to earn the title of one of the legendary three, his status as a disciple of the third Hokage naturally endowed him with significant popularity in Konoha. Upon hearing the students' astonished murmurs, Jiraiya couldn't help but smirk, scanning the room until his gaze settled on Minato Namikaze. Meet on the rooftop, he stated succinctly before vanishing in an instant, as though he had never been there. At this moment, the members of Team 7, including Minato, belatedly realized the significance of the announcement and hurriedly exited the classroom. Our instructor is Lord Jiraiya. Minato will undoubtedly grow stronger. He might even surpass you, Rito always teased, playfully poking Rito's arm. Although Minato had never triumphed over Rito, the students shared a sense of rivalry between the two. That's splendid. With each additional strong individual, Konoha grows even more formidable, Rito remarked, his expression unperturbed by Minato's prowess. Before Aoi could continue her banter, another guiding Jonin arrived. He, too, had white hair, yet his demeanor and aura starkly contrasted with Jiraiya's. Had he not gently tapped on the door a couple of times, he might have gone unnoticed. I am the guiding Jonin of Team 9, members of Team 9. Please step forward, Kakashi Hitaki smiled. Coming, Aoi declared, propelling herself over the desk and into the aisle, with Rito and Shiran following closely behind. As they exited the classroom, Kakashi led the trio outside, stating, I am Kakashi Hitaki, and unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I will be your guiding Jonin for the foreseeable future. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to consult me. He then turned to Rito and the others, awaiting their introductions. I am Inuzuka Aoi, and my forte lies in my clan's ninjutsu. Aoi announced with a smile, lifting her shoulder to showcase her pristine white ninja dog. This is my partner, Yukimura. She's a girl and only 3 years old this year. Yukimura lazily barked in response. I am Uchiha Rito, proficient in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu to some extent. Rito stated succinctly. I am Aburame Shiran, also adept in my clan's ninjutsu, Shiran added briefly. Kakashi nodded and remarked, while you have shared your areas of expertise. As your guiding Jonin, I need to gain a comprehensive understanding of your abilities to assign appropriate tasks. Therefore, I will conduct a test. Unbeknownst to them, the trio had already followed Kakashi to an outdoor training ground. You three are to attack me to the best of your abilities. You may cooperate or fight individually. And there are no restrictions on your methods, including the use of poison, Kakashi instructed, positioning himself at the center of the training ground with a calm demeanor. Shall we cooperate? Shiran inquired, glancing at Rito, his tone somewhat subdued. No need, Rito replied decisively. What good would teamwork do against Kakashi? Although he had not yet earned the moniker of Konoha's White Fang, Kakashi's strength had already reached its zenith. Given the inevitability of defeat, it would be more beneficial to fight solo, allowing Rito to recognize the gap between himself and top-tier warriors. Amidst this contemplation, he felt a surge of excitement. I'll go first, Rito declared, swiftly launching himself toward Kakashi. You wish to fight solo? Then let me see if you are worthy of the Hokage's praise. Kakashi mused as he observed Rito's advance. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Rito initiated with a customary fire jutsu, but Kakashi merely drew his short sword, slicing through the fireball effortlessly. Boom. The sound of their fists colliding resonated. After the fireball was cleaved, Rito arrived before Kakashi, leaping into the air to deliver a punch. Such a heavy punch. Kakashi noted, blocking Rito's strike with one hand, only to feel a sudden numbness in his palm as Rito followed up with a sidekick, redirecting his sword. Kakashi parried the kick with the back of his blade while simultaneously aiming a strike at Rito's head. Rito ducked to evade the blow and shifted angles to continue his assault. The two exchanged a series of blows, but after several exchanges of taijutsu, Rito recognized a critical flaw. Standing at 1.5 meters, he was relatively tall for his age. However, facing Kakashi, who stood at 1.8 meters, he felt disadvantageously short. Thus, in their exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing an opportunity, Rito resolutely disengaged from hand-to-hand combat. Fire style, Ashen Concealment Jutsu. Rito exhaled a plume of fiery smoke that quickly enveloped the training ground. Thanks to his substantial financial resources, he had privately acquired numerous ninjutsu scrolls, endowing him with an impressive arsenal of techniques. Scarlet King. Amidst the smoke, Rito summoned the Scarlet King. Committed to giving his all, he utilized every available means. The future imagery projected onto his bangs, and in an instant, he witnessed the final scene, the back of a short sword striking the nape of his neck. The foresight gleaned from the tombstone allowed for inevitable occurrences, yet it did not preclude the possibility of evasion through clever strategy. A bold plan began to take shape in Rito's mind. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He left behind a shadow clone while his true self vanished in a burst of speed. As the smoke dissipated, the shadow clone immediately unleashed the great fire dragon jutsu, directing a fiery dragon toward Kakashi. As Kakashi cleaved through the fire dragon with his short sword, the shadow clone closed in, and the two resumed their taijutsu duel. After a few exchanges, the shadow clone feigned a vulnerability, exposing its nape, and true to the prophecy seen in the tombstone, a short sword swiftly approached. Bang! When the sword's back struck the nape of the shadow clone, it instantly dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. A shadow clone, Kakashi pondered, gazing at the empty space with a hint of surprise, but the next moment, a piercing sound abruptly pulled him back to reality. Rito charged from Kakashi's side, wielding a crackling orb of electricity. Their eyes met, and Kakashi suddenly glimpsed the double tomo of Rito's Sharingan. No. The abnormality in my chakra signals that I have fallen victim to a genjutsu, he realized, but before he could dispel the illusion, the crackling electricity was already upon him. Chapter 5. Claiming rights. The unfinished Chidori still crackling in his palm emitted dazzling electric light, as Rito closed in on Hatake Tsukumo, without hesitation, poised to strike. Yet in the blink of an eye, his attack met empty air, followed only by the afterimage of a white streak imprinted in his vision. When Tsukumo reappeared, he stood over a dozen meters away. Truly, the white fang of Konoha lives up to his reputation, Rito murmured in awe. At this moment, Tsukumo might even surpass the legendary Sannin, having reached the pinnacle of what an ordinary shinobi could achieve. Almost capsized in a shallow ditch, Tsukumo himself felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, shaken by the realization of why Hiruzen Sarutobi held Rito in such high regard after their brief exchange. Teacher Tsukumo, you're truly formidable. I concede, Rito declared without hesitation. Even if he still held his trump card, time erasure, prolonging the battle served no purpose. Abilities involving temporal manipulation, though imperceptible to most, could still be faintly detected by even a Chunin-level shinobi. Revealing his greatest asset for a mere test was hardly worth the risk. Don't let this setback dishearten you. In time, you'll surpass me, Tsukumo reassured with a gentle smile. Sheathing his short blade, drawn purely by instinct, he then inquired, what was that jutsu you used earlier? A technique of my own creation, Chidori. Though it remains incomplete, Rito replied calmly. After all, in this timeline, before Kakashi's birth, the rights to this technique naturally belonged to him, and as a capitalist at heart, Rito felt no shame in claiming it. Chidori. Fitting, Tsukumo mused. Most shinobi could devise new techniques by Chunin level, but the majority were either inferior to existing ones or easily countered. Yet Chidori, even in its unfinished state, displayed extraordinary potential. This technique holds great promise. Should you encounter difficulties in its development, don't hesitate to seek my guidance, Tsukumo offered. Understood, Rito nodded. Next, Aburame Shiran and Inuzuka Aoi underwent their evaluations. Shiran's Kakache, while formidable among secret techniques, proved ineffective against the overwhelming disparity in skill. After a brief exchange, Tsukumo ended the bout with a single precise strike. Aoi's test concluded even faster. Her four legs technique and beast-human clone culminated in a desperate suga. Yet not even the hem of Tsukumo's attire was grazed. Aside from Uchiha Rito, the other two possess only standard genin-level abilities. In peacetime, this would suffice. But with war looming, such inadequacy spells danger, Tsukumo reflected mid-evasion. I must intensify their training before the conflict erupts. A quiet sigh escaped him. This impending war would inevitably claim countless young lives. That's enough. The test is concluded, Tsukumo announced gently, halting Aoi's assault. Landing unsteadily, Aoi panted heavily. Awestruck. This is the strength of a jonin. Her full-powered strikes had been effortlessly dodged, as though mere child's play. Not that she could be blamed, the Inuzuka clan's techniques were among the least remarkable in Konoha. Once regrouped, Tsukumo addressed them, by standard genin squad metrics. You are undoubtedly competent, even exceptional. Assemble at the Hokage Tower by 1 p.m. We'll undertake your first official mission as shinobi. Dismissed. With that, he vanished in a shunshin, leaving the trio to part ways. To think our instructor would be Hatake Tsukumo, Rito mused as he walked. Truthfully, he was pleased, having a leader who prioritized comrades over missions guaranteed security. Yet he harbored slight regret. Tsukumo's renowned shunshin and chakra blade held little synergy with his own path. While Rito sought to refine his Raiton chakra mode akin to Kumogakure's style, Tsukumo's speed stemmed from sheer, relentless training. a path Rito had no intention of emulating. As for the blade? Unthinkable. Even Kakashi eventually abandoned his family's legacy, only in Tsukumo's hands did it command respect. With time to spare, Rito retreated into the forest to refine his hastily conceived Chidori. Without Kakashi's blueprint, he relied solely on his understanding of the technique and elemental manipulation. Channeling chakra into his palm, he transformed it into high-density electricity, the incomplete Chidori, executable even without hand seals. But the crucial aspect, using right chakra to enhance his thrusting speed, eluded him. Seated beneath a tree, Rito studied the chakra coating his palm. Kakashi's Chidori focuses current solely in the palm, with no external manifestation. His bodily enhancement targets muscles and nerves internally. Achieving that isn't difficult, but perhaps I could extend the right chakra across my body, akin to the right chakra mode. As ideas intertwined, Rito envisioned merging Chidori with the principles of right chakra mode. Chapter 6, The First Mission at 1 p.m. Rito arrived punctually in front of the Hokage building. To his surprise, he noticed several groups of individuals lingering nearby. A glance revealed that they were mostly genin of the same age, likely here to receive their missions after graduating today. His teammates, Inuzuka Aoi and Yamanaka Shiran, were standing under a tree's shade not far away. Where is Sensei Shikumo? Rito asked as he joined his teammates in the cool shade. He went to receive the missions from Lord Hokage, Shiran replied. Rito nodded, refraining from further inquiries. The vicinity was bustling with genin squads. But there were no Jounin instructors in sight, clearly indicating they were all occupied with mission assignments. Rito, you're not planning to train again after this, are you? Inuzuka always suddenly leaned in, scrutinizing Rito closely, noticing the wear on his clothing. The scent emanating from him had changed since the morning, now mixed with the odor of sweat. She leaned closer, inhaling deeply, and confirmed, you've been training again. Rito felt a few beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Realizing that since becoming teammates, personal boundaries seemed to have vanished. After my battle with Sensei Shikumo, I was inspired to refine Chidori, so I took the opportunity to develop it further. He explained with a hint of exasperation. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sorted through a stack of mission documents, assigning tasks to the Jounin instructors one by one. Due to the village's wartime regulations, routine D-rank tasks such as cleaning rivers and disposing of waste had been replaced with more pressing assignments related to fortification and weapon maintenance, subtly altering the mindset of the genin. Soon, the tasks were all distributed, except for Jiraiya and Hitaki Shikumo, who were kept until the end. Old man, what are you up to now? You're not planning to assign me a particularly difficult task, are you? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and inquired. The task is simple, but it is a group mission. We must wait for everyone to arrive before distributing it. Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively. With Sarutobi's assurance, Jiraiya resigned himself to waiting in the office. After a considerable amount of time, while Sarutobi continued to review documents, the awaited individuals showed no sign of arrival. Jiraiya began pacing the office, and just as he was about to lose his patience, an Umbu appeared in an instant. Lord Hokage, Lord Orochimaru, and Lady Tsunade have arrived. Shall we summon them? The Umbu knelt before Sarutobi. Let them in, Sarutobi replied, setting down his papers and rubbing his tired eyes. Moments later, the youthful-looking Tsunade and Orochimaru entered the office. Their expressions were quite different. Tsunade appeared impatient, directly asking, Old man, what is it this time? While Orochimaru nodded respectfully to everyone before turning to Sarutobi, addressing him as sensei. A faint smile appeared on Sarutobi's face. Among his three disciples, Jiraiya was a mischievous rascal, Tsunade was a stubborn child, but Orochimaru was the one who truly pleased him. However, this was not the time for comparing disciples. With Tsunade and Orochimaru present, all the parties involved in the mission had gathered. Looking at his three students alongside Hitaki Shikumo, Sarutobi declared, regardless of the conflict with any ninja village, without the support of the daimyo, it is difficult to proceed. Therefore, I command you to represent me in meeting with the daimyo to secure his support. He added, this is a C-rank mission, and you may take your students along. In the vicinity of the Hokage building, genin squads who had received their missions gradually departed, leaving only Team 9 and Team 7 behind. Why is Sensei Shikumo taking so long to come out when everyone else has already left? Inuzuka Aoi leaned against a tree, idly counting the leaves. Having finished counting the leaves on one branch, she prepared to move on to another. Important matters often reveal themselves last. Perhaps Sensei Shikumo received a rather unusual mission. Rito casually remarked. A task that keeps both Hitaki Shikumo and Jiraiya until the end must indeed be extraordinary. His conviction was solidified when he saw Tsunade and Orochimaru enter the Hokage building. Not long after Tsunade and Orochimaru entered, Shikumo finally emerged. Sensei, what is the mission? Rito eagerly asked. It's a C-rank mission. The daimyo of the Land of Fire is to attend a banquet, and our task is to ensure his safety, Shikumo replied. His tone tinged with resignation. The task seemed more suited for Orochimaru and Tsunade, who, being disciples of the Hokage, would naturally seek support from the daimyo. Rito understood the underlying intent. They were likely to discuss matters of war, but since hostilities had yet to erupt, they could only mask their true purpose under the guise of protecting the daimyo. Are we going to leave the village? Inazuka always mused. Should we bring some luggage? I've never left Konoha before. Shikumo produced a mission document, showing it to the trio. We will gather at the village entrance at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Prepare your ninja tools, but do not bring other items. Furthermore, this mission is a group task, so other teams will join us. He paused. You have the rest of the afternoon to prepare. You may disperse now. However, instead of leaving immediately, Shikumo retrieved 3 scrolls from his ninja pouch. These scrolls contain some training techniques I've compiled. The first 2 pertain to enhancing chakra control, while the third discusses the nature transformation of lightning chakra. I hope they prove useful to you. With a hint of guilt, he handed the chakra control scrolls to Inazuka Aoi and Yamanaka Shiran, while the nature transformation scroll went to Rito. Shikumo had originally intended to provide special training for Team 9 when time allowed, but given the escalating tensions in the ninja world and some personal family matters, he found himself unable to spare the time, thus resorting to imparting knowledge through writing. I will undoubtedly treasure the training techniques personally penned by Sensei Shikumo, Rito declared. Words can sometimes impart greater wisdom than mere speech. Sensei, I've already grasped the nature transformation of lightning. It would be even better if there were techniques for other elements. The 3 members of Team 9 responded after accepting the scrolls. Hearing their appreciative words brought a faint smile to Shikumo's face. Should you find the content insufficiently deep? I can always compose another scroll. Chapter 7. The Grand Acquisition Plan in the President's Office. Rito unfurled the scroll given to him by Kakashi Hitaki and began to read it intently, although he had independently grasped the nature transformation of lightning release. The scroll contained Kakashi's personal insights into this phenomenon, making it invaluable for comparative study. A knock echoed through the room. Come in, Rito said, his gaze never wavering from the scroll. Chiya-rin entered the office, observing Rito's focused demeanor as she quietly stood to the side, not making a sound. Rin, please take a seat, Rito instructed once more. Chiya-rin settled into the chair at the desk, remaining still, as if awaiting further commands from Rito. After a brief moment, Rito finished perusing the scroll and lifted his gaze to Chiya-rin. President, she said, their eyes meeting, her gaze as clear and inviting as water. Rin, do you know how many publishing houses there are in the Land of Fire? Rito asked, preparing to delegate the entire publishing industry task to her. There should be around 100, Chiya-rin replied thoughtfully. Indeed, over 100 publishers, with nearly 10 located in Konoha alone, Rito chuckled softly. Small family-run enterprises, with fewer than 10 employees, boast about their heritage and belittle our company. It's quite absurd. They survive by scavenging the scraps we leave behind. And I no longer wish to even grant them that. Thus, I plan to completely monopolize the publishing industry in the Land of Fire. Those willing to sell their publishing houses can take their money and leave. Those who resist will be left to starve. Over the years, Rito's publishing company had evolved from a modest studio into a colossal entity, naturally facing considerable oppression from established forces. Monopolizing the publishing industry was not merely an expansion of capital, it was also a means for Rito to vent his frustrations. Having worked alongside Rito for several years, Chiya-rin quickly comprehended his intentions. Those who refused to sell. She gestured, hinting at the consequences. No need for that, Rito waved his hand dismissively. Monopolizing the industry will undoubtedly stir considerable unrest. Overly aggressive tactics would be ill-advised. We will classify unwilling publishers as our competitors and issue a directive. Any bookstore that carries our publications must choose one or the other to continue showcasing our works. They must remove competing titles, otherwise we shall cease to supply them. As a near-monopolistic entity, deploying the option of exclusivity against rivals had proven effective time and again. Chiya-rin was astonished to realize that such methods could indeed eliminate competitors. After a moment of contemplation, Rito continued, Rin, there has been a palpable change in the village recently. You can sense it, can't you? Chiya-rin was still engrossed in the grand project, momentarily caught off guard. But she quickly adjusted her focus. There does seem to be something amiss. Despite the splendid weather, an air of gloom seems to envelop the people, stifling their spirits. The specter of war approaches, Rito stated succinctly, a truth that was indisputable. Chiya-rin's expression revealed confusion, as the concept of war felt distant to her. For an ordinary person like her, the last war had occurred 2 decades prior. However, as the gravity of the situation dawned on her, her demeanor shifted. Is that true? Are you going to the battlefield? She stammered. This year, we have generated considerable tax revenue for the village. Can't the Hokage offer some privileges? Though she had never experienced war, Chiya-rin understood that it brought death, and as someone who was not a ninja, she was uncertain of Rito's abilities. Knowing only that genin were the weakest among them, her anxiety over Rito potentially facing harm in war was somewhat frantic. Rito chuckled softly. There is no need to worry about the war itself. What I mean is that war depletes the human spirit, often leading to collapse, compelling individuals to seek solace in external distractions. The more tumultuous the war, the more our publications will flourish, and we must expedite our monopolization. Yet, Chiya-rin's mind was a tangled mess, seemingly failing to grasp his analysis. Rest assured, I will find a way to secure a logistics position for myself. Rito sighed in resignation. Exiting the company and stepping onto the street, Rito stretched languidly. Noticing Chiya-rin's evident distraction, he had to make some arrangements himself. Ultimately, He cared only for the final results, while Chia-Rin needed to be informed of the progress. The real hard work lay with the employees beneath them. What a remarkable era this is, Rito mused, observing the streets infused with a hint of modernity. While the place showcased a series of seemingly contemporary products, it remained fundamentally a feudal society, cloistered and with information flow stifled, consisting of numerous small-scale enterprises. He had long anticipated that a slight yet significant transformation on his part could enable him to survey the world from a giant's perspective. The key to changing the world rested firmly in his grasp. However, wielding this key necessitated formidable strength. Thus, Rito's immediate priority was to enhance his own capabilities. Back in his training chamber at home, Rito continued his practice of developing the Chidori technique. A layer of chakra enveloped him, followed by flickering currents of electricity, all achieved without external assistance, solely through nature transformation. Crack! Rito seized a kunai and thrust it into his arm. With a slight exertion of chakra, it pierced through effortlessly. This won't suffice. The effectiveness is far too lacking. The ultimate mastery of Cloud's lightning release, chakra mode, could culminate in a state known as lightning armor, characterized by immense defensive power and remarkable speed. In contrast, Rito's lightning release, body refinement technique appeared somewhat inadequate, merely adding a thin layer of protection akin to leather. Hardly substantial. Nevertheless, in terms of acceleration, lightning release, body refinement yielded commendable results, largely due to his incorporation of Kakashi Hitaki's version of Chidori, which enhanced his neural reflexes. While the results were still mediocre, they laid a solid foundation for future advancements, and henceforth, he would refer to it as the second stage of lightning release, body refinement. Rito thought to himself, with a positive mindset. Chapter 8, The Daimyo of the Land of Fire. On the second day, Rito arrived early at the gates of Konoha. With still a few minutes until 8 a.m., most of the attendees were already present, except for Jiraiya. Lady Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru are here. Surely Lord Jiraiya will join us, Inuzuka Aoi whispered, admiring the significance of the task of protecting the daimyo. Rito scanned the area. The future 3 Sannin, along with Kakashi, all pivotal figures from the Second Shinobi War, were gathered, indicating that the daimyo was likely to incur significant expenses this time. Hey, isn't that the first Hokage's grandson? Ju? Aoi pointed out a boy standing next to Orochimaru, turning to Rito for confirmation. Indeed, he is, Rito replied. Ju was merely 2 years older, having graduated early to become Orochimaru's disciple, hence their paths had not crossed much. At that moment, Ju fell to gaze upon him and turned to find Rito. Although he didn't recognize Rito, he smiled warmly in response. Rito thought to himself how much Ju resembled the future Naruto, albeit with a tragic fate marked by an explosive tag. Soon after, a flustered Jiraiya rushed over, his hair in disarray, clearly just waking up. Haha, my apologies. I overslept a bit, he sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. He blamed it on an engaging magazine he couldn't put down the previous night, which caused him to stay up late. You've always been late. We've grown accustomed to it, Tsunade remarked with a smirk. Now that you're here, let us depart swiftly and ensure we don't delay the evening banquet, Orochimaru added. The 3 Sannin and their disciples formed a small circle, exchanging light banter, while Kakashi and the members of Team 9 appeared somewhat out of place, though the 3 Sannin shared a strong bond. Who could foresee the rift and strife that awaited them in the future? Rito found it intriguing to witness the interactions of these supporting characters from the original tale, akin to watching a theatrical performance. After completing their village registration, the group set out towards the capital of the Land of Fire. Time was of the essence, and they opted to traverse the dense forest rather than take the main road, skillfully leaping from branch to branch towards their destination. Around noon, a gray shadow loomed before them as they approached the vicinity of the capital. The group gradually slowed their pace and returned to the ground. So this is the capital of the Land of Fire. It certainly feels different, more prosperous than Konoha, Aoi remarked quietly. As the capital, it is indeed a hub of wealth, Rito responded. If Konoha represented the military might of the Land of Fire, then this place epitomized its riches. Even standing at the edge of the capital, he could sense the vibrant pulse of wealth. Rito's next ambition was to relocate his company to the capital following the conclusion of the Second Shinobi War. Emerging from the forest onto the main road leading to the Land of Fire, the group took a moment to rest. We are representatives of the Hokage meeting the daimyo, so we must not lose our decorum, Orochimaru advised the younger ninjas with a calm demeanor. Tsunade adjusted Ju's attire, ensuring he looked presentable. Upon entering the capital, they arrived at the daimyo's palace, where arrangements had been made for their reception. You have traveled far, esteemed guests. The daimyo is currently resting, and therefore, he is unable to meet with you at this time, a servant informed them with a bow. No matter, our visit was rather abrupt, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. After exchanging a few polite remarks, the servant led them to a guest room for some rest, where refreshments had been prepared, considering their hurried journey. After nearly an hour, a servant knocked on the door and announced, the daimyo has awakened. You may now meet with him. Very well, please lead the way, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Right this way, the servant responded, turning to guide them. However, the younger ninjas were instructed by Orochimaru to remain behind, as such meetings were not for them. Once the three Sannin and Kakashi departed, the atmosphere in the guest room lightened, and the youths breathed a sigh of relief. The presence of Orochimaru, with his chilling aura, had made them feel somewhat constrained. Suddenly, Ju, feeling the shift in mood, awkwardly scratched his head and explained, "Actually, Orochimaru-sensei is a really good person. Perhaps it's just the nature of his jutsu that makes him seem a bit unapproachable." The others nodded in agreement, eager to affirm his words. "You are the envoys of the third Hokage?" The daimyo, adorned with a massive fan decorated with flame motifs, squinted as if still awakening. "Yes. This is a personal letter from the Hokage to the daimyo," Orochimaru stated, presenting an envelope. The daimyo swiftly opened the letter and his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Is this true? A mere Rain country dares to instigate war?" "Absolutely. This information comes from a spy placed in the Rain village by Konoha. And there is no doubt about its authenticity," Orochimaru assured him. "However, rest assured, while the Rain village may have the audacity to provoke conflict, it does not guarantee their ultimate success. Konoha possesses both the confidence and the strength to vanquish them." "But," the daimyo wiped his brow, pressing for more details. "What is it?" "The resources consumed in the event of war will far exceed normal expenditures, hence the village hopes the daimyo can augment the war budget," Orochimaru elaborated. Given the high stakes of this meeting, several ministers of the Land of Fire were present, prompting the daimyo, upon hearing of the financial implications, to immediately turn to the finance minister. "Minister, increase the budget for Konoha immediately to ensure the nation's safety," the daimyo commanded. "Understood," the finance minister nodded in compliance. With the matter of war funding settled, the daimyo's spirits lifted considerably. "I have heard that you are all disciples of the Hokage. Why not join us for the evening banquet?" he invited with a warm smile. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been quietly observing, felt an urge to clarify his identity. Yet the words remained unspoken on his lips. Chapter 9. The infuriated Tsunade in the guest room. Only a few young boys remained, and as they exchanged words, they quickly became familiar with one another. When Ju learned that Rito was actually a member of the Uchiha clan, his expression was filled with astonishment. "Rito, you are from the Uchiha clan? You certainly don't seem like it," he remarked. "Isn't that the general consensus?" Rito had yet to respond when Inuzuka always interjected. Rolling his eyes, Rito thought to himself that if he, as a time traveler, truly resembled the Uchihas, each with a hint of madness, he would be in dire straits. After all, must you, as Senju, question the legitimacy of the Uchiha? He retorted. Ju was momentarily at a loss for words, but he quickly countered, "Have you activated your Sharingan? If not, on what grounds do you claim to be an Uchiha?" Rito chuckled, his pupils suddenly turning crimson, revealing two black tomo within. "Who says I lack a Sharingan? Is this not it? And it is even a double tomo." His light-hearted words struck Ju like a blow, leaving him stunned. How fortunate. Every Uchiha can awaken their Sharingan. Yet why is it that in the Senju clan, only my grandfather possesses would release? I too desire a bloodline limit. Ju lamented enviously, gazing at the ceiling, his voice tinged with bitterness. "What bloodline limit do you wish for?" At that moment, Tsunade abruptly entered, her face a mask of fury. After discussing war funding with the daimyo, Orochimaru and the others had returned directly. However, before entering the guest room, Jiraiya had suggested eavesdropping on their conversation, and among the remaining three, Tsunade agreed. Orochimaru did not object, and Kakashi remained silent. Thus the proposal was accepted. Coincidentally, they had just overheard the part regarding Rito's Uchiha lineage. While there was nothing inherently wrong with that statement, Ju's praise for the Sharingan shifted the context entirely. The Senju and Uchiha clans had been bitter enemies for centuries. Although they had collaborated to establish Konoha over 30 years ago, such a brief period was insufficient to erase their animosity. Moreover, following the battle at the Valley of the End, where the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, perished shortly after defeating Uchiha Madara, their enmity was sealed in mutual destruction. Ju's words, which seemed to laud the Uchiha while diminishing the Senju, incited Tsunade's wrath. "It's nothing. I merely stated that I would strive to cultivate the power within my bloodline to protect the village." Observing her brother's anger, Ju quickly backtracked, flipping onto his knees to assure Tsunade. Seeing him relent, Tsunade's fury diminished considerably, for he was her younger brother, and she could not hold a grudge indefinitely. Instead, she redirected her ire toward Rito, silently noting his name. "Just this once," she said coldly to Ju, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ju cast a guilty glance at Rito, aware that his sister's jealous temperament would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him. Following this incident, the atmosphere in the guest room returned to an eerie silence. Yet, amidst this quietude, Kakashi suddenly approached Rito and the others. "The banquet does not commence until nightfall. And since this is not your first time leaving the village, why not take the opportunity to explore the capital? Team 9 is hereby dismissed," he said kindly. Kakashi's personality was generous and open-minded. He did not seek to compete with others, yet that did not imply he was timid or cowardly. In the previous discussion, Rito had committed no wrongdoing, but Tsunade's vague hostility towards him was intolerable. "Goodbye, Teacher Kakashi." Rito waved his hand, departing with an air of nonchalance as though unaffected. Upon exiting the guest room, attendants guided them from the Daimy's palace. Rito, it seemed that Lady Tsunade was rather displeased earlier. Should you not apologize to her? After leaving the palace, Inuzuka always tugged at Rito's sleeve. Apologize? For what? Did I do anything wrong? Rito replied dismissively. In truth, he had sensed Tsunade's displeasure. But as he had stated, he did not believe he had erred. Moreover, within a year, Tsunade would be rendered incapable of battle due to her fear of blood. So what was there to fear? But, Aoi hesitated, wanting to say more, but Rito interjected, she is merely a few years older, a bit stronger, and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, as well as a disciple of the third Hokage. What else does she possess? He added. Perhaps in a few years, you will see that it is not such an impressive distinction. Aoi's expression drooped. But why do I feel the gap only widens the more you speak? She is the rightful heir to the will of fire, while you, an Uchiha, are virtually seen as the antagonist in the village. What right do you have to look down upon Tsunade? Haha, do not fret. I will treat you all to some snacks, Rito laughed lightly. However, upon closer examination, this was not a grave matter. Ju had merely spoken impulsively, while Tsunade had acted rashly in her fury. When Rito and the others returned to the palace at dusk, they all tacitly chose not to mention the incident, as if it had never transpired. When the banquet commenced, they were invited to attend, albeit seated at the lowest rank. Naturally, compared to other guests such as the lords and nobles of the Land of Fire, they were indeed relegated to the end of the table. Orochimaru and his companions occupied the most prominent positions, for aside from the Daime, the greatest power in the Land of Fire was Konoha, almost resembling a nation within a nation. The banquet proceeded smoothly without any incidents and concluded in an orderly manner. After a night's rest, the group set off to return to Konoha the following day. They arrived back in Konoha in the same amount of time it took to leave and immediately proceeded to report on their mission, with the captain entering the Hokage Tower while the team awaited outside. Strange. Normally the team members should also accompany the captain to report, Ju muttered beneath the tree. However, none of the others responded, as they all realized that this mission was not as straightforward as they had anticipated. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen reviewed the Daime's response and nodded. With the Daime's support, the impending war appeared more manageable, and the initial funds were on their way. You have all worked hard. Go and rest well, he said, placing the letter down, retrieving the reward for the mission from his drawer, and handing it to Orochimaru and the others, though the mission was rated as C rank, thus the reward was not particularly substantial. Chapter 10. The second mission. This is the bounty for the mission. Remember not to squander it. Kakashi Hatake distributed several envelopes filled with the bounty to the 3 members of Team 9. Hee, the reward from the first mission feels quite different, said Inuzuka Aoi, a smile gracing her lips as she opened the envelope and meticulously counted the amount inside. Rito merely glanced at the contents before placing it into his ninja pouch. After nearly a day and a half of effort, this was the meager sum they received. No wonder low-ranking ninjas struggle to earn a living throughout their lives. Might Guy, having remained a lowly genin all his life, found it challenging to support his family, while Kakazu, upon joining the Akatsuki, amassed 600 billion ryo in explosive tags through assassination in just a few years. It seems that fortune cannot be sought through conventional means. Having completed the arduous task, it was time to return and rest. Kakashi announced the dismissal of the team but then turned to Rito, a faint smile appearing on his face as he retrieved a prepared scroll from his pouch and handed it to Rito. Did you not express a desire for the training techniques pertaining to the 4 other chakra nature transformations? I expended considerable effort to compile this for you, so be sure to study it well. Previously, Rito had mentioned wanting to learn about the nature transformations of other chakra types. However, Kakashi, being specialized in body flicker technique and swordsmanship, had not mastered all 5 chakra nature transformations. Thus, he took the time to research and consult with friends to create this scroll. Wow, Kakashi-sensei, you're so biased, giving Rito an extra scroll. Aoi exclaimed, hands on her hips, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Kakashi scratched his head sheepishly and replied, you all can exchange scrolls with each other or take turns reviewing them. That's just an excuse, Aoi scoffed. Rito, looking at the scroll in his hands, felt quite pleased. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. If anyone dares to cyberbully you in the future, I will certainly defend you. Upon returning home after the first mission, Rito took a thorough bath. This mission had been somewhat dull. He sat on the sofa, reflecting on the experience, feeling a sense of monotony. Nevertheless, most ninja missions were akin to this, traveling, executing tasks, and returning, often accompanied by violence and battle. This encapsulated the lives of most ninjas. Trained from a young age as mere tools, ninjas completed their missions like instruments, risking their lives with each undertaking. Even if one survived their missions, the wars that erupted every decade or so would claim countless ninja lives. Ninjas were, in essence, expendable resources for their villages. Enough of these thoughts. I should focus on my training, Rito resolved. With the onset of war imminent, every moment should be dedicated to becoming stronger, striving to survive the aftermath without relying on the power of the Crimson King. Rito did not fear death in the Second Shinobi World War. Rather, he was concerned about revealing the abilities of the Crimson King during the conflict. After all, the ancient Uchiha Madara still dwelled within the depths of the Land of Grass. Should his abilities be exposed, Madara might whimsically decide to capture him for research. Despite Madara's frail state, he remained unmatched in the ninja world. Even with the Crimson King, Rito understood that he could not surpass Madara. For the next 2 days, Rito dedicated himself to training at home, completely devoid of social interactions. During his training, the atmosphere in the village seemed to darken considerably, and the air grew chilly. Rumors of an impending war began circulating among the villagers. Naturally, these rumors were intentionally spread by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the veracity of which left the villagers in a state of confusion. Nonetheless, some of these rumors were well received among the populace. So what if war breaks out? Under the leadership of the third Hokage, Konoha triumphed in the First Shinobi World War. Surely, we will prevail in the second as well. Such whisperings not only elevated Hiruzen's status among the villagers, but also helped stabilize their spirits. It was evident that Hiruzen's political acumen was extraordinary. No wonder he had remained in power for decades. Bang! Bang! Just as Rito immersed himself in training, a sudden knocking echoed from outside. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he went to answer the door, finding Kakashi standing there. "Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here?" he inquired. "The Hokage has assigned a new mission to Team 9. And I am here to inform you," Kakashi replied, producing a mission document. Rito glanced at the contents of the mission scroll: patrol the borders, eliminate all obstacles, and draft a new border map. The route encompasses a section of the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass, commencing tomorrow. The mission is classified as a C rank. Assemble at the village gate by 6 a.m. tomorrow. Do not be late. After giving this instruction, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke to notify Aoi and Shiranui. The feeling of war loomed closer. Rito returned to his room, contemplating. Although the Second Shinobi World War had yet to erupt, tensions were already brewing at the borders. Should any skirmish escalate, it would herald the complete outbreak of war. Enough of this. I must continue my training, he resolved, returning to his training room. The following day, Rito arrived promptly at the village gate at 6 a.m. to meet his teammates. "Have you all prepared your ninja tools? There is a possibility of combat during this mission," Kakashi said, observing the 3 members of Team 9 standing together. In truth, this marked the true first mission for Team 9. The previous outing had merely been a group activity. With himself and Orochimaru, they could easily tackle even an S-rank mission. "We are ready," Rito and his teammates responded. "Then let us set forth," Kakashi nodded, leading Team 9 away from Konoha toward the border. After several hours, they reached the borderline separating the Land of Fire from the Land of Grass. While the Rain Village sought to instigate conflict, Konoha could not afford to limit its defenses solely to the border with the Land of Rain. After all, who could guarantee that the Rain Village would not attempt to circumvent and launch a surprise attack, or that other ninja villages would not take advantage of the chaos? Thus, the neighboring countries of the Land of River and the Land of Grass were also key areas for defense. Kakashi's mission was to clear obstacles for the subsequent reconnaissance teams. Standing atop a colossal tree, Kakashi surveyed the surroundings with a telescope, instructing, "You all focus on drafting the map, while I investigate the vicinity for any suspicious activity. Stay vigilant." "Understood," the 3 responded. The village had precise requirements for the map. Even the smallest animal trails needed to be noted, necessitating their meticulous approach. Lunchtime came, and they had little more than a soldier pill washed down with lukewarm water to sustain them. Chapter 11. Sudden encounter. The first company had lingered at the border for several days, and it was only now that the 9th squad had managed to sketch the required border map for their mission. After folding and stowing the map away, Rito and his companions reclined on a patch of grass to rest. "I could really go for some grilled meat right now," Aoi Inuzuka mused, gazing at the white clouds in the sky and reminiscing about the delectable dishes of Konohagakure. With no time to start a fire and cook, their daily sustenance consisted solely of military rations, perhaps supplemented with a few wild fruits, nothing more. "I'll treat you all to unlimited grilled meat when we return." Rito squinted his eyes, feeling slightly overwhelmed from the arduous task of map-making. "Hey, you promised that, so I want to hold back when the time comes," Aoi replied, already envisioning the scene of indulging in grilled meat with her eyes closed. "Wait." The usually silent Shiranui Aburame suddenly spoke up, sitting bolt upright. He closed his eyes and concentrated on the information relayed by his insects. During the map drawing, he had been on guard duty. "There are 2 ninjas approaching us from the southeast, and they are moving swiftly. They should arrive in 2 to 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Rito and Aoi quickly sprang to their feet. "No, there are 3, Aoi exclaimed, gathering chakra in her nose to enhance her sense of smell beyond that of a normal human. "The 3rd person appears to be trapped in some sort of container. It seems like a kidnapping. So, 2 ninjas have abducted someone from the Land of Fire?" Rito pondered, glancing towards the southeast, where the territory of the Land of Fire lay. "Should we fire a signal flare and call for Shikamaru-sensei's support?" Shiranui inquired in a serious tone. The information from his insects indicated that these 2 ninjas were not ordinary. They were likely of special J-nin rank. I also think we should fire a signal flare. There's a strong scent of blood coming from them. They might be rogue ninjas, Alway added nervously. This was their first encounter with ninjas outside of Konoha, and the potential for conflict loomed ominously. If things went awry, they might not survive this encounter. However, Rito's thoughts diverged slightly. We can fire the signal flare, but we can't just stand by and do nothing. We have to at least try to intercept them. Are we really going to let them escape the land of fire? He spread his hands, emphasizing his point. With this proposal, Alway and Shiranui were swiftly persuaded. If they stood idly by while these foreign ninjas made their escape from the land of fire without taking any action, they might as well abandon their roles as ninjas, especially knowing that they had the powerful backup of Shikamaru. I agree, Shiranui affirmed. After all, they were ninjas trained for warfare. They shouldn't be overly timid. All right, Alway concurred, gently patting her companion, Yukimura, on the head. You must be brave, Yukimura. With their plan solidified, Rito retrieved a signal flare from his ninja pack and launched it directly into the sky. The red flare sliced through the air, emitting a loud cry that startled Shikamaru, who was dismantling the temporary shelter and momentarily halted the two foreign ninjas in their tracks. What should we do? Have we been discovered by Konoha ninjas? One of the foreign ninjas asked anxiously. The border of the land of grass is right ahead. Ignore them and move quickly, the other replied. These two foreign ninjas wore headbands, clearly not rogue ninjas. The insignia on their headbands, a pattern of several lines forming a small grass motif, identified them as ninjas from the village hidden in the grass. After firing the signal flare, Rito and his companions dashed towards the two grass ninjas. Stop! Rito shouted, throwing a shuriken that landed squarely in front of the grass ninjas, while activating his Sharingan, his red eyes locking onto them. The two parties stood a mere 10 meters apart, a silent standoff forming. The two grass ninjas exchanged glances, refraining from initiating combat. After all, they were on the territory of the land of fire, and as ninjas from a smaller nation, caution was their priority. We're just passing through. What gives you the right to stop us? One of the grass ninjas protested. Rito chuckled, because this is the land of fire, and you are the intruders. It's as simple as that. You little brat. The grass ninja seethed with anger. To him, Rito appeared to be merely a freshly graduated genin. While he was a Nin from the village hidden in the grass, Rito's dismissive demeanor was the utmost insult to his stature. Huh, judging by your eyes. You must hail from the Uchiha clan of Konoha, right? Is your arrogance a result of being born into a powerful family? The grass ninja sneered. You cannot grasp the disparity in our strengths. Today will be your last. In an instant, the grass ninja chose to abandon his restraint and launched an attack. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. He spat, unleashing a water dragon towards Rito. Fire release, great fireball technique. Rito countered, expelling a torrent of flames. In truth, he deliberately provoked the grass ninja, eager to incite battle. He needed to accumulate genuine combat experience, not the kind of testing experiences from his days as a student, but rather the life-and-death scenarios that truly mattered. With an overwhelming amount of chakra surging through him, Rito unleashed his ninjutsu at full power. The flames quickly overpowered the water dragon. Damn it! The other observing grass ninja was taken aback by his comrade's predicament and rushed to assist, also conjuring a water dragon to combat the flames. Yet, even so, the flames continued to dominate, threatening to extinguish the water dragon entirely. However, Rito soon ceased his jutsu. The steam rising from the burning water dragon enveloped the area, shrouding both teams in mist. Yet, thanks to his Sharingan, Rito could clearly discern the figures of the two grass ninjas amidst the haze. His cessation of ninjutsu was not an act of mercy. Rather, it was a strategic move to conclude the confrontation with a different technique. Zzz. Rito's body crackled with electricity as a layer of lightning enveloped him, producing a symphony of electrical sounds. This was the second stage of his developed lightning release, body refinement technique. A fusion of Chidori and the lightning chakra of the hidden cloud, significantly enhancing both his defense and speed. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the two grass ninjas. What is this? The two grass ninjas barely had time to process their confusion before they were struck by intense pain, only then realizing Rito's presence as they looked down to see his arms piercing through their abdomens. Chapter 12. The Uzumaki clan. Rito withdrew his hand, revealing two gaping wounds, bloodied and raw. Such formidable ninjutsu. The first grass ninja to attack Rito glanced down at the wound in his abdomen, his voice raspy as he spoke. Gradually, he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading. Just before death enveloped him, he murmured, "How unfair it is. The gap between geniuses and ordinary people is determined at birth, akin to the inherent inequalities between small nations and great powers." As he gazed upon the grass ninja he had just slain, Rito felt an unexpected calmness. Although it was his first experience with taking a life, he had already undergone training for such moments during his time at the Ninja Academy. At that moment, the wind swept through the grass, dispersing the mist, and the bodies of the two grass ninjas came into view. Inuzuka Alway and Aburame Shiren quickly approached, glancing at the gruesome scene without flinching, though they were astonished by how swiftly Rito had concluded the battle. What now? Should we dig a pit to bury them? Inuzuka always crouched down, poking at the body of the grass ninja. Rito remained silent, his gaze shifting towards the forest where it met the grassland, where a stark white figure stood out conspicuously. Kakashi-sensei, I've known you were there all along. Having realized his presence was compromised, Kakashi Hatake reluctantly stepped out from the shadows of the forest. In truth, he had arrived near the scene even before the battle commenced, intending merely to assess Rito and his companion's adaptability on the battlefield. Well done, he remarked, nodding as he approached the trio. Kakashi-sensei, what should we do with these bodies? They appear to be ninjas from the village hidden in the grass, Inuzuka always inquired in a hushed tone, with the identification of their headbands. The identities of the two grass ninjas were indisputable. However, the disposal of a ninja's corpse was a matter of great significance. Erasing evidence to prevent information leaks was paramount. There's no rush. Let's first investigate what's inside that barrel, Kakashi suggested thoughtfully. The two grass ninjas had been roaming the land of fire, and their deaths were inconsequential, especially given the peculiar timing of the season. As the grass ninjas fell, the barrel they had been carrying tumbled to the ground, landing just before Rito. In response to Kakashi's words, Rito swiftly kicked the barrel apart. Given his knowledge of the presence of someone inside, he deemed it unwise to open it with his hands. Ouch! From the scattered fragments of the barrel emerged a girl with red hair. Ignoring her pain, Uzumaki Yukina quickly stood and bowed, pleading, "Please, noble ninjas, do not harm me. I am a member of the Uzumaki clan and possess great value." To be honest, Yukina's sudden appearance was quite unexpected. With Kakashi's years of experience, he had anticipated finding a noble or a wealthy heir inside the barrel. After all, it was not uncommon for unscrupulous ninjas to resort to kidnapping for ransom when in dire straits. Do not worry, we are ninjas from Konohagakure, allies of the village hidden in the whirlpool. No one here will harm you, Kakashi replied as gently as possible, judging by Yukina's demeanor. Her claim of being from the Uzumaki clan seemed genuine. After the fall of the land of whirlpool, many of her kin had been scattered across the world. If Yukina were indeed wandering, perhaps they could find a way to bring her into the fold of Konoha. Having another member of the Uzumaki clan would undoubtedly benefit the village. Yukina straightened up, observing the headband on Kakashi's forehead. Upon confirming it bore the symbol of Konoha, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Were you kidnapped by them? Kakashi inquired further. Yes, I suppose, Yukina replied, a hint of reluctance crossing her face. After the fall of the land of whirlpool, she had been wandering in the land of hot water until she encountered the two grass ninjas. Under their persuasion, she had agreed to join the village hidden in the grass for protection. Thus, strictly speaking, it wasn't a kidnapping. However, she could not reveal that she had willingly joined the grass village. Those grass ninjas are dead now. You need not fear them any longer, Kakashi reassured her, placing a hand on her shoulder. What are your thoughts for the future? We are currently on a mission and may not be able to offer you much assistance. Kakashi wished for Yukina to join Konoha, but as the leading ninja village, they had to maintain their dignity. It would be ideal for Yukina to choose to join of her own volition. Since the fall of the land of whirlpool, I have lived a life of wandering. And is not the village hidden in the grass an ally of Konoha? Therefore, if you do not mind, I implore you to let me join Konoha. I am willing to wait for you to complete your mission before returning with you, Yukina earnestly requested, bowing deeply. Individuals like her, possessing unique abilities, lived in constant fear of being targeted by organizations or rival villages, often ending up as subjects for experimentation or mere expendables. Comparatively, joining Konoha, a village with a reputable standing in the ninja world, would not be a bad outcome. Such matters cannot be decided by a mere genin, Kakashi replied, momentarily adopting a reserved demeanor. However, I can escort you to Konoha, and if the Hokage approves, you shall become a citizen of our village. Yukina immediately bowed again, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Kakashi then nodded and gestured to Rito and his companions, saying, "These are my disciples. They were the ones who rescued you from your captors." Yukina followed his gesture, her gaze meeting Rito's. As their eyes locked, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Even while confined within the barrel, she had witnessed Rito's unyielding ferocity, a single punch taking a life, which left her unsettled. The act of him kicking apart the barrel only heightened her unease. For now, they will protect you, Kakashi added. Rest assured, they are good kids. With the task of clearing obstacles still unfinished, he needed to return to the forest. I have a mission to complete, so I shall take my leave. With a wave, he vanished in an instant. Wait, white-haired uncle. Please don't go. I'm a little afraid. Yukina called out, staring at the spot where Kakashi had vanished, feeling as if she were trapped in a cage of beasts. Once Kakashi departed, Inuzuka Aoi stepped forward to approach Yukina. Hello there. I'm Inuzuka Aoi, she greeted with a smile. I am Uzumaki Yukina. I look forward to your guidance, Yukina replied, bowing deeply, perhaps overly so in her politeness. Chapter 13. Benevolence. Jilan, do your parasites consume flesh? Rito inquired, glancing at the two lifeless bodies on the ground. His intent unmistakable. Not at all, Jilan, the oil woman, replied succinctly. However, she added, but my parasites can summon insects from the natural world to dispose of them. Much obliged, Rito waved his hand dismissively, returning to the grassy patch where he had previously rested. Soon after, Jilan's sleeves unfurled, releasing a dense cloud of insects. The minute parasites scattering and emitting pheromones. Before long, an abundance of insects emerged from both the ground and the sky, converging on the two corpses and voraciously tearing at the flesh. Moments later, only gleaming white bones remained on the grass, with even the blood droplets on the ground devoured entirely. This gruesome spectacle sent shivers down the spine of Uzumaki Yakina. The fighting style of the Oil Woman clan is like this. There's nothing to fear, Inazuka Aoi reassured her, noticing her trembling legs. I also have a friend named Uzumaki Kushina, who, like you, belongs to the Uzumaki clan. When we reach Konoha, I will introduce you to each other. In just a few words, Aoi managed to bridge the gap between herself and Yakina. Reclining on the grass with his arms behind his head, Rito mused, the grass village. The Uzumaki clan. Alas, I have inadvertently done a good deed. This Uzumaki Yakina must be the mother of Uzumaki Karen. In the normal timeline, Yakina would have perished from chakra exhaustion at the hands of the grass ninjas. However, in this timeline, due to Rito's presence, she might enjoy a peaceful life in Konoha. After a considerable period, Hataki Tsukumo finally cleared the obstacles and joined Rito and the others. Rito, where are the maps you drew? He asked, intending to inspect the maps before returning to Konoha to prevent any errors that might affect the station forces. Right here. Rito and the others produced several maps from their ninja pouches and handed them to Tsukumo. Tsukumo unfolded the maps for a meticulous examination, finding no oversights, and nodded, stowing them in his pack. With the mission successfully completed, they were ready to return to the village. Just as they prepared to depart, Yakina suddenly raised her hand and softly declared, actually, I'm not a ninja. Although she possessed chakra, she could not be considered a ninja, lacking any ninjutsu or chakra manipulation skills. Otherwise, she would not have been carried to the grass village. The chakra she possessed was merely a result of her Uzumaki lineage, something she had unconsciously learned to harness. Tsukumo paused, realizing the predicament. The journey a ninja could complete in mere hours might take an ordinary person several days to cover half the distance. Thus, the best course of action was. Tsukumo exchanged a glance with Aoi, subtly hinting at something. I'll carry you, Yakina. Aoi swiftly understood, handing Rito the snowball on her shoulder before turning to hoist Yakina onto her back. My sincere apologies for the trouble, Yakina murmured. There's no need for such formalities. Friends don't need to speak like that, Aoi replied with a bright smile as they set off. Several hours later, gazing at the gates of Konoha, the group exhaled in relief. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards merely registered Yakina before allowing her entry. After all, as long as one was not suspicious, it was not particularly challenging for outsiders to enter Konoha. However, as they approached the Hokage building, they were suddenly confronted by members of the Umbu. Lord Tsukumo, please hold on. This person cannot enter the Hokage building, an Umbu clad in a gorilla mask interjected, addressing Yakina. Tsukumo nodded. This was to be expected given the heightened security of the Hokage building. This is the report regarding the origin of this girl. Please present it to Lord Hokage. He produced a pre-prepared document and handed it to the Umbu. Understood. The Umbu took the document and vanished instantly. Yakina gazed at the imposing Hokage building, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Would they accept her as allies? She wondered silently. Lord Hokage permits her entry into the Hokage building. Lord Tsukumo, please proceed. Indeed. The Umbu soon reappeared. Upon receiving permission, Tsukumo led Rito and the others into the Hokage building. After ascending the staircase and traversing the curved corridor, they finally stood before the door of the Hokage's office. After gently knocking twice, a deep, resonant voice beckoned, come in. The group entered to find the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, diligently working. He set down his pen and looked up at Tsukumo. You have worked hard, Tsukumo. It is my duty to contribute to Konoha. Tsukumo replied as he handed the drawn maps to Hiruzen. Excellent. Sarutobi perused the map briefly before placing it aside on the desk. He opened a drawer containing the C-rank mission reward and retrieved a bounty, handing it to Tsukumo. Then, he turned his gaze to Yakina, noting her unique crimson hair and vibrant life force, confirming her identity as an Uzumaki without a doubt. Yakina, sensing Sarutobi's scrutiny, felt her heart race with trepidation, her body trembling. Lord Hokage, my name is Uzumaki Yakina. I am a lost member of the Uzumaki clan. I humbly request to join Konoha. She instinctively bowed and stated. Haha, Sarutobi chuckled lightly. Welcome to Konoha. From now on, consider this place your new home. The wife of the first Hokage, Mito, was also of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, the village has another Uzumaki of similar age to you. Her name is Uzumaki Kushina, and I believe you two will become excellent friends. Although the next host of the Nine Tails had been determined to be Uzumaki Kushina, having another Uzumaki bloodline in the village could only be beneficial. Konoha also possessed sufficient resources to support another person. Shiryu, take Yakina to register her residency in Konoha. Tsubaki, report this matter to Lady Mito, Sarutobi instructed. In the next moment, two Umbu materialized from the shadows of the office. Yes, they knelt in obedience. One swiftly departed the Hokage building, while the other approached Yakina, gesturing for her to follow. With a sigh of relief, Yakaina steadied her nerves. Having come this far, there was nothing left to fear. She followed the Umbu out of the Hokage's office. Chapter 14. The CH Nin exam. Lord Hokage, we shall take our leave now and not disturb your work. After addressing the matter concerning Uzumaki Yakaina, Hatake Tsukumo slightly bowed, preparing to escort the 3 members of Team 9 away. Wait a moment. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly raised his hand to halt them. He then turned his gaze toward the trio behind Tsukumo. His eyes scanned the somewhat excited Inuzuka Aoi and Yamanaka Shiran, ultimately resting upon Rito. Upon feeling Hiruzen's gaze, Rito also lifted his eyes to scrutinize the man before him. The Sarutobi Hiruzen he saw now was entirely different from his recollections. The fierce spirit of a hero radiated from his brow, devoid of the lecherous and frail demeanor he would possess several decades later. It was evident that aging wrought profound changes upon a person. Even the once-renowned Sarutobi Hiruzen capitulated to threats during the Hyuga clan kidnapping incident, allowing Hyuga Hayashi to be made a scapegoat. Rito, I noticed in Tsukumo's report that you single-handedly eliminated 2 jonin from the grass village, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, his tone laced with approval. It was merely a stroke of luck. Lord Hokage, Rito replied politely. Although the ninja ranking standards of small villages differ from those of larger ones, the 2 grass ninjas were roughly on par with Konoha's elite jonin. Thus, Rito's feat of dispatching 2 jonin as a genin was indeed remarkable. Haha. There are not so many strokes of luck in this world. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Even during your time at the Ninja Academy, I had already taken note of your extraordinary talent. Thus, it is not surprising that you would achieve something astonishing. As he spoke, he retrieved a document from his drawer. The standards for genin have long since ceased to apply to you, so I believe it is time for your promotion to CH Nin. In 2 days, there will be a CH Nin exam. This is the application form. If you wish to participate, I will personally recommend you. He placed the CH Nin exam application on his desk and pushed it toward Rito with a beaming smile, revealing his true intention. A war is imminent. Organizing a CH Nin exam now is tantamount to urging people to march to their doom. Rito inwardly scoffed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Nevertheless, after contemplating, he agreed. I will participate. In terms of strength, he had long surpassed the CH Nin level. Even when faced with ordinary jonin, he was capable of securing victory, making the prospect of becoming a CH Nin unremarkable. Moreover, would the village refrain from assigning higher-level missions simply because he remained a genin? He could be temporarily promoted to CH Nin on the battlefield, leaving no room for evasion. Rito approached the desk and took the application form. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile. Now go home and rest well. Gather your strength for the CH Nin exam. Goodbye, Lord Hokage. The group bid farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen and exited the Hokage's office. As they stepped out of the Hokage building, Inuzuka always seized Rito's arm. Wow, Rito, you're incredible. Less than 2 weeks after graduation, and you're already on the verge of becoming a CH Nin. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Becoming a CH Nin requires passing the exam. If I fail, I remain a genin, Rito shrugged. Stop being modest. Do you really think you would fail the CH Nin exam? Inuzuka always scoffed, unable to believe his words. Rito chuckled, choosing not to engage further. He gazed at the slightly dimming sun. The timing is perfect. Let's go for barbecue Q. Didn't I promise to treat you all to barbecue? He then turned to Hatake Tsukumo, inviting, Tsukumo-sensei, why not join us? No, I have matters to attend to at home. Hatake Tsukumo replied, his gaze complex as he looked at Rito. Although he had only guided Team 9 through 2 missions, he sensed that he would soon no longer be their supervising jonin. The promotion of a genin to CH Nin indicated that the team could independently undertake missions without the need for a supervising jonin as their captain. While normally the supervising jonin would continue as captain for some time, the current circumstances were extraordinary, leading Tsukumo to conclude that he would no longer lead Team 9. You performed admirably on this mission. I hope you can maintain unity and caution in future tasks, he said, placing a hand on Rito's shoulder before turning to leave. Is something wrong at Tsukumo-sensei's home? He's in such a hurry to go back, Rito frowned. Don't you know? Tsukumo-sensei's wife is pregnant. After being away for days on this mission, he must miss her dearly, Inuzuka always explained, glancing back at Rito. Pregnant? So that means Hatake Kakashi was born this year. Rito contemplated. He had no recollection of the character's birth years from the original story. However, it was of little importance, after all. He needed to maintain his own rhythm and not be overly entangled with the majority of characters. Before long, the trio arrived at Barbecue Q. Despite the impending war, this renowned barbecue establishment in Konoha remained bustling as ever. They seated themselves by the window and began to place their orders. By the way, do you know about the recent rumors circulating in the village? Inuzuka always suddenly inquired while waiting for their meat to cook. It's about the impending war, she added. We know, Yamanaka Shiran replied in a hushed tone. Various signs suggested that the rumors held truth. Just as one can discern the arrival of autumn from a falling leaf, even as genin, they could sense the atmosphere of war looming over the village, leading to inevitable concerns. The occurrence of war is beyond our control as low-ranking ninjas, Rito remarked, flipping the meat on the grill with a nonchalant air. Rather than fretting over the possibility of war, why not indulge in some barbecue? Inuzuka Aoi considered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. You're right, given the circumstances. Let's focus on eating first. With that, she quickly grabbed 2 sizzling pieces of meat and began to eat. As the evening deepened, streetlights illuminated the surroundings, and the trio savored their meal, concluding their celebratory dinner after the mission. After Rito settled the bill, they exited Barbecue Q, exchanging their farewells before preparing to part ways. However, just as Rito turned to leave, he heard Inuzuka Aoi's voice call out, "Rito, do your best in the CH9 exam. I'll be there to cheer you on." Under the glow of a nearby streetlight, she extended her arm, making a fist in a gesture of encouragement. Rito said nothing, merely responding with an OK hand sign. Chapter 15. The Spiraling Sphere. On yet another day, with no missions at hand, Rito finally had the opportunity to train once more. He ventured into a secluded forest within the Uchiha clan territory. The development of the Chidori technique was nearly complete, allowing for leisurely refinements without urgency. Thus, he pondered the prospect of cultivating a new ninjutsu in an area strewn with chaotic boulders. Of course, while it was officially termed as development, Rito was acutely aware that this endeavor was fundamentally one of imitation. The target of his imitation had long been determined, the spiraling sphere. After all, having already claimed the Chidori, it seemed reasonable to pursue the spiraling sphere as well. Rito retrieved the prepared water balloon and rubber ball. Knowing that the original literature provided a detailed training methodology for the spiraling sphere, he merely needed to recreate it from memory. He picked up the water balloon and infused it with chakra. The first step required the chakra to swirl chaotically within the balloon until it burst. Achieving this was not particularly challenging. With the aid of his Sharingan, Rito succeeded in bursting the water balloon within mere minutes. The second step involved rupturing the rubber ball. Drawing on his understanding of ninjutsu, Rito surmised that the technique to break the rubber ball lay in the compression and concentration of chakra. With a resounding pop, the rubber ball shattered into countless fragments. In half an hour, Rito completed the second step of mastering the spiraling sphere. The third step required the simultaneous execution of both previous techniques, the chaotic movement and compression of chakra. Logically, this final aspect should have posed a greater challenge. Yet Rito effortlessly raised his hand. A spherical spiraling sphere gradually took shape in his palm, radiating a brilliant azure light, requiring no further training to master. The exquisite transformation of chakra indeed revealed that formidable ninjutsu is invariably beautiful. Gazing at the spiraling sphere in his hand, Rito softly mused before promptly pressing it against a nearby boulder. With a thunderous boom, a perfectly circular hollow formed at the center of the massive stone, its inner walls smooth as though meticulously sculpted by a master craftsman. Rito traced the edge of the stone's opening, and an idea suddenly struck him. What if I were to master the Flying Thunder God technique, combining it with the spiraling sphere to earn a title like Black Flash? Wouldn't that render Minato a mere substitute for me? A smile crept onto his lips. Another day passed, and the day of the Chunin exam arrived. Rito arrived punctually at the testing site, the Konoha Ninja Academy. As he walked through the corridor towards the examination room, he spotted a somewhat familiar figure, S.H. Ju. "Oh, S.H. Ju," Rito called, waving him over. S.H. Ju turned, his expression one of mild surprise upon recognizing Rito. "Rito, you're here for the Chunin exam too?" From S.H. Ju's perspective, Rito had just graduated, and logically, his strength should not suffice for participation. He had secretly sought the approval of his sister, Tsunade, and pleaded with Orochimaru several times to obtain an application for the Chunin exam. Yet here was Rito, appearing unexpectedly. "Is that not permissible?" Rito replied with a light smile, countering the inquiry. "Well, it's not that it's forbidden. Think of it as an opportunity to gain experience," S.H. Ju remarked, a hint of smugness creeping into his demeanor. He envisioned himself stealing the spotlight during the exam, decisively overshadowing Rito. In his mind, S.H. Ju believed that while he held a slight edge in lineage and strength, in other attributes such as appearance, charisma, and intellect, he fell far short of Rito. Thus, he could only indulge in fantasies of his advantages. Ha! Rito chuckled at S.H. Ju's self-satisfied expression and couldn't help but inquire, "S.H. Ju, since graduating early from the academy, have you not interacted with your peers?" Given Rito's notoriety among his contemporaries, no one would dare consider him weak, yet S.H. Ju appeared to be the exception. S.H. Ju, not fully grasping Rito's intent, answered earnestly, "After graduation, aside from occasionally undertaking missions, I've mostly been training under Orochimaru and my sister. So I've had little interaction with fellow ninjas my age." He scratched his head. "Is there something wrong with that?" "Not at all," Rito nodded, contemplating. He then patted S.H. Ju on the shoulder, smiling. "Let us head into the exam room. We wouldn't want to be late." "Right?" S.H. Ju agreed. And the two hastened towards the designated classroom for the Chunin exam. As Rito surveyed the room, he noted the presence of roughly 100 students of various ages. From seasoned ninjas who had lingered in the ranks of genin for years to fellow academy graduates like himself. It seemed to be a gathering of all the elite genin in the village. After finding a seat, S.H. Ju remarked quietly, "It feels like there are many skilled ninjas in this Chunin exam." Rito nodded, recognizing several elite contemporaries. Among them were Uchiha Mikoto from his clan, the Hyuga brothers Hizashi and Hayashi, and the Ino Shikicho trio, comprising Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and a kimchi choji. Ding. Shortly after they settled in, the clock struck 8. Several examiners suddenly appeared, all donning animal masks. Clearly, this Chunin exam was under the direct supervision of the Hokage's Umbu. An Umbu member with a tiger-striped mask stood at the front and solemnly announced, "This Chunin exam consists of 2 rounds, with no written test. All content will be practical combat. Please follow me to the first examination site." With that, he led the way out of the classroom. No written test? All practical combat. How peculiar, murmured a ninja from the crowd. However, Rito found no issue with this. In this day and age, why still bother with written exams? The sooner they completed the tests and became Chunin, the sooner they could head to the battlefield. A fair exchange, indeed. Rito, how about we form an alliance for the first exam? I assure you, your chances of passing will significantly increase. S.H. Ju suggested quietly as they made their way to the exam venue. He held a strong confidence in his abilities, believing he was already at the level of a Chunin. Had it not been for his sister Tsunade's objections, he would have already achieved that rank. Rito smiled, agreed. If we form an alliance, our chances of passing the Chunin exam will undoubtedly be enhanced. With that, S.H. Ju began envisioning his moment of glory. Chapter 16. Uchiha Makoto. Under the guidance of the Umbu, a group of candidates arrived at a clearing near the Forest of Death. An Umbu member, adorned with a striped mask, ascended a platform and gazed down at the candidates, speaking in a deep voice. The location of this examination is the Forest of Death, and the test is named Iron Ball. As he spoke, he produced a black metallic sphere, raising it high for all to see. The essence of the test is that, at regular intervals, a creature will drop these iron balls into the Forest of Death, and the candidates must devise ways to acquire them. Upon bringing the iron ball to the central tower of the forest, one passes the examination. The methods of obtaining the iron balls are unrestricted, and, as the masked Umbu surveyed the candidates below, he gently clenched the palm holding the metallic sphere. Beep, beep, beep. The sphere seemed to activate a mechanism, emitting a sharp and piercing sound. Once released into the Forest of Death, the iron ball would continuously produce noise until it was brought to the central tower, at which point it could be silenced. Following the explanation of the exam's rules, the candidates were taken aback. "Damn it, this rule practically forces us into combat," murmured one of the candidates amidst the crowd. As he rightly pointed out, once someone acquired the metallic sphere, the shrill noise would undoubtedly attract numerous candidates. Ultimately, only those strong enough to fend off the covetous eyes of their peers and successfully deliver the iron ball to the central tower would advance to the next round. "This iron ball is a gift for you all," the striped Umbu stated, turning to hurl the metallic sphere into the air, which then traced a long arc before disappearing into the depths of the Forest of Death. All candidates would collectively enter the forest 5 minutes later, with the examination concluding precisely at noon. During the waiting period before entering the exam, feel free to discuss amongst yourselves. There are no restrictions on forming teams for this exam. You may choose freely, he added. Rito, let's team up, SH2 suddenly suggested. Given that the exam allowed for team formations, having multiple members would certainly confer an advantage, especially since this examination practically encouraged candidates to engage in battle. Under such circumstances, one had to either possess formidable strength or ensure a numerical advantage to avoid losing the iron ball. All right, Rito nodded. Though he had no particular desire to team up, he did not mind it either. In fact, all candidates present had begun seeking familiar and trustworthy companions to form teams. As time ticked by, someone approached Rito and SH2. Hello, a gentle voice chimed. The two turned to see a black-haired girl, her skin fair, eyes bright, and exuding a refined demeanor. SH2 was instantly captivated, his gaze faltering as his face flushed. However, Rito merely cast a brief glance and replied, "Is there something you need?" He recognized her as Uchiha Makoto, the future mother of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. You are also a member of the Uchiha clan, are you not? My name is Uchiha Makoto. Perhaps we could form a team and participate in this examination together, she said in her soft voice. Uchiha Makoto was 4 years older than Rito, so during her 6th year at the Shinobi Academy, Rito was merely in his 2nd year. Even then, Rito had begun to showcase his talents, and although they were not in the same grade, Makoto had heard of his reputation. Rito considered declining her offer, but SH2 suddenly nudged him with his elbow. Glancing sideways, he noticed SH2's bashful demeanor and understood. Fine, Rito shrugged. Allow me to introduce another teammate. SH2. He patted SH2 on the shoulder. This gentleman comes from an extraordinary lineage. He is the grandson of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the younger brother of Tsunade. SH2 smiled sheepishly at Uchiha Makoto, saying, "Hello, I'm SH2. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hello, Makoto replied, her demeanor becoming somewhat cold in response to SH2's attitude. Just as Tsunade had exhibited disdain towards Rito, Makoto also harbored a degree of condescension towards SH2. The animosity between the Senju and Uchiha clans had been rooted since the times of Indra and Ashura. With only a few decades since the establishment of Konohagakure, erasing deeply ingrained prejudices would not be a simple task. Naturally, Makoto, influenced by her family's sentiments, held no fondness for the Senju bloodline. However, Many with Senju lineage had begun to forget their historical grievances after the clan dispersed and integrated into the village. Ju was a prime example of this phenomenon. Once the team was formed, the time for the examination swiftly arrived. Commence the exam. You may now enter the Forest of Death. In an instant, the lower-ranked shinobi dashed into the forest, vanishing amidst the sea of greenery. Rito and his companions found a secluded corner to halt and discuss their strategy for the examination. Shall we search for the initial iron ball? I recall it was thrown in that direction. Ju pointed to their right. Even before the exam commenced, he had begun analyzing where the metallic sphere might have landed within the Forest of Death. However, seeking it now would undoubtedly be a futile endeavor, as the Hyuga brothers, Hinata Hazashi and Hinata Hayashi, had already set their sights on the iron ball. Rito shook his head. The Hyuga clan? Regrettably, with there be a Kugan, they will likely find the iron ball first. Ju sighed. The range of the Forest of Death is too vast, and the placement of the iron balls is utterly random. To wander aimlessly like a headless fly in hopes of encountering a creature that has dropped an iron ball is excessively optimistic. Instead, we should choose a strategic location and wait to ambush others who find the iron balls. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Makoto and Ju nodded in agreement. But where might such a prime location be? Ju inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Without waiting for Rito to explain, Makoto rolled her eyes and stated, "The Central Tower. Anyone who acquires the iron ball will inevitably head towards it, so we should simply lie in wait near the Central Tower." Chapter 17, Sharingan Hihi. That makes sense. Ju smirked, nodding in agreement. However, the fact that he needed a reminder to grasp such an evident truth only underscored his naivety. Nevertheless, there were certainly others who shared our perspective, so we must be prepared for the possibility of conflict, Rito added. Do not expect any merciful souls among these ninjas. Those who have come to participate in the Nin exams are undoubtedly mentally prepared for what lies ahead. Ha ha ha, worry not. I shall drive back anyone who dares to seize our belongings, Ju declared with confidence. At that moment, he resembled a fledgling tiger, viewing every creature as mere prey. Let us set off directly, Rito chuckled, leaping onto a branch and racing towards the heart of the Forest of Death. They traveled in silence until the Central Tower came into clear view, prompting them to halt. So, we merely wait here? Ju inquired quietly from atop a massive tree. The trio concealed themselves within the shadows of the canopy, each suppressing their presence as they observed the surroundings. Indeed, Rito confirmed, activating his Sharingan. From his elevated vantage point, he could even glimpse scenes beyond the Forest of Death. Although the forest remained eerily tranquil, beneath its surface, unseen currents surged. You've activated your Sharingan? Uchiha Makoto suddenly noticed the crimson hue of Rito's eyes, her surprise palpable. Yes, it's a two-tomo, Rito casually replied, his gaze firmly fixed on the distant woods, where he had already detected the traces of the brothers, Hizashi and Hayashi. The metal sphere, initially thrown into the fray, had indeed been captured by them. Impressive. I haven't even activated a single tomo, Uchiha Makoto said, her tone tinged with melancholy. Having been a ninja for 4 years, her classmates had long since become Nin, while she remained unawarded, lacking even the activation of her Sharingan. At times, she pondered whether she was truly suited for this path. Noticing the shift in Makoto's emotions, Rito gently inquired, "Are you aware of the conditions required for our Uchiha clan to awaken the Sharingan? It necessitates extreme mental stimulus." Uchiha Makoto responded instantly, without a moment's hesitation. This answer had resonated within her countless times, even haunting her dreams, where she envisioned awakening her Sharingan due to emotional turmoil. Rito chuckled softly, saying, "Thus, for you, not awakening is a blessing, is it not? The absence of mental stimulus signifies that your life has been rather pleasant, indicating emotional richness, indeed. A positive state. Typically, the awakening of the Uchiha Sharingan stems from negative emotions, hatred, jealousy, sorrow. These feelings serve as the wellspring for all Uchiha awakenings. That Makoto has yet to awaken only reflects the contentment of her life. Then what prompted your awakening, Rito?" Uchiha Makoto instinctively asked, immediately regretting it. It seemed to touch upon Rito's wounds. "Years ago, following the death of my parents due to illness, I inadvertently awakened my Sharingan," Rito said softly. "I'm sorry." Uchiha Makoto quickly bowed in apology. In comparison, her life indeed seemed far superior to Rito's. She enjoyed both parents in a wealthy household, having never faced hardship. In that moment, Uchiha Makoto understood why she had not awakened. "There is no need for apologies. It's nothing to dwell upon," Rito reassured nonchalantly. He certainly did not mind, for he spoke a falsehood. The true reason behind Rito's Sharingan awakening was not the death of his parents. Instead, the Traverse had endowed him with exceptional mental prowess, allowing him to awaken his Sharingan naturally upon refining his chakra, and he had done so with two tomo. Uchiha Makoto gazed at Rito, her heart a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, Rito's attention shifted to the distant Central Tower. He sensed something was about to emerge. Indeed. Within a minute, the doors of the Central Tower swung open, spilling forth an uncountable horde of ninja beasts, charging outward. Boom, boom, boom. The stampede of beasts stirred up clouds of dust, forging a path through the forest. The Umbu are releasing the iron balls. SH-Ju exclaimed excitedly, preparing to leap from the treetop. But Rito suddenly seized SH-Ju's arm, exclaiming, "No, this is a bait." Through the lens of his Sharingan, he had discerned that none of the ninja beasts bore the metal spheres. Really? SH-Ju questioned, astonishment and doubt mingling in his voice. The outcome soon validated Rito's insight, as the ninjas lying in ambush around the central tower exerted themselves to capture a few ninja beasts. They found no trace of the metal spheres. Some even pried open the beasts' mouths and delved into their bellies, yet discovered nothing. Indeed, it is a bait. SH-Ju exclaimed, his eyes widening upon witnessing the unfolding events. Had it not been for Rito's warning, he might have recklessly jumped down, thus losing half their initiative upon being discovered. Such is the power of the Sharingan, Uchiha Makoto remarked, a hint of pride curling her lips. Though the Sharingan belonged to Rito, they were all Uchiha. There was little need to delineate so clearly. Yet Rito was not focused on SH-Ju and Makoto's exchange. His attention remained fixed on the surrounding situation. The Umbu would undoubtedly release the iron balls, and while their locations might be random, the area around the central tower could not consist solely of bait. Surely, there must be at least one genuine target. Found it. Rito suddenly noticed a few flying ninja beasts quietly released from the top of the central tower, and one of the owls bore a black metal sphere around its neck. He immediately hurled 2 shuriken. With a resounding clang, the 2 shuriken collided mid-air, redirecting one with precision to sever the cord around the owl's neck. Beep, beep, beep. Once the cord snapped, the metal sphere began emitting an ear-piercing shriek. Subsequently, both exposed and hidden ninjas in the vicinity turned their attention to the metal sphere plummeting from the sky. Haha, that iron ball is mine now. A nearby young ninja leaped into the air, reaching out to grasp the metal sphere. Chapter 18. Have I advanced? Huh, did you think I wouldn't notice you? Lido leaped forward, arriving above the young ninja in an instant. He swiftly grasped the descending metallic orb and gazed downward. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. The young ninja merely caught a glimpse of Lido's eye and immediately succumbed to the illusion, his body plummeting helplessly. Witnessing Lido seize the metallic sphere, nearby participants surged toward him. Logically, if Lido managed to hold the orb and fend off the surrounding ambush, he would undoubtedly be the first to enter the central tower. However, he executed a mid-air twist, returning to the top of the colossal tree where he had previously concealed himself. Hold tight. Lido thrust the metallic orb into Uchiha Meichin's hands. Huh? Uchiha Meichin appeared somewhat bewildered. The sequence of events, from Lido discovering the metallic orb to his acquisition and swift return, unfolded in a mere heartbeat, leaving her no time to contemplate. Yet, Lido offered no further explanation. He firmly grasped Uchiha Meichin's wrist and spun her around with force. An afterimage flickered in the air as Uchiha Meichin tumbled like a lead ball, landing deftly at the entrance of the central tower, with the momentum carrying her forward. She staggered a step and successfully entered the tower. Just a single step separated her from the tumultuous world beyond its walls. Have I advanced? Uchiha Meichin glanced at the still beeping metallic orb in her hand and then surveyed her surroundings, suddenly realizing she had arrived at the central tower and successfully progressed. All of this was orchestrated by Lido. She turned to catch a glimpse of Lido still outside, but the doorway of the central tower obscured her view, revealing only a pair of indistinct legs. To see more clearly, she would need to step outside once more. For reasons unknown, Uchiha Meichin felt a pang of indecision within her. She was torn between remaining inside the tower or stepping out for another look. Candidates who have advanced have designated rest areas. Please follow me. At that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared, snatching the metallic orb from Uchiha Meichin's grasp and silencing the bothersome noise. Outside the tower, the candidates who had been approaching Lido abruptly halted. After all, with the metallic orb now gone, their previous actions would only waste their strength and chakra. Humph. That Navi Uchiha brat has foolishly handed over her opportunity to others. How utterly foolish. A candidate sneered, witnessing the hard-earned metallic orb vanish. Oh, are you dissatisfied? Lido chuckled lightly. Uchiha Meichin was the weakest of the trio. Thus allowing her to advance was entirely reasonable. Under the gaze of his Sharingan, the previously aggressive candidates fell silent. After all, the name Uchiha was not to be trifled with. A ninja capable of awakening the Tutomo Sharingan was surely formidable. Moreover, engaging in battle with Lido would be an unwise decision, as sustaining injuries would effectively spell failure in the exam. Humph. The individual scoffed and vanished in an instant. Subsequently, all candidates who had revealed themselves began to conceal their presence once more. Lido, your actions were incredibly swift just now. However, I believe it was wise of you to hand the orb to Meichin. When Lido returned to the treetop where he had concealed himself, Shitian whispered. Had he possessed the observational prowess of the Sharingan, he felt he too might have discovered the metallic orb first, perhaps even relinquishing it to Uchiha Meichin himself. Lido nodded, surveying their surroundings before shifting the topic. There are too many candidates lurking nearby. We should change locations. The abundance of opportunists has made this area a high-risk zone. Shitian concurred. They retreated a distance, leaving the core area of the central tower and relocating to a slightly outer region. Lido continued to observe the situation within the Forest of Death. After a while, the Hyuga brothers, Hinata Hazashi and Hinata Hayashi, clad in their clan attire, approached the central tower swiftly. The noise emanating from them indicated that they had both acquired metallic orbs. Lido, Should we attempt to seize the metallic orbs from the Hyuga brothers? That should suffice for both of us to advance, Shitian suggested. The brothers showed no intention of concealing their presence, brazenly traversing the forest of death. Easily detected even by the less perceptive Shitian. However, Lido merely cast a casual glance at Hizashi and Hayashi before stating, "No need, let them advance." It would be rather dull without the Hyuga clan in the next round. This Chunin exam consisted of only 2 rounds, with the next likely being individual combat. Therefore, allowing some capable individuals to progress to the next round was essential. Otherwise, encountering a group of inept candidates would be rather unentertaining. Indeed, Shitian agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. The two watched as the Hyuga brothers hurried toward the central tower. Upon reaching its vicinity, they were met with ambushes from well-hidden candidates. Yet, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan was no mere decoration. The brothers swiftly incapacitated nearly 10 opponents, utilizing their sheer strength to enter the central tower. The Byakugan combined with the gentle fist technique presents quite a challenge, Shitian mused, recalling the fighting style of the Hyuga clan with a furrowed brow. The gentle fist possesses the ability to sever chakra flow, and given that his own combat style heavily relies on taijutsu, encountering one of the Hyuga brothers in individual combat would indeed pose a significant challenge. Stop daydreaming, Lido interjected, interrupting Xingtian's contemplation. I have spotted a candidate with a metallic orb. Do you wish to seize it? There are numerous methods for a ninja beast to deliver a metallic orb. Earlier, he had observed a fish-like ninja beast carrying a metallic orb into the rivers of the Forest of Death, fortuitously encountered by a fortunate candidate. That fortunate candidate was now lurking in the river, likely waiting for the right moment to enter the central tower. The flowing water also effectively muffled the orb's noise. Where? Tell me quickly. I am ready for battle, Shangtian exclaimed, clenching his fists with excitement. From the moment he entered the exam, he had mentally prepared himself, knowing that he would show no mercy, even to fellow villagers. Chapter 19. A slight overexertion. There lies a river, where he concealed himself. Lidu pointed towards the northwest of the Forest of Death and spoke. As soon as he finished his words, Shinshu leapt down from the treetops, expressing his gratitude before swiftly rushing to seize the metallic sphere. Before long, he arrived at the river that Lidu had mentioned. The river appeared to be quite substantial. If he were to dive and search, who knows how long it might take to locate the target. However, Shinshu indeed had his own methods. Summoning technique. He bit his finger, invoking the summoning technique to call forth a large brown serpent. As a disciple of Orochimaru, Shinshu had naturally learned some of his snake-related jutsu and summoning arts. Lord Shinshu, what is your command? The summoned serpent bowed its head towards Shinshu. Shinshu gently patted the serpent's head and instructed, Earth Serpent, assist me in fleshing out the ninja concealed within this river. Understood. The Earth Serpent promptly turned and entered the water. Compared to humans, the summoned serpent was far more accustomed to the river. Before long, the water began to surge. Damn it, where did the snake come from? The hidden figure in the river suddenly leaped out, mumbling in disbelief. At that moment, Shinshu, who had been lying in ambush on the shore, launched a surprise attack, delivering a powerful blow to the man and Appo's abdomen, instantly knocking him unconscious. Apologies, but for the sake of my advancement, I must take this iron sphere. Shinshu retrieved the metallic sphere from the man's grasp. Though acquiring it through a sneak attack felt somewhat dishonorable, it mattered not as long as he could advance. Earth Serpent, store this in your belly, and remain hidden underground until I command you to emerge. He tossed the metallic sphere to the summoned Earth Serpent, hoping to muffle any sounds through its stomach and the soil. Understood. The Earth Serpent swallowed the metallic sphere and burrowed underground. With the advancement issue resolved, Shinshu breathed a sigh of relief and did not linger near the river, turning back to his hiding spot. Upon returning, his expression immediately brightened, brimming with eagerness to flaunt before Lidu. However, Lidu appeared to ignore him entirely. After a moment of feeling thwarted, Shinshu muttered, Are there any more iron spheres to seize? Let us hurry to grab one and enter the central tower together, lest we encounter any unforeseen mishaps. Lidu replied nonchalantly, The Forest of Death is vast, and the initial batch of iron spheres is limited. It is fortunate enough to have discovered 2 so promptly. Thus, we should simply wait patiently for the remaining time. Shinshu pondered for a moment, finding merit in his words, and sighed, Then we have no choice but to do so. As time passed, the Forest of Death remained eerily quiet, save for the occasional roar of beasts. It was as if no one was present. And even the deployment of the metallic spheres by the Umbu was uncertain. What on earth are the Umbu up to? They set all these rules to lure us into battle, yet now they do not deploy the iron spheres. How can we fight without an opportunity? Shinshu could not help but grumble. As the clock approached 9, only 3 hours remained until the examination concluded. If the Umbu did not release the metallic spheres soon, there would be no time left to engage in battle. Do not fret, the Umbu likely have something grand planned, Lidu commented. He noticed that the ninjas, who had previously scattered throughout the Forest of Death, were gradually converging near the central tower. It seemed that their prolonged search for the iron spheres had ignited their desire to seize them. Time continued to pass until it reached 9:10. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings filled the air. Looking up, Shinshu saw a dense swarm of bird-like ninja beasts, which had inexplicably filled the sky. Upon closer inspection, He noticed that several of these creatures had metallic spheres hanging from their necks. Act quickly. Shinshu intended to alert Li Du, but turning around, he found himself alone. At that moment, Li Du had already leapt into the air, swiftly throwing 2 shurikens to snatch one metallic sphere, catching it effortlessly. However, Li Du was not the only one eyeing these metallic spheres. In an instant, dozens of candidates appeared around them. Some targeted the spheres hanging from the ninja beast's necks, while others focused on the sphere that Li Du had already taken. Li Du had no time to deal with each one individually, so he prepared to unleash a powerful technique. He stuffed the metallic sphere into his pocket and swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. With a deep breath, he unleashed a ferocious gale from his mouth. In an instant, the surrounding environment transformed. Towering trees were snapped in half, and the earth beneath was sent flying. The ninjas who had leapt into the air were sent crashing to the ground like flies. What nonsense! How can a C-rank great breakthrough possess such immense power? Shinshu exclaimed in disbelief, clinging to a swaying tree branch. In that moment, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. He had thought Li Du merely possessed the level of an average Jinin, even with the added prowess of the Tutomo Sharingan. He assumed it would only bring him close to the level of a Chunin. Yet, judging by the effects of this great breakthrough, Li Du's strength far exceeded his expectations. As the technique concluded, Li Du landed atop a broken tree trunk, and everything within the vicinity bore the marks of devastation, reminiscent of a typhoon's wrath. The once thick forest was now littered with shattered limbs, and even the soil seemed as if it had been plowed. What transpired here? A few Umbu emerged from the central tower, gazing in astonishment at the utterly transformed landscape. They had come to investigate after sensing the tremors that had rippled through the central tower during Li Du's jutsu. My apologies, I may have overdone it with the ninjutsu, Li Du said with a hint of regret, before swiftly leaping towards the entrance of the central tower. The Umbu watched Li Du and Appo's retreating figure, pondering silently. Are the youngsters of today truly this formidable? As Li Du entered the central tower, Shinshu belatedly came to his senses and leapt down from the tree trunk. Wait for me. I haven't entered yet. He hurried after Li Du into the tower. At that moment, Li Du had already handed the metallic sphere to the Umbu and was preparing to head to the resting area. Where is your metallic sphere? The Umbu, noticing Shinshu's empty hands, inquired in astonishment. Huh? Shinshu instinctively froze, then remembered that his metallic sphere was still with the summoned Earth Serpent. He immediately knelt on the ground, pounding it with his fists, calling out, Earth Serpent. Earth Serpent. With a thunderous crash, the Earth Serpent's head burst through the floor of the central tower, opening its mouth to regurgitate the metallic sphere. Lord Shinshu, after this mission, you owe me 100 frogs as compensation. This thing has given me a headache. The Earth Serpent complained, before vanishing with a loud pop, leaving a sizable crater in the central tower. Chapter 20. Personal Battle. Hey, Rito, wait for me. SH2 exclaimed as he picked up a metallic sphere from the ground and handed it to the Umbu member before hastily pursuing Rito. The Umbu member glanced at the metallic sphere in his hand and then at the gaping hole created by SH2's summoning snake. Feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. The Umbu were originally a direct force under the Hokage, tasked with protecting the Hokage, executing assassinations, or at the very least, gathering intelligence on enemies. Little did they expect that a mere order would have them proctoring a group of lower ninjas. It was truly a daunting situation. SH2 caught up with Rito and couldn't help but voice his curiosity. How did you achieve such a remarkable effect with a C-rank technique? It feels almost comparable to an S-rank ninjutsu. Rito slowed his pace, explaining as he walked, do not judge every ninjutsu through your conventional lens. The rank of a ninjutsu merely denotes its learning difficulty, not its power. The key to a strong ninjutsu lies in the willingness to expend chakra. Do you understand? Though Rito's ninjutsu appeared extraordinarily powerful from the perspective of an ordinary ninja, he remained unsatisfied. It is worth noting that during the Fourth Shinobi World War, Uchiha Madara's B-rank Great Fire Annihilation necessitated the combined efforts of the entire Ninja Alliance's water techniques to counter. Thus, he felt he still had a long way to go. SH2, having pondered Rito's words, calculated in his mind. Possessing the bloodline of Hashirama, his chakra reserves were substantial as well. Therefore, if he were to unleash his chakra fully to utilize ninjutsu, he could achieve at least 70% of Rito's effectiveness, if not 100. The resting area for candidates was on the second floor. Upon arriving, Rito and SH2 encountered Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Hizashi, who had arrived before them. Mikoto had been attentively observing the entrance of the resting area, so when Rito entered, she promptly approached him. Rito, I knew you would advance, Uchiha Mikoto said, her smile radiant as she grasped his arm. I'm all right. This CH9 exam wasn't particularly challenging, Rito shrugged, casually dismissing the difficulty of the exam. If a mere CH9 exam could defeat me, it would truly be an embarrassment to my identity as a transmigrator. Did you sustain any injuries? There are medical ninjas in the resting area, Mikoto inquired with genuine concern. Although Rito appeared unscathed, excessive chakra depletion could be fatal, prompting her increased worry. Don't worry about me. I'm perfectly fine. Let's sit down and rest, Rito reassured her, patting her shoulder before finding a seat in the resting area. Mikoto nodded, settling gracefully beside Rito. Seated adjacent to each other, Rito possessed a striking appearance and an aura of gallantry, while Makoto exhibited elegance and gentle charm. Their proximity created an enchanting scene, reminiscent of a tale spun from fairy dust. SHU suddenly felt a pang of self-consciousness, embarrassed to sit beside Rito. After a deep breath, he took a seat on Rito's other side. At that moment, there were 5 individuals in the resting area who had advanced, including Rito and his 2 companions, alongside Hisashi and Hinata Hayashi. Uchiha Rito, the top of the 4th-year class at the Ninja Academy. Some say his strength surpasses that of all others at the academy, Hisashi thought, his gaze fixed on Rito. It's fortuitous that I encounter him in the CH exam. I shall see if he truly lives up to the rumors of his strength. While Rito was the chief of the 4th year, Hisashi held the same position in the 6th year. Despite being in different grades, comparisons between them were frequent, particularly given their prestigious lineage from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Hisashi naturally felt the urge to compare himself to Rito. Moreover, as the head of the Hyuga clan, he bore the weight of his family's honor, while Rito hailed from a lower branch of the Uchiha. As time passed, more candidates entered the central tower for the exam. The majority hailed from the Konoha ninja clan, with only a few being commoners of slightly advanced age. At noon, the exam concluded, and 32 individuals advanced. A few Umbu members swiftly materialized in the resting area, led by the one adorned with a tiger-patterned mask. The first exam has concluded. Congratulations to all of you for advancing, the tiger-masked Umbu announced in a calm voice. You may have faced arduous battles in the first exam, but your time for rest is limited. The next exam will commence in 45 minutes at the Konoha Arena. The format entails splitting all participants into 2 groups, followed by intra-group matches until one winner emerges, leading to the finals. Upon concluding his remarks, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the room, as some present had indeed undergone intense battles to reach the second exam. The brief interval allotted for recovery was insufficient for them to regain their peak condition. However, the tiger-masked Umbu quickly added, those who have stood out in the first exam have demonstrated their qualifications to become CH Nin. Therefore, even those who lose in the second exam may still attain CH Nin status. With this declaration, many individuals in attendance sighed in relief. Yet, Rito merely shrugged. The ultimate result would still lead to battle, and the village, after all, was indifferent to promoting a few more CH Nin. Minutes later, the groupings for the second exam were finalized and communicated to the candidates in the resting area. Group A, SHU, Hinata Hayashi, Nara Shikaku, Uchiha Makoto. Group B, Uchiha Rito, Hinata Hisashi, Nara Shio, Yamanaka Inoichi. Rito, fortunately we aren't in the same group, so I need not worry about facing you too early. SHU exclaimed, his expression bright with joy. His group lacked formidable opponents, making it easy for him to reach the finals. However, Rito's group was a different story. The match schedule indicated that he would face a ninja from a clan in nearly every bout, as if it were a deliberate targeting of him. Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged this on purpose? Rito mused, glancing at the match schedule. He didn't view the increased difficulty of battles as a concern, but found it amusing that the third Hokage was being so subtly manipulative. Chapter 21. Uchiha Makoto's elimination. Stay strong, Rito, Uchiha Makoto softly encouraged. She had noticed that Group B contained significantly more formidable opponents. Rito turned his head to glance at Uchiha Makoto and replied with a gentle smile, perhaps you should focus on yourself. Your initial opponent is none other than SHU. The second round of the examination commenced with Group A, featuring the match between SHU and Uchiha Makoto. In Group B, Rito's first battle was against Nara Shio. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Makoto cast a determined glance at SHU and declared, regardless of the outcome, I will give my all and uphold the honor of the Uchiha clan. Bearing the weight of her lineage, she felt no fear, even in the face of a stronger opponent. Shortly thereafter, the second round was about to begin, with several Umbu leading the candidates to the Konoha Arena. At that moment, ninjas began to arrive to spectate the event. This crucial juncture rendered the CH Nin exams not merely a test, but also a display of Konoha's talent pool. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen had invited representatives from the Land of Fire to witness the proceedings. The candidates gathered at the Konoha Arena, where a designated waiting area for them was slightly lower than the spectator stands, allowing the audience to observe the participants below, while the candidates could also see the spectators. Rito surveyed the audience above and mused about the impressive assembly. At the center of the viewing platform, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and representatives from the feudal lords occupied the most prominent positions. The core ninjas of Konoha and clan leaders sat in slightly less distinguished seats, while ordinary ninjas were relegated to the surrounding stands. First match of Group A. Contestants, SHU vs Uchiha Makoto. An Umbu arrived at the battleground to officiate the fight. Contestants, please take your positions. At the Umbu's urging, SHU and Uchiha Makoto leaped from the waiting area. Hiruzen had cleverly arranged the schedule, with the first match featuring a duel between the Senju and Uchiha clans, sparking considerable discussion. SHU, isn't he of the first Hokage's bloodline? The minister from the Land of Fire inquired with a smile. Hiruzen nodded and replied, indeed, SHU is the grandson of the first Hokage, undoubtedly inheriting his power. How thrilling. I anticipate the outcome of this battle. Who will emerge victorious, the Senju or the Uchiha? The minister displayed an eager expression. Meanwhile, Others seated below Hiruzen engaged in their own discussions. Damn it. It must be Orochimaru's doing, recommending Ju for the Nin exams. Tsunade exclaimed furiously. At this moment, as war loomed, she was deeply reluctant to see Ju ascend to Nin status. In her plan, it would be preferable for Ju to maintain the rank of Jinin, allowing her to maneuver him into a secure position during the impending conflict. Though such actions would be unfair to those of common origin, she felt powerless. This was the nature of their world. Enough, if there are matters to discuss. Speak to Hiruzen privately, Uzumaki Mito interjected. As the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the wife of the first Hokage, she had come to observe the Nin exams, primarily at the insistence of her descendants, Kushina and Yakaina. Very well, Tsunade sighed, resolutely vowing that regardless of Ju's final performance, she would find a way to render it void. As the audience engaged in fervent discussions, the battle in the arena commenced simultaneously. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Makoto initiated the assault, unleashing a fireball several meters in diameter, showing no mercy against the Senju bloodline. In response to the imminent fireball, Ju did not employ water-style techniques for defense. Instead, he struck the ground with great force, lifting a massive chunk of earth to shield himself. The fireball collided with the earthen barrier, unleashing a shower of sparks that filled the arena, yet Ju remained unscathed. He then punched through the debris and charged toward Uchiha Makoto. Although Makoto was merely at the level of an ordinary Jinin, Ju, under the tutelage of Tsunade and Orochimaru, had nearly reached the level of Nin. Consequently, as he closed the distance, Makoto felt a wave of panic as she prepared to counter, but unfortunately, time was not on her side. In an instant, Ju was upon her, raising his arm and delivering a powerful punch to her face. Bang! The merciless blow sent Uchiha Makoto hurtling backward until she collided with the arena's boundary wall. Despite harboring some fondness for her, Ju showed no mercy in this contest. Makoto felt a haze enveloping her mind, blood trickling from her lips. The Umbu ninja serving as the referee swiftly assessed her condition and declared, "The battle is over. The victor is Ju." Medical ninjas, waiting at the sidelines, rushed in with a stretcher to carry Uchiha Makoto away. Lying on the stretcher, she regained some clarity and gazed up at the sky, tears streaming from her eyes. Losing to Ju so swiftly was a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Wait, what about Rito? Uchiha Makoto suddenly recalled Rito, and a flicker of hope surged within her. She struggled to sit up, eager to continue watching and cheering for him. Let me down. I'm perfectly fine and don't require any treatment, she insisted, propping herself up with her arms. Huh? The two medical ninjas exchanged puzzled looks. Makoto's face was severely bruised and marked with the imprint of a fist, presenting a rather alarming appearance. However, under her firm insistence, the medical ninjas reluctantly allowed her to leave. Uchiha Makoto staggered back to the waiting area. Just as Group B's first match commenced, Rito versus Nara Shio. Truth be told, the Nara clan's secret techniques were quite respectable within Konoha, coupled with their extraordinary intellect. They rarely suffered defeat in battles. However, this time, Nara Shio's opponent was Rito, a fighter who could render the Nara clan's shadow techniques entirely ineffective with just his simple body techniques. Chapter 22, Treatment Nara Yinshue? I recall you, Rito remarked with a faint smile while evading the shadow mimicry techniques attacks. Your performance in the 5th grade at the Ninja Academy was commendable. Yet why does your family's secret art appear so mediocre? Unlike the swift and decisive matches with Ju, the combat between Rito and Nara Yinshue exuded an air of leisurely enjoyment, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. This led the spectators to inevitably compare Ju with Rito. Which elder of the Uchiha clan is he descended from? Why have I never heard of him? The current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kaika, inquired of Uchiha Fugaku, who replied while observing Rito's ongoing battle below. He is not from any notable branch. His parents were artisans in the clan, and for generations, they have been craftsmen. It is only in his generation that he took advantage of Konoha's system to enter the Ninja Academy and become a ninja. When Rito displayed his talents, Uchiha Fugaku had investigated his lineage, but upon discovering his humble origins, he chose to refrain from further discussion. Artisan origins? Uchiha Kaika expressed surprise. Before the establishment of Konoha, the clans existed independently, with members of the Uchiha clan having designated roles in combat or production. The fact that Rito's ancestors were artisans suggested that his lineage was ill-suited for the path of a ninja. Yet, how was it that Rito could become a ninja? Seemingly endowed with considerable talent? What of his parents? Uchiha Kaika furrowed his brow and asked, evidently questioning Rito's bloodline. They succumbed to illness years ago, Uchiha Fugaku replied candidly. Uchiha Kaika nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, the battle between Rito and Nara Yinshue was nearing its conclusion. After evading 2 more attacks, Rito seized the opportunity to swiftly advance behind Nara Yinshue and landed an elbow strike to his lower back, decisively ending the confrontation. The battle is concluded. The victor is Uchiha Rito, the Umbu declared. Observing Nara Yinshue, who lay on the ground clutching his back, Rito pondered whether he had exerted himself a tad too forcefully. Oh well, I shall be more cautious next time. I certainly should not strike such a critical area. What if it jeopardizes the Nara clan's legacy? He mused. Rito returned to the waiting area, where he encountered Uchiha Makoto, whose face bore traces of injury. Did the medical ninjas not attend to your wounds? He inquired with a frown. Logically, Uchiha Makoto's injuries should not have been severe, easily treatable by standard medical ninjutsu, making her current state perplexing. Uchiha Makoto hesitated. The words of congratulation for Rito's victory caught in her throat. After a moment, she murmured, they said it wasn't serious and would heal on its own shortly. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. It was difficult for others to discern whether her flushed face was due to her injuries or the embarrassment of her untruth. Very well, I shall employ my healing technique on you, Rito sighed, his palms glowing with verdant chakra. He gently pressed his hands against the wounds on Uchiha Makoto's face, guiding the healing cells into action. With each breath, Uchiha Makoto felt the pain subsiding, replaced by a cool sensation. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, her heart raced. And even her eyelashes trembled. Stay still. It will be healed momentarily, Rito softly instructed, intensifying his healing technique. Uchiha Makoto bit her lip, striving to maintain her composure. Before long, her injuries were fully healed. All done, Rito said, his smooth visage reflecting satisfaction. Although it was his first time employing the healing technique, he felt he had executed it remarkably well. Uchiha Makoto, sensing the absence of pain on her face, exhaled with relief and touched her skin, finding it indistinguishable from before. Yet somehow different. After attending to Uchiha Makoto, Rito's attention shifted elsewhere. He noticed Ju had deliberately seated himself at a distance upon returning to the waiting area. Perhaps overwhelmed with guilt after delivering a forceful blow during their match. Rito smiled softly, shaking his head before redirecting his focus back to the arena. The battles in the arena progressed swiftly, with no match exceeding 5 minutes in duration. The 32 candidates engaged in 16 matches, culminating in the conclusion of the first round within approximately an hour. The second round commenced immediately, without intermission. Group A, second round, first match, Ju versus Onai Cage. Contestants, please take your positions. The Umbu examiner called out. In an instant, Ju and Onai Cage appeared on the field. Ju, I hope for your guidance. Onai Cage said with a faint, wry smile. A commoner ninja, he had trained diligently to stand upon the Nin exam stage at the age of 18. Only to find himself facing the grandson of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. A twist of fate, indeed. I too look forward to your guidance. Ju replied with a slight nod, and the battle began. Wind release, Gale Palm. Onai Cage initiated with a C-rank ninjutsu, launching the first strike. Ju, however, employed his usual tactic, striking the ground to lift a slab of stone, effectively blocking the wind-based attack. Will he resort to the same technique again? Onai Cage thought cautiously, anticipating Ju to emerge from behind the stone. To his surprise, the effects of Gale Palm dissipated, yet the stone remained still. Just as Onai Cage pondered this anomaly, the earth beneath him trembled. With a resounding crash, Ju erupted from below, delivering a powerful punch to Onai Cage's chin, sending him flying. Identical tactics could not succeed twice before the watchful eyes of the audience. Thus, after lifting the stone slab, Ju utilized earth release, underworld fish technique, burrowing beneath the surface to approach his opponent from below. Following this, a swift and forceful punch concluded the battle. The match is over. The victor is Ju. The examiner announced loudly upon determining that Onai Cage had succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 23. Evaluation as the figure of Da Nei Lan was carried off the stage. Shang Shu returned to the waiting area. The examiner swiftly restored the competition arena using earth release techniques, and the next match commenced. The first match of the second round in Group B, Uchiha Rito versus Akimichi Dingswa. Please enter the arena promptly, contestants. The examiner announced loudly. Akimichi Dingswa was a legitimate scion of the Akimichi clan, poised to inherit the position of clan leader. This marked the first formidable opponent Rito encountered in this exam. Rito, do your best, Uchiha Makoto murmured, her gaze fixed intently on him. Rest assured, it will be over swiftly, Rito replied with a light chuckle, immediately teleporting to the arena. Within mere seconds, Akimichi Dingswa also arrived at the battlefield. His crimson hair coupled with his burly physique exuded an imposing presence. Uchiha Rito, you are quite formidable, Dingswa declared. His eyes serious. Therefore, I shall give it my all. The historical alliance of the three clans, boar, deer, and butterfly, spans back hundreds, even thousands of years. Although Dingswa was not part of the same trio as Narashio, their camaraderie was strong. Hence, driven by the desire to avenge a friend, he harbored no thoughts of underestimating or showing mercy. Rito, unfazed by Dingswa's grand declarations, turned to the examiner and said, "Let us commence the match. I have no time to squander." Having promised Makoto to conclude the battle swiftly, he refused to waste time on trivialities. The Umbu examiner glanced at Rito and bellowed, "Begin the match." Human bullet tank. Almost simultaneously with the examiner's command, Dingswa unleashed a family secret technique, transforming into a spherical form and charged at Rito, ready to collide. Yet, Rito hardly blinked. He gathered strength in his right fist and swung it with ferocity, colliding with Dingswa's transformed vehicle. Bang! The spinning tank collided with Rito's fist, producing a resounding crash, leading to a stalemate. Unexpectedly, however, Dingswa's vehicle faltered, being forcefully sent flying by Rito's immense strength. Dingswa spun through the air, only coming to a halt after crashing into the wall at the edge of the arena. Wow. He landed amidst a shower of debris, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet, overall, he seemed relatively unharmed, thanks to the robust lineage of the Akimichi clan. Partial multiplication technique. Regaining his breath, Dingzhua immediately launched another attack, a colossal fist aimed at Rito. It seems you were determined to fight to the end, Rito sighed, evading the massive punch. He had initially hoped to grant the Akimichi clan some dignity by allowing Dingzhua to recognize their disparate strengths and concede voluntarily. However, Dingzhua's resolve to continue surprised him. Rito leapt into the air, abandoning any pretense of restraint. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A fireball emerged, large enough to engulf the entire arena, targeting Dingzhua directly. Is this Uchiha's boy insane? He'll kill Dingzhua, the Umbu examiner exclaimed, astonished and somewhat irritated. But it was too late for any intervention. The fireball had already descended, leaving the Umbu no choice but to prioritize their own safety. As the fireball struck the ground, a scorching wave swept through, affecting even the spectators nearby. Damn it. In the stands, Dingzhua's father, the current head of the Akimichi clan, leapt to his feet, ready to rush onto the field to save his son. Yet, just as he stood, Rito had concluded the release of the Great Fire Annihilation. The massive fireball existed for only 2 seconds. As Rito had no intention of actually killing Dingzhua, he merely sought to impart a minor lesson. With a crackle as the flames dissipated, Dingzhua slowly emerged from the rubble. Though his body bore extensive burn marks, he was undeniably alive. How terrifying, he thought, still shaken by the near brush with death. Suddenly, his legs buckled, and he collapsed amidst the debris. Quickly announced the results, Rito called down to the flustered Umbu. Despite being prepared, the Umbu examiner looked quite disheveled. If you employ such powerful techniques again, disregarding the lives of other contestants, I reserve the right to disqualify you, he said sternly to Rito. Rito shrugged in response, all right. I shall exercise caution next time. Thus, the Umbu examiner examined Dingzhua's condition and declared the outcome. Match concluded. The victor is Uchiha Rito. Medical ninjas came to carry Dingzhua away, while Rito returned to the waiting area. Upon Rito's return, Uchiha Mikoto sighed in relief. She had genuinely feared he might accidentally kill Dingzhua. Rito, you need not be so aggressive during battles, she gently advised, with several matches yet to come. She worried Rito's ferocity might lead to unforeseen mishaps. Rito nodded, fear not, I shall not act recklessly, for after all, I am still in Konoha. And excessive actions could bring repercussions. His recent reckless behavior sparked discussions among the spectators above. This Uchiha youth possesses quite a distinct character. One minister remarked curiously to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Hiruzen merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate. It is not uncommon for the Uchiha clan to exhibit eccentricities. On the other hand, Uzumaki Mito regarded Rito with a grave expression. This Uchiha lad seems to carry a hint of Uchiha Bito's essence. As an elder from a bygone era, Mito was well acquainted with legendary figures like Hashirama, Tobirama, and Obito. At this moment, she sensed the wild, untamed spirit reminiscent of Uchiha Obito within Rito, albeit with a more tempered and shrewd demeanor. This individual may not only threaten Konoha's stability, but indeed could lead it into chaos. Mito pondered silently. While discussions about Rito continued among the spectators, the battles in the arena remained unceasing. Approximately 20 minutes later, all 8 matches of the second round concluded, paving the way for the commencement of the third round. Chapter 24, The Deer and the Boar Match 1 of Round 3, Group A, SHJU vs Narashiku. Candidates, please enter the arena promptly. The Umbu examiner called out loudly. With a swift motion, SHJU appeared in the competition area, while Narashika sauntered in afterward. At that moment, Narashika resembled his future son, Narashikamaru, appearing rather dispirited. As the battle commenced, the Umbu examiner announced, Shadow Imitation Technique. Upon initiation, Narashiku formed hand seals, and the shadows on the ground morphed into a sharp blade, racing toward SHJU. In almost the same instant, SHJU began to sprint around the arena in a circular pattern, deliberately avoiding any confrontation with Narashiku. This strategy was derived from his reflections on the fighting style of the Nara clan, maintaining distance to avoid being ensnared by shadow imitation. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. As he ran, SHJU rapidly formed the seals for this technique, completing all 48 without reduction. He then unleashed a water dragon toward Narashiku. The latter, confined within the arena, found it difficult to evade the water dragon and was swiftly ensnared. However, just as SHJU prepared to launch a further attack with the water dragon, Narashiku unexpectedly raised a hand and declared, I concede. Initially, Narashiku had intended to forfeit, recognizing his inferiority to SHJU. Yet, for the sake of his family's honor, he had mustered the resolve to fight. Now, faced with an inevitable defeat, he chose to surrender. SHJU let out a sigh of relief, quickly canceling the water dragon technique, which consumed considerable chakra. Following the examiner's announcement of the outcome, Narashiku approached SHJU. Best of luck in the competition. I wish you ultimate victory, Narashika said to SHJU. He believed that SHJU would undoubtedly emerge as the final victor of Group A, while in Group B, although Hinata Hazashi posed a formidable challenge, Rito would likely prevail. If a choice had to be made between SH-Ju and Rito for the final victory, Naruto would support SH-Ju, especially since Rito had previously faced his clansmen. Naruto and his companion, Akimichi Choza, and his other ally, Yamanaka Ino, was set to battle Rito next, likely with a similar outcome. Thus, Naruto found no reason not to support SH-Ju. Thank you for your support, SH-Ju replied with a grin, scratching his head. They then returned to the waiting area. After a brief cleanup of the arena, the Umbu examiner announced the next match. Match 1 of Round 3. Group B. Uchiha Rito vs. Yamanaka Kaichi. Candidates, please enter the arena promptly. Without further ado, Rito and Yamanaka Kaichi entered the competition area nearly simultaneously. As the examiner declared the battle to commence, both moved almost in unison. Mind transfer technique. Yamanaka Kaichi instantly activated his secret technique, directing his hands toward Rito. Yet Rito would not allow Yamanaka's ninjutsu to take effect. In an instant, he utilized body flicker technique to vanish from sight. He had never underestimated the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques, especially considering that the future sage of 6 paths, Obito, had been controlled by the mind transfer technique. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. As Yamanaka Kaichi searched for Rito's presence, numerous fireballs suddenly appeared in the arena, assaulting him from various directions. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of explosions, Yamanaka Kaichi narrowly avoided the fireballs at the last moment. Check behind you. Rito's voice suddenly emerged from behind, startling Yamanaka Kaichi into a hasty turn. However, it was too late. With a resounding thud, Rito's powerful fist struck Yamanaka Kaichi in the abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground. Rito then turned to the examiner, signaling for a swift announcement of the results. After the Umbu examiner checked on Yamanaka Kaichi, he proclaimed loudly, "The battle is over. The victor is Rito." Rito promptly returned to the waiting area, anticipating the next battle. "Rito, would you like to recover some chakra?" Uchiha Mikoto gently inquired, having noticed SH-Ju immediately beginning to refine chakra upon returning to the waiting area, clearly preparing for the upcoming fights. "No need. If SH-Ju wishes to recover his chakra, he may do so. I am more concerned that his strength might diminish after several battles," Rito replied nonchalantly. Glancing at SH-Ju, he had long since gauged SH-Ju's abilities. Thus, no matter how much chakra SH-Ju refined, Rito felt no sense of threat. Observing Rito's confident demeanor, Mikoto gradually calmed, instinctively believing in his words. Before long, the remaining 2 matches concluded. At this juncture, Group A featured SH-Ju and Hinata Hayashi, while Group B showcased Rito and Hinata Hizashi. This scenario could well be described as the Hinata clan engaging simultaneously with the 2 renowned ninja clans, Senju and Uchiha. The current head of the Hinata clan in the audience was nearly beaming with delight. Despite being in the semifinals, there was no respite. The Umbu examiner called out directly. Ch-Nin exam semifinals, Group A. Candidate SH-Ju vs. Hinata Hayashi. Please enter the arena promptly. SH-Ju concluded his chakra refinement and appeared in the competition area, followed closely by Hinata Hayashi. As the battle commenced with the examiner's voice, SH-Ju and Hinata Hayashi moved almost in synchrony. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Hinata Hayashi activated his Byakugan and struck forward with a powerful wave of his palm, unleashing an invisible shockwave. Bang! SH-Ju sidestepped to evade, then formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of water. Water release, great waterfall technique. Battling against the Hinata clan posed a considerable challenge. Their family secret, Gentle Fist, inherently possessed the ability to target chakra points, making close combat perilous. Moreover, their Byakugan allowed them to see through ordinary stealth tactics, making surprise attacks difficult. SH-Ju contemplated for some time before devising a solution to overwhelm them with ninjutsu. What if your physical techniques are Gentle Fist? I shall not engage you directly. No matter how much you can see with your Byakugan, you cannot evade what you cannot foresee. This tactic was inspired by Rito. A massive torrent of water swiftly engulfed the entire arena, continuously deepening the water. In the blink of an eye, it reached several meters in depth. Chapter 25. Illusions. Could it be that the current genin are this formidable? The Umbu examiner hastily gathered chakra beneath his feet, surveying the arena that had been transformed into a veritable lake. Previously, there had been the scorching flames of Uchiha Rito, and now the flooding waters of SH-Ju. Did they truly believe that the restoration of the arena was a trivial task for us in the Umbu? While the examiner silently lamented, the battle between SH-Ju and Hyuga Nichij continued unabated. Although Hyuga Nichij belonged to the branch family, as the son of the clan leader, his skills in ninjutsu were on par with those of the main family, Hyuga Nitsuki. Water release, multiple water dragon jutsu. Standing atop the water's surface, SH-Ju formed seals with his hands, summoning several water dragons from the currents below to assault Hyuga Nichij. With such an abundance of water present, he no longer needed to expel water to execute the water dragon jutsu. He could effortlessly conjure multiple dragons through mere manipulation of chakra. Originally, this technique was intended for Rito, but deploying it against Nichij was not a waste at all. 8 trigrams palm. Kaiten. In response to the onslaught of water dragons, Hyuga Nichij decisively employed the Hyuga clan's most powerful defensive secret technique, releasing a substantial amount of chakra from within himself. He began to spin like a top, forming a spherical chakra shield around him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of successive impacts echoed as the water dragons collided with the Kaiten, shattering and dissipating into the waters beneath. There's no need to rush. The Kaiten technique is quite depleting on chakra, and I have ample time to engage him slowly. There's no necessity to sustain injuries before the finals. Ju mused internally, already foreseeing that his opponent in the finals would be Rito. To ensure he was in optimal condition for that confrontation, he would not allow himself to be injured here. He resolved to face Rito in his most perfect state. With such a conviction, Ju clapped his hands against the water and Appo's surface and summoned several more water dragons, continuing his assault on Hyuga Nichij. While the Kaiten chakra shield could disperse the water dragon jutsu, the water surface would quickly regenerate new dragons, which resumed their attack. Ju's strategy was to gradually deplete Hyuga Nichij's chakra reserves. His method, though seemingly simple, proved to be the most effective as time passed. All spectators recognized that Hyuga Nichij's defeat was inevitable. Before long, Hyuga Nichij could no longer sustain the Kaiten, and the spherical chakra shield gradually faded. Ju manipulated the water dragons to constrict slightly around Hyuga Nichij, concluding the battle. After medical ninjas carried Nichij away, Ju swiftly returned to the waiting area to recuperate his stamina and chakra. Moments later, the arena was restored, ready for the battle between Rito and Hyuga Nitsuki. Ninjas often remarked that the Byakugan and Sharingan were two of the foremost bloodline limits. And I am curious about what kind of ocular techniques the Sharingan possesses that can compare to the Byakugan, Hyuga Nitsuki declared earnestly, gazing at Rito. I hope to engage in a comparison of ocular techniques with your Sharingan during this battle. Rito smiled, given Hyuga Nitsuki's prowess. The likelihood of him compelling Rito to use his Sharingan was nearly impossible. However, to fulfill Hyuga Nitsuki's small wish, Rito was willing to showcase his Sharingan. Very well. In an instant, Rito's pupils transformed into a vivid crimson, with two black tomo appearing within. Hyuga Nitsuki smirked and activated his Byakugan. Gentle step, double lion fist. He amassed a significant amount of chakra in his palm, shaping it into the likeness of a lioness head. This is my utmost strength. Prepare yourself to feel its power. Hyuga Nitsuki advanced rapidly towards Rito, but after just 2 steps, he abruptly halted, standing there in a daze. Can the match conclude now? He had already fallen prey to my illusion, Rito remarked calmly, turning to the Umbu examiner. The moment he activated the Sharingan, Hyuga Nitsuki had succumbed to his illusion. The timing of its activation was merely a matter of Rito's will. Illusions have time limits. If he can break free within a minute, the match will continue. Otherwise, he will be eliminated, the examiner stated in a stern tone. Not to mention a minute, as long as Rito does not voluntarily dispel it. Hyuga Nitsuki would likely find it impossible to free himself for the rest of his life. Time flew by, and as expected, Hyuga Nitsuki was eliminated. Rito then formed seals with his hands, releasing him from the illusion. What just happened? Hyuga Nitsuki staggered, astonished to find himself back in the arena. In his memory, he had clearly triumphed over Rito and subsequently defeated Ju in the finals, emerging as the ultimate victor of the Chunin exam. Could it be that someone altered the flow of time with their ninjutsu? A bold thought crossed his mind. Hyuga Nitsuki preferred to entertain the notion of time being rewound rather than suspecting he had fallen victim to an illusion. Such was the confidence of the main family. You were just ensnared in an illusion. The match is over, the examiner reminded him. Hyuga Nitsuki stood there, momentarily stunned, caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. Illusion? But why did the sensation feel so real just now? Meanwhile, in the audience, the leader of the Hyuga clan wore a grim expression. Although both of his sons had advanced to the semifinals, they had swiftly been eliminated. Moreover, they fell to the 2 great clans that had long overshadowed the Hyuga, Uchiha, and Senju. At this rate, when would the Hyuga clan ever rise to become the most powerful clan in Konohagakure? However, not far away, Uchiha Kaiga appeared quite at ease. This fire release, this illusion, this Sharingan, undoubtedly exemplifies the Uchiha bloodline. Although his ancestors had never produced a ninja who could definitively explain the complexities of genetics, perhaps this generation would experience a sudden mutation. Not long ago, he had doubted Rito's bloodline, but now, Uchiha Kaiga was convinced that Rito's Uchiha lineage was impeccable, and indeed, among the most elite of the Uchiha clan. Observing Rito's confident and somewhat audacious demeanor, Uchiha Kaiga felt increasingly satisfied, for he perceived in Rito the long-lost family aura that had existed before the founding of Konohagakure. Born in the tumultuous Warring States period, Uchiha Kaiga was of an even earlier generation than Uchiha Madara. After Madara's defection from Konohagakure, he had been thrust into the position of clan leader during a time of crisis. Yet now, he was an elderly man, frail, and on the brink of death. If there was anything that caused him great concern, it was undoubtedly the inheritance of the Uchiha clan. Though the Uchiha were a family of Konohagakure now, Kaiga often felt a sense of disconnection when interacting with the higher-ups of Konohagakure and the leaders of other clans, sensing an underlying exclusion. Chapter 26. Extraordinary Strength. Despite bearing the illustrious name of the strongest clan in Konoha, the Uchiha family has been in a steady decline in recent years. Moreover, unsettling signs of discord have begun to surface within the clan, leading to a polarized attitude towards Konoha. Some members harbor intense disdain, while others exhibit profound loyalty. It seems that it will not be long before these opposing sentiments give rise to two factions, ultimately igniting a power struggle within the clan. However, Uchiha Hikari is no prodigy, and he finds himself at a loss when confronted with such conflicts. Coupled with his advancing age, he feels increasingly powerless to address these issues. His sole focus now is to nurture a worthy successor for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, whom he has meticulously selected and trained, is nearly confirmed as the next leader of the Uchiha family. Yet, upon witnessing Rito, Hikari suddenly feels that there exists an even more suitable candidate. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku inexplicably experiences a surge of anxiety, as if the position of future clan leader is slipping away from him, all for the sake of attending a Chunin exam. Hyuga Hizashi, you may exit, the Umbu examiner urged. Hizashi shook his head, finally acknowledging the reality of having fallen victim to a Jinjutsu, and without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from the arena. Next, the finals of the Chunin exam commenced. From an initial pool of 32 competitors, only 2 remained after a series of intense battles, culminating in this climactic moment. Without needing prodding from the examiner, S.H. Ju had already teleported onto the battlefield. Let us get started. I'm already buzzing with excitement. S.H. Ju exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. The Umbu glanced at Rito and S.H. Ju, silently retreating to avoid collateral damage, before declaring, begin the match. No sooner had the words left his mouth than both combatants surged forward in unison. Bang! For their initial strike, neither employed ninjutsu. They opted instead for taijutsu, their fists colliding with a thunderous sound. The ground beneath S.H. Ju cracked as he staggered back, while Rito was sent flying a considerable distance. Is that the strength learned from Tsunade? Truly impressive, Rito remarked, shaking his fist with a grin. Extraordinary strength involves concentrating a significant amount of chakra in either the hands or feet to unleash terrifying power. Thus, while Rito's raw physical prowess may not match S.H. Ju's, it is of little concern. Again, Rito shouted, raising his fist and charging at S.H. Ju, eager to engage in another round of taijutsu. Simultaneously, his eyes shifted to the Sharingan in an instant. Bang! S.H. Ju raised his fist to meet Rito's, and once more their fists clashed, sending Rito hurtling backwards. Yet, he quickly regained his footing and continued his assault. This seemingly reckless barrage of attacks nearly drove Uchiha Hikari to despair. Quick! Use the invincible Uchiha fire release. What good is taijutsu against the Senju? Hikari exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. Suddenly, another voice emerged from the audience. Yes, you should strike that Uchiha brat with all your might, Tsunade called out, waving her arms towards S.H. Ju. At that moment, Rito, having been sent flying once more, erupted into laughter. S.H. Ju, how long did it take you to master such extraordinary strength? Although they were in the midst of battle, S.H. Ju answered with sincerity. It should have taken about 4 or 5 years. Rito nodded, not pursuing the conversation further as he charged once more at S.H. Ju. Bang! Their fists collided yet again. But this time the outcome was surprising. In an instant, S.H. Ju was sent flying, crashing against the wall at the edge of the arena. Under these eyes, no ninjutsu holds secrets, Rito declared with a smile. I have now mastered the technique of extraordinary strength. His crimson eyes locked onto S.H. Ju. The Sharingan possesses the remarkable ability to replicate techniques, and it is worth noting that a single Sharingan has enabled Kakashi Hitaki to earn the title of Copy Ninja. Imitating countless jutsu, Rito's Sharingan, being original, made the replication of extraordinary strength effortless. In the audience, many shinobi watching the match were astounded to witness Rito suddenly mastering extraordinary strength. While they had heard of the Sharingan's renown, they had never witnessed its capabilities firsthand. Now, with Rito's brief demonstration, they were left in awe. The ability to learn another's jutsu with merely a glance. What a boon it would be for a shinobi. Damn it. That's plagiarism. Tsunade's furious voice rang out. Meanwhile, S.H. Ju, having emerged from the rubble, couldn't help but chuckle at Tsunade's reaction, thinking, sister, what's the fuss? If Rito learns it, so be it. It's no big deal. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed such thoughts to concentrate on the battle ahead. Taijutsu had proven ineffective, leaving him no choice but to resort to ninjutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. S.H. Ju instinctively utilized the method he had employed against Hyuga Hizashi. However, Rito was no Hizashi. Such a simple technique would be easily countered. Earth release, earth flow rampart. The ground beneath Rito surged upward, rising until it nearly leveled with the audience's seats. As S.H. Ju concluded his great waterfall technique, the arena transformed into a battlefield split between elevated terrain and a watery expanse. Overall, Rito's elevated ground held the advantage. This is troublesome, SHU thought, glancing up at Rito, who stood confidently at the edge of the high ground with his arms crossed. Faced with Rito, who was superior in every regard, he truly felt at a loss. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Rito unleashed several fire dragons. SHU's silence didn't imply passivity. He would not simply wait idly. The fire dragons descended, aimed directly at him. Water release, multiple water dragon technique. In a defensive maneuver, SHU could only respond with a water dragon technique. Yet, as the water surged beneath him, the fire dragons were already upon him, leaving no time to defend. The dragon fire technique is a high-level fire ninjutsu, and the effectiveness of Rito's execution was unsurpassed. Given SHU's level of water ninjutsu, his defense was woefully inadequate. Bang! In a moment of desperation, SHU channeled all his extraordinary strength, managing to dissipate one of the fire dragons that had approached him. The remaining fire dragons, under Rito's control, veered away from SHU and instead collided with the water below. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In mere seconds, the water created by SHU's great waterfall technique was thoroughly evaporated, a thick cloud of steam rising into the air. Chapter 27. The debut of the Rasengan. The mist quickly dissipated, revealing a disheveled SHU. SHU. Rito's voice suddenly rang out from above. SHU hurriedly looked up to see Rito wearing a serious expression. You are indeed a formidable opponent. So in this battle, I shall employ a newly developed ninjutsu against you. As Rito spoke, he raised his arm, and a brilliant blue sphere began to form in his palm, continuously expanding. This was the Rasengan, and the Ch-Nin exam was the moment Rito had chosen to unveil it. You are the first to face this ninjutsu. As soon as the words left his mouth, Rito leaped from the height, bringing the Rasengan crashing down towards SHU. SHU's heart raced as he gazed at the towering sphere plummeting towards him. Though he had seen this technique before, the sheer size of the Rasengan made it clear that its power was formidable. Earth-style, underground fish reflection technique. SHU hastily formed hand seals and dove underground to evade the impending attack. He may have been somewhat naive, but he was not foolish. Such a perilous attack warranted evasion. Even as SHU burrowed underground, Rito did not relent in his assault, driving the Rasengan into the ground. It mattered not whether it struck or missed. The mere act of using it was of paramount importance. After all, Rito's primary objective in employing the Rasengan was to showcase it before the assembly of ninjas, not necessarily to harm SHU. Fortunately, SHU knew how to evade. Had the gigantic Rasengan struck him, he would likely have met his demise on the spot, and Rito would have faced dire consequences as well. With a resounding thud, the colossal Rasengan struck the earth, but instead of the thunderous roar many spectators had anticipated, it fell with the swiftness of a red-hot iron ball landing on ice, rapidly melting the ground beneath it. Only after the entire Rasengan had sunk into the earth did the chain reaction of destruction commence. Everything around Rito began to collapse, affecting both the elevated ground and the nearby spectator stands. Boom. The arena was reduced to a scene of utter devastation, strewn with debris. Fortunately, the audience consisted of ninjas, who adeptly evaded the fallout from the battlefield. The third Hokage and the Fire Country Minister were also shielded by Anbu, who preemptively mitigated the oncoming shockwave. Observing such a prodigious talent from Konoha pleased the third Hokage, yet, the minister wiped the cold sweat from his brow and sincerely remarked, in the future, when encountering such gifted youths, it would be prudent to grant them a Ch-Nin position directly. Participation in the exam is of little consequence. Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected on Rito's earlier display of strength and felt he had underestimated him, nodding in agreement. That is sound reasoning. We shall implement improvements going forward. Simultaneously, Rito's demonstration of the Rasengan stirred ripples among the gathered ninjas. That ninjutsu, it seemed to be released without any hand signs. Indeed, I saw it as well. It is undoubtedly a signless ninjutsu, and it possesses no elemental affinity. A novel technique that could be instantaneously unleashed without hand seals was bound to ignite fervent discussions among the ninja populace, especially considering it was developed by a mere 10-year-old boy. As the dust began to settle in the arena, Rito stood atop a mound of rubble. Shortly thereafter, SHU emerged from underground, appearing somewhat disheveled and covered in dirt. What is the name of this ninjutsu? SHU inquired after a moment of silence. The Rasengan, a ninjutsu that can be unleashed without hand seals, characterized by an exquisite transformation of chakra, Rito boasted without reservation. SHU nodded in acknowledgement. The name is quite fitting for the technique. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber. Should I concede? SHU pondered. In every conceivable aspect, he was no match for Rito. Even with all his might, he could not breach Rito's defenses. Was it worth continuing in a battle he knew he would lose? SHU questioned himself. However, Rito would not afford him the luxury of contemplation. In an instant, Rito closed the distance and delivered a punch to SHU's abdomen, relying solely on his physical strength without resorting to brute force. Bang! SHU crumpled to the ground, a searing pain radiating from his abdomen to his mind, his vision beginning to blur. Are you frightened? Are thoughts of surrender creeping in as you face a strong adversary? Rito's voice echoed, but that is of little consequence. After all, you are merely a child. Ju, your sister Tsunade has sheltered you too well, preventing you from accurately perceiving the world. Rito held no animosity toward Ju. He merely felt that the boy was still too childish. It appears you lack the determination to become a ninja. Listening to Rito's words, Ju gradually discerned the shadow upon the ground. He clenched his fists and suddenly shouted, "No, I am no longer a child. One day, I will inherit the title of Hokage and protect everyone in Konoha." Rito erupted into laughter. "Very well, then welcome to the realm of man." He then delivered a merciless kick, sending Ju flying and sliding across the ground until he collided with a pile of rubble, coming to a halt. Coughing up blood, Ju appeared gravely injured. Before he could make a subsequent move, Rito advanced towards him, reminiscent of a villain in a tale. "You wish to become Hokage? Then show everyone your resolve. Are you merely speaking empty words?" The shadow of Rito loomed before Ju. "I will become Hokage and earn everyone's recognition." Ju struggled to rise, raising his fist toward Rito. Rito deftly sidestepped the attack and conjured a Rasengan of normal size in his right palm. Then pressed it against Ju's back. Bang! Ju was once again knocked to the ground. However, due to Rito's deliberate control over the Rasengan's power, he did not sustain severe injuries. It is not by merely becoming Hokage that one earns recognition. Rather, it is through earning that recognition that one may become Hokage. Rito stated calmly. Although this sentiment originally belonged to Uchiha Itachi, in this timeline, it was Rito who had appropriated it. Casting a glance at the incapacitated Ju, Rito turned to the Umbu examiner and declared, "Announce the results." The Umbu examiner assessed Ju's condition and decisively proclaimed, "The battle is over. The final victor is Uchiha Rito." Chapter 28, The Gift After the conclusion of the competition. Rito did not linger in the now desolate arena but returned directly to the waiting area, which had also been slightly affected. "Rito, congratulations on your victory in the finals," Uchiha Mayen said with a smile as she approached him. Although Rito had displayed an overwhelming strength during the finals, she considered this inconsequential given that his opponent was from the Senju clan. In her eyes, it was quite fitting. It was merely a Chunin exam. It held little difficulty. Rito replied with a faint smile. Well versed in the narrative, he did not indulge in pride for merely being slightly stronger. When contrasted with the chaotic era of divine battles in the future, his current prowess was merely that of a more competent supporting character. "How humble of you." Despite your victory, Uchiha Meichin gazed at Rito with admiration. Although she had been defeated in the first round, she felt a sense of pride in being part of the Uchiha clan as she witnessed Rito's prowess on the battlefield. At that moment, a member of the Umbu, wearing a tiger-striped mask, arrived in the waiting area. "Congratulations to all of you for completing the Chunin exam. Shortly, Lord Hokage will personally come to present you with your Chunin vests, so please wait a moment longer," the masked figure announced, his gaze lingering slightly on Rito. Meanwhile, in the audience, numerous satisfied ninjas departed, having witnessed several high-level battles, even if the final match had nearly caught them in the fray. In the special seating area, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at the Fire Country Minister, saying, "There remains one final ceremony for the distribution of Chunin vests to the candidates. Would you care to join?" From Hiruzen's expression, it was clear that his mood was quite buoyant, largely due to Rito's last remark. Though Rito had consistently exhibited the traditional demeanor of the Uchiha clan, dismissing the will of fire, when he proclaimed that it was not the title of Hokage that earned one's recognition, but rather gaining the people's acknowledgement that allowed one to become Hokage. Hiruzen discerned Rito's profound understanding of the will of fire. He was indeed a staunch supporter. The Fire Country Minister, viewing the arena in ruins, chuckled nervously, "Perhaps not. I have grown somewhat weary during my journey to Konoha and require some rest." The minister understood the madness of the Uchiha clan ever since Uchiha Madara had sought to capture the Ninetales decades ago with the intent to obliterate Konoha. Now, to meet another seemingly eccentric Uchiha was akin to courting death. "Very well," Hiruzen nodded, smiling. "Konoha has prepared a resting place for you. The Umbu will escort you there." The Fire Country Minister then departed cheerfully. "Let us see the future of Konoha," Hiruzen remarked to the Umbu beside him before swiftly moving to the waiting area. Upon seeing Hiruzen, the remaining candidates immediately bowed respectfully. "Lord Hokage." "Ha ha ha, no need for such formality," Hiruzen replied with a smile, waving his hand. "I have witnessed all your performances in the arena. Although there is still much to improve, you are all fully qualified to become Chunin. Henceforth, you will be recognized as Chunin of Konoha." Hiruzen's expression turned serious as he addressed the candidates, and as his words fell, Umbu members appeared, bearing the Chunin vests, distributing them one by one to all present. In addition to the Chunin vest, each candidate received a complete set of ninja tools and several volumes of Chunin training guides. For those who were absent due to injuries, arrangements would be made for others to deliver their vests. Once all candidates had received their Chunin vests, Hiruzen continued, "Congratulations on becoming Chunin. However, I hope you will always remember the hard work you put in during your Genin days and strive to deepen your understanding of the will of fire, becoming outstanding ninjas of Konoha. Before concluding, Hiruzen turned to Rito and presented him with a kunai. Uchiha Rito, as the final victor of the Chunin exam, you shall receive a unique reward, a chakra kunai. Rito stepped forward to take the kunai from Hiruzen's hand, expressing, "Thank you, Lord Hokage. After all, it was a fortuitous gain. One should seize such opportunities." Hiruzen nodded, smiling at the assembly. "You may now depart, returning home as Chunin to rest well." With that, the Chunin exam formally concluded, and Hiruzen exited the Konoha arena under the protection of numerous umbu. Rito flicked the chakra kunai a couple of times, appreciating its weight, before heading home. At this moment, Uchiha Meichin approached him, inquiring, "Rito, are you heading home now?" "Yes, are you coming along?" Rito nodded. Hearing this, Uchiha Meichin's lips curled slightly. This was precisely her intention. Fortuitously, being of the same clan allowed her to accompany him home. She inwardly mused that it would be prudent to inquire about Rito's family location within the clan territory, so she might visit him in the future. Together, Rito and Uchiha Meichin exited the Konoha arena. Just as they stepped through the entrance, Rito spotted two familiar figures, Inuzuka Aoi and Aburame Shiran. True to their earlier words, they had come to cheer for Rito during the Chunin exam, albeit as Genin. They could only occupy the standard spectator seats. "Rito," Inuzuka Aoi called out with a smile, waving as she hurried towards him. "Little Aoi, Shiran." Rito acknowledged them with a nod, his demeanor softening. "Congratulations on becoming a Chunin," Aoi said, producing a palm-sized box from her pocket and handing it to Rito. "I had anticipated your success, so I prepared a gift in advance." Chapter 29, a battleground in the midst of the gathering. Inuzuka Aoi held a beautifully wrapped gift box, her expression adorned with a smile, yet betraying a hint of anxiety in her eyes. However, Rito, with an air of composure, took the box from her hands. Upon opening it, he revealed a silver necklace, its pendant resembling a dog that bore an uncanny resemblance to Yukimaru. "It's a splendid gift, thank you, Aoi," Rito expressed earnestly as he accepted the present. Aoi, upon hearing his words, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Initially, she had intended to craft the necklace in gold, but due to budget constraints, she opted for silver instead. Shortly thereafter, Aburame Shiran also presented a gift to Rito, a beetle specimen from his collection. Though its monetary value was modest, the sentiment behind it was significant, and Rito graciously accepted it. "By the way, this is my clan member, Uchiha Mikoto," Rito mentioned, gesturing towards Mikoto standing beside him. "Mikoto, these are my teammates from the Genin squad, Inuzuka Aoi and Aburame Shiran." Unbeknownst to Rito, Aoi and Mikoto had already taken notice of one another prior to his introduction. With their distinct attire, they readily deduced each other's clan affiliations. "Hello, I am Inuzuka Aoi," Aoi greeted, her smile radiant as she extended her fair hand. Mikoto, maintaining her composure, returned the gesture with a graceful smile. "Greetings, I am Uchiha Mikoto." The two delicate hands clasped together, and an unusual atmosphere seemed to envelop the air around them. Meanwhile, Rita's other teammate, Aburame Shiran, remained overlooked. "To celebrate my promotion to Chunin, how about we go for some barbecue?" Rita suggested, noticing the subtle rivalry brewing between Aoi and Mikoto. "Sounds great, but let's split the bill this time," Aoi quickly responded, withdrawing her hand. Although her wallet was nearly empty after purchasing gifts for Rito, she was willing to spend again to assert her position against Mikoto. "Since it's Rito's suggestion, I have no objections," Mikoto replied defiantly, her gaze toward Aoi carrying a hint of disdain, acknowledging Aoi's lack of grace as a member of the Inuzuka clan. With both agreeing, the group made their way to the barbecue restaurant. However, the journey was not without its challenges, as Aoi and Mikoto flanked Rito, their opposing energies creating an atmosphere that left Rito somewhat exasperated. This was indeed Rito's first encounter with such a battleground-like scenario. Until now, he had devoted himself to training and his responsibilities, seldom engaging with girls of his age. Despite his striking looks, he had never found himself surrounded by females. Yet, as they ventured further, Rito unexpectedly spotted a familiar face that lifted the weight of tension from the group. "Hey, Minato, long time no see." Rito called out to the blonde youth, Namikaze Minato, who was nearby. Minato, along with Uzumaki Kushina, his future fated partner, was also out shopping. "Long time no see, Rito." Minato replied, his gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions. He had witnessed Rito's formidable performance in the Chunin exams that day and was taken aback by the level of strength displayed, even with several more years of training. He doubted he could reach Rito's current prowess. Minato had initially intended to participate in the Chunin exams himself, but his mentor, Jiraiya, had other plans. Deeming the exams a futile endeavor, he assured Minato that when the time was right, he would recommend him for promotion without the need for participation. Despite Jiraiya's seemingly unreliable demeanor, his skills as a ninja were undeniable, and Minato had learned immensely just by being under his tutelage for a brief period. Meanwhile, Kushina's demeanor shifted upon seeing Rito, her expression betraying a mix of excitement and annoyance. This was a rare moment for her to be alone with Minato after arriving in Konoha, and now, unexpectedly, Rita had appeared. Ritu, noticing her displeasure, continued cheerfully. Would you like to join us for barbecue? I'll treat. Minato turned to Kushina, seeking her opinion. Absolutely. This guy has beaten you so many times. I must ensure he pays for it, Kushina declared fiercely without hesitation. But in the next moment, she realized the implications of her words and quickly apologized. Sorry, Minato. I didn't mean. Minato offered a wry smile, reassuring her. It's all right. It's no big deal. The truth remained that Kushina was not entirely wrong, as her remarks stemmed from their previous encounters during battles. Thus, Minato and Kushina joined Rita's group, allowing Rita to escape the pressure from Aoi and Makoto, who now walked side by side. Surprisingly, Kushina managed to interact amicably with both Aoi and Makoto, significantly easing the tension between them. Before long, they arrived at the barbecue restaurant. The group settled in, and, true to her word, Kushina ordered an astonishing 20 servings of meat for herself, nearly overwhelming the table. Isn't that a bit excessive? Makoto queried, covering her mouth in disbelief. Aoi shared a similar sentiment, her eyes flickering with concern. If Kushina continued to eat like this, she wouldn't be able to afford her share even if they split the bill. Noticing Aoi's unease, Rita reassured her with a smile, don't worry. It's on me today. Didn't Kushina say she wanted me to spend generously? Let her indulge. Although he had already mentioned treating them, it seemed Aoi had overlooked that part. Humph. This time, I'll make sure you pay for all those tasks, Kushina declared with determination, immediately starting to grill the meat. I may not be able to defeat you, but I can certainly out-eat you. Let Uchiha Ritu experience the incredible vitality of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina busily grilled and devoured the meat without pause. Chapter 30. The Pursuit of Tsunade. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the horizon, Rito and his companions had finished their hearty barbecue feast. While settling the bill, Uzumaki Kushina wore a smile on her lips, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she observed Rito, eager to see how he would handle the financial blow. However, Rito merely retrieved his wallet, casually pulled out a few bills, and paid without a hint of concern. You scoundrel! How can you be so wealthy? Kushina exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief at the abundance of cash in Rito's wallet, her voice laced with frustration. Tell me, is it possible that you are standing before the richest person in Konoha? Rito inquired, a playful grin adorning his face as he tucked his wallet away. Sometimes, the truth is hard to believe, and Kushina merely scoffed. Humph, how boring. This time, I underestimated you, but I'll teach you a lesson next time. Despite Rito's truthful statement, the group merely took it as a jest, leaving him in a state of exasperation. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, the group exchanged farewells and parted ways. Rito and Uchiha Makoto walked together towards the Uchiha clan's territory. During their journey, Makoto seemed hesitant to speak, her lips moving as if on the verge of uttering something. Yet the words never escaped her until Rito turned off at a crossroads. Upon reaching his doorstep, Rito refrained from opening the door and instead glanced back at a shadow lurking nearby. Are you not going to show yourself? Have you been following me all this way? As if summoned, a young woman with light yellow hair gradually emerged from the shadows. Tsunade. Her gaze towards Rito was tinged with hostility, for her beloved younger brother, Nawaki, had been knocked unconscious by Rito earlier that day. I never imagined that the renowned Princess Tsunade would indulge in such stalking, Rito remarked, a hint of mockery in his smile. He had sensed Tsunade's animosity towards him throughout their encounter. It was palpable. You bastard. Tsunade seethed, her expression furious as she advanced towards Rito, ready to unleash her fury with a punch. She was undeterred by the prospect of reprimand. Her only desire was to avenge her brother. Don't underestimate me, Rito declared defiantly, raising his hand to counter her strike. Bang! The two fists collided, sending an invisible shockwave rippling through the air. Rito's strength, already considerable, had been amplified by his mastery of enhanced physical prowess, putting him on par with Tsunade. After the impact, both Rito and Tsunade stumbled back a few paces, leaving deep cracks in the ground beneath them. This little Uchiha brat has made remarkable progress. He is no longer inferior to me, Tsunade thought in astonishment, feeling a tingle of numbness and pain in her arm. Her clarity of vision sharpened as she recognized Rito was now a formidable opponent. How utterly uncouth. It was a fair and open match, and Nawaki did not complain about losing. I never expected you to resort to such underhanded tactics, Rito chastised Tsunade mercilessly. Despite Tsunade's ethereal beauty, her nature was far from admirable, as evidenced by her subsequent struggles with blood phobia after the Second Great Ninja War. Rito held no bias against her based on her appearance. Upon hearing Rito's scathing words, Tsunade's face flushed with indignation. What does it matter that I am the granddaughter of the first Hokage? She retorted fiercely. And what qualifications do you, an Uchiha, have to challenge me? Before the establishment of Konoha, your clan was already in a state of defeat. If it weren't for my grandfather's generosity in allowing you to join Konoha, the Uchiha would have never had the privilege of being part of it. Rito laughed, relishing in her flustered anger. Fortunately, Rito's home was situated on the outskirts of the Uchiha territory, surrounded only by a forest, thus muffling the sounds of their earlier confrontation and Tsunade's enraged outburst. Well, if you wish to fight me, I shall grant you the opportunity. Select a training ground, and I will engage you in combat, Rito offered, his expression turning serious. He had recently experienced a significant boost in strength and was eager to test his mettle against Tsunade. Heh, Tsunade replied, her eyes darkening as she fixed her gaze on Rito. You asked for it. Don't blame me if I strike too hard. Rito smiled once more, turning to open his front door. That's only fair. After all, one must accept the consequences of their wagers. He retrieved the gifts from Inuzuka Aoi and Yamanaka Shikamura that he had set aside in the living room to prevent any damage during their impending battle. Afterward, he stepped back outside to face Tsunade. Shall we? Tsunade cast a glance at Rito before silently leaping onto the rooftops, with Rito following closely behind. Before long, they arrived at an isolated training ground. Night had fallen, yet the darkness posed no hindrance to the ninja's combat abilities. Rito and Tsunade stood facing each other, the tension palpable in the air. Shall we perform the hand seals, just like at the Valley of the Inn? Rito suggested, breaking the silence. Who would want to perform hand seals with you? You brat. Tsunade shouted, charging forward with all her might, her fist aimed squarely at Rito. In that moment, her heart was eerily calm. She was devoid of rage, focused solely on defeating Rito. As her fist approached, the air crackled with energy, and Rito's form shimmered with a vibrant blue chakra, laced with electric currents. This was an advanced version of the lightning release, body refinement technique. Nearing the lightning release, chakra mode. In the next instant, Rito had already evaded several meters away, successfully dodging Tsunade's punch. Bang! Tsunade's strike missed its mark, her fist crashing into a stone behind Rito, pulverizing it into dust. What a terrifying blow. That could have ended my life. Rito wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his brow, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. However, Tsunade seemed unfazed by Rito's words, her expression stoic as she turned and prepared to launch another attack. Chapter 31. The summons of Tsunade and the clan leader. As the relentless pressure of Tsunade bore down on him once more, Rito stood his ground, refusing to evade the confrontation. He retaliated with the second stage of the lightning release, body refinement technique, enhanced by his extraordinary strength, meeting Tsunade's full-powered, formidable punch head-on. A resounding crash echoed as a circular shockwave erupted from the collision of their fists, causing both Rito and Tsunade to stagger backward a few steps. In this clash of martial prowess, it appeared they were evenly matched. However, Rito possessed a decisive advantage. Scarlet King, epigraph. Rito projected visions of the future above his brow, anticipating Tsunade's next move. In a fleeting moment, he foresaw her leap, poised to deliver a kick. As he ceased to glimpse the future, Tsunade indeed sprang into action, her heel aimed at the very spot he occupied. Painful heaven kick. Boom. A gaping crater several meters wide manifested in the ground. Alas, the attack met with empty air, for Rito had already vanished from that location. His eyes had unraveled the threads of destiny. None of her movements could elude his perception. Rito materialized beside Tsunade, raising his arm and, without hesitation, struck downwards. Thud. His palm, along with his forearm, crashed into Tsunade's back, unleashing a torrent of ferocious power. She was sent sprawling to the ground, half of her body buried beneath the rubble, while the pit she had created with her earlier kick further expanded and deepened. You underestimate me gravely, Tsunade. Rito gazed down at the fallen Tsunade, speaking with a calm demeanor. Let this battle conclude here. You could never hope to best me. With a final remark, Rito turned to depart. In his parting gesture, he deliberately tempered his strength. Otherwise, Tsunade would require an extensive period of recovery. After Rito's departure, Tsunade took a moment to rise from the debris. Hiss. Rubbing her sore back, she utilized healing techniques to mend her injuries. How embarrassing it is to be bested by a mere child. Upon returning home, Rito took a brief shower before lying on his bed. The following day, he awoke feeling invigorated. Should I take a moment to visit the company? Glancing at the calendar, Rito realized it had been some time since he last went to the office. This simply would not do. His publishing company was the foundation of his endeavors, and all future prospects would stem from it. Thus, he resolved to pay the company a visit. Having made up his mind, Rito quickly finished his breakfast and set out for the office. However, no sooner had he left his home than he encountered Makoto Uchiha. Upon seeing Rito, Makoto hurried over, exclaiming, "The clan leader wishes to summon us both, so I came specifically to inform you." Following yesterday's CH9 exams, Hayakage Uchiha had intended to summon Rito, but his return to the clan grounds was delayed, pushing the meeting to today. Very well, please lead the way, Rito nodded. Though his original plans had been disrupted, meeting with Hayakage Uchiha could prove beneficial. As they walked, Makoto's eyes remained discreetly on Rito. I hear the clan leader's summons is to bestow rewards for our promotions to CH9, she suddenly remarked. Rito turned to Makoto, a smile gracing his lips as he softly replied, Really? That would be splendid. Though he could discern the truth, he found Makoto's earnest attempt to engage him rather endearing. A subtle smile curved Makoto's lips as she continued. However, your performance on the field surpassed mine, so your reward will undoubtedly be greater. She speculated that she might receive a promotion from C rank to B rank ninjutsu, while Rito's prospects remained a mystery. Perhaps, but I do not place great importance on such matters. Rito chuckled. He lacked for nothing at present, rendering any desires trivial. As they conversed, They soon arrived at the core area of the Uchiha clan. Although Rito had been a member of the Uchiha clan for a decade, he had rarely visited this central zone, leaving him unfamiliar with the layout. Were it not for Mikoto's guidance, he might have struggled to locate the residence of clan leader Hyakage Uchiha. Upon reaching the entrance of Hyakage Uchiha's estate, they were greeted by a waiting attendant. Miss Mikoto, the attendant beamed with respect upon seeing her. However, when he turned to Rito, he was at a loss for words and could only manage a polite smile. Yet, this was hardly surprising. Mikoto, as a descendant of the clan's elders, held a prestigious status. In contrast, Rito hailed from a lineage of craftsmen, and his current achievements were solely due to his reincarnated identity. Otherwise, he would have never even met Mikoto, let alone spoken with her. This is Rito Uchiha, the new generation's prodigy within the Uchiha clan. Remember his name. Mikoto Uchiha grasped Rito's arm and introduced him with pride. After returning home yesterday, she had taken it upon herself to research Rito's background, and the revelations shocked her. Born on the fringes of the clan, with no ninja in his ancestry and having lost his parents at a young age, she could scarcely fathom the hardships Rito must have endured to attain his current stature. The struggles he faced were a topic she dared not dwell upon. Young Master Rito. The attendant addressed him promptly upon hearing Mikoto's introduction. However, Rito did not dwell on the formality. He calmly replied, "There is no need for that title. Simply call me by my name, perhaps with a sir appended." Due to his early entrepreneurial endeavors, Rito preferred a more formal address. Afterwards, Rito and Mikoto did not linger further and entered the estate. Hyakage Uchiha's residence was a classic structure of considerable size. Rito and Mikoto navigated through its winding corridors for some time before finally arriving at a hall. Inside, Hyakage Uchiha was clad in a robe, meticulously pruning a potted plant. Ordinarily, he would proceed with his leisurely task, subtly asserting dominance over the newcomers. However, upon noticing Rito's arrival, he promptly set aside his tools, gesturing towards a nearby tatami mat, and said, "Please, take a seat." Rito and Mikoto sat adjacent to one another, while Hyakage Uchiha positioned himself across from them. Chapter 32. The future of the Uchiha clan. Before him stood Uchiha Haiho, the esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan. And it was the first time Rito had encountered this venerable elder. His face was etched with deep lines, his hair and beard entirely white, and his eyes shone with the light of dusk, perfectly embodying Rito's impression of an elder. "I attended the Chunin exams that you participated in," Uchiha Haiho suddenly remarked. "To speak candidly, your performance was commendable. Therefore, in my capacity as the clan leader, I wish to bestow upon you some rewards." His demeanor was warm as he regarded Rito and Uchiha Mikoto. "Thank you, clan leader," Rito replied with a slight nod, his voice calm. In contrast, Mikoto's response was far more cheerful, her dimples appearing as she said, "Thank you, Grandpa clan leader." Uchiha Haiho smiled once more and retrieved a scroll from the pocket of his coat. This scroll contains the fire release, great fire annihilation technique. "Mikoto, I entrust this jutsu to you. I hope you will study it diligently." He presented the scroll to Uchiha Mikoto, who accepted it with a beaming smile. Rito had utilized great fire annihilation during the Chunin exams, and Mikoto had witnessed its formidable power firsthand. Although she might never reach Rito and Appo's level of mastery, she would be content with even half its might. Afterward, Uchiha Haiho turned his gaze toward Rito and declared, "Uchiha Rito, as you have emerged victorious in the Chunin exams, you may choose your desired reward, be it jutsus, monetary compensation, or something else entirely." "Choose for myself?" Rito furrowed his brow, pondering what he truly needed. He had amassed an ample collection of jutsu. As for money, it was a jest. In terms of personal wealth, he could arguably be considered the richest in Konoha. After much deliberation, he finally stated, "A weapon. I require a suitable weapon." "Ah, a weapon?" Uchiha Haiho mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Come with me. Our clan possesses an array of weapons. Let us see if there is one that suits you." Uchiha Haiho rose and led Rito out of the hall. Typically, a clan leader's residence is the most significant location within a clan, and thus, Uchiha Haiho's estate housed all the clan's valuable items, such as archives, jutsu, and weapons. As they walked toward the weapon repository, Uchiha Haiho's pace suddenly slowed. "Rito, what do you perceive the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha to be?" He turned back, his gaze fixed on Rito. The question was straightforward, seeking to discern Rito's perspective on the clan's connection to the village. Rito pondered briefly before responding. "Konoha is merely the residence of the Uchiha clan. If it remains a suitable place to dwell, then we shall continue to reside here. However, should the day come when it no longer serves our needs, we shall depart." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Haiho erupted into hearty laughter, Rito's words striking a chord deep within him. The Uchiha clan had existed long before the emergence of ninjas, its lineage stretching back over a millennium, while Konoha was but a nascent village of merely 37 years. How could it possibly compare to the Uchiha clan? Therefore, it was unnecessary to overly concern oneself with the collective of Konoha. The foremost duty of the Uchiha was to ensure the continuity of their heritage. One day, Konoha would inevitably fall, yet the Uchiha would endure. Uchiha Rito. Uchiha Haiho's expression turned solemn as he regarded Rito. You possess the potential to rival Uchiha Madara himself. Had you been born several decades earlier, your accomplishments might well have surpassed his. Having witnessed many talents over his extensive lifespan, Uchiha Haiho deemed the greatest to be Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, both exceptional figures of their time. Rito was the only individual he had encountered who could be compared to them. Perhaps, Rito replied with a smile. But I believe it might be better that they were not born in the same era. This present time is quite favorable, situated neither too far nor too near to the onset of the true drama, providing ample opportunity for strategizing. Indeed, it would be quite unfortunate if all the remarkable figures emerged in the same era. Uchiha Haiho chuckled heartily, feeling a rare sense of joy. In Rito, he glimpsed a promising future for the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, he had no intention of nurturing Rito in the same manner he had with Uchiha Fugaku. Partly due to the attachment formed through years of earnest guidance, and partly because Rito exuded a wild aura that suggested he should be allowed to grow freely. Oh well, I still have a few years left to live. I shall decide the matter of the clan leader's position when the time comes, Uchiha Haiho mused inwardly. Upon reaching the weapon repository, Uchiha Haiho dispelled the surrounding illusions and barriers. Within lies an assortment of weapons left by the clan's past champions. You may select one. He gestured toward the array of weapons displayed on the shelves. A glance revealed an abundance of blades and shuriken. Rito strolled through the collection and soon noticed an unusual presence, a simple handle. What is this? He inquired, lifting the handle to show Uchiha Haiho. This. Uchiha Haiho's gaze sharpened as memories flooded back. This is a chakra weapon crafted by a former clan head. By infusing chakra into the handle, one can manifest any weapon they desire. The creation of this handle was rather whimsical, as one might question why one would use a chakra-wasting handle when any weapon could suffice on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Rito attempted to channel chakra into the handle, and indeed, a burst of chakra emerged from its end. He skillfully manipulated the chakra, shaping it into the form of a shuriken. I shall take this chakra handle, Rito declared, feeling satisfied with his choice, for he possessed an abundance of chakra and was not one to squander it. Chapter 33. The hesitant Uchiha Mikoto. Unless one possesses exceptionally advanced ninja tools, weapons are not particularly crucial in ninja combat. Thus, Uchiha Kaika did not attempt to dissuade Rito from choosing the chakra handle. Very well, take this chakra handle with you, he nodded and said. Subsequently, the two exited the Uchiha armory. On their way back to the hall, Uchiha Kaika suddenly remarked, You should be aware of the recent news regarding the impending war. He stated, If all goes as expected, you will soon be assigned to the Leaf Village's forces. Rito nodded in response. I am aware, but it is not surprising. The outbreak of war among ninjas is quite normal. He had long since prepared himself psychologically for participating in the Second Shinobi World War. Moreover, if he were not assigned to the Leaf forces, he would inevitably join another ninja village's troops. Uchiha Kaika smiled, observing Rito's nonchalant demeanor. He believed Rito was too young to comprehend the true nature of war, which explained his lack of concern, even displaying eagerness. It was those like him, who had been exposed to the ravages of war since before the establishment of the Leaf Village, who truly understood the devastation it wrought upon the human spirit. Otherwise, why did Uchiha Madara decide to betray the Leaf, only to find no one from the Uchiha clan willing to follow him? After enduring several years of peace, Madara's audacity to incite war single-handedly was met with resistance. Rito, war is far more brutal than one can imagine, Uchiha Kaika said, his expression grave. Having lived for over 90 years, I have witnessed countless wars. Therefore, I comprehend far better than you what war entails. Your ninja talents are remarkable. The higher-ups in the Leaf will likely assign you critical missions during the war, and these missions may very well cost you your life. As a seasoned elder, he imparted his wisdom, concerned that Rito might meet an untimely end amidst the conflict. He had heard too many tales of gifted youths who perished, sometimes even during seemingly simple tasks. Understood, clan leader, Rito nodded in acknowledgement. They then returned to the hall. Uchiha Kaika looked at Rito and Uchiha Mikoto standing together, a smile gracing his lips. Although Rito possessed great talent, his background was somewhat humble, while Uchiha Mikoto came from a prestigious lineage yet exhibited average ninja skills. In Kaika's mind, should Rito and Mikoto become a pair, it would indeed be a perfect combination. All right, you may take your leave. I shall not intrude further upon your time, Uchiha Kaika said with another smile, ushering Rito and Mikoto away. Farewell, clan leader. Goodbye, grandfather clan leader. Rito and Uchiha Mikoto each bid their farewells as they exited the clan leader's residence. Upon leaving, Rito intended to head to the company once again. However, Uchiha Mikoto remained by his side, seemingly unwilling to depart. Mikoto, do you have any plans? Rito inquired, glancing at Uchiha Mikoto. Not particularly. I just happen to have some time and wish to practice the fire release ninjutsu that the clan leader just rewarded me. Uchiha Mikoto replied softly. In truth, if possible, she longed for Rito to guide her in mastering the fire release, great fire destruction, allowing them to train together. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips. She hesitated to voice them. I know of a few suitable training grounds within the clan territory. If you wish, I can share their locations, Rito offered. He could roughly deduce Uchiha Makoto's intentions, but he had his own matters to attend to and could not always cater to her needs. All right, Uchiha Makoto replied quietly, her expression unchanged, yet her heart brimmed with disappointment. She felt her indecisive nature was truly a flaw. Then let us proceed, Rito nodded, leading Uchiha Makoto back along the path they initially traversed. Along the way, Uchiha Makoto placed her palm into her pocket, several times contemplating retrieving the gift she had prepared for Rito. However, glancing at his figure ahead, she ultimately refrained. Inside her pocket lay a present intended for him. After Rito became a nin, Inuzuka Aoi had gifted him a necklace, and Uchiha Makoto, unwilling to be outdone, prepared a gift of her own. Yet, she now grappled with uncertainty, pondering whether it would be too forward to present it after only a day of acquaintance. While Uchiha Makoto wrestled with her thoughts, Rito led her back to the very path where they had first met, continuing toward his home. At that moment, Uchiha Makoto noticed something unusual. Although she had never personally visited Rito's home, she was aware of its location. Is this? She feigned ignorance. Near my home, I practice my ninjutsu here, Rito explained. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Makoto felt a surge of delight. Perhaps she could practice alongside Rito without needing to initiate the conversation. The two arrived at a wooded area, halting by a small river. Rito had previously practiced his fire release ninjutsu here, free from the risk of igniting a fire. You can practice the fire release ninjutsu here without worry. Almost no one from the clan comes to this place, Rito assured Uchiha Makoto before preparing to leave. Uchiha Makoto's hopes were dashed in an instant. Seeing Rito about to depart rendered her momentarily speechless. In a sudden rush of emotion, she impulsively grasped Rito's arm. What is it? Rito turned to Uchiha Makoto, noticing a slight flush on her cheeks. Uchiha Makoto hesitated for a moment, then steeling herself, she quickly produced the gift box from her pocket. This is a gift for becoming a nin. I hope you will accept it. She held the gift box with both hands, her gaze fixed on Rito's chin, too bashful to meet his eyes. Rito was momentarily taken aback, but soon recovered, accepting the gift. Upon opening it, he found a necklace as well, though this one was golden, adorned with 3 interconnected tomo forming a circular pendant. Chapter 34. The kind heart of Rito. As a descendant of the Uchiha clan's elders, Uchiha Makoto naturally enjoyed ample resources, and acquiring a gold necklace posed no significant burden. Rito gazed at the necklace without a stir of emotion, yet he maintained a smile to avoid discouraging Uchiha Makoto. It is a meaningful necklace. Thank you, Makoto, he remarked with a light chuckle. He closed the box and earnestly accepted the gift. Uchiha Makoto sighed in relief, as her greatest concern had not come to pass. However, Rito's subsequent words caused her heart to race once more. You have successfully been promoted to Chunin, and it is customary for me to present you with a gift as well, Rito stated suddenly. Unfortunately, I forgot to prepare one in advance. Therefore, as he spoke, he retrieved a kunai from his ninja pouch, the very one he had received as a reward for winning the Chunin exam. This chakra kunai is for you. Uchiha Makoto recognized the kunai's origin, and her emotions were indescribable. She felt shock, joy, and an overwhelming sense of being at a loss. She stood frozen for a moment, and once she regained her composure, she extended her small hand to accept the chakra kunai. I will cherish it, Uchiha Makoto declared resolutely. Rito smiled and advised, focus on your training. I have a few matters to attend to. Farewell for now. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Makoto, Rito returned home briefly to place the necklace inside, before setting off for the company. Soon, he arrived at the office and entered. Shortly thereafter, Chia Rin appeared. President, she said with a slight bow. No need for formality, Rin, Rito waved her over. Please, take a seat. He had known Chia Rin for several years, having traversed the journey from obscurity together, and could even consider her a friend. Yet, since Rito's publishing company began to flourish, Chia Rin had grown increasingly respectful. Yes. Chia Rin pressed her lips together and seated herself at the desk, quietly observing Rito. In truth, she did not wish to distance herself from him as a friend. But as the company expanded and she matured, the divide between their social standings became ever more pronounced. Thus, Chia Rin found it increasingly difficult to relate to Rito as a peer. Rin, how's the merger progressing? Rito inquired, as this was one of the objectives of his visit. The project is nearing completion, for family-run publishing houses remain reluctant to sell. But we have acquired all other publishers in the Land of Fire, Chia Rin replied, fully aware of the project's status. She then produced several documents and handed them to Rito. Rito reviewed them carefully, gaining insight into the situation. From his perspective, most of the acquired publishers were of little value, mere detritus, yet amidst the rubble, some genuine treasures could be found. There are far too many small publishers. Too diverse and chaotic, Rito contemplated. We should dismantle them entirely, reassemble them into a larger publishing house, and transfer some personnel from our other subsidiaries. This new entity can explore novel directions, publishing newspapers, magazines, or other projects freely. Their content will no longer be curated by the company, but rather accept unsolicited submissions. Chia-rin took out a small notebook and quickly noted Rito's directives. By the way, Rito added suddenly, in the initial stages, do not impose income expectations on them. Incurring some losses is acceptable. Understood, Chia-rin nodded in response. These tasks were not particularly challenging, as Rito had already laid out a plan for her to follow. As she pondered, Chia-rin recalled the 4 publishers that had not yet sold, prompting her to ask, President, how should we handle the remaining 4 publishers? According to the original plan, we will proceed with an elimination process, Rito replied without hesitation. Moreover, we shall cease any acquisition attempts, let them fade into obscurity. An invisible hand would assist Rito in eliminating all who dared to compete with him. After his last statement, Rito fell silent. His brow furrowed as he seemed lost in thought. Chia-rin chose not to take her leave, instead quietly watching him. Rin. I recall your parents passed away a few years ago, Rito suddenly remarked, his gaze fixed on her with an earnest tone. Chia-rin, meeting his eyes, was drawn into memories. Years prior, her parents had left Konoha to visit friends and tragically encountered rogue ninjas along the way, leading to their untimely demise. Consequently, she had shouldered the burden of her family at a young age, taking on work as a cleaner. Rin, losing one's parents is a profoundly sorrowful experience, Rito continued. I believe that with the outbreak of war, many more children will become orphans. Hence, I think we should take action. Chia-rin gazed into Rito's eyes, instinctively asking, what can we do? Starting now, in the name of the company, we will donate a sum each month to the Konoha orphanage, ensuring that every child there can lead a normal life. Additionally, we will hire several employees to volunteer at the orphanage, caring for the children. Rito decisively declared with a wave of his hand. To be honest, the Konoha orphanage is an official department of Konoha, and even without financial contributions, Rito's stance would not be questioned. However, the higher-ups in Konoha, a swarm of bureaucrats, hardly cared for the orphanage, merely ensuring regular funding sufficed, and it was inconceivable that they would allocate additional resources during wartime. The only one among the Konoha elite who might concern himself with the orphanage was Shimura Danzo, who would occasionally visit to bolster his own organization by recruiting members. The orphanage could not refuse, lest they risk losing their funding at a moment's notice. Understood. Chia-rin's tone softened, her admiration for Rito growing. To her, Rito had become an individual of greater stature than the Hokage. This matter is of utmost importance. You must take personal responsibility to ensure there are no issues. Rito instructed Chia-rin. After a brief silence, he added, if any village raises objections, do not handle it yourself, come directly to me. In a certain sense, what he intended to do could be seen as encroaching upon Konoha's public resources. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen or any high-ranking advisor discern Rito's ulterior motives, it would be all too easy for them to make a mountain out of a molehill. Chapter 35. An invitation to enter. As the saying goes, one cannot entrust the name and the instrument to another. Although Konoha is a military organization, at its core, it is a governing body, ruling over all its inhabitants. Thus, within Konoha, there can only be one voice, that of the Hokage and the upper echelons surrounding him. Within this system, all rules are established by them. While differing opinions may exist internally, such as the discord between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, or the disagreements between the Hokage and his advisors, any dissenting voice from outside the system is utterly intolerable. What Rito is doing is, in fact, subtly undermining Konoha's structure. He bypassed Konoha's public resources and directly provided financial aid to the Konoha orphanage. Regardless of its insignificance, the orphanage is still a subordinate organization of Konoha, and it is entirely inappropriate for Rito to dispense funds there. To those who are observant, if Uchiha Rito can provide funds to the Konoha orphanage today, could he not also be inclined to support the Konoha hospital tomorrow? Or perhaps the Konoha Ninja Academy the day after? And might he establish a task system that would compel all Konoha ninjas to undertake missions through him? Under such reasoning, Rito's ultimate goal becomes apparent: rebellion. Should any member of Konoha's upper echelon draw this conclusion and relay it to Sarutobi Hiruzen, even if Hiruzen holds Rito in high regard, he would inevitably harbor some suspicion. It is crucial to understand that, in any world or era, matters concerning rebellion are treated with the utmost seriousness. Does Rito possess the capability for rebellion? Perhaps he does. He has wealth. Through his publishing company, he has allies, the Uchiha clan, and he possesses strength, having dispatched Tsunade and mere moves. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen becomes aware of these 3 factors, it becomes irrelevant whether Rito intends to rebel. He cannot allow Rito to escape scrutiny. After all, rebellion does not hinge on intentions but rather on the capability to act. Although Rito has no interest in Konoha and never aspired to seize the Hokage's position, his willingness to shoulder the burden of rebellion to support the Konoha orphanage stems from a singular desire to cultivate a noble reputation. Following the Second Great Ninja War, Rito intends to start anew, and to embark on such a venture, a commendable reputation is indispensable. When Konoha was established, the various ninja clans chose to endorse Senju Hashirama as the first Hokage instead of Uchiha Madara, precisely because Hashirama's reputation eclipsed that of Madara. In the president's office, while Chia-rin did not fully grasp the implications of Rito's final words, she quickly responded, Understood. Rito looked at Chiya-rin and smiled. The reason he undertook such a significant risk was that he was gambling, betting that Konoha's higher-ups would not swiftly discern his intentions, and wagering that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not hold this against him during the war. Once the war passed, he would be free to pursue his ambitions without restraint. Rin, do remember to rest during the war, Rito advised, his gaze fixed on her. This was not a command from a superior, but rather a gesture of friendship. Chiya-rin paused, unsure of what to say, before simply nodding. Afterward, Rito attended to various matters within the company and met with departmental leaders. Fulfilling the purpose of his visit, the seeds had been sown. It remained to be seen how they would flourish. On his way home, Rito caught sight of the Hokage rock, a smile gracing his lips. Regardless of what the future held, at this moment, his heart brimmed with anticipation. The first piece on the chessboard denying Konoha had already been set. No matter how Konoha chose to respond, he felt no trepidation. Such was the mindset of Rito, undaunted and self-assured. Before long, he returned to his home, only to be taken aback by the sight of Uchiha Makoto standing at his doorstep. Seemingly lost in thought, "Makoto," Rito called softly. "Ah." Uchiha Makoto jolted awake, her gaze snapping towards Rito. Once she recognized him, she calmed down but still dared not meet his eyes directly, instead casting her gaze downward to his neck, her cheeks gradually flushing. Observing her unusual demeanor, Rito sighed inwardly. The youths in the Hokage world often exhibited a remarkable maturity. "What brings you to stand here lost in thought? Are you fatigued from training?" he inquired, offering her an opportunity to ease her discomfort. "Ah, yes," Uchiha Makoto replied hurriedly, nodding. "I practiced for a while and my chakra was quite depleted. So I thought I would come here to rest, not expecting you to be away." In truth, this was a fib. After Rito departed, Makoto had only practiced her ninjutsu briefly before losing her motivation. Her intent had not truly been to train but rather to spend some time alone with Rito. Thus, upon realizing he was absent, she abandoned her training entirely and opted to wait idly. It was only after some time that she remembered Rito lived nearby and decided to chance a visit, leading to the site Rito now beheld, her standing at the door. Lost in thought. "Regardless, please come in and rest," Rito said, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he opened the door to invite Uchiha Makoto inside. Uchiha Makoto, her earlier disappointment forgotten, excitedly followed Rito into the yard. Unlike most homes she had encountered, Rito's abode appeared somewhat dilapidated and cramped, with the entryway entirely paved with cobblestones, devoid of any greenery. Upon entering the house, one was met with aged wooden floors. The living room bore no embellishments, featuring merely a small table and a sofa. Coming from a noble lineage, Uchiha Makoto had never anticipated that Rito lived such a modest life. For reasons unknown, her eyes suddenly stung with tears, and she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Leading the way, Rito remained oblivious to Makoto's emotional state, merely saying, "Please take a seat," before heading to prepare some tea. However, even if he had been aware of her feelings, he likely would not have been concerned. The reason Rito resided in this antiquated house was that he harbored too many secrets. Living here allowed him to attract minimal attention. Truth be told, given his current financial standing, living a life of luxury would be an effortless endeavor if he so desired. Chapter 36. The onset of war. Uchiha Makoto sat on the sofa, glancing around the modest yet impeccably tidy abode of Rito, observing him as he prepared tea. A wave of admiration surged within her. Born from humble beginnings, he had resiliently grown into a towering figure. At that moment, Rito set the tea before Uchiha Makoto, remarking softly that he was not well versed in the art of tea making. She noticed the swirling steam and felt a flicker of doubt. Her training in tea ceremony had instilled in her a belief that Rito was indeed inexperienced in this craft, for technique rarely deceived. Yet, the aromatic fragrance wafting through the air invigorated her senses. This tea was exceptional. Uchiha Makoto, disregarding its scalding heat, took a delicate sip and was astonished. The quality surpassed that of her grandfather's usual brew, though she mused that the flavor could have been further elevated with a more refined technique. In truth, Rito was unaware of the tea's caliber, as it was a gift from Chiya-rin. After savoring a few more sips, Uchiha Makoto set her cup down. They sat together on the sofa, a respectful distance apart. She covertly observed Rito, wishing to initiate a conversation but struggling to find the right topic. "Have you encountered any challenges while practicing fire release jutsu?" Rito inquired suddenly. Uchiha Makoto chuckled lightly, internally acknowledging that she had hardly practiced enough to face any real issues. "Not really, nothing too significant," she replied with a forced smile. Rito nodded, his insight deepening. It was evident that Uchiha Makoto's aptitude for ninjutsu was rather ordinary, and she likely hadn't even grasped the basics of the grand fire destruction technique. As noon approached, Rito suggested, "Shall we stay for lunch?" Typically, such an invitation would prompt a polite farewell from someone who had only known him for 2 days. However, Uchiha Makoto responded without hesitation, "That would be wonderful, Rito." Despite the potential for parental scrutiny later, she was determined not to miss this opportunity. Not only would she remain in Rito's home, but she would also enjoy a meal prepared by him. "Very well," Rito shrugged, expecting her to decline. He then proceeded to the kitchen, adopting his usual cooking routine. albeit preparing an extra portion. As Uchiha Makoto watched him don an apron, a warm sensation enveloped her heart. She found herself gravitating towards him, softly offering, "Do you need a hand? I often help my mother with cooking at home." Rito glanced at her and replied, "Sure, you can help chop the vegetables." Together, they prepared a delightful lunch. "This is lovely," Uchiha Makoto thought, feeling a sense of peace and warmth as if they were truly a family. During lunch, they shared a comfortable silence, instinctively in sync as they savored their meal. Afterward, they washed the dishes together. Uchiha Makoto maintained a serene disposition throughout, even smiling as she bid farewell to Rito. "Goodbye, Rito," she waved cheerfully. However, over the next few days, Uchiha Makoto found herself frequently visiting Rito's home under the guise of practicing ninjutsu. Each morning, she would practice at the river before heading straight to his house to rest. This routine seemed entirely natural to her. They would cook lunch together and clean up afterward. During Rito's training sessions, she even took the initiative to tidy up, seamlessly integrating herself into his family life. Although Rito felt a sense of resignation, he could hardly dismiss her, so he allowed Uchiha Makoto's presence to continue. Yet, after another day, a sudden and momentous event in the ninja world prevented her from visiting Rito's home any longer. The Second Shinobi World War had finally erupted. The Rain Village, dissatisfied with its dire territorial conditions, brazenly invaded neighboring nations, commencing with the Land of Iron, followed by conflicts with both the Sand and Leaf villages. In response to the incursions, Sarutobi Hiruzen began rallying the Leaf's ninjas for a counteroffensive, assembling the 1st Battalion under the leadership of his disciples, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, to engage the enemy in the Land of Rain. Unluckily for Rito, he was among those dispatched in this initial battalion. At 5 in the morning, Rito donned his gear and gathered his ninja tools, pulling out an assignment letter. After a thorough perusal, he let out a sigh. Henceforth, he would officially serve as a Chunin team leader. Although becoming a Chunin leader was not inherently burdensome, the issue lay in the fact that Hiruzen had inexplicably assigned additional members to Team 9, resulting in an overstaffed unit. Among these new recruits were Shinju, Narashayo, and Uchiha Makoto. While the addition of Shinju and Narashayo was manageable, the inclusion of Uchiha Makoto posed a dilemma. Rito could scarcely fathom how to navigate the potential chaos should Uchiha Makoto and Inuzuka Aoi clash during their missions. "Well, I'll leave it to fate," he mused, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind as he stepped outside, heading toward the assembly point for the departing troops. Not long after, while still within the Uchiha compound, a familiar figure caught his eye, Uchiha Makoto. "Rito," she greeted him with a smile, jogging to his side. After several days of camaraderie, their bond had grown remarkably close. Rito returned her smile, suggesting, "Let us go to the assembly together." The first wave of ninjas heading to the Land of Rain numbered around 3,000. However, the area in front of the Hokage building could not accommodate such a crowd, so the final gathering place was designated at the entrance of the Leaf Village. Before long, Rito and Uchiha Makoto arrived at the village gates, where a throng of people had already gathered. Rito scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Inuzuka Aoi and Aburame Shiran. "Aoi." "Shiran," he called, waving them over as he approached. Naturally, Aoi noticed Rito and Appo's presence, along with Uchiha Makoto by his side. Chapter 37, Target Rain Hidden Initially. When Inuzuka Aoi beheld Rito, her expression radiated joy. However, upon encountering Uchiha Makoto, her demeanor swiftly turned cold, accompanied by a faint scoff. Rito, of course, noticed the shift in Aoi's demeanor, feeling a tinge of helplessness. "Aoi, you must have heard by now that our team has welcomed 3 new members." Rito gently informed her, his tone as soothing as possible. Aoi exhibited little change in her expression, merely nodding and responding, "Oh, I see." It appeared that she still harbored some disdain for Uchiha Makoto. Nevertheless, Rito found himself at a loss on how to mend their relationship and chose to remain silent for the moment. Aoi and Makoto stood beside Rito, one on each side, neither speaking, enveloped in a silence that Rito found somewhat exasperating. Moments later, another new teammate, Narashayo, arrived. Logically, Shayo should have been paired with Yamashiro and Akimichi to form the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. However, due to mismatched populations among the 3 clans in this generation, an extra Narashayo had emerged. Originally, during team assignments, Sarutobi Hizashi had haphazardly assigned him to 2 civilian ninjas, but now, during the reallocation of the combat squad, he was casually assigned to Rito's team. "Captain Rito," Narashayo said, bowing slightly and speaking in a low voice. Although he had recently been defeated by Rito, he now found himself a formal member of the team and had no choice but to let it go. Rito's strength was undeniable. Losing to him was hardly a disgrace, especially during the ongoing war, where having a powerful captain ensured a degree of safety. Rito nodded indifferently and welcomed him. "Welcome to Team 9. Please join the team." The addition of Narashayo, a relatively inconsequential member, was not a concern for Rito, and he felt no need to complicate matters deliberately. After Narashayo joined, the number of ninjas at the entrance of Konoha continued to swell, yet the other new squad member, Shinj, was notably absent. Rito surmised that Shinj was likely preoccupied with the first Hokage and Appo's necklace he had received that day, perhaps lingering on the rooftop with Tsunade. After a considerable wait, Shinji finally arrived, looking flustered as he dashed to the entrance of Konoha, scanning for Rito and the others. I apologize for my tardiness. I was delayed by an unexpected matter, he said, a hint of regret in his voice. Not a problem. Just join the team, Rito replied, seemingly unfazed. However, upon hearing the command to join, Shinji hesitated. His reluctance did not stem from dissatisfaction over failing the CH-NIN exams. After all, Rito had genuinely defeated him. The truth was, he had not actually lost consciousness after their battle. He had merely pretended to. The reason was simple. He felt embarrassed. Despite having fought valiantly to reach the finals, he had been effortlessly defeated by Rito, leaving him too ashamed to walk off the stage. Instead, he had feigned unconsciousness, being carried off by medical ninjas. Yet, in that moment, he had overheard Rito's words. Becoming Hokage does not guarantee everyone's recognition. Rather, it is through earning their recognition that one can become Hokage. This statement resonated deeply with Shinji, even prompting him to question his previous beliefs. Thus, upon reuniting with Rito, he felt compelled to express something. Otherwise, he could not face Rito after his guidance. Taking a deep breath, Shinji gazed at Rito and suddenly proclaimed, "Rito, what you said that day was indeed correct. It embodies the will of fire." Rito cast a glance at Shinji, unaware of the latter's internal struggles, and currently lacking the inclination for conversation. "Understood, please join the team. The Hokage has arrived," he replied dismissively. Shinji quickly turned back to see the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, indeed approaching the gates of Konoha, prompting him to hurriedly join the team. Before the unit set off, Hiruzen, as Hokage, was obliged to deliver a speech to bolster morale. The three commanders of the unit, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, flanked him as a backdrop. Due to his height, Hiruzen stood on a specially constructed platform to be fully visible to the assembled ninja forces. As he ascended, all eyes converged upon him. There was no elaborate opening ceremony. The ninjas were already well informed and understood the gravity of the mission ahead. Hiruzen surveyed the gathered ninjas and solemnly declared, "Ninjas of Konoha. Not long ago, the Rain Village invaded the borders of the Land of Fire, igniting war. In the face of Hanzo of the Salamander's malevolence, we of Konoha shall not yield. If they desire war, then we shall deliver it. From this moment forth, war is upon us. In the name of the Hokage, I declare the commencement of hostilities against the Rain Village. My three disciples, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, will lead this campaign." With that, Hiruzen turned to Orochimaru and the others. Their expressions varied. Orochimaru wore a stoic countenance, Jiraiya displayed resignation, and Tsunade maintained an impassive face. Yet in unison, they proclaimed, "Let us depart." With a formidable force of 3,000 ninjas, the sight of them swiftly advancing toward the battlefield was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Rito led his team, merging into the throng as they hastened toward the Rain Village. They traveled in silence, arriving at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. True to its name, the Land of Rain was perpetually shrouded in a fine drizzle, the rain even affecting the border shared with the Land of Fire, causing droplets to fall incessantly. Prior to the arrival of the 3,000 strong ninja force, Hiruzen had already stationed hundreds of ninjas at the border of the Land of Fire. This was done not only to defend against potential incursions from the Rain Village, but also to prepare camps for the subsequent troops. Thus, when Orochimaru and his cohort arrived with the 3,000 strong force, they found ready-made camps awaiting them. All squads entered the camp in sequential order to select their tents, while the last to arrive assumed patrolling duties for security. After scanning the camp's surroundings, Orochimaru, in a gravelly voice, issued a directive to the nearby ninjas. Chapter 38. Covert Revenge. The gentle drizzle fell incessantly as Rito and his team members leisurely made their way to the camp, selecting an unoccupied tent at random. The tent was merely a shelter, devoid of any furnishings, and the damp earth beneath their feet bore witness to its neglected state. However, under the circumstances of war, one could hardly expect better accommodations. Simply having a tent to rest in was a blessing. Rito surveyed the surroundings before turning to Inuzuka Aoi and Uchiha Mikoto. "Aoi Mikoto, this area will be yours from now on. You may hang a curtain for privacy," he instructed, pointing to a section in the northeastern corner. The duration of their stay in this tent remained uncertain, as the length of the war was unpredictable. Thus, it was prudent to delineate spaces for the male and female members of the team in advance. This partitioning served only to demarcate resting areas. Beyond that, the tent held no other purpose. Ninjas spent minimal time within the confines of the tent, often engaged in combat or on guard duty. There could be days when they would not return to the camp at all, and the scarce moments spent inside were solely for brief naps to regain their strength. After all, this was a battlefield, not a mere child's game. Having a warm meal was a luxury in itself, and one could hardly hope for more. Here, daily life was a distant memory, replaced solely by bloodshed and violence. In the meager possessions of every ninja, only a sleeping bag was related to rest. All else consisted of weapons. There was not even a change of clothes to be found. The notion of changing attire? Rest assured, upon your demise, a mortician would see to it. Of course, if one were to be reduced to mere flesh and bone, there would be little left to salvage, save for a box to return to Konoha. Alternatively, should one possess sufficient strength and luck to survive the battlefield for an extended period, a fleeting respite might be granted, allowing a return to Konoha. During such a time, one could finally shed the garments worn since entering the fray, stained with sweat, blood, dirt, and ash. A much-needed bath would wash away the remnants of battle, the dried sweat, the mingled blood of self and foe. Ultimately, one could collapse onto a long-missed bed, finally free from the specter of fear, and drift into a much-desired slumber. When the allied ninja villages could no longer bear the toll of war, they would convene to negotiate peace. Perhaps the surviving ninjas would earn the title of heroes within their villages. Yet, these heroes, after a brief respite, would inevitably find themselves thrust back into the ceaseless cycle of missions, awaiting the next great ninja war. Such is the fate of a ninja. Rito stood within the tent, gazing out at the persistent drizzle and the bustling ninjas, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a ninja approached swiftly, delivering a summons. Uchiha Rito, Lord Orochimaru requests your presence, the messenger announced. Casting aside his thoughts, Rito made his way to the operational tent where Orochimaru awaited. Not long before, Orochimaru and his two companions had arrived at the command tent. Within, an array of equipment had been meticulously arranged, and a large sand table at the center depicted the various deployments of the opposing forces. The old man has instructed us to set the battlefield within the Land of Rain. Should we not expedite our arrangements? Jiraiya inquired, observing the terrain of the Land of Rain on the sand table. Though they were direct disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi, this marked their first experience of war, and they had assumed command of the troops. Sarutobi had provided them with a general strategy before their departure, allowing them to implement it as needed. Patience, Orochimaru replied, scrutinizing the preparations. Hanzo of the Salamander is currently engaged in battle with Sunagakure. Any commotion on our part may prompt him to summon reinforcements. We should refrain from entering the Land of Rain, maintaining our front along the border for now, allowing Sunagakure to exhaust its strength against the Hidden Rain. Orochimaru's tone was calm as he articulated his strategy, which stood in stark contrast to Sarutobi's plans but held its own rationale. After a moment's reflection, Jiraiya found no fault in this approach. As the saying goes, a commander in the field may disregard the orders of his lord. The old man is in Konoha. The frontline battles cannot solely rely on his strategies, or we risk becoming too rigid, he concurred. I support your plan, Orochimaru. The trio, in their initial foray into commanding a war, found themselves somewhat disoriented, having altered Sarutobi's directives on the fly. Originally, Sarutobi's strategy had been to penetrate the Land of Rain and launch a simultaneous assault with Sunagakure, throwing the Hidden Rain into disarray. However, after discussions with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, they decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach, allowing the two villages to clash before Konoha would seize the opportunity. War can be deliberated later. We must address another matter. Tsunade interjected. There are numerous spies from the Hidden Rain surrounding the camp. We need someone to handle this. Her tone was somewhat frosty, hinting at deeper implications, which Orochimaru and Jiraiya quickly discerned. Who shall we assign? They inquired. Tsunade wasted no time, decisively stating Uchiha Rito. Indeed, her intent was to exact revenge on Rito, and she sought to do so openly. Having suffered defeat at the hands of Rito, alongside her brother Shinsuke, she could hardly swallow her pride. Thus, if her raw strength could not overcome him, she would resort to her authority to exact retribution. Orochimaru and Jiraiya did not find her intentions objectionable. Although they had not witnessed the Chunin exams, they had heard of Rito's victory over Shinsuke and assumed Tsunade sought to undermine him. Very well, let us proceed with your recommendation of Uchiha Rito. They agreed, not refusing Tsunade's suggestion, for their bond was that of comrades. While Rito was merely an outsider from the Uchiha clan. However, Tsunade hesitated, reluctant to confront Rito again. Just days prior, she had boasted of teaching him a lesson, only to be defeated in mere moments, falling short even of her brother's prowess. Hence, facing Rito as a vanquished opponent was undeniably humiliating. Perhaps it would be best for Orochimaru to handle this. It is inconvenient for me to intervene, Tsunade finally conceded, albeit reluctantly. Chapter 39. The initial battle on the battlefield. Lidu arrived at the command tent. In contrast to the tents of the ninja teams, this command tent was significantly larger, filled with various equipment, and capable of accommodating dozens of individuals to discuss strategies simultaneously. Orochimaru-sama, Lidu said as he entered the tent, striding directly towards Orochimaru. The latter, with his golden serpent-like eyes, scrutinized Lidu from head to toe, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This unsettling smile sent a shiver down Lidu's spine. Had he not known that Orochimaru was relatively normal at this moment, he would have undoubtedly summoned his chakra blade and prepared for combat. Within the tent, aside from a few ninjas from the intelligence department, only Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the high-ranking officials of the unit, were present. Tsunade was nowhere to be found. Uchiha Lidu. I have heard of you, Orochimaru said slowly, his voice tinged with a slight darkness and hoarseness. A young Uchiha with remarkable talent. My disciple, Shinji, met his defeat at your hands. Though each of Orochimaru's words seemed to be a compliment, they were delivered in an utterly flat tone devoid of any emotional inflection, conveying a chilling indifference. Merely exaggerated praise, Lidu replied calmly. Orochimaru's eerie demeanor might have been intended to intimidate him, but Lidu felt no trepidation. At this moment, Orochimaru was merely a slightly stronger ninja, and Lidu was confident in his ability to hold his ground. With sufficient self-assurance, he had no reason to fear Orochimaru's threats. I have a task for you, Orochimaru continued, slightly taken aback by Lidu's nonchalant expression. An A-rank mission. Eliminate all non-Konoha ninjas in the vicinity of the camp. He extended his tongue to lick his lips, stating the task. Entrusting Lidu to single-handedly purify the area of spies indeed warranted the classification of an A-rank mission. However, Lidu merely nodded and replied, understood. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and departed to carry out the assignment. As Orochimaru watched Lidu's retreating figure, he once again licked his lips, intrigued by the Uchiha boy, contemplating whether he would succeed in his mission. The gentle rain continued to fall as Lidu exited the command tent. He did not return to his team's tent, but instead made his way out of the camp. It was evident to him that this task was designed to deliberately challenge him, and he surmised that Tsunade was the mastermind behind it. Although he felt displeased, there was little he could do. After all, Tsunade was the commander of the ninja army, while he was merely a squad leader. Yet, the future was long, and Lidu was determined to find an opportunity for retribution. Lost in thought, Lidu suddenly drew his chakra blade from his waist. Fool! Did you think hiding in the water would keep you hidden? He exclaimed. Infusing chakra into the blade, a blue beam erupted from its tip, instantly piercing the puddle beneath him. A rain ninja, donning a breathing mask, emerged from the small pool, though it was the lifeless body that surfaced. Blood mingled with the rainwater, dispersing around. Activating his Sharingan, Lidu carefully examined the chakra blade he had developed, akin to the lightsabers from Star Wars. He could even alter the beam's properties through the transformation of chakra. Gradually, Lidu infused the blade with fire chakra, and the beam's color shifted dramatically. The crimson beam, reminiscent of blazing flames, radiated a searing heat, evaporating the raindrops that fell before they could touch the ground. Holding the chakra beam in one hand, he kicked aside the dead rain ninja. First, he remarked nonchalantly. For Lidu, purging the spies around the camp posed no significant challenge. It was merely a matter of time. Searching for each infiltrator one by one. With his Sharingan activated, he swiftly navigated around the camp, effortlessly dispatching every spy he encountered. 12th, he announced as he struck down another rain ninja, silently counting. The lower-tier ninjas had all been dealt with, leaving only those of at least the CH Nin rank. Come forth. I offer you an opportunity to engage me openly, Lidu stated, his gaze fixed ahead, having spotted two ninjas. With his words echoed, a ninja clad in red, revealing half of his arm, emerged from the earth. Ah, an IWA ninja, Lidu noted, recognizing the Iwagakure symbol on the ninja's forehead protector. So, you IWA ninjas wish to partake in this war as well? The land of rain bordered the three great nations of fire, earth, and wind. And with the conflict between Konoha and Amigakure, it was hardly surprising that Iwagakure would send ninjas to gather intelligence. We merely came to assess your Konoha's strength. The IWA ninja replied, his expression grave as he caught sight of Lidu's Sharingan. Out of respect for the Uchiha clan's reputation, he heightened his vigilance. Squinting slightly to focus on Lidu's torso to avoid falling victim to genjutsu, Lidu wasted no time in idle chatter. He raised his hand, wielding the chakra beam, and unleashed a barrage of flames toward the IWA ninja. Doton, Doriheki. The IWA ninja quickly formed hand seals, conjuring a wave of stone to shield himself from Lidu's fire. Blocked it. Now is the time to counter, the IWA ninja thought, planning his next move. But suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a white beam piercing through his chest. What kind of weapon is this? He pondered as consciousness began to fade. He recalled Lidu's gesture that released flames from the chakra beam, seemingly without the need for hand signs. And now this beam had directly penetrated his torso. The stone wave collapsed, revealing the fight's true outcome. A white beam, spanning a distance of several meters, had pierced the IWA ninja's body, the other end firmly held by Lidu. The use of chakra was limitless, if he wished. Lidu could strike his enemies from hundreds of meters away. And you. Lidu suddenly pivoted towards another direction, sending several wind blades speeding toward a tree trunk. A jet of blood erupted as a ninja clad in a tan vest fell from the tree. Earlier, he had uttered the word you. Yet only the IWA ninja had dared to confront Lidu. This ninja, however, naively believed he had remained undetected. Thus, Lidu granted him no courtesy, swiftly eliminating him. Chapter 40. Patrol Rito cast a glance at the ninja who had fallen from the tree trunk, noting the emblem of Sunagakure upon his forehead protector. It was perplexing to see forces not committed to the confrontation with Hanzo of the Salamander engaged in intelligence activities here. He shifted the chakra attribute within the beam of light from wind to fire and promptly incinerated the bodies of the two ninjas, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, Rito resumed his hunt as time gradually passed. 37, 38. After incinerating another two corpses, Rito retracted the chakra handle, having cleared the area of spies. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to detect them. If they were too well concealed, there was little he could do. It was time to return to the camp. As Rito turned to head back, the rain intensified, transforming from a light drizzle to large drops, soaked to the skin. He returned to the camp and made his way directly to the command tent. Inside, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were gathered around a massive map, discussing their battle strategy. Orochimaru-sama. All spies in the vicinity of the camp have been eliminated, Rito announced upon entering the tent. He laid out several forehead protectors beside him, all taken from the ninjas he had dispatched. He understood the importance of leaving evidence of his work. Orochimaru glanced at the collection of forehead protectors, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. It was noteworthy that Rito had completed his task in a mere 30 minutes, yet the number of forehead protectors exceeded 30. This implied that he had neutralized a spy in less than a minute on average. However, seasoned as he was, Orochimaru quickly regained his composure and addressed Rito in accordance with their previously established plan. Excellent. Your team's next mission is to patrol the perimeter and ensure the camp's safety. Understood, Rito nodded and took his leave. Just before exiting the command tent, he felt an inexplicable urge to glance back, only to meet Tsunade's gaze. As she too turned her head, a smirk played at the corners of her mouth, as if reveling in her own satisfaction. Could it be that despite his prowess, he was still bound to obey her commands? The essence of a ninja lies in power. One day, you shall learn this, you insufferable Uchiha brat. Tsunade observed Rito's somewhat disheveled appearance with delight, silently chuckling to herself. Upon stepping out of the command tent, Rito squinted against the rain and could not stifle a click of his tongue in irritation. The feeling of being under someone else's thumb was profoundly displeasing. Yet, Tsunade, there would come a day when you would reap the consequences of your actions. As he gazed at the falling raindrops, his mood soured further, and he retreated to his own tent. Inside the tent, silence reigned. The area designated for the female members was partitioned off. Yet Inuzuka Aoi and Uchiha Mikoto remained on opposite sides of the curtain. Meanwhile, Aburame Shiranui, Shigeru, and Narashio were gathered in the same area, but maintaining a noticeable distance between themselves, their camaraderie seemingly lacking. A mission? Rito surveyed the scene upon his return, gaining insight into the dynamics of his team. But he had little time to address their lack of synergy and chose to overlook it for the moment. What mission? Shigeru suddenly sprang up, excitement evident in his voice. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of discontent over being assigned to Rito's team by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Following the Chunin exams, he was due for promotion to Chunin, but his sister Tsunade's interference resulted in his removal from the promotion list, leaving him as a mere Genin. Now, he found himself relegated to Rito's team as a regular member. Thus, he was determined to make a strong impression on the battlefield, hoping to earn another chance at promotion. Patrolling the camp perimeter, responsible for security, Rito replied nonchalantly. Though there was some tension with Tsunade, he bore no ill will towards Shigeru, viewing him as a simple-minded young fool. Upon hearing the specifics, Shigeru felt a surge of enthusiasm and exclaimed, "Great. Let us get moving. Let us depart," Rito responded, leading his team members out of the camp. The layout of the Konoha camp was circular, prompting Rito to allocate areas in a 60-degree range, assigning each member a designated sector. As he listened to the raindrops striking the leaves, Rito watched squads of Konoha ninjas rush out of the camp. This was the war strategy devised by Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade to clear all rain ninjas along the border before entering the Land of Rain. To be frank, the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain was extensive, and with a force of 3,000 soldiers divided into small teams of 3 to 6, their impact was negligible. From Rito's perspective, the strategy left much to be desired. However, the trio was in command, while he was not one to voice his objections. 2 days later, Rito continued his patrol around the camp, which was now sparsely populated, with only a few intelligence ninjas and several strategists remaining. Rito's team was fortunate in being able to stay behind to guard the camp, thanks to Shigeru. The rain had finally ceased. Rito gazed at the emerging sun, and his spirits lifted slightly. Over the past 2 days, he had been on constant patrol outside the camp, with no opportunity to return to his tent. The weather had left him drenched, and his meals had consisted solely of military rations and cold water, without a warm meal in sight. Under such harsh conditions, even Rito, who had mentally prepared himself, found it hard to suppress his frustration. What vexed him further was the apparent comfort enjoyed by Orochimaru and the others. As smoke would rise from the camp in the evenings, Rito nearly felt compelled to join the enemy camp out of spite. Forget it. No use dwelling on it. The more I think, the angrier I become. Better to eat some military rations, Rito thought as he perched on a branch, relishing the rare sunlight. He squinted his eyes, pulled out a few military rations, and munched on them while using chakra to dry his clothes. A bite of military ration, a sip of cold water. Thus, he managed to get through lunch. Once he finished, Rito resumed his patrol. Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen received intelligence from the front lines. Chapter 41. The Fury of Sarutobi. Toying with the Umbu, it is utterly absurd. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, was rarely seen in such a state of anger. Traitors! 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 He slammed the intelligence report onto the table and struck it forcefully several times. I had already informed them that once the troops arrived at the border, they should take a brief respite before directly entering the Land of Rain to launch an assault on Hanzhou. Yet, they disregarded my strategy and unilaterally decided to remain at the border. They even spoke of watching the tigers fight from the mountain. How foolish. As the Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed not only profound political acumen but also remarkable strategic insight. Otherwise, he would not have led Konoha to victory in the First Shinobi World War following the death of Shinji Tobarama. At that moment, in the Hokage's office, besides Sarutobi Hiruzen, there were his two advisors, Nara Shikaku and Mito Gaiden. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, they began to ponder. Watching the tigers fight from the mountain was not necessarily a significant blunder, Nara Shikaku mused. If Hiruzen's plan for a pincer attack scored a perfect 10, then Orochimaru's strategy of watching from the sidelines would score a 7. While the latter was inferior to the former, it did not constitute a major strategic error. Hiruzen cast a glance at Nara Shikaku and sighed deeply. If they had executed their own idea, I might have acquiesced. However, the issue was that the three of them always acted on a whim. They had clearly intended to observe but suddenly changed their minds and resolved to eliminate the Rain Ninjas. Deploying 3,000 ninjas along the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain to root out the hidden Rain Ninjas was sheer arrogance. They squandered their forces. From Hiruzen's perspective, if Orochimaru and the others had concentrated their 3,000 ninja army in the camp to rest and prepare, he would not have been so furious. He might have even agreed. But once the strategy to eliminate the Rain Ninjas was proposed, the idea of observing from the mountain was entirely rendered moot. Originally, the battles between the Rain and Sand villages were not particularly fierce, and taking advantage of their skirmishes to strike at the Rain village was the best course of action. However, now with 3,000 ninjas spread across the borders, it was akin to inflicting a wound upon themselves before the war had even begun. Despite the Land of Rain being a minor nation, its borders were not short, and deploying 3,000 ninjas in small squads was utterly futile. This not only drained the morale of the lower-ranking ninjas, leaving them fatigued, but also severed communication with the ninja squads, making it difficult to relay any commands. Nara Shikaku and Mito Gaiden furrowed their brows, sensing the gravity of the situation. What should we do now? Mito Gaiden inquired urgently. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed the corner of his eye and sighed, stating, "We can only hastily regroup the troops, allow them to rest briefly, and then march directly into the Land of Rain. At this point, they have already lost the initiative, so once they enter the Land of Rain, they must fortify their positions and prepare for a protracted battle. Fortunately, Konoha is a great shinobi village. Even relying solely on its foundation, it can still prevail over the Rain village." With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen took up a pen and wrote a stern letter, demanding that Orochimaru and the others immediately cease their strategy and swiftly enter the Land of Rain, without delay. Go. And ensure that this letter reaches Orochimaru and the others without error. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned an Umbu, entrusted him with the letter, and instructed him to deliver it. Yes. The Umbu took the letter and vanished in an instant. After the Umbu disappeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed again, reflecting on the immense pressure he faced after the death of the second Hokage, Shinji Tobarama, when he managed to secure victory in the First Shinobi World War. Yet now, his three disciples had managed to entangle Konoha in a stalemate despite such a significant advantage. Contemplating Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of concern. From a ninja's perspective, these three were undoubtedly competent, but when it came to political wisdom, each was more lacking than the last. It seemed that the candidate for the fourth Hokage must be chosen with care to avoid them, he mused, contemplating potential successors. As dusk descended, a light drizzle began to fall. Rito gazed at the illuminated camp and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Suddenly, he sensed a ninja intruding upon his perimeter. Swish! A kunai grazed the edge of a mask, and an Umbu wearing a fox mask froze in place. Halt! Rito crossed his arms, standing high on a branch. Looking down at the Umbu. I am an Umbu from Konoha, sent by the Hokage to deliver a message to the front lines. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the Umbu's forehead as he spoke. He had not sensed Rito's presence at all. Had Rito harbored malicious intent, he might have already met his demise. I cannot ascertain your identity, so you cannot enter this vicinity, Rito replied calmly. I am indeed an Umbu from Konoha. The fox-masked Umbu insisted urgently. This letter pertains to matters on the front lines. If he failed to deliver it due to Rito's obstruction, it would be disastrous. Then, what proof do you have? Rito continued, his tone unyielding. He could discern that the ninja before him was indeed from Konoha's Umbu. Yet he had been patrolling for days and was merely seeking to amuse himself by teasing the Umbu. The fox-masked Umbu, realizing Rito was determined to block him but lacking substantial evidence to convince him, felt frantic. Unable to fight and unable to reason, he was drenched in sweat. However, in the dim light of night, he suddenly recognized Rito's appearance, and a spark of realization struck him. I know you, Uchiha Rito. I was there supervising during the Chunin exams when you participated. The fox-masked Umbu exclaimed quickly. He indeed had a vivid impression of Rito, who had caused a stir at the Chunin exams by demolishing the Konoha arena, and the Umbu had been assigned to repair it, resulting in an unexpected overtime shift. TSK. Very well, you may go deliver the letter, Rito conceded with a click of his tongue, stepping aside to allow the fox-masked Umbu entry into the camp's vicinity. As for whether he would report to Orochimaru and the others, that was out of the question. Rito's mission was to patrol, not to serve as the personal guard of Orochimaru and his companions. So why bother? It was time to take a break and enjoy a little leisure. Working diligently was simply out of the question. Chapter 42. A change of orders. Under the guise of medical intent at this moment, the camp remained brightly lit. The ninjas of the army were diligently executing their tasks, while the three leaders, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, sat comfortably in the clean, well-lit operations tent, sipping tea and engaging in light conversation. Jiraiya even had a few weekly novels in hand to peruse. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade. The Hokage has sent the Umbu to deliver a message, announced a staff officer of the ninja army, hastily approaching the entrance of the tent. A masked Umbu member stood silently behind him. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru and his companions paused their activities and exchanged glances. Bring it here, Orochimaru finally commanded. Although they had not relayed any information to Konoha in recent days, it was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen had alternative channels for communication. After the fox-masked Umbu handed the letter to Orochimaru, he retreated quietly outside the operations tent. Finally completed my task. I just want to return to Konoha swiftly, he thought. Reflecting on the challenges of the mission, Orochimaru broke the wax seal on the letter, revealing a thin sheet of paper, the ink on which appeared freshly dried. He quickly skimmed the contents, and his expression shifted dramatically. You all should take a look at this, he said in a hoarse voice, his face betraying no emotion as he passed the paper to Jiraiya. Jiraiya frowned as he read the letter, a hint of agitation surfacing in his gaze. Before he handed it to Tsunade, Tsunade glanced at it briefly, her displeasure evident. Sarutobi's letter was quite brusque, not only reprimanding the trio for their unilateral decisions, but also demanding their immediate assembly of troops to launch an offensive against Hanzo within the Land of Rain. An atmosphere of silence descended upon them. Please leave us for now. Orochimaru suddenly shot a glance at the staff officer and the Umbu, his expression cold. Once they had departed, he sighed and turned to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Let us discuss our next course of action. The old man must be extremely upset. I suggest we cease our hesitation and proceed as he instructed. Rubbing his temples, Jiraiya replied, the language in this letter is far too severe. I can already imagine the furious expression on Sarutobi's face. However, Tsunade held a differing view. We can gather the troops. But I do not believe this is the right moment to enter the Land of Rain. The battle between Tsunade and Amigakure is still unresolved. We need not rush into murky waters. Tsunade's stance had been consistent from the beginning. She opposed Sarutobi's decision to allow the Ninja Academy students to graduate early. And now she resisted an early incursion into the Land of Rain, driven solely by a desire to prevent further casualties. Of course, this did not include the presence of Rito. In this trio, with Jiraiya and Tsunade at odds, it was Orochimaru's opinion that would ultimately determine the trajectory of the impending conflict. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Orochimaru narrowed his golden snake-like eyes and declared, the teacher's stance is quite clear. We have no other choice but to proceed according to the original plan. It was evident that Orochimaru and Jiraiya were aligned in their decision, rendering Tsunade's perspective moot. In response, she sulked and chose to leave the operations tent without further comment. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged glances. What now? Jiraiya inquired, blinking. Do not mind her. We can still formulate a plan together, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Very well, Jiraiya sighed. Emotionally, he leaned towards Tsunade, yet rationally, he found himself siding with Orochimaru. With Tsunade's departure, reason prevailed. In any case, we should begin assembling the troops. As Orochimaru contemplated their next steps, he rose from his seat and exited the operations tent, dispatching someone to summon Rito. The purpose was simple, to instruct the various ninja squads to return to the camp. After all, apart from a few intelligence ninjas and staff members, Rito was one of the few capable individuals available to delegate tasks. Before long, Rito returned to the camp after an extended absence. Lord Orochimaru, he announced, entering the operations tent, his footsteps leaving a trail of moisture behind him. Orochimaru looked up from the table and addressed Rito. Uchiha Rito, I have a mission for you. Inform all teams at the border to return to the camp. With that, he handed Rito the order he had just penned. Rito stared at the document for a moment, then realized it was a direct order from Sarutobi. Is there a problem? Orochimaru inquired, noticing Rito's hesitation to take the order. No, Rito replied calmly as he accepted the document and took his leave. Stepping outside the operations tent, he was met by the damp air, accompanied by a light drizzle. The faint moonlight illuminated the sky as Rito glanced upward upon exiting the camp. The war is about to escalate, with Sarutobi surging. This had become an unavoidable reality. However, Rito harbored a pessimistic outlook on the war's trajectory. Even if Konoha emerged victorious, it would merely signify that Konoha had overpowered Amigakure through sheer force. In the dead of night, Rito traversed the lengthy border between the land of fire and the land of rain. However, as each squad was responsible for a substantial area, he could only methodically search a little at a time. During this period, a minor incident transpired that significantly altered Rito's mindset regarding the mission. Since the task of the ninja squads was to eliminate Amigakure ninjas, combat was inevitable, and injuries were bound to occur. Yet, the squads had yet to incorporate medical ninjas into their ranks. Thus, regardless of the severity of injuries, the wounded ninjas could only manage rudimentary self-bandaging. Actual healing was impossible. This situation led Rito to realize that an opportunity for him to gain recognition had arisen, one that promised an unequivocally positive reputation. As previously mentioned, his primary obstacle in seeking a fresh start was anonymity. Few within Konoha, and indeed the entire Land of Fire, were familiar with him. However, he required a good reputation. Thus, he could not resort to reckless antics or malevolence for notoriety. Yet, as he disseminated information to the scattered ninja squads, observing the injured, an epiphany struck him. Simply acting as a messenger would ensure no one would remember him. However, if he combined the role of messenger with that of a healer, by tending to the wounded within the ninja squads, this would undoubtedly enhance his visibility and reputation. Chapter 43, Performance Mr. Rito. This is the injured comrade. The captain of the ninja squad led Rito into a dimly lit cave. Following the captain's gaze, Rito discovered a comatose ninja, unconscious and unresponsive. A knife wound had pierced the abdomen, damaging the internal organs, and infection had set in. The squad leader continued with a worried expression. Do you think he can be saved? After years of camaraderie, the thought of losing a teammate was unbearable. I will do my best, Rito replied softly, his demeanor solemn and earnest, resembling a virtuous gentleman. He approached the unconscious victim, gently squatting down. With his right hand enveloped in a layer of chakra, he carefully cut away the bandages that bound the wound, revealing the injury beneath. As Rito examined the exposed wound, a faint frown creased his brow. It appeared to be quite severe. The wound, approximately an inch deep, lay just beneath the rib cage, certainly affecting the internal organs. The persistent rain had rendered the weather humid, exacerbating the infection, and signs of decay were already beginning to manifest. Let us prop him up, otherwise. The wound on his back will be difficult to manage, he spoke in a low tone. The other squad members, who had entered with him, quickly aided in lifting the injured ninja into a semi-sitting position on the ground. I am about to commence the surgery. Please remain quiet. Rito instructed as he extended his right hand, fingers poised with a layer of chakra. The surgical blade descended slowly, slicing away the necrotic tissue surrounding the wound. The comatose patient seemed to sense a hint of pain, involuntarily twitching. Observing this, Rito hastened his procedure. After excising the dead flesh, he inspected the internal wound to confirm there was no further decay. A green chakra emanated from his palm. Switching to healing technique, he announced, pressing his palm against the wound to accelerate cellular regeneration. 3 minutes later, when Rito lifted his hand again, the wound had completely healed, both internally and externally, appearing pristine. Wonderful, exclaimed the squad captain, his face lighting up with joy at the sight of the healed injury. However, Rito abruptly interrupted him, saying, no, although the wound is healed, his body temperature remains elevated. Thus, the treatment is not yet complete. With that, he placed his hand upon the patient's forehead, channeling chakra to restore the injured ninja's body temperature. Moments later, beads of sweat began to form at Rito's temples as he concluded his healing. The treatment is complete. Once he awakens, you can all return to the camp together, he said with a gentle smile directed at the ninja squad leader. The captain and the other members of the squad were momentarily moved by Rito's evident fatigue. I truly do not know what to say. I am immensely grateful. The squad captain clasped Rito's hands earnestly. Rito smiled in return. The injury was not particularly severe. It merely took some time due to the average effectiveness of my healing ninjutsu. In any case, you should hurry back to the camp. With a wave of his hand, he took his leave. As the group of ninjas watched Rito's decisive departure, they thought to themselves, Mr. Rito is indeed a noble individual. Upon exiting the cave, Rito hastened towards a designated area for the ninja squad's operations. The forest rushed past him, yet he pondered, I hope my performance just now was convincing. Indeed, his earlier display during the treatment was merely an act. Otherwise, a minor penetrating wound would not require several minutes to heal. Things easily obtained are often not cherished, which is why Rito intentionally portrayed the situation as more arduous, as if he had exerted tremendous effort to achieve the healing. While he still fell short compared to the seasoned actors of the ninja world, he believed he had at least met a satisfactory standard without revealing any flaws. Subsequently, Rito continued to employ his subpar healing ninjutsu, gradually tending to the injured ninjas while completing his mission. Among the 3,000 ninjas, Rito had garnered a modicum of renown. As night fell, a faint light began to illuminate the horizon. Rito, undeterred, sped along the border of the Land of Fire, eventually notifying the last ninja squad and concluding the mission. Following such an intense undertaking, even he could not escape the weariness. when Rito returned to the camp. His weary body still propelled him directly to report to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, the mission is complete, he said, eyelids drooping. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, sensing that the mission had been executed well amidst the bustling activity of the camp. Excellent, take some time to rest. I will classify this mission as an A rank. Orochimaru replied calmly. His appreciation for Rito grew, as the latter consistently completed his tasks without delay or error, proving to be an impeccable asset. Then I shall take my leave, Rito acknowledged, turning to exit the command tent, eager to return to his squad's tent for a brief rest. However, as he walked back, every ninja he passed greeted him warmly. Rito, thank you for your hard work on the mission. Be sure to get some rest. Such was the power of reputation. Due to his relentless efforts in healing, Rito had become quite a popular figure among the ninja forces. He believed that, at some point in the future, this popularity would return to him in a fitting manner. With a smile, Rito reciprocated the greetings as he returned to his squad's tent, finally lying down in his sleeping bag, surrendering to slumber. War is always rife with opportunities. It remains to be seen how much value this second Ninja World War will create for me. After a brief hour of rest, Rito rose, invigorated. The energy of a ninja is boundless. In critical moments, they can fight for days on end. Thus, although Rito had only slept for an hour, he felt as recharged as a fully powered battery, ready to face several more days of challenges. Upon stepping out of the tent, a vibrant scene greeted his eyes. Why has the tent been taken down? He inquired of a nearby ninja. The ninja, recognizing Rito, kindly replied, Did you not know? The 3 commanders have issued orders. The ninja forces must relocate the camp to the Land of Rain, and it must be completed by noon today. Thank you, Rito acknowledged, finding nothing particularly strange about the camp's relocation. Yet, for some reason, he felt as if he had forgotten something crucial. Oh no, my team members are still outside. Chapter 44. The acceleration of war in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was leisurely puffing on his pipe while perusing the frontline intelligence reports. The saying goes, a fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. Since learning of Orochimaru and his companions' defiance of his strategies, he had mandated that the intelligence operatives within the shinobi forces provide him with daily logs to preclude any further mishaps. The entire shinobi army had been recalled and was now methodically establishing their encampment in the Land of Rain. Sarutobi nodded, relieved that no further unexpected developments had arisen. He was resolute in relieving Orochimaru and his associates of their command. Simultaneously, he noted the frequent appearance of Uchiha Rito's name in the logs. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to draw on his pipe, contemplating his decision to select the next Hokage from the younger generation. Many candidates danced through his mind, yet he concluded that only 3 possessed significant potential: Namikaze Minato, Shiranui Genma, and Rito. However, the weight he attributed to each varied considerably. If expressed in percentages, Minato would represent 70, Genma 25, and Rito merely 5. Namikaze Minato, a commoner by birth, exhibited exceptional talent and was a disciple of Jiraiya, thus embodying the rightful heir to the Hokage lineage. Moreover, his fervent romance with Uzumaki Kushina positioned him as a likely candidate for the next host of the Nine Tails. In contrast, Shiranui Genma, despite being part of the Hokage lineage, faced diminished competitiveness due to his Senju heritage. After all, the first and second Hokages hailed from the Senju clan, and it was improbable for the Hokage position to remain confined solely within the Senju bloodline. As for Rito, his mere affiliation with the Uchiha clan rendered him an unlikely candidate for Hokage. Consequently, Namikaze Minato was virtually Sarutobi Hiruzen's unequivocal choice for the next Hokage. This transition from a shinobi lineage to a commoner for the Hokage position aligned perfectly with Hiruzen's vision. To further bolster Minato's competitiveness, he had deliberately excluded him from conscription in the ongoing war. Lost in thought, a knock suddenly echoed from outside. Hokage-sama. New intelligence has arrived regarding the conflict between Tsunagakure and Amigakure. Sarutobi took another draw from his pipe and replied solemnly, Bring it in. An Umbu operative presented him with a letter sealed with a lacquered stamp. As he opened the envelope and scrutinized its contents, his expression grew increasingly grave. With a weary sigh, he rubbed the corners of his eyes. The war between Tsunagakure and Amigakure had concluded, and Konoha had missed its optimal opportunity. Chiyo of Tsunagakure had successfully countered Hanzo's toxin, and with the toxin neutralized, Amigakure's offensive capabilities had been significantly reduced, prompting Hanzo to call for a ceasefire. It appeared that Amigakure would soon turn its full attention toward Konoha. Preparations must be intensified. Sarutobi summoned his secretary and issued a new command: recruit an additional 6,000 shinobi and ensure that Kakashi Hitaki is prepared to head to the front lines at a moment's notice. He also mandated that the Konoha hospital expedite the antidote for Hanzo's toxin, insisting it be completed within a month. Concurrently, he ordered an increase in espionage activities directed toward the Land of Wind. With each order delivered, the heart of Konoha began to beat anew, revitalized and resolute. Meanwhile, The Konoha encampment had relocated to the borders of the Land of Rain without encountering any attacks from Amigakure shinobi. Within the command tent, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade convened once more to deliberate their strategy. The old man insists we proceed cautiously, so we should refrain from making any rash moves. Instead, let us first eliminate any spies surrounding our camp, Jiraiya proposed. His boisterous tone met with silence. Tsunade maintained her stoic demeanor, while Orochimaru tapped his fingers lightly against the table, deep in contemplation. The nature of our engagement has shifted the moment we entered the Land of Rain, Orochimaru stated, his voice as cold and gravelly as ever. Now, it is imperative that we take the offensive. Our initial step should be to deploy spies to ascertain Amigakure's troop distribution rather than remaining static at our encampment. As the sole intellectual among the Sannin, Orochimaru's insights were astute. Having been previously cautioned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he adhered to a predetermined strategic course. Jiraiya discreetly glanced at Tsunade, seeking her thoughts, but she remained impassive and silent. The command tent fell into a contemplative hush, with Tsunade resolutely withholding her opinion. Jiraiya, eager to regain Tsunade's favor, also chose to remain silent. If there are no objections, we shall proceed according to my plan, Orochimaru declared decisively, casting a glance at both of them. Ultimately, his words went unchallenged, and he stood, stepping outside the command tent to issue orders. From this moment on, aside from those on guard duty, everyone else is to rest and conserve their energy for the impending conflict. Summon Uchiha Rito, he instructed the aides outside. Once the orders were given, the camp quickly descended into a profound stillness. The clarion call of war had sounded, and each shinobi was preparing in their own manner, some refining their chakra, others polishing their weapons. Rito arrived before Orochimaru in the blink of an eye. Orochimaru-sama, Rito stated calmly. Orochimaru nodded and proceeded to articulate, Uchiha Rito, another task awaits your completion. Your mission is to identify all of Amigakure's forward positions and mark them on this map. He presented Rito with a map. Understood, Rito replied, his heart unperturbed as he accepted the map and took his leave. It was only after exiting the camp's confines that he let out a quiet sigh. Ordinarily, such intelligence-gathering missions would require the cooperation of multiple shinobi teams. Clearly, Orochimaru found Rito to be an exceptionally reliable asset, assigning him even multi-person tasks without hesitation. Although Rito felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he recognized he was already inextricably involved, and that retreating was not an option. He could only proceed. He examined the map thoroughly before forming hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, dozens of shadow clones appeared beside him. Given the extensive area to be surveyed, embarking on the task alone would consume an inordinate amount of time. Thus, he resorted to the shadow clone technique for expediency. The clones dispersed in groups of 3, vanishing from sight as they spread in all directions. Chapter 45. The offensive begins as time elapsed. Rito discovered a hollow in a tree and settled cross-legged within. With his shadow clones engaged in tasks, he could afford to take a moment to attend to other matters. Within the confines of the hollow, Rito activated his Sharingan. Although his pupils still bore 2 Tomo, he sensed that it would not be long before he evolved to the 3 Tomo state. He had first awakened the Sharingan at the tender age of 5, immediately manifesting 2 Tomo. Now, 5 years had passed, and his mental prowess had consistently advanced, leading to a remarkable transformation in his strength. Thus, the awakening of the 3 Tomo Sharingan felt like a natural progression. With his eyes gently closed, Rito concentrated on his mind, feeling the surge of chakra within. When members of the Uchiha clan awaken their Sharingan, a unique chakra forms within their brains. This chakra serves as the wellspring of the Sharingan's power. Time trickled by, and suddenly, a flood of memories surged into Rito's consciousness. A shadow clone, having completed its designated search, voluntarily returned to the original. Rito was not taken aback. After reviewing the memories, he continued to cultivate the evolution of his Sharingan. One after another, shadow clones began to return to their original form. Before long, Rito had assimilated all the memories from his clones. He emerged from the tree hollow, stretching his limbs, and swiftly marked the locations of the Rain Shinobi's encampments on the map before returning to the base. The camp was eerily quiet, with Orochimaru standing at its center, personally overseeing the watch. Lord Orochimaru, the mission is complete, Rito announced, presenting the map. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by Rito's swift completion of the task. Yet he refrained from further comment, merely nodding as he accepted the map. You should rest well, he said with a calm demeanor. Rito nodded and took his leave, though he felt a twinge of astonishment at Orochimaru's proactive vigilance. It was quite remarkable for him to stand guard personally while his subordinates recuperated. Indeed, Orochimaru was a master at winning hearts. No wonder, even after his defection, he still had a loyal cadre of subordinates lurking within Konoha. In no time, Rito returned to his squad's tent. Rito, what mission have you received now? Ju inquired eagerly upon his return, as he was the only one in the squad frequently dispatched on missions. Nothing much, just a reconnaissance of the range shinobi's positions, Rito replied nonchalantly. However, upon hearing this, SHJu's expression brightened with excitement. Wonderful. This surely means we will be attacking the range shinobi. Our squad is likely to engage in battle, SHJu exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Since arriving at the front lines, he had yet to encounter any combat missions, spending his time either on guard duty or patrolling, like a monkey, wandering through the forest daily. Now, with the prospect of battle, surely there would be an opportunity to confront the enemy. Yet Rito chuckled lightly and said, "Don't think too much. With your sister Tsunade present, the chances of our squad receiving combat orders are exceedingly slim." In the original narrative, SHJu did indeed perish in this war, but in this timeline, he might survive due to the influence of the time traveler. Of course, this was contingent upon Rito's squad maintaining their role in surveillance throughout the conflict. Upon hearing Rito's words, SHJu's expression suddenly fell, and he sighed. Returning to his bedding, leaning against the tent pole, he took out the necklace that his sister Tsunade had gifted him before the war began, staring blankly at it. Lost in thought. Truth be told, SHJu deeply cherished his sister, yet he often felt overly constrained by her expectations. She meticulously planned everything for him, leaving him to follow the prescribed path, devoid of any sense of freedom. As time slipped away, the land of rain was frequently shrouded in overcast skies and relentless rainfall, as if it had never ceased. Thus, by afternoon, the sky resembled the depth of night. Within the Konoha camp, ninja squads, fully equipped and prepared, received their orders and trudged through the muddy terrain toward the range shinobi's encampments for a surprise attack. However, this scene was destined to hold no relevance for Rito's squad. Thanks to SHJu, their mission remained one of vigilance over the camp. Inside the squad's tent, SHJu watched as teams of shinobi dashed out of the camp into the rain, feeling a mixture of emotions he could not quite articulate. Observing SHJu's expression, Rito placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Don't dwell on it. Let us stick to our usual routine of guarding the camp perimeter." Among the squad, SHJu was the only one preoccupied with the desire to engage the range shinobi. The others, including Rito, felt quite content with their watchful duty. After all, if one could enjoy a leisurely respite, why risk their lives in combat? Encouraged by Rito, SHJu reluctantly exited the tent to commence his watch over the camp's surroundings. Under the rain-laden night, brutal battles unfolded across the land of rain. The following day, reports indicated that most ninja squads had successfully accomplished their missions. In the operations tent, Orochimaru surveyed the increased flags on the sand table, signifying the territories now occupied by Konoha. The initial phase of our strategy has proven successful. We have firmly established our foothold in the land of rain, Orochimaru remarked with a smile. At that moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade were also present in the operations tent. Jiraiya observed the area on the sand table that Konoha had claimed, feeling that it had expanded somewhat excessively. With their 3,000 ninjas, it would be challenging to maintain control over such a vast territory. Furthermore, after a night of skirmishes, it was inevitable that some of the dispatched squads would suffer casualties. The pressing concern is whether we can hold the territory we've captured, Jiraiya pondered, furrowing his brow. Orochimaru had anticipated this issue as well. He retrieved a letter and handed it to Jiraiya while stating, "This is intelligence sent by our teacher today. The war between the Rain Shinobi and the Sand Shinobi has concluded, and now Hanzo will undoubtedly focus his efforts against us. Therefore, I propose to restructure our ninja forces." As he spoke, he removed all of Konoha's flags from the sand table. "Let us form medium-sized squads of 100 to 300 ninjas. Each medium-sized squad will occupy a critical node and be granted a degree of autonomy. As long as they can maintain their positions, that suffices. They will report their status to headquarters daily and may request support and supplies as needed." After articulating this plan, Orochimaru reinserted the flags onto the sand table, albeit with a more sparse arrangement, ensuring they were firmly positioned around the ninja headquarters. Chapter 46. The Sand Hidden Raid. The second battlefield. Jiraiya circled around the sand table, feeling reassured by Orochimaru's arrangements, and remarked, "I concur with your strategy. Maintaining our current territory with a mere force of 3,000 is commendable, especially as we find ourselves in the land of rain, essentially in hostile territory." Among the trio, Jiraiya had endorsed Orochimaru's plan, leaving only Tsunade's opinion to be voiced. This time, Tsunade did not exhibit her usual indifference. Under the scrutiny of the two, she stated impassively, "I can agree. But I have one stipulation. The injured within the ninja army must be permitted to return to the camp for treatment. Altering the structure of the ninja army is tantamount to a significant event and typically requires unanimous consent from all three leaders." Tsunade's initial agreement followed by her condition clearly indicated a desire for a trade-off. At this juncture, the decision-making power shifted back to Orochimaru. If he could acquiesce to Tsunade's terms, it was evident that she would likewise endorse his adjustments to the ninja army structure. However, Orochimaru hesitated. If the injured could return to the camp at the slightest wound, it would undoubtedly disrupt the overarching strategy. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly declared. To return for treatment, one must at least be moderately injured. Agreed, Tsunade promptly replied. With their agreement sealed, orders for the formation of a medium-sized ninja squad began to disseminate among the various ninja teams. Meanwhile, in Konoha, an alarming report reached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Has Suna lost its sanity? Having just concluded its war with the Rain Village, they dare to invade the Land of Fire now. Sarutobi slammed the intelligence report onto the table, his voice laced with fury. Just recently, Suna had transitioned from its conflict with the Rain Village to a swift and unexpected assault on the Land of Fire. Presently, their forces were advancing rapidly towards Konoha, leaving Sarutobi little time to make critical decisions. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi forced himself to regain composure. The situation, while dire, had not yet reached its nadir. Konoha had already summoned 6,000 ninjas, along with a ready reserve in the form of Kakashi Hitaki. There was no need to fear the impending invasion from Suna. Immediately assemble the summoned ninjas, and summon Kakashi Hitaki to my presence at once. Sarutobi instructed the waiting Umbu operatives. Yes, one Umbu member half-kneeled before vanishing in an instant. Gazing out at the serene landscape of Konoha, Sarutobi felt a flicker of gratitude. The 6,000 ninjas had initially been called to support the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, increasing the deployment of spies in Sunagakure was intended to secure better intelligence. Little did he know that these seemingly unrelated actions had inadvertently averted a more significant crisis. Truly, a stroke of fortune. Before long, Kakashi Hitaki arrived at the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, he greeted respectfully. Sarutobi mustered a strained smile and replied, Kakashi, there is a matter of utmost importance that requires your attention. It pertains to the survival of Konoha. Kakashi's eyes widened in alarm, speculating that perhaps something had gone awry at the front, though he refrained from pressing for details, promptly responding, For Konoha, I will risk everything. Sarutobi nodded with satisfaction, then personally led Kakashi to a ninja world map within the Hokage's office. Currently, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade are leading 3,000 ninjas in battle against the Rain Village. I intended to assign you as a reserve force to support them. However, today, of all days, Suna has unexpectedly crossed the border with the intent to raid Konoha. Sarutobi indicated a valley on the map. Kakashi's expression turned grave as he followed the Hokage's finger. If Sarutobi's words held truth, Suna's forces could reach Konoha in no more than 3 hours. I am willing to intercept Suna, Kakashi declared decisively. Sarutobi placed a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder, expressing his approval. I have prepared 6,000 ninjas for you. The only requirement is that you must push the front line beyond the borders of the Land of Fire. This demand was indeed formidable, yet Kakashi readily affirmed. I will accomplish this. Sarutobi nodded without further ado, as time was of the essence. In no time, the 6,000 ninjas had assembled. Sarutobi personally stood at the gates of Konoha, watching them depart, before returning to the Hokage's office. Alongside him were Tsunade, Mito Kazumi, and Danzo Shimura, the 4 highest authorities of Konoha convening for a closed-door meeting. With 3,000 plus 6,000, we are deploying nearly 10,000 to the battlefield, Tsunade initiated the discussion. What if, at this juncture, the Land of Fire occupies the finest terrain in the ninja world, thus attracting many covetous eyes? Konoha had already opened 2 battlefronts. Should another ninja village dare to attack, even the strongest of villages could not withstand a simultaneous onslaught. Then we shall summon another 10,000 ninjas. Konoha shall not shy away from war. Danzo interjected with a fierce tone, seemingly undeterred by the presence of other ninja villages. The room fell silent. No one responded to Danzo's assertion, as they were not warmongers at heart. Suddenly, Sarutobi flicked his pipe and remarked, Kumo and Kiri have been embroiled in constant friction. It is unlikely they would engage Konoha in war. Moreover, Oenoki from IWA is a shrewd tactician. He understands that waging war against Konoha yields no favorable outcome. Thus, we need not worry. Besides, Konoha possesses the mightiest tailed beast, the Nine Tails. With these words, Sarutobi managed to stabilize the situation, suggesting that this impending conflict might not be as formidable as it appeared. Given that, our primary adversaries are the Rain and Sand villages, Mito remarked. Sarutobi nodded in agreement, adding, no matter the circumstances, as long as Konoha persists, we shall ultimately achieve victory. The combined might of the Rain and Sand villages shall not outlast Konoha. Chapter 47. The poison of the Fugu fish. Throughout the Second Great Ninja War, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibited unwavering confidence. At this juncture, it would not be an exaggeration to proclaim Konoha as the most formidable ninja village in the ninja world. Although Uzumaki Mito had aged considerably, her mastery over the Nine Tails had not diminished. In fact, it had only flourished further. In addition to Mito, Konoha boasted a cadre of talented young ninjas, including Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi Hitaki, and Kato Dan. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was in the prime of his life, at the zenith of his powers. with few capable of rivaling him in the ninja realm. In terms of both strength and numbers, Konoha undeniably stood as the strongest ninja village in existence. Thus, it was beyond doubt that the ultimate victor of this war would be Konoha, under Hiruzen's guidance. Tinari Koharu and Mito Minyan found solace and chose to trust his leadership, unconditionally supporting his decisions. The sole dissenting voice in the meeting, Shimura Danzo, had fallen silent, as his prestige and strength paled in comparison to Hiruzen's. As long as Hiruzen remained alive, Danzo would never have a chance to shine. Shortly thereafter, the meeting concluded. With Koharu and Minyan departing the Hokage's office, their expressions one of satisfaction, while Danzo left with a scowl etched upon his face. Once alone, Hiruzen gazed upon the now tranquil office, quietly lighting his pipe, releasing a plume of smoke as myriad thoughts swirled in his mind. Although he was the Hokage, he lacked the stature of the first and second Hokages. At times, he had to persuade several advisors to align with his vision. As the smoke dwindled, Hiruzen tapped the pipe twice before resuming his work. On the front lines of the Land of Rain, Konoha's 3,000 strong ninja army was divided into 17 medium-sized teams, tasked with protecting the headquarters. However, with the conclusion of the battle against the Rain and Sand villages, the pressure on Konoha had intensified considerably. The occasional appearance of Rain ninjas in the vicinity further underscored this reality. Standing at the edge of a cliff, Rito surveyed the river valley below, his expression grave. The Land of Rain bordered the Land of Fire, sharing some geographical similarities, yet the incessant rain rendered its environment starkly different, while the border predominantly featured woodlands. The interior of the Land of Rain was marked by heavier rainfall and increasingly unique conditions, culminating in vast lakes resembling seas formed by gathered rainwater. Halt! Rito suddenly leaped from the cliff, landing with a thud upon the river below, confronting a squad of ninjas. "We are here under the orders of the Hokage to deliver supplies to the front lines," one ninja responded. Externally, they appeared to be Konoha ninjas, adorned with the Leaf's forehead protectors, wearing Konoha vests, and carrying the standard ninja blades, even possessing supplies on their backs. However, Rito had sensed something amiss. They resemble Konoha ninjas, yet remember not to conceal poison within your bodies next time. Konoha ninjas do not engage in such practices, Rito stated flatly, directly exposing the flaw of these infiltrating Rain ninjas. Upon realizing their cover was blown, the group of Rain ninjas discarded their pretense, drawing their blades and charging at Rito. Reluctant to engage these poison-wielding foes in close combat, Rito activated his Sharingan, ensnaring them in a genjutsu. He deftly drew a chakra blade, swiftly extending it to bisect the group. In the blink of an eye, he retreated several dozen meters away, having encountered Rain ninjas numerous times. He had long grasped their tactics. As expected, mere seconds after Rito distanced himself, the corpses of the Rain ninjas erupted in self-detonation, releasing a wave of toxic gas. This was no ordinary toxin. It was the fugu fish poison crafted by Hanzo. Konoha's antidotes were ineffective against this poison. Observing the poisonous miasma hovering over the water's surface, Rito infused his chakra blade with more chakra, unleashing a crimson beam several meters wide that swept across the area, incinerating everything within its reach. The pure white steam evaporated, and under the scorching beam, even the water level receded momentarily. Having dealt with the intruders without leaving a trace, Rito resumed his patrol. Yet, not long after departing the river valley, he sensed another presence encroaching upon his patrol zone. This time, however, it was not an intruder. He recognized the chakra of Uchiha Mikoto among them. He made haste toward her direction and soon spotted her figure, accompanied by two more Konoha ninjas. One of them bore unmistakable purple markings, a clear sign of having been afflicted by the fugu fish toxin, and had succumbed to unconsciousness, being carried by his comrade. Rito. In the pouring rain, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Although obscured, Uchiha Mikoto immediately recognized him. She hurriedly approached, her eyes brightening with a hint of joy. Rito refrained from inquiring why she had ventured beyond her patrol area, instead softly calling, "Mikoto." However, there was no time for pleasantries. The ninja carrying his comrade urgently urged, "Rito, please save my companion. He has been poisoned by the Rain ninjas." Rito wasted no words and moved forward to administer treatment, instructing, "First, lay him down." Although Tsunade was present in the camp, many injured Konoha ninjas sought Rito's aid. Despite Tsunade's greater renown and superior medical ninjutsu, few injured sought her assistance. Such was the advantage of reputation. The ninjas within the army were more inclined to trust Rito. Once the poison ninja was placed on the ground, Rito assessed his condition. The poisoning was recent, and his life was not in immediate danger. He could be saved. Rito concentrated a sphere of green chakra in his palm and pressed it to the patient's heart, gradually amplifying the chakra output until a layer of green chakra enveloped the entire body. While Konoha and Appo's antidote proved ineffective against the fugu fish toxin, the absence of a specialized remedy did not render the poisoned individual beyond salvation. Through intricate medical ninjutsu, it remained possible to rescue those afflicted, albeit this method lacked universal applicability. Chapter 48. A new advance, a layer of verdant chakra enveloped the poison ninja, relentlessly forcing the toxins of the pufferfish into the bloodstream through a concentrated output of high-density chakra. Ultimately, the toxic blood was expelled. This was the method of healing employed by Rito, a sheer display of brute strength. Under such rudimentary conditions, the fact that he could save a life was commendable. As the last remnants of toxic blood were released, the Konoha ninja lying on the ground appeared to recover significantly, the purple traces of poison on his body vanishing completely. This is the extent of my capabilities, Rito sighed, rising to his feet. However, I believe it would be prudent to have Lady Tsunade examine him to prevent any lingering after-effects. Thank you, Rito, said the ninja who had hurried to carry his comrade. His voice filled with gratitude. He then hoisted his unconscious companion onto his back and departed for the camp. As Rito watched the two leave, he turned his gaze towards Uchiha Mikoto. You should return to your designated areas swiftly. Do not allow the rain shinobi to take advantage of the situation, he advised softly. Noticing that a few leaves had inadvertently caught in Mikoto's hair during her hurried arrival, he reached out to assist her in removing them. Uchiha Mikoto gazed at Rito for a few moments, nodding gently in acknowledgement. In this season, merely catching a glimpse of Rito was enough to satisfy her. She held no extravagant expectations. I shall take my leave now. Please ensure your safety here, Mikoto smiled, preparing to depart. Rito observed the silhouette of Uchiha Mikoto gradually fade from view before resuming his patrol. Meanwhile, within the Konoha camp, Orochimaru surveyed the incoming intelligence with a growing sense of agitation. Since Hanzo had shifted his focus to Konoha, the attacks they endured had intensified day by day. Remarkably, Hanzo had not even intervened personally. His pufferfish toxin alone exerted considerable pressure on Konoha's shinobi. Every time the rain shinobi engaged with Konoha's ninja, they would inevitably release the pufferfish toxin beforehand, while they themselves donned specialized respirators, rendering them immune to the gas. Consequently, the losses were borne solely by Konoha. With no antidotes arriving from the rear and the front line rendered unmanageable, Orochimaru placed the intelligence back on the table, closing his eyes with a heavy sigh. The Sand Village had managed to neutralize the pufferfish toxin shortly after the conflict commenced, yet Konoha seemed unable to do the same. However, the Sand were experts in the use of toxins, with Chiyo being a master among them, whereas Konoha lacked notable prowess in this regard. Tsunade, perhaps you should return to Konoha, Jiraiya suddenly suggested, glancing at her. With you present, the speed of neutralizing the pufferfish toxin may indeed improve. Konoha's approach to antidotes is rooted in medical expertise, and you are among the finest medical ninjas in the village. Your return could prove beneficial. Yet, she merely shook her head in refusal. Konoha's hospital has gathered the most capable medical ninjas. My presence is not vital. Conversely, my assistance is far more crucial on the front line. Tsunade's assertion rang with conviction, but Orochimaru merely cast her a sidelong glance. More crucial on the front line? What a jest. Your role there is evidently detrimental. If you were to return to Konoha, you might be able to contribute meaningfully. However, while Orochimaru harbored this thought, he refrained from voicing it. He shifted the conversation, continuing, the teacher has indicated that due to the village simultaneously waging war against the Sand, there may be limited support for us here. We must strive for self-sufficiency. Jiraiya and Tsunade remained silent, keenly aware that Orochimaru had more to convey. True to form, he continued without unnecessary elaboration. Given the current situation, I believe we ought to reconsider our battle strategy. As he spoke, he approached the sand table and removed all the flags representing the various divisions. With the Rain Village launching such fierce assaults, maintaining our dispersed formations is evidently unwise. Therefore, I propose we regroup and retreat into a defensive posture, while also adjusting the position of our camp. Orochimaru, with a sudden motion, shifted the flag representing the camp forward, encroaching upon the heart of the land of rain. Look, if we establish our camp here, it will serve as a nail driven straight into the heart of the rain country. We shall focus solely on defense, and Hanzo will undoubtedly find us unassailable. Jiraiya and Tsunade joined him at the sand table, contemplating the feasibility of this plan. However, this will significantly complicate our resupply efforts, Jiraiya remarked, his brow furrowing in concern. Disrupting the enemy's logistics was a time-tested strategy in warfare. Konoha's shinobi had set out with scant supplies, and everything consumed had been delivered by the logistical support team. One by one. According to Orochimaru and Appos, as planned, advancing into the heart of the rain country would mean that they would become sitting ducks, losing all strategic opportunities for offensive maneuvers. Nevertheless, Orochimaru had anticipated this issue. We shall employ segmented transportation. The logistics team can deliver supplies to the border, and we will dispatch personnel to receive them. He had already determined who would be responsible for this task, the reliable Rito. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. This was indeed a viable approach. Thus, Orochimaru's new strategy was approved. The Konoha shinobi's camp would once again commence relocation. The order to return to camp was communicated to the various squads, and within hours, they had all returned to the encampment. Without delay, they began dismantling tents and relocating the camp. During this time, Rito took a moment to survey the situation. estimating that the total number of shinobi now reached 3,000, having suffered some losses in battles against the rain shinobi. Fortunately, thanks to the rope tree, Rito's squad had emerged unscathed. As time passed, the shinobi efficiently dismantled the old camp and continued their relocation without pause. Ultimately, they managed to establish a new encampment before nightfall. Of course, during this period, several rain shinobi attempted to launch assaults. But it was precisely at this moment that Orochimaru and his companions showcased their prowess. All attacking rain shinobi were swiftly eliminated, ensuring minimal negative impact on the Konoha forces. Chapter 49, the battlefield situation. The camp, relocated once more, now nestled closer to the heart of the land of rain. No longer found itself surrounded predominantly by mountains and forests, but rather by rocky terrain. Although the camp was situated on flat ground, it was encircled by numerous jagged stones. On the very first night of their deployment, the relentless assaults from the rain shinobi began, including desperate suicide attacks aimed at breaching the Leaf Camp to unleash a devastating wave of toxic gas. However, due to the high-intensity rotation of defenses by the Leaf forces, the rain shinobi failed to penetrate the camp's perimeter. At the center of the camp, the command tents had vanished, replaced by a series of large tents assembled together, creating a makeshift field hospital. "Do not rush. I shall replenish your chakra," said Rito, as he pressed a hand on the shoulder of a recovering ninja who was about to rise. The ninja, feeling the invigorating surge of chakra, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Rito. No need for thanks. Rest well," Rito replied with a serene smile before moving on to attend to the next patient. As one of the two medical ninjas in the Leaf Army, Rito was naturally assigned to the field hospital, where he cared for the lightly and moderately injured, while Tsunade tended to the critically wounded. Although Tsunade preferred not to see Rito, the high intensity of the ongoing battles meant that injuries were a constant occurrence. Most of the time, the patients were only lightly or moderately injured, not life-threatening. Yet, any injury could lead to negative consequences. A minor wound could escalate into something severe, or even fatal, in the next battle. Thus, even minor injuries warranted treatment. Thanks to Rito's excellent reputation, many injured ninjas bypassed the field hospital and sought him out directly for treatment. Ultimately, Tsunade had no choice but to acquiesce, assigning Rito to the field hospital. During a brief respite after treating a seriously injured patient, Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Rito, who was gently tending to another casualty. Observing this scene, Tsunade felt a sense of wariness. Having fought against Rito and been defeated, she understood the ferocity that lay hidden beneath his calm exterior. To her, Rito was a deeply cunning individual, harboring insidious ambitions, though she lacked the evidence to expose him. As time passed, after several days of frenetic assaults, the rain shinobi realized that the Leaf Camp was indeed formidable and difficult to conquer. Consequently, their offensive efforts began to wane, as if they were concocting another scheme. With the decline in the intensity of attacks, the number of injuries also decreased, prompting Tsunade to decisively optimize Rito's role, relieving him from the field hospital and assigning him back to his original duties of patrolling the camp's perimeter. Given that the camp was now deep within the heart of the rain country, it was impractical to assign Rito's six-man team to safeguard the entire camp. Throughout the days of conflict, the Leaf forces had established a vast, multi-layered defense system that rotated personnel. Rito's team was now responsible for only a small segment of the defense. "This is the area we need to secure," Rito declared, pulling out a map and marking their designated task zone. The area was neither too large nor too small, fanning out in a semicircular shape, situated closer to the outer edge of the camp's defense system. Thus, the likelihood of encountering attacks was relatively high. "We shall adhere to our usual protocol, conducting vigilance by sectors. However, given the current situation, where the threat of rain shinobi attacks is considerable, we shall shift to a paired system of two-man teams for joint surveillance," Rito proposed, surveying his team members. Although the frequency of rain shinobi assaults had diminished, the intensity remained significant, especially since their assigned area was closer to the perimeter, heightening the level of danger. Rito and Appo's strategy was sound, and his teammates readily nodded in agreement. "All right, I will proceed with the team assignments," Rito announced. "Shinju and Nara Saltwater will be one team, while I and Shiran will be another, and Aoi and Makoto will form the last pair." Without pausing, he swiftly outlined the entire grouping. However, dissent was voiced. "I disagree." "So do I." Both Uchiha Makoto and Inuzuka Aoi protested in unison. They exchanged glances before simultaneously huffing and turning away from one another, their attitudes unmistakably clear. Rito sighed inwardly, having anticipated such a situation. Previously, when on solo patrol, Aoi and Makoto rarely crossed paths, thus avoiding any potential conflicts. Yet now, as the necessity for team formation arose, he could no longer sidestep the issue. "If there are any concerns, please relay them to me after our assignment. For now, we shall execute orders," Rito stated firmly. Under his gaze, Aoi and Makoto fell silent for a moment before nodding reluctantly in agreement. With the matter of discord temporarily set aside, Rito was determined not to linger on it, finding it to be too taxing. He promptly announced the assigned patrol zones, dividing the fan-shaped area into 5 sections. Shinju and Nara Saltwater's team will oversee the left section, Aoi and Makoto will handle the right, and Shiran and I will take care of the middle 3 sections. Rito's rationale for this division was straightforward, based on each member's capabilities. Although the combined strength of Shinju and Nara Saltwater surpassed that of Aoi and Makoto significantly, he perceived no fundamental disparity between the two groups, thus refraining from further differentiation. However, Shinju appeared dissatisfied with Rito's decision, promptly voicing his discontent. I protest. I believe the area assigned to Saltwater and me should also consist of 2 sections. Why should we be treated the same as 2 girls? Rito. Do you look down on me? Shinju raised his fist, expressing his grievance loudly and earnestly. Yet, Rito merely regarded him with a calm demeanor, responding, Team member Shinju. Carry out your orders. The value of individuals varies. While Tsunade regards you as invaluable, I see you merely as an ordinary friend. Under Rito's serious tone, Shinju could only withdraw slightly, conceding, all right, Rito. During the mission, refer to titles, Rito added succinctly. Yes, Captain Rito. Shinju exclaimed promptly. Chapter 50, Disobediently Do observed the flushed face of Shoshu, who had raised his voice. And a subtle smile played at the corners of his lips as he nodded slightly. He then shifted the topic, stating, during our mission, I have 2 requests. First, in the event of an ambush, do not engage alone. Call for your teammates' support promptly. Second, do not pursue the enemy recklessly. It is permissible for them to escape. These stipulations were Lee Do's own conclusions. In his battle with the Rain Ninja, he noted that their tactics were rather extreme, often contemplating mutual destruction. By adhering to his directives, the survival of the squad members could be maximally assured. Given Shoshu's recent example, no one in the squad dared to contest Lee Do's perspective, and they all nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the squad members began to head towards their designated posts. In the Hokage's office, Saratobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the different situations on the 2 battlefields. The front in the Land of Rain was relatively stable. Despite the unclear circumstances, it was not dire. After Orochimaru led the ninja forces deep into the heart of the Land of Rain, he had effectively entrenched himself like a nail, directly engaging the resources of the Rain Village. Moreover, the casualty count had not been excessively high over the past days, suggesting that for the foreseeable future, Konoha merely needed to ensure logistical support for the Rain front. However, such a strategy essentially relegated the ninjas on the Rain front to the status of expendable pawns. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, mercy cannot command an army. And perhaps Saratobi Hiruzen had already mentally prepared himself for the sacrifice of the majority of Konoha's ninjas on the Rain front. In stark contrast, the situation on the Wind front had devolved into utter chaos. Following the outbreak of war, the battlefield between Konoha and Sunagakure had swiftly moved to the Land of Rivers under the vigorous assault of Hataki Tsukumo. However, Sunagakure had since escalated their forces on the front line, significantly outnumbering Konoha's. It appeared that the opponent was preparing for a grand confrontation. Saratobi Hiruzen, holding the battle report from Sunagakure, pondered over its contents for an extended period before resolutely deciding. Reinstate 3,000 ninjas and summon Katadaku to see me. He instructed the Umbu in a grave tone. Understood. An Umbu member knelt and then vanished in an instant. Shortly thereafter, Saratobi Hiruzen abruptly tore the Sunagakure battle report into shreds and forcefully discarded it into the trash bin. Among the remnants, fragments of words like Chio and Puppet Brigade could be discerned. A moment later, Katadaku arrived at the Hokage's office. This man, with his light blue hair, was the sole young genius in Konoha who had mastered the forbidden S-rank technique, the spirit transformation technique. Lord Hokage, Katadaku knelt before Saratobi Hiruzen. Saratobi Hiruzen, with a gentle demeanor, stepped forward to assist Katadaku to his feet and inquired, Daku, how is your sister's child faring now? She has been settled properly. I have hired a dedicated nanny to care for her, Katadaku replied, his voice low. Katadaku's sister had tragically passed away at the onset of the war, leaving behind a newborn child. Thus, Saratobi Hiruzen had not rushed to summon Katadaku, allowing him time to arrange for his sister's child. Now, however, the time had come to call upon him. Very well. Saratobi Hiruzen nodded, then asked, have you kept yourself informed about the situation on the front lines during this period? I have a slight understanding, Katadaku responded. With this, Saratobi Hiruzen no longer concealed anything, stating, our situation on the Wind front is rather grim. The third Kazekage is continually increasing his stakes on the front line, intent on overwhelming Konoha. Therefore, I wish for you to lead 3,000 ninjas to support Tsukumo. His gaze bored directly into Katadaku's. Katadaku's eyes were resolute as he declared, for the sake of Konoha, I shall spare no effort. Saratobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and further instructed, once on the battlefield, ensure that you inflict as much damage as possible upon Sunagakure. Katadaku's spirit transformation technique was an exceedingly formidable forbidden art that allowed him to project his soul and obliterate the opponent's spirit directly, rendering it immune to physical attacks. It was a devastating weapon on the battlefield. As you command, Katadaku bowed again. Subsequently, when the 3,000 ninjas had assembled, Saratobi Hiruzen personally escorted them to the front lines. Watching the dust cloud dissipate in the distance, Saratobi Hiruzen's mind was rife with thoughts. Oinoki. I have already restrained such a significant portion of Sunagekyu's forces for you. Now it is up to you to decide whether you dare to strike against them. According to Umbu intelligence, IWA shinobi seemed poised to initiate war against Sunagekure, yet they awaited an opportune moment. Now, Saratobi Hiruzen intended to create that opportunity, drawing Iwagakure into conflict with Sunagekure. This would alleviate some of the pressure on Konoha. In the battlefield of the Land of Rain, Lido once again dispatched a rain ninja with a swift strike. The ashes from the fallen body mingled with the rain and quickly dissolved into the muddy ground. As his watch was nearing its end, he anticipated the arrival of a replacement. Lido glanced at the time. In just a few minutes, someone would arrive to relieve them. For the past few days, he had been engaged in intensive treatment of the injured, with little opportunity for rest. After leaving the field hospital, he had immediately been assigned to guard duty, keeping his mind on high alert, which had left him feeling quite fatigued. Stretching lazily, Lido contemplated returning to the camp for a brief respite. However, he suddenly sensed Narashayo's presence in the area he and Aburame Shiranui were responsible for. Something feels off. Lido's expression turned serious, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he leaped onto a nearby stone pillar and sprinted towards Narashayo's direction. Aburame Shiranui, seeing Lido and Appo's sudden movement, though unaware of the unfolding situation, hurriedly followed suit. Soon, Lido spotted Narashayo and Appo's figure. What has happened? He inquired directly, skipping any pleasantries. Narashayo appeared somewhat helpless as he explained, Earlier, I encountered a group of rain ninjas with Shoshu. I intended to seek your assistance, but Shoshu insisted on engaging them himself. After a few exchanges, the rain ninjas suddenly retreated. According to your instructions, we let them escape. Yet Shoshu pursued them on his own. Narashayo succinctly recounted the events, his eyes fixed on Lido, awaiting his decision. Lido and Appo's expression turned grave as he furrowed his brow slightly. Before the mission commenced, he had explicitly emphasized the importance of not acting alone and refraining from pursuing the enemy recklessly, but Shoshu had disregarded his directives. Truth be told, had Shoshu not encountered any mishap, Lido would have been inclined to overlook it. However, if Shoshu fell into an ambush and suffered consequences, it would be a case of reaping what one sowed. Chapter 51, Resurrection. Lido sighed. The reckless pursuit of the enemy by Shingshu could yield either a successful return or a trap. Regardless, he felt compelled to follow. After all, Shingshu was both his friend and teammate. Jilan, remain here as a guard, Lido decisively instructed. Yin Shui, lead the way. We shall pursue and ascertain the situation together. Nara Yin Shui and Yunu Jilan both nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Nara Yin Shui guided Lido towards the direction where Shingshu had chased after the enemy. The rain continued to pour from the heavens, and it was now afternoon. According to the atmospheric changes in the Land of Rain, the faint light on the horizon would soon vanish, plunging everything beneath the shroud of dark clouds into obscurity. Under Yin Shui's guidance, Lido quickly traversed the designated sector of their squad, racing towards the path Shingshu had taken. Shingshu most likely departed in this direction. But beyond this point, I am uncertain of his whereabouts. Nara Yin Shui halted at a stone pillar, expressing his bewilderment to Lido. Given the uniformity of the environment, he too found it challenging to discern Shingshu's ultimate destination. Lido nodded, activating his Sharingan to search for any traces of Shingshu. The signs of the fleeing rain ninjas were conspicuous, allowing him to swiftly spring into action, leaping from the stone pillar. As they advanced, it wasn't Appo's long before they found themselves beyond the defensive perimeter of Konoha and Appo's ninja forces. Concurrently, Lido and Appo's spirits sank to their lowest ebb. Had they remained within Konoha and Appo's protective zone, even if Shingshu had encountered an ambush, the nearby Konoha ninjas might have intervened. However, now that they were outside the defensive area, they were at the mercy of the rain ninjas. Whether to kill or capture was left to fate. Yet, Lido was acutely aware that, in the normal course of events, Shingshu had perished in this very conflict. Now it remains to be seen if you can transcend your destined fate. Shingshu, he silently contemplated. Shortly after exiting the defensive zone, a peculiar scent wafted through the air. It was the poisonous gas of the rain ninjas. Fortunately, much of the toxin had dissipated, leaving only a faint odor, posing little danger. Thus, Lido chose to press on. Suddenly, he halted, standing atop a stone pillar and gazing downward. As anticipated, the dreadful reality unfolded before him. There lay Shingshu, lifeless on the ground, eyes wide open, surrounded by a pool of blood that had turned a significant area crimson under the relentless downpour. Lido sighed deeply, leaping down from the pillar to assess whether Shingshu was truly beyond salvation. If he still had a pulse, perhaps there was a chance to revive him. Soon after, Nara Yin Shui followed, arriving at the harrowing scene of Shingshu's demise. What a joke! He exclaimed, stunned, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror. They had parted mere minutes ago, and now, upon reuniting, Shingshu lay dead. The grandson of the first Hokage, Tsunade and Appo's younger brother, how could he have perished so easily? At that moment, despite the Nara clan's renowned intelligence, Nara Yin Shui's mind was a chaotic mess. Who could say whether Shingshu's death might implicate him? Lido disregarded Nara Yin Shui's panic, focusing intently on examining Shingshu's condition. He soon arrived at both a grim and a hopeful conclusion. The grim news was that Shang Shu was indeed deceased, 3 penetrating wounds to the abdomen, a severed artery in the leg, and exposure to the toxin of the pufferfish made survival nearly impossible. However, the glimmer of hope lay in the fact that, despite his death, Shang Shu's body retained warmth. He had not yet fully succumbed. Cellular activity often lingers post-mortem, and if the body could be revived swiftly, perhaps Shang Shu could be saved. It's worth a try. What if I can bring him back? Li Dou resolved. He dragged Shang Shu and Appo's body beneath a stone pillar, preparing to administer aid. Stop dawdling, prepare for artificial respiration. He instructed Nara Yen-Shui, who was still in shock. They then plunged wholeheartedly into the rescue efforts. First, Li Dou employed healing palm techniques to stimulate cellular division, staunching the bleeding. Next, he channeled a vast amount of chakra to expel the pufferfish toxin from within. In a matter of seconds, all external wounds on Shang Shu were healed, appearing as though he had never been injured. Yet, Li Dou understood that healing the wounds was merely the initial step. The true challenge lay ahead. He swiftly made a 20-centimeter incision in Shang Shu and Appo's side, reaching inside to grasp the heart. With a rhythmic squeeze and release, he manually simulated the heartbeat, reminiscent of Sakura's efforts to save Naruto during the Fourth War. Artificial respiration. Li Dou suddenly called out. Nara Yen-Shui, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality and without hesitation, bent down to begin the process. Counting silently, 1, 2, 3. Time slipped away. Yet Shang Shu's condition remained unchanged. Just as despair began to settle in for Nara Yen-Shui, Li Dou's hand within the abdomen gradually relaxed. Thump, thump, thump. A faint heartbeat emerged, entirely spontaneous and unaided by external forces. At that moment, Shang Shu and Appo's skin began to regain its color, as if a spark of life had returned. Thus, the lifeless Shang Shu was successfully revived by Li Dou's efforts. Nara Yen-Shui paused, having witnessed the miraculous transformation from death to life. The incredibility of the moment washed over him. Li Dou's expression remained composed as he slowly withdrew his arm from Shang Shu's abdomen, simultaneously healing the incision he had made. Although Shang Shu had been revived, potential complications lingered. Carry Shang Shu back to camp. Let Tsunade conduct a thorough examination. He instructed Nara Yen-Shui calmly. Despite the revival, Shang Shu remained unconscious. Li Dou's medical expertise had only brought him this far. The rest was left to Tsunade, and he felt no inclination to intervene further. Understood. Nara Yen-Shui, still somewhat dazed, promptly complied with Li Dou's command, carefully lifting Shang Shu onto his back. They began their return to the Konoha Ninja defensive perimeter. Soon, at a crossroads, Nara Yen-Shui took the initiative to bid farewell to Li Dou, carrying Shang Shu towards the camp. Chapter 52. Letting go of prejudice. Rito paused, observing Nara Shio's silhouette as he carried Nagashi. A contemplative thought crossed his mind. This was the first time he had genuinely altered the fate of another. The rope tree, which should have perished here, had been granted a new lease on life. The future had shifted once more, Rito mused. The transformation of Nagashi from death to life stirred little within him. He merely felt a sense of wonder at the unfolding future. However, if one were to speak of the most significant alteration in this timeline, it would undoubtedly be Rito's own crossing into this world. With Rito's presence, the future was destined to veer towards an entirely different conclusion. As Rito watched Shio disappear from sight, he returned to the designated area of his team. With a mere 10 minutes remaining until the shift changed, he resolved to stay until the very end. Is there an issue with Nagashi? Asked Oil Girl Shiran, noticing Rito's return. Nothing major, just a minor injury. He's back at the camp now, Rito replied succinctly, omitting the details, for they were hardly worth extensive discussion. Shiran nodded, though a flicker of confusion lingered in her mind. Was it not within Rito's capabilities to treat a simple injury without returning to camp? Yet, her naturally reserved demeanor kept her from probing further. Time passed swiftly, and soon, Inuzuka Aoi and Uchiha Mikoto arrived at Rito's side. Their silence towards each other suggested that their relationship had seen little improvement. Rito found himself at a loss for how to mend their rapport and chose to let the matter rest. After completing the handover with the arriving ninja team, Rito's group returned to the camp. Night had fallen, and fatigue weighed upon Rito, compelling him to rest as soon as he entered the team's tent. With heavy eyelids, he succumbed to slumber, awakening the next day. Emerging from his sleeping bag, Rito shook off the remnants of sleep. Having enjoyed ample rest, he felt an uplift in his spirits, even as the incessant rain drummed against the tent outside. Watching the raindrops cascade, he retrieved a few packs of biscuits, eager to satiate his hunger. In the midst of war, having biscuits was a luxury, as ordinary citizens in the land of rain had begun to suffer from hunger. After consuming the biscuits, Rito stretched his limbs. The sound reminiscent of crackling beans filled the air. At that moment, he noticed that Nara Shio had also awakened, prompting him to casually inquire, "How is Nagashi doing now?" "Quite well. He regained consciousness shortly after returning to camp yesterday, though he seems to be experiencing some amnesia," Shio replied. Rito raised an eyebrow at this revelation. "Amnesia? How glitch?" However, Shio quickly added, "It's akin to a concussion. He should recover soon." Nodding in acknowledgement, Rito recognized that temporary oxygen deprivation could indeed lead to a degree of memory loss. He chose not to dwell on the matter and stepped outside the tent to gather the day's provisions. After Konoha's camp relocated to the heart of the Land of Rain, it was only natural for the Rain Village to devise strategies to undermine Konoha's logistics. Their tactics had proven effective. Rito and Appo's team was now limited to receiving only a day and Appo's worth of food at a time, with each ration and Appo's quantity steadily diminishing. If this continued, Konoha would soon face a severe food shortage. Uchiha Rito. Upon collecting the day's rations, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he found Tsunade standing there, arms crossed and a cold, impatient expression on her face. Is there something you need? Rito asked, maintaining a neutral tone. Yes, follow me, Tsunade replied. Her terse command, leaving no room for further dialogue as she turned on her heel. Rito regarded her retreating figure, sensing impending trouble. It was all too easy to infer that Tsunade sought him out regarding Nagashi's treatment. Yet, his intervention had been born of mere chance, with no connection to her. In truth, Rito perceived Tsunade as a remarkably self-important woman. Engaging with someone of her disposition was particularly vexing, and he preferred to avoid drawing her ire. Sighing silently, Rito followed Tsunade. He harbored a desire to refuse, but her position as the commander of the ninja forces left little room for dissent. Soon, Rito found himself inside her tent. In contrast to the tents of the ninja squads, Tsunade and Appo's was not only spacious, but also singularly hers, furnished with a bed, desk, and other amenities, almost akin to a small room transported to the front lines. Upon stepping inside, Rito felt the air was notably less damp. Please lower the tent flap, Tsunade instructed abruptly. Rito complied, unconcerned about any potential transgressions, given his tender age of 10. Inside the expansive canvas, Tsunade and Rito faced each other. Tsunade's gaze bore into Rito's, yet he held her stare unwaveringly. Eventually, it was Tsunade who broke the eye contact, stating, I am aware of yesterday's events. You did indeed save Nagashi's life. Thus, I shall overlook our previous grievances. Furthermore, I am willing to allow you to choose an S-rank technique from Konoha, provided it is not a forbidden one. As she spoke, a subtle warmth began to infuse her voice, a departure from its earlier chill. Nagashi was her most cherished relative, and Rito had single-handedly brought him back from the brink of death. This act was akin to a rebirth, and Tsunade was prepared to set aside her prejudices for the sake of harmony. Rito met Tsunade and Appo's gaze, a smile curving his lips before erupting into uncontrollable laughter. Ha! He leaned against the tent and Appo's support, laughter spilling forth as if it would never cease. Detecting a hint of disdain in Rito and Appo's laughter, Tsunade and Appo's expression shifted to one of indignation, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Uchiha brat, what is so amusing? What is there to laugh about? Her willingness to seek amicable relations had already left her feeling vulnerable, but now Rito and Appo's laughter felt like mockery. This transformation of discomfort into anger intensified her ire. Amusing? Rito raised his gaze to meet hers once more, his eyes now steely and commanding, no longer viewing her as an equal, but rather exuding an air of superiority. Feeling the weight of his piercing stare, Tsunade instinctively swallowed, her body betraying a desire to retreat. Chapter 53. Flying Thunder God. Rito gradually approached Tsunade and remarked, It seems I must reiterate. My rescue of Rope Tree was solely because he is my friend. It has nothing to do with you. As for the grievances you mentioned, I urge you to reflect carefully. All our past unpleasantness was instigated by you. I have never sought conflict with you. Now you wish to gloss over it with a mere flick of your tongue? How amusing. As Rito drew nearer to Tsunade, he stood merely 2 or 3 steps away. You wish to suppress me at will, yet crave reconciliation? Do you believe everyone must revolve around you? Or is it your esteemed status that blinds you to the thoughts of others? Is that correct, Princess Tsunade? With each word, Rito articulated his sentiments with deliberate emphasis. Tsunade gazed at Rito, who was now within arm and Appo's reach, her expression shifting through various emotions until only indignation remained. Uchiha Rito, you scoundrel. The words echoed in her mind, a feeble retort to his earlier statements. Yet, upon hearing her response, Rito burst into laughter, bemused that his earnest discourse had yielded such a lackluster comeback. In any case, I have no desire to engage in any amicable games with you, he concluded, turning to depart. Amicable games? What a jest. I have not forgotten the pressures you have exerted upon me these past days. Grasping the tent flap, he lifted a corner and continued on his way. Tsunade, left staring at the now empty tent, felt a surge of anger, a nameless urge to shatter something nearby. Oh right. Rito's voice suddenly resounded as he re-entered the tent. You mentioned allowing me to choose an S-rank jutsu from Konoha. After careful consideration, how does the Flying Thunder God technique sound? Consider it my reward for saving Rope Tree, though he had previously spoken of it. How could Rito possibly refuse such an offer? Tsunade, however, was in no mood to entertain him, coldly retorting, Get lost. Rito raised an eyebrow but chose not to engage further, clicking his tongue in annoyance as he exited the tent once more. Upon returning to his team's tent, Rito felt a wave of elation. In this monotonous, war-torn existence, Managing to render Tsunade speechless was a source of amusement. With the team currently on a break and no tasks at hand, he finally had time to pursue other endeavors. He retrieved a scroll, laid it flat on his pillow, and began to write. This action piqued the curiosity of his comrades. Inazuka Aoi approached, squatting beside him to peer at the scroll. Rido, what are you writing? Your handwriting is so tiny. She deliberately leaned in close, nearly touching heads. Her cascading hair danced before his eyes, prompting him to brush it aside as he replied. I'm documenting my experiences of the war. I plan to send it back to the rear for publication. To gain fame, one must be industrious. But marketing is equally crucial. Holding the largest publishing group in the Land of Fire, Rido was not about to squander his resources. Thus, he crafted a piece to be submitted to the newspaper under his group, initiating a groundbreaking marketing campaign. War diary? May I take a look? Inazuka Aoi, under the impression that Rido was penning a diary, expressed keen interest, eager to see how she was portrayed through his words. At that moment, Uchiha Makoto also drew near, squatting beside Rido, her proximity creating an almost intimate atmosphere. However, she caught on to another aspect of his discourse. Submitted to a newspaper? Could it be that Rido is also a writer? She pondered. Rido's lifestyle suggested he was not lacking in funds, which had previously intrigued her regarding the source of his expenses. Now, she understood, he must be a part-time writer, earning income through his submissions. I want to see it too. Rido, Uchiha Makoto chimed in softly, tilting her head. One moment, Rido replied, his pen flying across the scroll. An experienced scribe. He had mastered the art of writing with ease, even when composing original content. Before long, the scroll was filled with densely packed text. Each character scarcely larger than a mosquito, requiring some effort to discern. However, this was unavoidable. After all, he was using a palm-sized ninja tool scroll, necessitating smaller writing. Having penned the final character, Rido sighed in relief, stretching his back before lifting the scroll to show both Aoi and Makoto. You both can look at it together, he said gently. In this context, he could not favor one over the other. He aimed to maintain balance. As Aoi and Makoto each took a side of the scroll, they exchanged glances but remained silent, engrossed in the contents. The scroll was concise, comprising only a few thousand words, allowing them to finish reading in a short time. However, upon completion, they felt a lingering desire for more. Even without the filter of Rido's perspective, both Aoi and Makoto regarded it as an exceptional piece of work. Rido, which publishing house are you submitting to? Uchiha Makoto suddenly inquired. If his article were to be published, she would undoubtedly wish to purchase a copy for her collection. The copy house, Rido replied. This establishment was the most renowned within Rido's publishing group, having previously managed all of its operations. Thus, the populace of the Land of Fire was more familiar with the copy house than the underlying Rido publishing group. As for the peculiar name, it stemmed from Rido's whimsical sense of humor, given that he had started his career in copying. The copy house. Both Inazuka Aoi and Uchiha Makoto reacted with astonishment upon hearing the name. However, this was quite understandable. Which youth in Konoha had not been captivated by the works of this publishing house? Furthermore, the audience for the copy house's publications spanned all age groups, rendering its reputation in Konoha exceptional, even serving as a form of cultural identity beyond its borders. Chapter 54. The usefulness of cattle compared to ninjas. Upon observing the slightly astonished expressions of Inazuka Aoi and Uchiha Makoto, Rido added, It's merely a submission to a newspaper under the copy society. It is of no significance. Yet, Inazuka Aoi and Uchiha Makoto remained genuinely taken aback. After all, they were merely children just over 10 years of age. Despite their usual indifference to violence, they had not shed their youthful innocence. No wonder you are so generous with your spending. It seems you have other sources of income, Aoi remarked, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she addressed Rido. Do tell, what is your pen name? Perhaps I have supported you in the past. She playfully tugged at Rido's arm, adopting a mock-serious demeanor, though her tone remained lighthearted. I previously only assisted with editing there. This is my first time publishing an article in a newspaper, Rido explained. He spoke the truth, as it indeed marked his inaugural publication under the name Rito. While Aoi laughed and frolicked before him, Uchiha Makoto could only observe from the sidelines. Naturally, her gentle disposition did not lend itself to the same playful banter as Aoi. However, this leisurely moment within the tent was fleeting. Rido, Lord Orochimaru is looking for you. Someone suddenly shouted from outside the tent. Rido paused for a moment, realizing he had truly become a mere tool. My apologies, I must step away for a moment, he said, his tone tinged with regret as he addressed Aoi and Makoto. They understood that Orochimaru's summons meant there was a mission at hand. Though they wished for Rido to stay, the life of a ninja was dictated by duty. Be careful. Stay safe, both Aoi and Makoto urged. Rido nodded and exited the tent, seeking out Orochimaru. Inside the operations tent, Orochimaru was alone. Upon Rido's arrival, he promptly ceased his work. Uchiha Rido, there is an A-rank mission that requires your attention, Orochimaru stated directly. After several missions, he had come to recognize Rido as a valuable asset, prompting him to consider Rido for challenging tasks. What is the mission? Rido inquired calmly. You are to receive logistical supplies. The location is marked on this map, Orochimaru replied, producing a map and an order, which he handed to Rito. By the way, you will be undertaking this mission solo, he added. Recently, the Rain Village had been relentlessly pursuing Konoha's supply lines. Should Rito fail this mission, the camp might face a severe shortage of provisions. Nevertheless, Orochimaru had contingency plans if the camp ran low on supplies. There would still be resources among the common populace of the Rain country. After all, they were the enemy civilians, and Orochimaru bore no moral qualms about seizing their provisions. Understood, Rito said, examining the map and order before bidding farewell to Orochimaru. He then departed the Konoha encampment, entering the surrounding defensive area. As he left the camp's protective perimeter, he instantly sensed a surge of hostility. It appeared that the Rain ninjas had gathered in significant numbers, evidently intent on besieging the Konoha camp and preventing even a morsel of food from entering. Rito estimated that the ambush force was likely in the thousands, with the potential for more to follow. With such overwhelming numbers, even if he could manage to fend them off, it was unnecessary to engage. Repelling over 1,000 Rain ninjas would attract too much attention. Such tasks were better left to Orochimaru and his cohorts. Thus, Rito formed hand seals and employed the shadow clone technique, resulting in a multitude of clones appearing around him. The clones then dispersed in various directions, while Rito himself concealed his presence among them, vanishing into the sea of shadows. From a hidden vantage point, the Rain ninjas, who had been on high alert, were momentarily stunned upon spotting Rito's clones. What should we do now? One of the Rain ninjas asked, confusion etched on his face as he turned to his captain. The captain, equally bewildered, stared at the chaotic spectacle of clones before finally gritting his teeth and declaring, forget it, just follow one of them. However, this was an understandable reaction. The shadow clone technique was not easily discernible to the untrained eye. Rito sped away, swiftly exiting the heart of the Rain country and approaching the border. Along the way, a few Rain ninjas happened to cross paths with him, but they were quickly dealt with. Before long, Rito arrived at a wooded area, drawing closer to the border. The journey was largely unobstructed, even when faced with Rain ninjas. He effortlessly resolved the encounters. Soon enough, Rito breached the border, entering the land of fire. At this moment, his clones, sensing that their original had reached safety, dispelled the technique and began to return. Feeling a renewed surge of chakra, Rito quickened his pace. However, he still had a short distance to cover before reaching the rendezvous point with Konoha's logistics team. Due to prior attacks by Rain ninjas on supply personnel crossing the border, the location for the supply transfer had been moved further into the land of fire. As he spotted a valley in the distance, Rito slowed his speed. This was the designated meeting point. A team of approximately 100 Konoha ninjas stood there, surrounded by bundles of supplies. Upon noticing Rito's approach, they instinctively assumed defensive stances. Uchiha Rito, this is Lord Orochimaru's order, Rito declared, producing the order to establish his identity. One of the ninjas stepped forward to verify Rito's credentials. After examining the order closely and confirming its authenticity, he suddenly inquired, only one person? It was well known that Konoha typically allocated provisions based on a quota of 3,000, sending a significant number of ninjas to ensure safe delivery. Yes, just me, Rito replied with a smirk. Konoha Logistics found the transport speed of conventional methods too slow, opting to have ninjas carry supplies directly. Yet, Orochimaru had outdone them by dispatching Rito alone, truly a testament to his notorious reputation. Without further ado, Rito utilized the shadow clone technique once more, summoning over 100 clones. Each clone hoisted a supply package and began the journey back to the camp. As the logistics personnel observed Rito's swiftly departing figure, they scratched their heads in bewilderment. Are young ninjas really this formidable nowadays? One remarked. I recognize him. The prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Rito. Ah, members of that clan are always so peculiar, another commented, as their chatter continued. But Rito had already vanished into the distance. Chapter 55, the original Necklace Rito's shadow clone, laden with supplies, began its return to the Konoha camp. However, after a short distance, Rito abruptly halted and formed another hand sign, creating an additional shadow clone. This clone served a different purpose and would not accompany him back to the Konoha camp. It was a strategic piece positioned in advance. Be careful not to perish, Rito advised, tossing the scroll inscribed with war records to the shadow clone, instructing it to find a way to deliver it to Konoha. The clone received the scroll and replied, rest assured, how could I not trust myself? It then vanished in an instant. After watching the clone disappear, Rito continued towards the camp. Yet, the journey out was far simpler than the return. When he left, it was solely Rito. However, upon his return to the camp, he was accompanied by over 100 shadow clones, each burdened with supplies, effectively painting a target on their backs, ripe for an ambush from the Rain shinobi. As the borders of the Land of Rain came into clearer view, Rito resolved to alter his approach. He utilized the Earth Release, Earth Fish technique, burrowing underground to approach the camp from below. Of course, employing Earth Release to infiltrate underground was not a novel tactic within the shinobi world. Both the Rain and Konoha had established barriers and sensory ninjutsu to guard against such strategies. Nevertheless, Rito shattered these defenses with brute force, disregarding their barriers and sensory techniques, swiftly traversing their range before they had a chance to react. His journey was unhindered, and he soon found himself near the camp, just before breaching Konoha's defensive perimeter. Rito emerged from the ground, joined by his myriad of shadow clones, and swiftly returned to the camp, tossing the supply packages into the logistics area. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Rito dispelled the shadow clone technique, proud of his expeditious completion of an A-rank mission, owing much to his aversion to procrastination. He approached the command tent where Orochimaru was stationed. At that moment, the tent was occupied solely by him, with neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade in sight. The mission is complete. Lord Orochimaru, Rito stated plainly. Orochimaru lifted his gaze from the documents, observing Rito without any signs of astonishment at his swift success. After glancing at the clock, he noted that Rito had departed and returned within a span of 2 hours, a commendably rapid result. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction and said, "Excellent. You may return to rest now." Rito, feeling no need for further pleasantries, took his leave. Orochimaru watched Rito's retreating figure, pondering the possibility of aligning with him once the war concluded. In his eyes, Rito was destined for greatness, not to remain an obscure name. Upon exiting the command tent, Rito chose not to return immediately to his team's quarters. Instead, he seized the opportunity to visit Shoshu. After narrowly escaping death the previous day, Shoshu had been resting in the field hospital, and Rito had not yet paid him a visit. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, and the sky remained gloomy, with few people visible around the camp. As Rito strolled towards the field hospital, he was met with the pungent aroma of blood mixed with various medicinal scents, creating a complex atmosphere. Upon entering, he found numerous injured ninjas lying on beds, recuperating. Treading lightly, he nodded silently to some of the patients who glanced his way, not wishing to disrupt the serene ambience of the hospital. Those who remained in the field hospital were not mere minor injuries. At the very least, they were severe cases, some even requiring amputations. Scanning the room, Rito soon located Shoshu. Unlike the other patients, Shoshu appeared well, showing no visible injuries, as he lay on his bed, lost in thought. Logically, he should not have been hospitalized given his condition. However, Tsunade had insisted he remain for further observation, much to his chagrin. Being in the field hospital felt akin to imprisonment for Shoshu, who found it stiflingly isolated. The only company he had were those too injured to speak. When Rito approached, Shoshu's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Rito, what brings you here?" he inquired softly. "I came to check on you," Rito replied, equally quietly. Upon hearing this, Shoshu hesitated, contemplating his words. Had he not disregarded Rito's advice and recklessly pursued the Rain Shinobi, he would not have faced near death. Ultimately, it was Rito who had exerted effort to rescue him. "Let us step outside. This place isn't suitable for conversation," Shoshu insisted, rising from his bed. Disregarding Tsunade's orders, Rito observed Shoshu's intent expression and nodded in agreement, leading the way out of the field hospital. Once outside, they found a patch of open ground. The rain continued to fall, and Shoshu regarded Rito with a complicated expression. "You were right," he suddenly remarked. "In truth, I shouldn't have pursued those Rain Shinobi yesterday." The recollection of the previous day flooded his mind, leaving him still shaken. Initially, he had confidence in his abilities against the Rain Shinobi, but in a moment of carelessness, he had succumbed to the poison of the Gamber fish. Under the influence of the toxin, he quickly lost consciousness, and in the final moments of awareness, he feared his life would end like that, a nameless casualty at the hands of a few Rain Shinobi. To his astonishment, Rito had managed to save him. Even after his heart had ceased beating and he had been clinically dead for 2 to 3 minutes. "It's nothing, just be more cautious next time," Rito remarked with a gentle smile. "Moreover, it was fortunate that those Rain Shinobi did not desecrate your body. Otherwise, I could not have revived you." "Ah?" Shoshu replied, puzzled, unable to comprehend why Rito had shifted the conversation to the Rain Shinobi. However, he did not dwell on it, continuing, "Regardless, you ultimately saved me. And to express my gratitude, I've decided to give you this necklace." Shoshu removed a necklace from around his neck, the very original necklace gifted to him by Tsunade. Imbued with the chakra of Hashirama Senju, Rito examined the necklace, furrowing his brow and firmly stating, "No, thank you. That thing is cursed." In the normal course of events, Tsunade had bestowed this necklace upon both Shoshu and Cat Dan, both of whom had met untimely ends. Ultimately, had it not been for Naruto being the protagonist, he too might have succumbed to its curse. Chapter 56. Dialogue. Do not be deceived by the presence of Hashirama and Appo's chakra within the original necklace. It is not a rarity. In later times, not only Hashirama and Appo's chakra but even his cells became commonplace. The white zetsu created by Madara is fundamentally derived from Hashirama and Appo's cells. However, Narukase fails to comprehend this. After all, it is a necklace left behind by his most revered grandfather, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Not to mention that it contains his chakra. Narukase explains, this necklace is a relic of the first Hokage, with his chakra preserved within it. Rito then chuckles and remarks, "The value of the same object varies in the eyes of different individuals. Your aspiration is to become Hokage, hence you naturally regard this original necklace as significant. Yet, I have no desire to be Hokage, thus, to me, this necklace does not hold any extraordinary value." Upon hearing Rito's words, Narukase is further perplexed. How can a Konoha ninja not wish to become Hokage? With limited intelligence, Narake struggles to grasp Rito's perspective and can only inquire, isn't becoming Hokage something to aspire to? Why do you not wish for it? Since childhood, Narake has aimed to become Hokage, making it difficult for him to fathom Rito's lack of desire for the position. Especially considering Rito and Appo's Uchiha lineage. Ha ha ha. Rito suddenly bursts into laughter. Narake, do you perceive any difference between now and a century ago? He poses the question to Narake. Narake pauses, momentarily bewildered, unsure why Rito has shifted the topic. Ultimately, he asks, what difference? The distinction lies in the fact that ninjas fought wars as families 100 years ago. Today, they engage in warfare as shinobi villages, Rito replies, shaking his head with a calm smile. 37 years ago, Hashirama Senju established the Hidden Leaf Village in the name of ending war. Subsequently, other villages were founded. And in pursuit of peace, Hashirama even captured tailed beasts, hoping for harmonious coexistence among the great villages. Yet today, wars persist, and their scale has only expanded. Tailed beasts have become the ultimate weapons for each village. Therefore, the position of Hokage is not the key to achieving peace in the shinobi world. Hence, my interest in becoming Hokage is rather limited. Rito gazes at Narake, though his words are not solely directed at him. His voice is passionate and powerful, echoing to the nearby tents where others can hear him. The ninjas within those tents are his true audience. He seeks to convey his message to them. Rito is rebellious. But his opposition is not aimed at Konoha or any specific individual. He opposes the system, the current framework of the Hokage world, to achieve his ambitions. He recognizes that his own strength is insufficient. He requires countless supporters and followers. Thus, his words serve as a test, meant for all Konoha ninjas stationed at the Rain Country front. Rito enjoys a commendable reputation here, and perhaps some will internalize his sentiments, leading them to question Konoha. In the future, such doubts may serve as his strength. As for the repercussions of his statements, Rito is unperturbed. He tirelessly dedicates himself to Konoha. Surely, he deserves the right to voice a few grievances. Thus, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi hears Rito's remarks, he can only feign ignorance and contemplate how to address the matter later. By that time, Rito will have long departed from Konoha. However, Narake's mind is a tangled mess. On one hand, he finds merit in Rito's assertions, yet on the other, he wishes to uphold the village and the Hokage. These conflicting thoughts clash within his mind. Fortunately, Narake is not exceptionally bright, so he quickly moves past his internal struggle. Rito, you make a valid point. Perhaps Konoha has not improved since its establishment. Yet one day, I will become Hokage and bring about profound change, Narake declares, clenching his fist with resolute determination. Good, that's the spirit. Rito smiles in response. But let us leave the conversation here. I shall not disturb your rest. With that, Rito turns and departs. Narake watches Rito leave with a serious expression, reinforcing his desire to become Hokage. Unbeknownst to them, their discussion has been overheard by numerous ninjas in the camp. Their voices were not particularly hushed, and given the ninjas' keen sense of hearing, it is unsurprising. However, the starkly contrasting attitudes toward Konoha and the Hokage expressed by the two have elicited varied responses among the ninja community. Although the ninjas seem to act as if they have not heard anything and deliberately avoid discussing the matter, there is undoubtedly a tumultuous tide within their hearts. Meanwhile, Rito remains indifferent, gradually returning to his squad's tent. Yet after walking a short distance, he suddenly halts, letting out a sigh. Why do you always enjoy following others, Tsunade? Rito inquires, glancing toward a shadowy corner from which Tsunade emerges. He had sensed her presence while conversing with Narake. He simply chose not to confront it. Tsunade gazes at Rito with a complex expression. She has certainly discerned Rito's ambition. Ever since their encounter on the battlefield, she has felt an undercurrent of fervent ambition within him each time they meet. This is precisely why she regards Rito with such caution. What exactly do you intend to do? What are your true objectives? She suddenly questions. Rito meets Tsunade's gaze, a confident smile gracing his lips. Yet he refrains from answering directly. Instead, he states, time will reveal everything. Just live well, and you will come to understand. Having gained no substantial information, Tsunade presses on. What is your perspective on Konoha? A product born from the tides of time, neither wholly good nor entirely bad, Rito replies nonchalantly, revealing his genuine opinion of Konoha. Tsunade wishes to ask further, but Rito has already lost interest in discussing such mundane matters. Enough of this question and answer game. Do not disturb me any longer. With that, he turns and walks away. Tsunade watches Rito's retreating figure, her heart filled with complexity. What kind of world does a fiercely ambitious youth envision? She cannot provide an answer to that question. However, Tsunade comes to realize that ambition is not entirely a negative trait. Uchiha Rito, I will keep a close watch on you. Tsunade silently vows, curious to see what actions he will ultimately take. Chapter 57, Hans. Shadow Clone. After the conversation between Rito and SH. Several days passed, and the front lines of the Land of Rain continued without any notable upheaval. Both sides found themselves ensnared in a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. However, the mighty Konoha was unperturbed by the drawn-out conflict. While the Rain village faced increasing hardships, lacking support from the feudal lord of the Land of Rain. The war had been instigated by their leader, Hans, whose stubbornness now yielded little in the way of desired results. The toll of the conflict was mounting, leaving them weary and beleaguered. The entirety of the Land of Rain had devolved into a chaotic battleground, teeming with wandering ninjas, mercenaries, bandits, and other nefarious elements. Even some ninja villages began dispatching their own ninjas to the Land of Rain. At this juncture, Hans began to harbor regrets. Despite his formidable prowess, the Rain village was not a major ninja village and could not sustain his ambitions. Waging war would not enhance the strength of the Rain village. Rather, it would lead to its gradual decline. Within the confines of the Rain village, Hans stood before a map of the Land of Rain, conferring with a few subordinates about the course of the war. He had sustained injuries and losses from previous battles with the Sand village, but after a period of recuperation, he had regained his peak condition. The commander of the Konoha ninja forces was a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, comprising 3 young men. Hans scrutinized the lines on the map and remarked, "I have heard of them. They are talented ninjas. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen seems quite confident to send them against me. Today, let us test their mettle." Though the war was not progressing favorably, Hans, as a powerful figure in the ninja world, could not afford to be disheartened. If he could not wage war against the great nations, he would shift his focus to smaller ones. However, before embarking on this new course, he needed to eliminate all outsiders from the Land of Rain and consolidate his territorial influence. Thus, he resolved to target the Konoha ninja forces first, aiming to dismantle this thorn embedded in the heart of the Land of Rain. After that, he would methodically eradicate the infiltrating ninjas and use the Land of Rain as a base to launch attacks on the surrounding smaller nations. "Leader, how many ninjas should we prepare for this offensive?" one of his subordinates inquired. Hans merely waved his hand and replied, "For this assault, I will take the lead personally. No additional ninjas are required. A mere 3,000 Konoha ninjas, along with Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples, are hardly a concern. I can single-handedly vanquish this Konoha contingent." His subordinates, witnessing his resolute demeanor, chose to remain silent, for Hans and Apos' strength was widely acknowledged. Meanwhile, while Hans decided to confront the Konoha forces alone, the rear of Konoha remained tranquil. Although fierce battles raged on the front lines, the residents of Konoha continued their daily lives. However, the war had begun to take its toll on the villagers, leading to diminished incomes and economic decline. Consequently, inexpensive newspapers and magazines became one of the few forms of entertainment available to the villagers. In this context of wartime economic downturn, the Rito Publishing Group, monopolizing the publishing industry of the Fire Nation, emerged as the sole enterprise achieving business expansion. It flourished in the entire ninja world, even causing a downturn for publishers in the other 4 great nations. At this moment, in a remote estate in Konoha, Rito, utilizing a shadow clone, sat in the parlor of the manor. This grand estate belonged to Chia Rin, the second in command of the Rito Publishing Group. "Rito and I. Try the cake I cut." A girl, strikingly similar to Chia Rin, offered him a piece of cake with a silver fork. Rito turned his head and opened his mouth as the girl gently fed him the cake. Shortly thereafter, another girl, also resembling Chia Rin, presented a cake and said, "Rito and I. Do try mine as well." Rito complied and took a bite. These 2 girls were Chia Rin's twin sisters, Chia Ryu and Chia Hai, both of whom were the same age as Rito, now 10 years old. Before Rito established his publishing house, their sister Chia Rin struggled to make ends meet through menial work, barely enough to support their family. During that time, Rito often provided assistance to them. Now, the Chia family had experienced a significant upward shift in social status, becoming one of the few affluent families in Konoha. Residing in a grand estate with numerous maids to attend to them, a life they had never dared to dream of. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed as Chia Rin entered the parlor. Upon seeing her 2 sisters feeding Rito cake, she furrowed her brow. "You two, leave at once. I need to discuss matters with the president," Chia Rin said sternly, urging her sisters to depart. "Got it." Chia Ryu and Chia Hai replied in elongated tones before rising from the sofa and waving goodbye to Rito. "Rito and I will be on our way. Remember to visit us often." Rito smiled and replied, "Understood." Once Chia Ryu and Chia Hai had left, Rito turned to Chia Rin and inquired, "How are preparations coming along?" "As per your instructions, I have arranged sufficient funds," Chia Rin responded softly. "Thank you, Rin," Rito nodded. He then rose and walked to the estate's rear yard, where an inconspicuous carriage was parked on the lawn. Inside the carriage, a row of black briefcases was neatly arranged. It was evident that these briefcases were filled with money. With this funding, Rito could commence his next phase of planning. "Rin, I am returning to Konoha discreetly this time, so please keep this a secret," Rito said quietly to Chia Rin. She nodded earnestly, her heart brimming with unspoken words, yet all she could manage was, "President, please be cautious on the battlefield." Rito nodded slightly and prepared to drive away in the carriage. Suddenly, he recalled something and retrieved a scroll from his ninja pouch, handing it to Chia Rin. "By the way, this is something I hastily pinned on the battlefield. Please publish it in Tomorrow and Apos' newspaper, using my real name." Chapter 58, The Raid Rito. Employing his shadow clone technique, departed from Chiyo Rin's estate, subsequently utilizing transformation jutsu to alter his appearance and blend into a merchant convoy leaving Konoha. He had executed the same strategy upon his arrival. Given that his true form remained at the front lines of the Land of Rain, it was imperative for him to avoid entering Konoha in his original guise. The wagon was draped with a black cloth, and as he exited the gates of Konoha, Rito effortlessly hypnotized the guards with an illusion, allowing him to leave the village without incident. Afterward, Rito mingled within the convoy for an extended period before skillfully maneuvering the wagon away at a crossroads. The members of the merchant group remained oblivious, as if Rito had never been part of their company. On the desolate road, a solitary wagon ambled along. While Rito reclined atop a black box at the rear of the cart, gazing skyward, his thoughts drifting far afield. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, the leader of Amigakure, Hanzo, having regained his strength after a period of recuperation, charged alone towards the Konoha encampment. He soon penetrated the defensive perimeter of the Konoha camp. Clear the way. Do not obstruct me. The Konoha ninjas on guard were not taken aback by Hanzo's sudden assault. However, with a mere sweep of his scythe, he claimed several lives. The once formidable defenses crumbled effortlessly before him, as if they held no significance against his might. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It's Hanzo of the Salamander. The unexpected appearance of Hanzo within the camp caused considerable uproar, and frantic shouts began to echo throughout. Upon entering the Konoha encampment, Hanzo did not hasten to strike but instead surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. The camp is rather ordinary, perhaps even inferior to the puppet mistress of Sunagakure, he remarked disdainfully. At that moment, numerous Konoha ninjas had gathered around him, yet they hesitated to launch an immediate assault, instead encircling Hanzo while brandishing their weapons in cautious defense. The name of Hanzo resonated throughout the shinobi world, and these Konoha ninjas were well aware of his formidable reputation. Summoning technique. Amidst the encirclement, Hanzo suddenly invoked his summoning technique, calling forth his ally, Ibuse, a colossal salamander. With a resounding thud, Ibuse emerged, immediately unleashing a noxious mist. The deep purple toxins swiftly enveloped the entire Konoha camp, expanding into the surrounding defensive zones, rendering even those tasked with protection vulnerable to the toxic onslaught. Within mere moments, the Konoha ninjas began to collapse in droves under the overwhelming assault of the poisonous fog. Ultimately, only Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Rito remained standing. I knew I could not evade that old pest, Hanzo, on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Inside their squad's tent, Rito held his breath, a layer of chakra manifesting on his skin to shield him from the toxic fumes. Logically, Rito should have made an immediate escape. However, he suppressed his instincts. Opting to gamble once more, Rito extended several chakra arms from his back, initiating healing for his comrades within the tent. Outside, Hanzo perched atop Ibuse's head, observing the fallen Konoha ninjas with a sense of satisfaction. In a world where individual strength eclipsed collective power, a single formidable shinobi could indeed surpass thousands of ordinary ninjas. Thus, despite Amigakure's shortcomings compared to larger villages like Konoha, Hanzo remained confident in his ability to engage them in battle. You scoundrel! What have you done? Tsunade was the first to emerge, confronting Hanzo with fury. Witnessing the fallen Konoha ninjas ignited her wrath. Following her, Orochimaru and Jiraiya quickly joined her side, standing united against Hanzo. Yet, Hanzo merely regarded the trio with indifference, remarking, "You must be the disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Allow me to personally assess your worthiness to lead in this conflict." During the confrontation with Sunagakure, the opposing commander was Chiyo, an elder advisor of the village, albeit not the village's leader. However, in the battle against Konoha, the leadership fell to 3 youths, which irked Hanzo, who felt slighted. As the renowned Hanzo of the Salamander, he deemed it an affront that Konoha had dispatched merely 3 young ninjas to confront him. Thus, he resolved to impart a lesson to these youngsters. Scoundrel! Tsunade, consumed by rage, had no desire for idle chatter with Hanzo. With a slight bend of her legs, she propelled herself into the air, launching an attack with a powerful punch aimed at Hanzo. Orochimaru and Jiraiya followed suit, and a fierce battle erupted. Hanzo wielded his scythe and chains, confidently engaging them. Suddenly, a voice rang out from within one of the tents in the camp. "Draw Hanzo outside the camp." It was Rito's voice. Upon hearing this, Tsunade instantly grasped the implications. As the individual most familiar with Rito's capabilities within the camp, she understood the significance of his suggestion. Summoning technique. Tsunade composed herself, her thoughts crystallizing into a battle strategy. She bit her finger, summoning a portion of the living slug sage from Shikatsu Forest to engage Hanzo on equal footing. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, witnessing Tsunade's summon beast, promptly followed suit, biting their fingers to invoke their own summons. The serpents of the Ryuchi Cave and the toads of Mount Mayaboku appeared in unison. The 3 colossal summoned creatures stood side by side against Hanzo, who appeared somewhat at a disadvantage due to the comparatively smaller size of Ibuse. "Let us drag Hanzo outside the camp to battle," Tsunade declared resolutely. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, hearing Rito's voice, were puzzled as to why Tsunade acquiesced to his suggestion. However, they recognized that this was not the time for questions. They could only cooperate with Tsunade to drive Hanzo out of the camp. Charged with the living slug, the serpents, and the toads, the three shouted in unison, launching a concerted assault on Hanzo. Hanzo adeptly countered the combined attacks of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade while pondering. Amidst the toxic haze of abuse, how is it that a fourth individual can survive? He was not surprised that the trio withstood the toxic onslaught. After all, they were disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, the presence of an unknown individual within Konoha's camp who could endure the effects was perplexing. Could it be that an undisclosed powerful shinobi from Konoha was lying in ambush? Chapter 59. Toxic Mist. Hanzo possessed an unwavering confidence in his abilities. So much so that he felt no trepidation in confronting Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade simultaneously. Even the presence of an unknown individual within the Konoha camp did not faze him. In his eyes, the only formidable opponent worthy of his respect in the entirety of Konoha was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Whether it was 3 or 4 opponents. As long as they were not Sarutobi, the number of Konoha shinobi was of little consequence to him. Hanzo mused with conviction. Indeed, his prowess justified this self-assurance. Amidst the onslaught from Orochimaru and his allies, Hanzo maintained a semblance of composure. However, the potency of Jiraiya's toxins proved too formidable. Suddenly, Fukasaku, the toad with dark red skin and a body covered in lumps, cried out in distress, unable to withstand the venom of the salamander. Purple poison spots began to emerge on his massive form. With each strike, Hanzo and his summoning beast, Abuse, ensured their attacks were laced with the toxic essence of the salamander. After several exchanges, the most afflicted were the summoned beasts, the living slug, Manda, and Fukasaku. The venom of Abuse was far more lethal than Hanzo's own. I'm sorry, Jiraiya. Be careful, Fukasaku uttered before vanishing with a resounding pop. Retreating to Mount Myaboku for treatment. He had not wished to withdraw prematurely, but the toxicity was overwhelming, and he had begun to lose sensation. Likely to be rendered immobile shortly. Manda, you must apologize to me after this battle. Manda suddenly exclaimed before disappearing with a bang, unable to withstand the venom of Abuse, underscoring its ferocity. Now, only Tsunade's slug remained, enduring the onslaught, being a split body of the sage of Wetbone Forest, thus possessing a certain resilience against toxins. Meanwhile, Rito, concealed within the team's tent, observed the unfolding battle. Initially, he had hoped that Orochimaru and his comrades would lure Hanzo away so he could treat the poisoned Konoha shinobi. However, given the current circumstances, even Orochimaru and his allies struggled for survival, let alone drawing Hanzo away. If this stalemate continued, the poison ninjas would surely perish. Rito's gaze fixed on Hanzo, his mind tumultuous with indecision, whether to join the fray or prioritize saving the afflicted Konoha shinobi. Considering his capabilities, his involvement could significantly alter the tide of battle. Yet, the dilemma remained. Even if he could shift the balance, if the poisoned shinobi were to fall, only a handful would remain alive. The repercussions of such news reaching Konoha would be dire. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were Sarutobi's disciples, likely to evade severe scrutiny. But Rito was not afforded such protection. Could he truly expect Sarutobi to speak on his behalf amidst a deluge of public outcry? Sarutobi, in his self-preservation, might deflect the blame onto Rito to safeguard his 3 disciples. The capacity of Konoha as populace for online harassment was unquestionable, as evidenced by the fate of Tsukumo Hitaki. Moreover, abandoning the poisoned shinobi would render Rito's prior efforts futile. Thus, he resolved instantly to first rescue the afflicted. He formed hand seals, employing the shadow clone technique to create dozens of clones, who swiftly moved to evacuate the fallen Konoha ninjas from the combat zone. The sudden emergence of these clones caught the attention of Hanzo and Orochimaru's trio. Is this the one who spoke earlier? A mere youth. Hanzo mused, astonished at the sight of Rito maneuvering through the camp. A boy so young could survive the toxic mist of Abuse and still possess the capacity to aid other Konoha shinobi. Konoha truly is a great ninja village, teeming with talented youths, Hanzo thought with a cold smirk. Yet, he resolved that such youthful genius should find its eternal rest upon the soil of his rain country. With a singular focus on eliminating Konoha's shinobi, Hanzo prepared to cleave through Orochimaru's formation and claim Rito's life. Slug. Tsunade, sensing Hanzo's intent, shouted. And her massive slug immediately understood, splitting into countless smaller replicas. An overwhelming tide of tiny slugs surged toward Hanzo. In that moment, Rito's clones seized the opportunity to escape, carrying multiple incapacitated Konoha ninjas. Fortunately, Hanzo's arrogance had left him ill-prepared and without additional aids. Rito's clones faced no obstacles as they slipped away from the heart of the rain country. Meanwhile, Rito's true self, hidden in the team's tent, calculated the time before dispatching more shadow clones to continue the rescue efforts. He indeed wished to create even more clones to expedite the evacuation of the poisoned shinobi. However, the subsequent treatment for the salamander's venom would demand significant chakra, necessitating that Rito conserve his energy for the impending healing process. Even now, while concealed in the tent, he was refining his chakra. At the same time, the appearance of more clones within the camp alerted Hanzo to Rito's continued presence. Abuse. Hanzo bellowed, commanding his beast to unleash another wave of toxic mist. Although Abuse could only emit toxins every 5 minutes, and less than that time had passed since the last emission, he begrudgingly complied, releasing a diluted mist that was a paler shade of purple. The toxic fog spread once more, and Rito held his breath, using chakra to shield himself from the poisonous air. He then dispatched dozens of shadow clones to hasten the evacuation of the shinobi. I apologize, Lady Tsunade, but I must also depart, the living slug acknowledged, reaching its limits before vanishing with a pop. The situation further deteriorated for Orochimaru and his team, who were already at a disadvantage. Yet, they did not succumb to despair. Rather, they pressed on, launching a united assault against Hanzo. Clang. The sickle clashed with Shuriken as Hanzo regained his composure. After 2 waves of Salamander-S toxic mist, he remained unconvinced that the fallen Konoha shinobi could still be saved. Chapter 60. Withering. Although Orochimaru and his companions lacked a summoning beast, their fighting spirit against Hans remained undiminished, growing fiercer with each passing moment. Hans, while still able to counter their attacks, could no longer afford to pursue Rito amidst their onslaught. Rito's shadow clones roamed the camp and its surroundings, searching for fallen leaf ninjas. Rito, perhaps we should withdraw for now. The battle will soon reach this place. Uchiha Makoto, just regaining consciousness, whispered urgently to Rito from within the team tent. Outside, the clash between Hans and Orochimaru intensified, the aftermath of their battle beginning to ripple outward, threatening to engulf Rito soon. Rito, while refining his chakra and observing the situation outside, replied, "You all should leave first. I will wait a little longer." His shadow clones had not yet fully departed, indicating that there were still poisoned ninjas who had yet to escape. Upon hearing Rito's words, Uchiha Makoto and the others fell silent. The idea of abandoning Rito alone on the battlefield was akin to fleeing from the front lines, especially since he had just saved them. Moments later, Rito watched as his shadow clones carried away several poisoned ninjas, feeling a quiet relief in his heart. This was the 15th batch of clones to leave, and the final one. At long last, all the fallen leaf ninjas had been transported to safety, allowing Rito to finally make his escape. Withdraw. Without a moment's hesitation, and without even glancing back at the battle outside, Rito dashed out from the team tent. The members inside stood frozen for a few seconds before hastily following in his wake. Tsunade, engaged in combat with Hans, glanced back at the swiftly retreating Rito. At that moment, she sincerely wished he could do something to save the fallen leaf ninjas. Focus. Orochimaru's sharp command jolted Tsunade from her momentary distraction. Her hair stood on end as she realized she had momentarily lost her concentration in battle. Had it not been for the presence of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, she might have paid dearly for her lapse. Thereafter, Tsunade cast aside her wandering thoughts and refocused on the fight. After Rito exited the camp, he sprinted relentlessly toward the location designated for the poisoned ninjas. The shattered remnants of the camp quickly diminished into an inconspicuous behind him, leaving even Uchiha Makoto and the others far behind. His urgency was understandable. If he delayed even slightly, the poisoned leaf ninjas might succumb to their afflictions. Within moments, Rito arrived at the designated area near a riverbank, where the poisoned ninjas lay scattered on the ground, their bodies marked with extensive purplish blotches, indicating the severity of their conditions. Yet, despite their dire state, they were still alive. This was thanks to Rito's shadow clones, who were continuously channeling chakra to ensure they would not perish from the poison. Soon after, the other members of Rito's team arrived. The sight of the fallen leaf ninjas, resembling lifeless corpses, left them stunned. "Rito, think of a way to save them," Ju exclaimed, glancing at Rito with an expression of panic. At this moment, he was the only one capable of making a difference. Otherwise, all the poison ninjas would surely perish. "Silence," Rito commanded in a low voice. At his words, the team members fell silent, refraining from disturbing him. He then gazed at the fallen ninjas and sighed deeply. The potential for significant loss loomed large. With over 2,000 individuals, employing his chakra-based method of healing could very well deplete his own reserves. Should a ninja exhaust their chakra, it would indeed be fatal. Without a moment's hesitation, Rito extended dozens of chakra tendrils from his back, connecting to his shadow clones. The clones linked to one another, forming a vast chakra network, which then connected to the poisoned leaf ninjas. Rito settled onto the ground, closed his eyes, and began to channel his chakra. As the green energy enveloped each ninja, their conditions visibly improved. Time passed slowly. With Rito's continuous chakra output, the poison ninjas gradually emerged from the brink of death, leaving only faint traces of poison in their systems. However, the toll was borne solely by Rito. The excessive chakra expenditure was visibly taking its toll on him, causing him to wither away, resembling a mere skeleton. Suddenly, the chakra network dissipated, and the shadow clones vanished in puffs of smoke, returning to Rito's form. "Release their toxic blood," Rito rasped, his voice barely above a whisper. However, the team members, hearing his command, appeared somewhat flustered, unsure whether to prioritize releasing the poisoned blood or tending to Rito, who seemed gravely weakened. "Go now," Rito urged again, his tone becoming more insistent. Reluctantly, Ju and the others complied, beginning the process of releasing the toxic blood. Yet, Inuzuka Aoi and Uchiha Mikoto did not heed Rito's command. Instead, they rushed to his side, covering their mouths in disbelief, their eyes glistening with tears at the sight of his frail state. At that moment, Rito slightly opened his eyes, his gaze flickering. Food, he murmured. Hearing his voice brought Aoi and Mikoto back to reality, they quickly retrieved some food pills from their pockets, crumbling them into small pieces and offering them to Rito. Rito opened his mouth and consumed the fragments of the food pills. As soon as they hit his stomach, they were swiftly broken down and absorbed, replenishing some of his energy, allowing him to eat more. Aoi and Mikoto, concerned about disturbing Rito's recovery, remained silent, watching him as he continued to eat. After consuming a dozen pills, Rito finally managed to catch his breath, his body regaining some strength and basic mobility. Chapter 61. Understanding Li Do's gaze was fixed on the distant river as he struggled to rise, staggering toward the water's edge. Aoi Inuzuka and Mikoto Uchiha, noticing his plight, hurriedly supported him on either side. They could feel the frailness of his skeletal arms and dared not apply too much pressure, their eyes brimming with tears. Yet, Li Do seemed completely absorbed in his own world, taking slow, deliberate steps toward the river, a mere 10 meters away, which took him nearly 2 to 3 minutes to traverse. Please, let me go, he murmured softly as he reached the riverbank. However, seeing his weakened state, the two girls disobeyed his request, tightening their grip even more around him. Li Do, what is it that you wish to do here? You can tell me. And I shall assist you, Mikoto Uchiha said gently. And I'm here for you too, Aoi Inuzuka added in a soothing tone. They were genuinely concerned that he might be contemplating something dire. Yet, Li Do merely cast a fleeting glance at them. His chakra was nearly exhausted, leaving him with little strength to speak or respond. With a trembling hand, he grasped the chakra handle at his waist and gradually infused it with a trace of lightning chakra. A blue beam erupted from the front of the handle, crackling with electrical energy. Supported by Aoi and Mikoto, Li Do bent slightly and plunged the lightning chakra column into the river. The moment it made contact, zei, crackle. The high-intensity lightning instantly pierced through a large swath of water, and soon, the surface of the river began to teem with fish and shrimp, electrified by the chakra. This was Li Do's intent for coming to the riverbank, to release a spark of lightning chakra and provide the aquatic life with a taste of new energy. Go and catch those fish for me, he whispered. The few soldier pills he had were hardly sufficient for his recovery. He needed more sustenance. And the fish and shrimp in the river became his targets. Aoi and Mikoto understood his intentions, but rather than immediately jumping into the water, they first set Li Do down on a nearby stone before diving in to catch the fish. In that moment, the previously antagonistic Aoi and Mikoto seemed to share an unspoken understanding, putting aside their past grievances to take care of Li Do first. Before long, they emerged from the water, each cradling several fish and shrimp, and placed them before him. Li Do reached out to grasp a blue fish, preparing to consume it raw, confident in the resilience of a ninja's body to withstand such fare. But Aoi suddenly snatched the fish from his hand, gently admonishing, "No, you shouldn't eat raw fish. It can carry parasites." She then passed the fish to Mikoto, who skillfully processed it with chakra before cutting it into portions and feeding it to Li Do. Thus, Aoi and Mikoto took turns preparing and feeding him. After consuming nearly 100 river fish, Li Do's physique gradually began to regain its former fullness. "Ah, I feel revitalized," Li Do exclaimed, clenching his fist and savoring the surge of energy coursing through him, letting out a long breath. The sensation of losing strength had been unbearable. During that precarious time, had an enemy ninja attacked, he would have been unable to flee, forced to resort to his last-ditch substitution technique. After refining some chakra, Li Do finally felt a semblance of security. He looked at Aoi and Mikoto before smiling faintly. "Thank you both, Aoi and Mikoto." Seeing him restored to his usual self brought them relief. "Don't mind me for earlier, when I stopped you from eating raw fish," Aoi said with a light smile. "Honestly, if you wanted food, you could have simply asked me from the beginning. There was no need for all this fuss," Mikoto gently remarked. Li Do chuckled softly, then turned his attention to the fallen leaf ninja. To be frank, his act of exhausting chakra to save these ninjas was undeniably perilous. Nonetheless, he harbored no regrets. To achieve great things, one must not shy away from danger. Avoiding all risks would render any aspirations of independence futile. Besides, this was not particularly hazardous. Let us not forget that Li Do had a shadow clone secretly operating in the Land of Fire. Should he find himself on the brink of chakra depletion, he could simply dismiss that clone, allowing him a significant recovery in strength. Not long after, several of the awakened ninjas began to regain their senses after Ju and his companions administered their toxic blood. Confused at first, they soon recalled the events leading to their current predicament, the surprise attack by Hanzo on the Leaf encampment. They also learned that it was Li Do who had come to their aid. "Thank you, Lord Li Do," exclaimed a robust middle-aged ninja, stepping forward to bow deeply, addressing him with honorifics. "If you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to command us." Li Do, maintaining a serious demeanor, raised his hand to assist the middle-aged ninja to his feet. "There is no need for gratitude. I merely did what was within my capacity," he replied calmly. Li Do sought recognition but understood the importance of not appearing overly eager to showcase his intentions. After all, a greedy display would invite disdain, causing the goodwill he deserved to slip away. After helping the ninja up, he patted his arm to signal him to return. Subsequently, many more ninjas approached to express their sincere gratitude, but Li Do merely acknowledged them with a polite nod, not dwelling on their words. "Hey, it seems the three commanders are still battling Hanzo. Should we assist them?" One newly awakened leaf ninja suddenly pondered aloud, prompting inquiries from his companions. "That level of conflict is best left to them. We would only burden the commanders," another replied. "If Hanzo were to unleash another of his poisonous mist attacks, all of Li Do's efforts to save us would be in vain." The discussions continued, but the consensus was clear. No one chose to assist Orochimaru and his team. After all, their conflict with Hanzo could be deemed an elite-level battle, beyond the reach of ordinary Genin. Moreover, Hanzo possessed the capability to deploy large-scale toxic mists, making any attempt at support futile against his attacks. In short, amidst the unspoken understanding among the Leaf Ninjas, none opted to offer their aid to Orochimaru and his companions. Chapter 62. Gaze-Rito discreetly glanced around at the Leaf Ninja present, musing on the profound allure of idleness. Typically, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade lived in relative peace amidst the heavy defenses of their camp. In stark contrast, the other Leaf Ninjas were fiercely engaged in battle. Rito and Appo's team, however, benefited from the identity of Shinjuku, largely avoiding combat altogether. Even during the most intense fighting, when the Leaf camp had just relocated to the heart of the Rain Country, none of the team members had left the camp. They had a justifiable reason, for Rito had been occupied with tending to the wounded during that period. With no captain in Rito's team, there were no tasks to assign. Now, as the time had finally come for these three commanders to engage in battle, the ordinary ninjas were more than eager to witness it. At that moment, within the ruins of the Leaf camp, the confrontation between Hans and the trio of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade was nearing its conclusion. Despite their combined strength, they were no match for Hans and faced undeniable defeat. Amidst the torrential downpour, the three supported one another, gazing up at Hans, who stood atop the head of the salamander. Yet, Hans chose not to press the attack further, opting to spare their lives. "The war is over. You three can return to the Leaf," Hans declared coldly, commanding the salamander to depart and return to the village hidden in the rain. Damn it! To be defeated so thoroughly. Jiraiya clenched his teeth as he watched Hans's retreating figure. In this battle, all the efforts of the Leaf had dissolved into nothingness. The camp lay in ruins, and under the toxic mist of the salamander, there were likely few survivors among their ranks. This was no mere defeat. It was an unprecedented catastrophe. The thought of facing the villagers of the Leaf was almost unbearable for Jiraiya. "It's nothing to worry about. It was merely a setback. Let the teacher summon more ninjas to the front lines, and the Leaf can continue to fight." Orochimaru suddenly attempted to console him. Yet his golden serpent-like eyes betrayed a chilling indifference, revealing the cruel essence of a commander. Compassion does not lead armies. However, Jiraiya felt no comfort in Orochimaru and Appo's words. Instead, anger surged within him. "What nonsense are you spouting, Orochimaru? Do you really think summoning more ninjas will defeat Hans?" From Jiraiya's perspective, even if they summon more ninjas now, it would merely add to the salamander's tally of kills. The only way to continue the war was to leave just the three of them on the front lines in the Rain Country, facing the enemy's assault directly, thereby minimizing unnecessary casualties. "What are you suggesting? Do you mean to surrender, Jiraiya?" Orochimaru turned to Jiraiya, confusion etched across his face. He had just been trying to comfort him, so why was Jiraiya suddenly furious? "Surrender? Jiraiya opened his mouth to refute Orochimaru once more, but Tsunade interjected. "Enough. It's not time to draw conclusions. First, let us check on the poison ninjas." Despite the recent defeat, Tsunade maintained a calm demeanor. After Hans and Appo's ambush, Rito had swiftly relocated all the poison ninjas within minutes. Tsunade sensed that Rito would surely find a way to mitigate the casualties, and despite her previous skepticism towards him, she inexplicably trusted her instincts. Thanks to Tsunade's intervention, the dispute between Jiraiya and Orochimaru subsided. The three, nursing their injuries, began searching for the location where Rito had placed the poison ninjas. Before long, they followed the traces to a riverbank. Over 2,000 Leaf Ninjas stood silently on the riverbank, gazing in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Orochimaru and the others, leaving the trio momentarily dumbfounded. They were baffled. There was no illusion here. It seemed too surreal. "Wait, you're not poisoned?" Jiraiya rushed forward, patting one of the ninjas to verify the situation. We were poisoned. But Mr. Rito treated us," the ninja replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Observing the battered state of Orochimaru and his companions, the ninjas could surmise that the trio had endured considerable hardship in their encounter with Hans. Yet, it seemed rather absurd that while their commanders were being thoroughly trounced by the enemy and Appo's leader, they, the ordinary ninjas, had chosen to remain mere spectators. Upon learning the truth, Jiraiya was instantly incensed. "You all survived. I was quite distressed just now." At that moment, he felt a mix of joy and anger. The joy stemmed from the fact that, after such a fierce battle, their forces had suffered no casualties. The anger arose from the realization that while the entire army remained unscathed, he, their commander, had almost perished at Hans and Appos' hands. And now they had lost their camp, there would be nowhere to sleep at night. Heh, the ninja chuckled awkwardly in response. However, in light of the final outcome, it wasn't all bad news, at least no one had died. After the farce concluded, Orochimaru and his companions regained their positions as commanders, beginning to direct the ninjas. Yet, occasionally, Orochimaru squinted his eyes, glancing towards Rito among the crowd. He had taken note of the respectful address, Mr. Rito. Those words resonated clearly in his mind, and he could sense the sincerity behind them. As a born schemer, Orochimaru detected an unusual flavor in this situation. Simultaneously, he recalled Rito and Appos' surname, Uchiha. In the time they had spent together, he had completely failed to associate Rito with the Uchiha clan. Even other ninjas, when interacting with Rito, appeared to consciously overlook his surname, as if they had severed his ties to the Uchiha lineage. The more Orochimaru pondered, the more peculiar it seemed. Was it truly possible for a kind-hearted Uchiha to be so well received by fellow ninjas? From his memories, Rito seemed to be the first, perhaps even the only one of his kind. Uchiha Rito, Uchiha Rito. Orochimaru mused, the name echoing in his mind as images of Rito surfaced. He realized he had never truly comprehended Rito. The Uchiha youth appeared to him as a shroud of mystery. Licking his lips, Orochimaru suddenly felt a surge of curiosity towards Rito. Chapter 63. Pressing silence suddenly, Leto inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him as he sensed Orochimaru and Appos' gaze. That almost damp, sinister stare sent shivers down his spine, causing his hair to stand on end and goosebumps to rise. Leto was immediately reminded of the tumultuous relationship between Orochimaru and Sasuke, which only deepened his discomfort. To be frank, among the trio that included Orochimaru, Leto harbored no particular animosity towards him, yet he was the one he wished to avoid the most. A deranged scientist with an unstable mind, who could predict what terrifying thoughts might spring forth from him. Thus, Leto generally steered clear of Orochimaru, speaking only when absolutely necessary during mission briefings. Little did he expect that, inadvertently, he would catch Orochimaru and Appos' attention, suppressing the urge to draw forth his chakra and stab Orochimaru. Leto sighed quietly. The ninja world had its ups and downs, it was merely the sporadic emergence of a few lunatics that left one feeling exasperated. In any case, after Orochimaru and his companions regained command, they ordered the Konoha ninjas to fell trees and reconstruct a camp. This time, however, the camp was far more rudimentary, essentially just tree trunks driven into the ground to form a circular enclosure, devoid of tents or any semblance of comfort. Concurrently, Orochimaru and his companions documented the day and Appos' events in an intelligence report to send back to headquarters. Having just suffered a crushing defeat, they were left uncertain about their next steps, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's further instructions. The flying ninja beasts carried the missives directly to Konoha. Before long, Orochimaru and Appos' correspondents reached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Gather your teams and prepare to depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated flatly, holding the letter in hand. Yes, the hidden Umbu agents, previously lurking in the shadows, swiftly emerged, kneeling in obedience before swiftly exiting the office. Afterward, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the intelligence report from the Rain Country front. As he skimmed through it, his expression darkened. It detailed a significant and humiliating defeat. Just when the situation had been stabilizing, Hanzo's intervention resulted in a catastrophic rout for the Konoha ninja forces, nearly leading to total annihilation. What a disgrace. Furrowing his brow, Sarutobi Hiruzen read through the report again. The intelligence was meticulously detailed, even noting exchanges between Orochimaru and his companions during their confrontation with Hanzo. However, one aspect of the report was somewhat ambiguous, the account of Ledo's efforts to save the Konoha ninjas. The letter merely stated that Ledo had relocated all the poisoned and unconscious ninjas to safety after Hanzo's attack, and then asserted that under Ledo's care, no Konoha ninja suffered casualties. This was perplexing. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not fathom how Ledo had managed to save all the poisoned ninjas. Silently, he took a pen and blacked out the sections of the report concerning Ledo. Regardless of the truth, one fact remained: Ledo had indeed saved those afflicted Konoha ninjas. The chances of fabrication were slim, especially given the involvement of numerous Konoha ninjas. Since the incident was genuine, Konoha would undoubtedly reward him. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen, driven by personal motives, wished to suppress the matter, fearing that Ledo might pose a future threat to Minato Namikaze. As previously determined, he had already earmarked Minato Namikaze as a candidate for the next Hokage. Thus, he felt compelled to eliminate any potential threats to Minato in advance. Among his contemporaries, the individuals most likely to rival Minato were Shinjiro and Ledo. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen deemed Shinjiro too naive to be a concern, leaving only Ledo as a true rival. Unlike Shinjiro's innocence, Ledo exhibited a certain cleverness that made Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitant to allow him to shine, fearing the uncertainties that might arise in the future. Gazing at the blacked-out sections of the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered briefly before drafting 2 transfer orders, inscribing names upon them. While he chose to suppress Do and Amp, Appo's accomplishments, he could not entirely disregard them, as he held a modicum of respect for him. Thus, he resolved to recall Inuzuka Aoi and Uchiha Makoto back to Konoha for logistical assignments. As for why he would attribute Do and Appo's merit to these two, he could perceive the young people and Appo's entangled feelings quite clearly. After placing the two transfer orders aside, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the letter once more for a third reading. However, this time, he noticed something different. The war had ended. Retreat to Konoha? The phrase echoed in his mind as he lit his pipe, exhaling smoke contemplatively, ultimately concluding that Hanzo had begun to regret initiating the war. That old coot Hanzo can no longer withstand the pressures of war, he mused triumphantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen deduced that Hanzo had started to reconsider his hasty declaration of war. Once the quagmire of conflict commenced, the resources consumed would only escalate. Konoha, as a major ninja village, could endure the strain, but the Rain village, being significantly smaller, would struggle, especially without the support of the Rain country's daimyo. The relationship between a daimyo and a ninja village resembled that of allies, with one providing economic support and the other military. Clearly, Hanzo had failed to reach a consensus with the Rain country and Appo's daimyo to secure economic backing. Nevertheless, Hanzo demonstrated a certain level of shrewdness and decisiveness. Realizing he could gain nothing, he opted to withdraw, seeking to coerce Orochimaru and his companions out of the Rain country and Appo's borders with his formidable strength. However, it was too late to halt the war. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately began issuing orders to Orochimaru and his companions, pinning, "The key to the Rain country front lies with Hanzo. You three must take the initiative to launch an offensive against him. Do not fear failure. The priority is to thwart Hanzo and prevent him from achieving any objectives." Pausing, he reconsidered and added, "The situation on the Rain country front is now clear. Hanzo feels remorse and does not wish to escalate the conflict further. Therefore, I require you to withdraw 500 ninjas to conserve strength. Military operations should primarily involve you, to avoid a recurrence of mass poisonings. Additionally, thoroughly investigate Lee Do's process of treating the poison ninjas and report back to me." Accompanying the letter were two transfer orders. He instructed them to arrange carefully. With a final stroke of his pen, Sarutobi Hiruzen blew on the ink to dry it, then placed the letter and the two transfer orders into an envelope, sealing it with care before handing it to the Umbu for delivery via flying ninja beast to the front lines. Chapter 64. Attacks of Public Opinion. As the letter from Sarutobi Hiruzen was dispatched to the front lines, Shimura Danzo of the route received a report regarding the situation in the land of Rain. However, the letter contained only vague details, mere snippets of information. It mentioned that Hans had launched a surprise attack on the camp, resulting in a devastating defeat for Konoha, with Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade narrowly escaping death, while numerous ordinary ninjas succumbed to the poison gas of the salamander. Ultimately, it was Uchiha Rito who came to their rescue. Danzo meticulously read the report before sinking into contemplation. To him, this was a splendid opportunity to undermine Hiruzen's prestige. After all, this defeat was led by Hiruzen's three disciples. Should this news reach the villagers of Konoha, it would undoubtedly sow seeds of doubt regarding the commander at the front. With a bit of manipulation, that suspicion could be deftly redirected towards Hiruzen, significantly diminishing his standing. However, the latter part of the intelligence regarding Uchiha Rito unsettled him. This discomfort was not directed at Rito himself, but rather a visceral aversion to the very name Uchiha. Danzo cast another glance at the returned intelligence and spoke in a low voice to a member of Root beside him. "Disseminate this information throughout the village. It is imperative that every villager becomes aware of it." Initially, he had contemplated erasing the mention of Rito from the report. Yet, to maintain credibility, he begrudgingly retained the account of Rito and Appo's heroic intervention. A mere Uchiha, he thought, would be dealt with in due time. Though he had heard of Rito's existence, it had never piqued his interest. Danzo and Appo's immediate priority was to secure the position of Hokage, after which he would devise a plan to address the Uchiha clan. At that point, he would have ample means to manage them. "Yes," the Root member replied, kneeling. The letter from Sarutobi Hiruzen reached the front lines of the Land of Rain, falling into the hands of Orochimaru and his companions. With their original camp destroyed, they lacked proper tents and resorted to using a few stones as makeshift tables and chairs. Upon opening the letter, they took turns reading it, their expressions revealing a spectrum of emotions. Orochimaru frowned, Jiraiya remained composed, and Tsunade expressed a hint of agreement. "The old man and Appo's reasoning may hold merit," Jiraiya remarked. "Hans likely intends to force us out of the Land of Rain to conclude the conflict. Thus, even if he withdraws some ninjas, it poses no issue." Having considered Hiruzen and Appo's analysis alongside Hans and Appo's behavior during the battle, they could surmise Hans and Appo's true intentions. Consequently, Jiraiya found no fault in Hiruzen's perspective. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment before responding, "Very well, then you shall handle this matter." He retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Jiraiya. This scroll contained the roster of the Konoha forces. Jiraiya's brow furrowed slightly, While he was fine with providing his opinion, he had no desire to undertake the ensuing tasks. Yet, as the first to voice his thoughts, he had no grounds to refuse now. All right, he sighed, taking the scroll and beginning the process of selecting which personnel would retreat to Konoha. 1,500 individuals were no trifling number. Nearly half of the Konoha forces at the front were to be withdrawn. After this decision, the number of ninjas remaining at the front in the Land of Rain would dwindle to below 1,000. Jiraiya deliberated long and hard before finalizing the list of individuals. Most would return directly to Konoha, though a few members would be reassigned individually. Without delay, he informed the subordinate squads. Inuzuka Aoi, Uchiha Makoto. You two are to return to the village for a break, Rito spoke softly, producing 2 transfer orders to hand to them. Additionally, this is your transfer notice. You will be reassigned to the logistics department. The large-scale withdrawal was communicated in the guise of a vacation, for it was better to have a few leave than to create discontent among those remaining. By framing it as a break, it would at least instill a sense of anticipation among those not returning. Upon receiving the transfer orders, Aoi and Makoto were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the sudden shift to logistics. While the logistics department spared them from the perils of war, they felt a certain comfort in remaining close to Rito. Prepare yourselves. We depart for the village tomorrow, Rito added. Understood, Aoi and Makoto replied somewhat begrudgingly. Though reluctant, they recognized that it was not the time for complaints, especially as many others would covet such an opportunity to be reassigned to logistics. The following day, at 7 a.m., the 1,500 returning to Konoha assembled and set off under the leadership of A.J. Nin. Meanwhile, subtle changes began to ripple through Konoha regarding the situation at the front lines in the Land of Rain, as rumors circulated among the villagers. Hokage-sama, the information you requested has been compiled. A secretary entered the Hokage's office, presenting a document to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen remained silent, merely gesturing for the secretary to leave. After a long sigh, he opened the document, his expression growing increasingly grave. The information he had specifically suppressed regarding the front lines had somehow been leaked by some fool, and now it had spread like wildfire throughout the village. Hiruzen was certain that the report had been seen by no one but himself, and he had even destroyed the letter afterward. Yet, how had it still managed to circulate? Investigate immediately. Ascertain the source of the leak regarding the front lines in the Land of Rain, Hiruzen commanded, his expression darkening as he issued orders to the Umbu. Yes, several Umbu members knelt before vanishing in an instant. Afterward, Hiruzen lit his pipe, contemplating how best to address the situation. It was clear that suppression was not an option. The more one tried to stifle public opinion, the more vehement the backlash. Moreover, he had no effective means of suppression. As the information had spread through the villagers' conversations, was he to silence them? For the time being, he could only adopt a stance of passive management, pretending as if nothing had occurred. If he refrained from responding, public opinion would dissipate like a fleeting breeze. Chapter 65. Reprimand. As the Hokage who has served for nearly 2 decades, Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses a unique perspective on managing public opinion. Often, the rumors circulating among villagers do not warrant attention. Allowing them to speak freely will lead to their eventual disregard. In essence, it is best to let things unfold naturally rather than attempting to suppress discourse. Once Hiruzen made this decision, he promptly ceased to waste time on the matter. He then turned his attention to another report that had just arrived, detailing the battlefront situation in Sunagakure, compared to Orochimaru and his companions. Hatake Tsukumo's achievements in the war against Sunagakure were significantly more commendable. On the battlefield, he consistently maintained the upper hand against Sunagakure's forces. Hiruzen meticulously reviewed the report, feeling a sense of satisfaction with Tsukumo's performance, a true testament to his evolution from a mere genin to an elite ninja. In terms of experience, he surpassed even Orochimaru and the others. However, one aspect of the war against Sunagakure that left him somewhat dissatisfied was the Elder Chiyo, whose use of poison had inflicted considerable losses on Konoha. Several significant casualties in the conflict with Sunagakure were directly attributable to Chiyo's actions, just as Amagakure had the salamander. Sunagakure had Chiyo. Dealing with these 2 seasoned poison experts posed quite a challenge for Konoha, Hiruzen mused. Nevertheless, with the war in Amagakure nearing its conclusion, it was perplexing that Konoha's medical facilities had yet to neutralize the salamander's toxins. Within Konoha's medical system, only Tsunade truly stood out, while the rest were merely average medical ninjas. Hiruzen contemplated whether to assign Tsunade to the front lines in Sunagakure to counteract Chiyo's poison. However, with the Amagakure front nearing its end, it would be prudent to keep her there for now to avoid any unforeseen complications. He issued another directive to his secretary, instructing the cessation of efforts to neutralize the salamander's toxins and to redeploy half of the medical ninjas to the Sunagakure front. Understood, the secretary replied, bowing slightly before preparing to leave. Yet, just then, Hiruzen recalled something and added, also, 500 ninjas from the Amagakure front will be returning to Konoha soon. Please make arrangements for their arrival. Yes, the secretary responded, momentarily taken aback but quickly regaining composure. Soon after, the Hokage's office fell silent once more as Hiruzen rubbed his tired eyes and continued to peruse the next document. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of Konoha, Shimura Danzo was embarking on his own ambitious endeavors. Listening to his subordinates' reports, he felt a surge of frustration. Incompetence. The progress is far too sluggish. From this moment on, we must redirect public sentiment towards the narrative of our defeat in the war. Danzo declared angrily to the UMBU members present. 2 decades prior, he and Hiruzen were of the same age, both serving as guardians to the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. However, after the war, Hiruzen ascended to the position of Hokage, becoming the youngest ever to do so, while Danzo was relegated to the role of an advisor. His resentment festered. He believed that had he been just a second faster, he too could have been Hokage. Over the years, the title had become an obsession for him. He dreamed of becoming Hokage, yearning for it with every fiber of his being. Yet, at the age of 42, he could no longer call himself young, and Hiruzen's retirement from the position seemed indefinitely distant. Should it take another few decades for Hiruzen to step down, would he, in his advancing years, still be left to compete against a throng of youthful contenders for the title of Hokage? Danzo was cunning, not foolish. He understood that by then he would stand no chance against the younger generation. Therefore, he had no intention of ascending to Hokage through conventional means. Instead, he sought to find a way to impeach Hiruzen and, with the support of Mito Komuran and Uzumaki Koharu, claim the position for himself. Undermining Hiruzen's prestige by exploiting the narrative of defeat in the war was one of his strategies. Subsequently, under Danzo's directive, Root began to take more aggressive actions to sway public opinion. Simultaneously, the UMBU initiated an investigation into the sentiments circulating within Konoha. Predictably, the two paths converged. A comprehensive investigation report soon landed before Hiruzen. After a brief glance, he grasped the situation's gravity. Go. Summon Danzo to me. Hiruzen commanded sternly. The UMBU's findings indicated that Danzo's actions were brazenly reckless. He had begun to disseminate rumors about the front line directly within the village. Claims that Konoha had suffered a significant defeat and that Hanzo was poised to invade the Land of Fire proliferated. Allegations regarding the third Hokage's frailty and inability to lead Konoha further tarnished Hiruzen's reputation. The sheer audacity of these statements felt like a public humiliation for Hiruzen. His anger intensified. He lost interest in the documents before him and began to chain smoke. The frontline battles were already chaotic, and now there were mindless individuals adding fuel to the fire. If this continued, Konoha would inevitably decline. Before long, Danzo arrived at the Hokage building. Entering the office without knocking, Hiruzen, what is it that you need? He inquired nonchalantly, masking his true intentions beneath a veneer of calm. Hiruzen cast a sharp glance at Danzo, then seized the report and hurled it across the table. Take a good look. He retorted bluntly. While battles rage on the front line, you spread rumors in Konoha. What is your intention? Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk, his expression growing increasingly furious. Danzo skimmed the report, realizing that his scheme had likely been exposed. However, the cunning strategist maintained his composure, saying, I merely shared some information from the front line. Why is it labeled as rumor? Does Konoha not allow its citizens to speak? Or do you wish to keep them ignorant of the situation? Danzo's demeanor remained placid, adamantly denying the dissemination of falsehoods. Yet Hiruzen merely scoffed, fixing Danzo with a piercing gaze. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your intentions. I shall tell you, Danzo. I have no time to indulge your games. From this moment on, if any more rumors arise within the village, you will face severe consequences. Now leave. As Danzo absorbed the reprimand, his expression darkened, and without uttering a word, he exited the Hokage's office, slamming the door behind him in frustration. Chapter 66. The Coincidental Reputation Damn You, Sarutobi. Shimura Danzo returned to the Root base, furiously demolishing everything in his vicinity. The surrounding members of Root dared not approach, quietly bowing their heads in silence. It was not until a considerable time had passed that Danzo finally regained his composure. Let us temper the public sentiment for now. Proceeding with the utmost discretion, he stated coldly. The excessively forceful demeanor of Sarutobi Hiruzen compelled Danzo to tread carefully. Yet he was unwilling to fully succumb to Hiruzen's imposing authority. Thus he had no choice but to scale back the offensive rhetoric. As his words faded, the members of Root responded in hushed tones, understood. Meanwhile, the ninjas who had retreated from the front lines of the Land of Rain finally returned to Konohagakure. However, compared to their departure, they now appeared much more disheveled, each bearing the marks of hardship. Initially, they had been seen off by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, but upon their return, only one of his secretaries awaited them. The welcoming ceremony was hastily organized due to the sudden nature of the event, with the Hokage's secretary delivering a few brief remarks before concluding the reception. Subsequently, the ninjas formally returned to the village. The return of these 500 ninjas from the front lines inevitably attracted the attention of the villagers. Some even recognized familiar faces among the returning ninjas and approached them for conversation. Overall, the villagers displayed immense curiosity about this first batch of ninjas returning to recuperate from the battlefield, engaging in relentless gossip. After enduring the tense atmosphere of war, these ninjas could finally relax upon their return to Konoha. The oppressive ambience of the battlefield had indeed taken a toll on their spirits. A number of young, unmarried ninjas, upon returning home, swiftly convened at the village bathhouse to unwind. After bathing, they proceeded to the local tavern, indulging in copious amounts of alcohol to liberate themselves from the psychological burdens of war. Simultaneously, the true conditions at the front lines of the Land of Rain began to disseminate through these returning ninjas. The inquisitive villagers of Konoha utilized their respective channels to gather information, which soon spread like wildfire. The public discourse within Konoha was reignited fervently. The sudden return of 500 ninjas had been an impulsive idea conceived by Sarutobi Hiruzen just the day prior, without consideration for the potential repercussions. Only now did the significance of his decision begin to manifest, further intensifying the already vibrant atmosphere of public opinion in Konoha, akin to adding fuel to a blazing fire. Among the most discussed topics was the name Uchiha Rito. The returning ninjas held great respect for Rito, naturally praising him as much as possible. Moreover, a more critical factor was that Rito's War Chronicles, penned for Chiyo-rin, had today been published in the Morning Post, a subsidiary of the copy company. Though it was a supplementary publication and only a portion was released, it is vital to recognize that in this era of limited media, newspapers represented one of the few avenues through which people could access substantial information. The Daily Morning Post, under the auspices of the copy company, was the most popular morning newspaper in Konoha, with nearly every household subscribing to it. Thus, the debut of War Chronicles was akin to being born on the pinnacle of a pyramid, garnering immense attention. Furthermore, War Chronicles was particularly relevant to the current circumstances, inherently laden with themes of war. This led to Rito, the author of War Chronicles, rapidly ascending to the status of a local celebrity among the villagers of Konoha within the span of a single morning. The information brought back by the returning ninjas, coupled with the buzz generated by the publication of the Chronicles, rendered Uchiha Rito a household name. Was this mere coincidence? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered the reports flooding in, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. He genuinely believed that Rito harbored ambitions for the position of the next Hokage, and that his newfound fame was merely a prelude to such aspirations. However, with events having escalated to this extent, it was no longer feasible for Hiruzen to suppress Rito's accolades. The tides of public opinion were shifting. If he continued to ignore them, the ensuing rumors would be impossible to contain. After all, a leader of a political body must be adept at distinguishing rewards and punishments, or else their political career would be effectively over. Thus, he resolved to confer upon Rito the title of Hero of Konoha and assign him to serve as an aide to Kakashi at the front lines of Sunagakure. After considerable deliberation, Hiruzen made his decision, intending to bestow the title upon Rito to quell the murmurs among the villagers. Concurrently, the situation at the Sunagakure front was beginning to unfold, which would serve to temper the excitement in the village. He even contemplated a subsequent course of action. Once the fervor subsided and villagers no longer focused on Rito, he would assign Rito to a more tranquil position to prevent any further complications. Uchiha Rito, if you do not covet the Hokage's seat, perhaps you could serve as a valuable aide in the future, but do not entertain any unworthy thoughts. Hiruzen silently mused, recognizing the paramount importance of the Hokage's lineage. He would not allow any unforeseen incidents to disrupt it. Subsequently, he set aside the freshly penned order, choosing not to issue it amidst the initial uproar and deciding to wait a while longer. Meanwhile, in another building in Konoha, Chiyo-rin observed the reactions brought about by the Morning Post and began to contemplate the underlying causes of these events. The coincidences seemed overwhelming, as if unseen hands were orchestrating everything. After much deliberation, she arrived at a conclusion. Rito was preparing to step into the limelight. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how Uchiha Rito's name could have suddenly become so widely recognized. As for the element of coincidence, it was undoubtedly a meticulously crafted scheme by Rito himself. Therefore, convinced that she understood the truth, Chiyo-rin resolved to lend Rito a helping hand. She first directed the Morning Post to interview the returning ninjas from the front lines of the Land of Rain. Then, she instructed the department's most talented editor to craft a news article based on the interview material. Kazuna, ensure this article occupies the front page of tomorrow's Morning Post. Chiyo-rin said, having personally reviewed the draft and finding it satisfactory. Normally, she would refrain from meddling in the specific operations of her subordinates. But given the implications for Rito, she felt it necessary to intervene. Understood, replied her secretary, Shizuka, and promptly took the news draft to relay her orders. Unbeknownst to her, Chiyo-rin's interference added further turbulence to Konoha's already tumultuous public discourse. Meanwhile, Rito, still far away on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, remained entirely oblivious to the storm brewing in his wake. Chapter 67. Sand hidden as the residents of Konoha engaged in animated discussions, another day passed. The morning newspaper, meticulously printed late at night, was delivered promptly to the doorsteps of subscribers that very morning. Most of the villagers who subscribed to the newspaper enjoyed reading it while having breakfast. This is the voice of heroes, the sentiments of frontline ninjas. Almost simultaneously, countless villagers in Konoha came across this headline. Following, it was a profoundly written article that emotionally depicted the experiences of several ninjas from the Land of Rain's front lines. The piece consistently revolved around a singular figure, Uchiha Rito. Through the pen of the editor of the Daily Morning News, Readers felt as though they were immersed in the narrative, encountering a character who, though not verbose, exuded warmth and a sense of responsibility. The image of Uchiha Rito had vividly leapt from the pages and taken root in the hearts of the readers, deeply moving them for all that he had done on the battlefield. However, within the domain of the Sarutobi clan, one individual, upon reading the newspaper, erupted in fury, even casting his chopsticks onto the table in exasperation. This individual was none other than Sarutobi Izashi. "What's wrong? Why are you so upset?" queried Sarutobi Piwa, glancing over in confusion. "Is there another issue at the front?" With a sigh, Sarutobi Izashi restrained his temper, refraining from continuing his outburst in front of his wife. "It's nothing. A young subordinate is acting too recklessly, lacking any decorum," he replied with a grave tone. Hizashi was now fully convinced that the public sentiment in the village had been stirred by Rito. After all, how could the waves of excitement grow stronger without his influence? Furthermore, it was clear to him, if no one else, that Rito was the one orchestrating the behind-the-scenes narrative of the daily morning news. Contemplating this, Hizashi lost his appetite for food. "I'm done eating. I need to get back to work." His expression cold, he rose and left home. Sarutobi Piwa silently watched his departing figure, letting out a quiet sigh. Since the onset of war, Sarutobi Hizashi had become increasingly occupied, often leaving early and returning late, resulting in diminishing time spent with his family. "Asuma, please grow up quickly," Piwa murmured, gently stroking the still infant Sarutobi Asuma, "so you can lighten some of your father's burdens." Before long, Sarutobi Hizashi arrived at the Hokage building. His brow furrowed as he drew up a transfer order along with a commendation letter. He officially conferred upon Rito the title of Konoha Hero and simultaneously reassigned him to the sand-hidden front lines to serve as the deputy to Hitaki Tsukumo. Initially, he had intended to announce these decisions a few days later. However, with the morning paper's release, it was evident that the already fervent atmosphere of public opinion in the village would only intensify. Thus, Sarutobi Hizashi felt compelled to make the announcement sooner. Subsequently, he pinned a letter to the front lines in the Land of Rain, urging Orochimaru to arrange for Rito's immediate departure, instructing him to report directly to Hitaki Tsukumo without delay. After placing the transfer order, commendation letter, and the letter into an envelope, he sealed it with wax and dispatched it to the front lines. Handing the envelope to his secretary, he instructed, "Send this to the front lines in the Land of Rain." "Yes," the secretary acknowledged, taking the envelope and departing. Sarutobi Hizashi then silently lit his pipe, taking a deep puff. Recognition for good work and criticism for poor performance, such as the simple truth. To him, Rito's actions seemed overly audacious, warranting a degree of suppression. Nevertheless, Rito was currently in the eye of the storm, making it inadvisable for him to take action until the uproar subsided. After finishing his smoke, Sarutobi Hizashi pulled out a slip of paper and wrote a few lines. "Take this paper to the head of the copying department. I want to see this content in tomorrow's daily morning news." He casually designated an Umbu member for the task and handed over the note. The note contained little more than a reiteration of Rito's accolades, but the intent to publish it in the daily morning news was undoubtedly a subtle form of admonishment. The flying ninja beast soon delivered the envelope to the front lines in the Land of Rain. At this point, the Konoha encampment, after repairs, had begun to resemble a proper military base, with ninjas now having access to small wooden shelters for protection from the rain. Rito's transfer order and commendation letter? Why deliver them now, during the reconstruction? Orochimaru found the timing ironic as he examined the contents of the envelope. In truth, conferring the title of Konoha Hero upon Rito for his deeds was reasonable. Yet, just as the front line was in dire need of manpower following the reconstruction, the rear suddenly decided to reassign Rito to the sand-hidden front lines. It left one at a loss for words. Moreover, the front lines were not devoid of opportunities for promotion. There were already 3 commanders here, and an additional deputy commander would not be unwelcome. Why then? Was he being transferred to the sand-hidden front? However, the letter from Sarutobi Hizashi was phrased formally, leaving Orochimaru with no option but to comply. "Summon Uchiha Rito," he instructed an aide. Yes, the aide nodded in agreement and stepped out of the wooden hut. Shortly thereafter, Rito arrived. "Orochimaru-sama," Rito greeted calmly. Orochimaru glanced at him, somewhat taken aback. "You have been reassigned to the sand-hidden front lines to serve as Hitaki Tsukumo's deputy. Moreover, you are now a Konoha hero, as conferred by the Hokage." As he spoke, he handed Rito the transfer order and commendation letter. Rito was momentarily stunned. Something felt amiss, as though an unexpected turn of events had unfolded. Nevertheless, he accepted the 2 documents. "By the way, from this moment on, you are a Jonin," Orochimaru added. Sarutobi Hizashi had indicated in his letter that Rito had been directly promoted to Jonin, for a Chunin could not serve as a commander's deputy. "Oh, a 10-year-old Jonin, how rare," Orochimaru remarked, his golden serpent-like eye scrutinizing Rito with curiosity. At that moment, Rito felt that the transfer might actually be quite beneficial, as it meant he would no longer have to endure the daily presence of a rather eccentric scientist. "Then I shall take my leave," Rito stated decisively. However, upon exiting Orochimaru's hut, he did not immediately depart the camp. Instead, he returned to the location where his team was stationed. After Inuzuka Aoi and Uchiha Mikoto had returned to Konoha, only 4 members remained in Rito's team. Now that he too would be leaving, it was only fitting that he inform his teammates in advance. Departing without notice was not a commendable habit. Chapter 68. A Disordered Nation. Rito, Orochimaru-sensei, is looking for you. I hope it's not another task, Ju inquired upon Rito's return. Not exactly, Rito replied. It's just that Konoha has issued a transfer order, relocating me to the Sand Village front, so I came to inform you. Upon hearing this, Ju assumed their entire team had been reassigned to the Sand Village and expressed his mild excitement. The Sand Village? That sounds rather pleasant. At least we won't have to endure the rain every day. He paused, leaving his thought unspoken. However, it was easy to infer his desire to escape the oversight of his sister, Tsunade. Ju, it's not the whole team. It's just me being transferred to the Sand Village, Rito stated calmly. Just you? Ju was taken aback. His surprise was mirrored by the other 2 members of their team, Yamanaka Shiran and Nara Shio. Since the formation of Rito's team, they had enjoyed a harmonious rapport, bolstered by Rito and Appo's capable leadership. Thus, the news of Rito and Appo's departure left them incredulous, signifying, in essence, the dissolution of their team. But if you leave, what will happen to the team? Ju could not help but ask. Who knows? Perhaps you 3 will elect a new leader. Or maybe you'll be assigned to different teams, Rito shrugged, uncertain. At this point, Ju found himself at a loss for words. After all, the formation and reassignment of ninja teams was a commonplace matter. Even the original teams assigned in the academy were prone to fragmentation. The sacrifice of a teammate, maturation over time, or withdrawal from the ninja ranks could all lead to such divisions. Very well, Ju sighed. Rito then glanced at Ju, Yamanaka Shiran, and Nara Shio. In any case, may our paths cross again someday, he nodded to them before turning to leave. The trio watched Rito's retreating figure, their hearts heavy with an indescribable mix of emotions, ultimately culminating in a collective sigh. After departing the camp, Rito suddenly sensed an unsettling disorientation. He was unsure of his destination, only knowing he had to report to Kakashi Hitaki. Yet, the question remained, where exactly was Kakashi stationed? Never mind. The battlefield is likely around the Land of Rivers. I'll find my way eventually, Rito thought helplessly. As for returning to the camp to inquire, that was out of the question. He had no desire to encounter that deranged scientist again. Thus, Rito sprinted southward through the Land of Rain. Along the way, he witnessed the ravages of war all around him. The denizens of both the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers stood as the greatest victims of this conflict. Konoha's battles against both the Rain and Sand villages unfolded simultaneously upon their territories, shattering the very fabric of societal order. The war in the Land of Rain could be attributed to Hanzo's provocation, whereas the Land of Rivers had merely drawn the short straw, becoming an unwitting battlefield between 2 great ninja villages, its protests falling on deaf ears. Everywhere he looked, hunger and displacement reigned supreme. Aside from the capitals where the feudal lords resided, largely untouched by the chaos, the conditions elsewhere were dire. Even in areas that had not witnessed ninja battles, the collapse of social order gave rise to rampant criminality. Rogue ninjas, bandits, and thieves banded together to commit heinous acts in these lawless lands. In times of chaos, the danger posed by such banditry far surpassed that of rogue ninjas, who rarely targeted innocent civilians. However, these bandits had no qualms about preying on the vulnerable. Once society crumbled, these villains thrived. As Rito traversed the path, he occasionally eliminated small bandit groups. However, he was powerless to provide substantial aid to the suffering civilians. Although he was, in part, responsible for the devastation of these nations, he was merely a minor player in the grand scheme of things. The true architects of war were those who could single-handedly instigate conflict. Continuing southward, Rito gradually exited the Land of Rain and entered the Land of Rivers. This region, too, was marked by mountainous terrain and valleys, resembling the Land of Rain, but devoid of the incessant downpour. Yet, due to the ongoing conflict between Konoha and the Sand Village, Rito frequently encountered the stark remnants of battle during his run, both grand and minute. Following the signs of destruction, he navigated onward. Simultaneously, as Rito sought out Konoha's encampment in the Land of Rivers, Chi-Rin arrived at her office. She pushed open the door, ready to commence her day's work. However, the moment she sat down, the window was suddenly thrust open from outside, and a masked ninja leaped into the room. Chi-Rin remained remarkably composed as she regarded the intruder. "What brings you here?" she inquired. She was well aware of the Konoha Umbu's reputation, and the intruder bore the unmistakable garb of the elite unit. By order of Lord Hokage, this news must appear in tomorrow's morning report, the Umbu stated coolly, producing a note from Saratobi Hiruzen and tossing it onto her desk with a flick of his wrist. Without another word, he vanished as silently as he had come. Chi-Rin furrowed her brow as she unfolded the note. It read, "Uchiha Rito has been reassigned to the Sand Front as Kakashi Hitaki's deputy and has been honored with the title of Konoha Hero." The message was clear and unequivocal. Yet, an unsettling intuition tugged at her. From the strokes of the pen, she sensed an undercurrent of anger. "It seems I may have caused some trouble for the president," she thought anxiously. However, she found herself devoid of any means to rectify the situation. In a state of unease, Chi-Rin summoned her secretary, Shikajitsu. Please ensure this information is prepared for tomorrow's news section, maintaining a serious tone and concise content, she instructed. Understood, Shikajitsu acknowledged, glancing at the note before departing. Once Shikajitsu left, Chi-Rin let out a quiet sigh. She fervently hoped for an early resolution to the war. Managing such a large company was indeed a taxing endeavor. Though she possessed the acumen to assist under Rito's leadership, taking the reins herself proved to be an overwhelming burden. Chapter 69, the frontline of the Land of Rivers. In the Land of Rivers, Rito traversed the remnants of war, gradually uncovering traces of recent battles. The acrid scent of explosive tags lingered in the air. After running for a while, Rito suddenly sensed signs of a skirmish. He hastened towards the source of the conflict and soon reached the edge of a cliff, peering down below. There, he beheld several ninjas engaged in combat. Easily distinguishable by their headbands as either from Konoha or Sunagakure. A cursory glance revealed 3 Konoha ninjas, all appearing as adults. Yet their skill suggested they were merely low-ranking genin, incapable of donning the attire of a chunin. In contrast, the Sunagakure contingent was significantly larger, boasting 2 chunin who held a dominant position. However, these Sunin ninjas did not immediately seek to eliminate their Konoha counterparts. It appeared they were honing their combat techniques. With resolve, Rito drew his chakra blade and leaped from the cliff, intent on assisting the Konoha ninjas. He landed squarely in the midst of the fray. Both factions paused in surprise at his sudden arrival. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Rito swiftly dispatched several Sunin ninjas with precise strikes of his chakra-infused weapon. Blood spilled onto the ground as the fallen Sunin ninjas lay scattered. Turning towards the 3 Konoha ninjas, Rito reassured them, "Do not be alarmed. I am a ninja from Konoha, recently reassigned from the battlefield in the Land of Rain." Noticing their wariness as they clutched their weapons, he spoke up, recognizing his identity. One round-faced ninja exclaimed, "Uchiha Rito. I know you. I attended the Chunin exams on the day of your performance." Given the number of Konoha ninjas who had come to observe prior to the outbreak of war, it was not surprising that a ninja from Sunagakure recognized him. With his identity confirmed, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. "Could you direct me to the Konoha camp? I seem to have forgotten to bring a map." Rito casually inquired while retracting his chakra blade. The round-faced ninja chuckled, "Coincidentally, we are also returning to camp. We can escort you." He was taken aback by the nonchalant demeanor of someone so formidable. However, please bear with us for a moment. As he finished speaking, the 3 Konoha ninjas moved in unison, stepping forward to loot the bodies of the slain Sunin ninjas. Rito raised an eyebrow in surprise. Since when did ninjas take to looting? In no time, they had gathered a few kunai, shuriken, and some explosive tags. "All right, we can head back to camp now," the round-faced ninja declared, dusting off his hands nonchalantly. Rito nodded in agreement and followed their lead. After departing from the cliff's base, they headed northeast and soon arrived at a highland. Looking up, Rito saw the Konoha camp perched atop the elevation. After a few inquiries, Rito finally entered the camp. "Lord Tsukumo is in the central command tent. We must report for duty, so we must take our leave." The round-faced ninja smiled once more. "Farewell." Rito nodded and proceeded toward the command tent where Tsukumo resided. However, as a newcomer to the Konoha camp, Rito was unfamiliar to the guards, who naturally intercepted him before he could enter the command tent. "No orders, no entry," several indifferent sentinels declared, blocking his path. Rito glanced at them, producing his transfer orders from his ninja pouch. "This is a transfer order personally signed by the Hokage. Upon its activation, I am now the deputy to Lord Tsukumo. Therefore, you, of your rank, should not impede my passage." With that, Rito brushed past the hands that obstructed him and strode directly into the command tent. The guards, taken aback by his assertion, retreated to their previous positions, feigning ignorance of the incident. Inside the command tent, Rito observed numerous command tables and several strategic and intelligence ninjas. Yet Lord Tsukumo was conspicuously absent. The ninjas, who had been engaged in discussion, fell silent upon Rito's abrupt entrance, all eyes now fixed on him. "You." One of the strategists began to question Rito, but another stood up. This ninja, adorned with the Konoha headband, had slightly sunken cheeks and crimson eyes. He was none other than Sarutobi Asuma. "You must be Uchiha Rito, the disciple of Lord Tsukumo," he said with a smile, approaching Rito. "The Hokage and Amp, Appo's letter has informed us of your reassignment as Lord Tsukumo and Amp, Appo's deputy." "And where is Lord Tsukumo?" Rito inquired, having observed the relatively calm atmosphere among the ninjas, suggesting that their commander should be present, not absent without reason. Asuma, upon hearing Rito's question, offered a wry smile and explained, "Lord Tsukumo frequently departs the camp to undertake missions himself. Not long ago, the puppet forces of Sunagakure encroached upon our defensive perimeter, prompting Lord Tsukumo to engage them." At this revelation, Rito found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Why must the commander of the ninja army intervene personally when thousands of ordinary ninjas were available? "Very well," he finally conceded. "By the way," Asuma continued, "before his departure, Lord Tsukumo specifically instructed me to familiarize you with the camp and Appo's arrangements." Rito nodded in acknowledgement. "I would appreciate your guidance." Thus, under Asuma's direction, he began to explore the camp. Chapter 70. Chiyo. On the other side of the borders of the Land of Rivers lies the encampment of Sunagakure. The commander of the Sunagakure forces, Chiyo, was diligently penning a letter to the Kazekage, requesting additional supplies. Currently, the only means by which Sunagakure could inflict significant damage upon Konoha relied solely on the poisons she had concocted. Thus, before her toxins could be countered, it was imperative to maximize this advantage and launch more effective assaults against Konoha. In fact, Chiyo was even contemplating requesting the third Kazekage to dispatch more shinobi to execute several large-scale offensives, with the aim of utterly vanquishing Konoha. Sister, sister. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air outside the tent, followed by the entrance of a figure, her younger brother, Eyes. He presented her with fresh intelligence received from their spies, indicating that Konoha had dispatched a deputy to accompany Kakashi Hitaki from the Land of Rain. Approaching Chiyo and Appo's desk, he handed over the new report. Eyes was responsible for intelligence operations within Sunagakure, with a network extending throughout the shinobi world. As soon as Rado arrived in the Land of Rivers, he had procured the latest intelligence. Chiyo examined the document closely. Uchiha Rado, disciple of Kakashi Hitaki, participated in the Ch-Nin exams, involved in medical aid, a hero of Konoha. The report detailed Rado and Appo's experiences since graduating from the Ninja Academy, and after a thorough reading, Chiyo formed a judgment. In her estimation, Rado and Appo's abilities were likely within the range of a Ch-Nin to a J-Nin, and his assignment to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers was presumably due to his extensive experience in treating poisoned shinobi in the Land of Rain. This Uchiha Rado warrants close attention, Chiyo stated, tapping her fingers on the table. Given that Sunagakure also relied on poison to combat Konoha, it was only logical for Konoha to send shinobi experienced in antidote creation. Should the efficacy of the poisons currently employed by Sunagakure diminish in the forthcoming assaults on Konoha, she would need to swiftly devise new toxins. Understood, Eyes nodded. By the way, we should also keep a close watch on Kato-dan. His forbidden techniques are exceedingly troublesome. We must find a way to eliminate him promptly. Kato-dan and Appo's phasing technique was nearly impossible to defend against, compelling Sunagakure to frequently relocate their encampment, sometimes even taking refuge in caves within the Land of Rivers. Eyes pondered for a moment. Kato-dan is currently one of the highest-ranked protectors in Konoha, even surpassing Kakashi Hitaki. It will be quite challenging to deal with him. I will think of something, he concluded. Chiyo then gestured for Eyes to take his leave. At present, Konoha had nearly 7,000 shinobi stationed on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, with several hundred medical ninjas among them. As the sun set, Akane Yui led Rado through the encampment, providing an overview of the situation in the Land of Rivers. Our adversaries, the forces of Sunagakure, likely outnumber us, with approximately 9,000 shinobi under their command. Their leader is Chiyo, a highly versatile ninja renowned for her expertise in puppet techniques, taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, poison crafting, and even sealing techniques. Rado nodded intermittently, acknowledging the information, though he remained largely indifferent to the details. Although he was uncertain of the circumstances that prompted Hiruzen Sarutobi to deploy him to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, he could surmise that it was likely not a favorable development. His position on the battlefield was that of Kakashi and Appo's deputy, yet in essence, he bore little distinction from an ordinary shinobi. The title of deputy did not equate to that of a commanding officer, and thus Rado lacked the authority to issue direct orders to the shinobi of Konoha. To some extent, his commands held less weight than those of a mere advisor. Consequently, Rado intended to maintain a low profile on the battlefield. As Akane conducted her tour of the encampment, Rado gradually familiarized himself with the surroundings. Compared to the lax conditions in the Land of Rain, the environment in the Land of Rivers was markedly more organized and accommodating. The medical ninjas here numbered nearly 500, and the availability of medical supplies was abundant, essentially replicating the facilities of Konoha and Appo's hospital. Moreover, the shinobi stationed here were permitted to send and receive letters home weekly, resulting in an overwhelming workload for the logistics department, tasked with managing the correspondence of nearly 7,000 shinobi. It was evident that Sunagakure was a formidable ninja village that Konoha had to regard with utmost seriousness, compelling them to ensure the well-being of their frontline shinobi. Upon completing the tour of the encampment, Akane and Rado arrived at a modest tent. This shall be your residence on the front lines, a standard single-person tent. As Akane lifted the tent flap, the sparse interior was revealed, containing only a single bed and a writing desk, with little else to speak of. However, in contrast to the previous conditions of sleeping on the ground with a sleeping bag in the Land of Rain, the accommodations here were significantly improved. Rado glanced around, showing little concern for his living arrangements. He turned to Akane and inquired, "When is Kakashi-sensei expected to return?" "I cannot say for certain," Akane replied with a wry smile. "But once we successfully repel the puppet forces of Sunagakure, Lord Kakashi should return shortly." Rado nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to press further, instead stepping into the tent. "Please inform me when Kakashi-sensei returns," he stated. As previously mentioned, Rado was merely Kakashi and Appo's deputy, assisting him rather than commanding the shinobi directly. Much like how the Hokage and Appo's aide could not issue orders to the Umbu, Rado too lacked the authority to command the forces of Konoha. This rendered his position somewhat awkward, akin to that of an outsider. Save for his connection to Kakashi, he had little strong affiliation with the rest of the camp. Thus, Rado was disinclined to engage in unnecessary conversation, stepping into the tent. I shall rest for a while. I will personally meet Kakashi-sensei upon his return, Rado declared. Upon hearing this, Akane understood Rado and Appo's intentions and replied, "Understood. I shall not disturb you any further." Rado nodded, then lowered the tent flap to create a barrier between the inside and outside. At this moment, Akane exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. In truth, the advisors harbored some concerns regarding Rado and Appo's sudden deployment. After all, the reputation of the Uchiha clan was well known, characterized by their stubbornness and arrogance. Furthermore, Rado and Appo's relationship with Kakashi added to their apprehension. They feared that Rado and Appo's unexpected arrival might unduly sway Kakashi and Appo's decisions, potentially diminishing the influence of the advisors. Kakashi was not a commanding leader. Thus, the strategies employed by Konoha on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers were chiefly devised by the advisors. Should Rado and Appo's arrival lead to a shift in perspective regarding the situation in the Land of Rivers, and if he were to influence Kakashi, the advisors like Akane would likely find themselves entirely stripped of their authority. Chapter 71, Assassination. Fortunately, as the sun began to set, Akane Yui did not sense any particular antagonism in her interactions with Rado. She merely found him somewhat aloof. In the past, she might have harbored negative feelings towards him, but at this moment, she appreciated his cool demeanor. A ninja indeed requires such an indifferent character, she mused, before hastily returning to the operations tent. Meanwhile, within the confines of the tent, Rado had no such contemplations. He simply lay down on the bed and began to rest. Although not particularly soft, it was a respectable bed, free from the damp air and the glaring sun, with a gentle breeze wafting through. Compared to the Land of Rain, this environment was undeniably delightful. Lying there, Rado soon succumbed to a deep slumber. At this time, within the roots of Konoha, Danzo Shimura was in a rage, hurling objects in frustration. Upon receiving a compilation of information from his subordinates, he was incensed and smashed a teacup to smithereens. The so-called hero of Konoha. Nonsense. How could a Uchiha be deemed a hero of Konoha? The commendation and reassignment of Rito Uchiha by Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with the villagers' discussions and praises for him, had all been compiled into a report that lay before Danzo. After perusing it, he instantly realized that all his prior preparations had dissolved into nothingness, serving instead to adorn Rito Uchiha's ascent to heroism. What of the failed campaign in the Land of Rain? What of the third Hokage's dereliction of duty? The village had completely abandoned those discussions, now only speaking of how Rito had saved countless lives and the merits he had amassed, rescuing numerous families. All his prior machinations and orchestrated narratives had merely paved the way for Rito Uchiha to ascend the pedestal of a Konoha hero. His attempts at propaganda had utterly failed, and the villagers no longer cared about the performance of Orochimaru and his cohorts during the conflict in the Land of Rain. Even the ninjas who had withdrawn from the battleground spoke not of Orochimaru but of how they had come to know Rito amidst the chaos. As these thoughts coursed through Danzo's mind, he felt a rush of blood to his head, and darkness began to encroach upon his vision. Send Jin, Tora, and Kaze to the Land of Rivers, and ensure they spare no effort in assassinating Rito Uchiha. He gritted through clenched teeth to the Root members beside him. Jin, Tora, and Kaze were among the elite operatives of Root, their combined prowess sufficient to obliterate a small ANBU team. Yet, even with this assurance, Danzo remained uneasy and added, also, deploy the priestess to the Land of Rivers, to lurk beside Rito Uchiha and gather every scrap of information about him. He had initially intended to wait for a more opportune moment to eliminate Rito, but the sudden turn of events had ignited a fierce rage within him, compelling him to act without restraint. He would find a way to frame it on Sunagakure if need be. Understood, replied the nearby Umbu member, bowing in acquiescence. Thus, under the machinations of Root, for members tasked with assassination were dispatched to the front lines of the Land of Rivers through various formalities. As time passed, dusk began to settle. After a refreshing slumber of 5 or 6 hours, Rito finally awoke, invigorated. He leapt from the bed, stretched his limbs, and felt in good spirits. Having spent an extended period in the dreary atmosphere of the Land of Rain, even his thoughts had begun to feel stale. Noticing the sky darkening, Rito speculated that Masashi Hitaki should have returned and stepped out of the tent to check. His quarters were situated near the center of the camp, and it did not take long for him to reach the operations tent, where his guards, showing good sense, refrained from stopping him. Upon entering the tent, Rito immediately heard Masashi and Appo's voice, recounting the details of their skirmish against the puppet forces of Sunagakure. However, with Rito's unexpected arrival, the conversation stalled, and both Masashi and several other ninjas present turned their gazes toward him. Rito met Masashi's eyes, initially intending to greet him, but Masashi abruptly stood and approached with a smile. Haha, Rito, congratulations on becoming a hero of Konoha, Masashi said, beaming. He was well aware of the reasons behind Rito's newfound status. As a ninja who valued comrades over missions, Masashi greatly respected Rito's achievements. Although Rito had not attained heroism through slaughter, Masashi believed that saving lives was far more commendable. I am also delighted to have you as my deputy, Masashi added, patting Rito on the shoulder. It has indeed been a while, Teacher Masashi, Rito replied with a smile. As for the accolades of heroism and the mention of a deputy, he found it quite peculiar, entirely unanticipated. Yet, deep down, he sensed that this was not necessarily a fortuitous development. It really has been a long time, Masashi remarked, patting Rito's arm with a hint of nostalgia. I had hoped to see you personally upon my return, but when Akane mentioned you were resting, I refrained from intruding. Now that you are here, why not join us for the meeting? He gestured to an empty seat at the command table. Very well, Rito nodded, accepting the invitation. With Rito and Masashi taking their seats, the previously interrupted meeting resumed. The meeting primarily focused on the erratic movements of Sunagakure and the absence of large-scale troop mobilizations, suggesting that they were likely plotting something. Therefore, Konoha's recent actions needed to be more circumspect. The discussion lingered on for some time, with most suggestions being proposed by Akane and other strategists, which Masashi would consider briefly before agreeing. Rito, do you have any thoughts? Masashi suddenly turned his gaze to Rito as the meeting approached its conclusion, seeking his input. In Masashi's eyes, Rito was a rare talent, exceptionally well-rounded, and he believed Rito might possess some innate aptitude for command. Simultaneously, Akane and a few other advisors followed Masashi's gaze, their expressions serious as they awaited Rito's opinion. Rito smiled at that moment and replied, I believe Akane and Appo's suggestions are quite commendable. As a newcomer, I am not well acquainted with the situation in the Land of Rivers, and having never participated in such operational meetings before, it would be best for me to remain silent. Chapter 72 Kakashi. Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Rito, Hatake Tsukumo nodded in satisfaction. The ability to assess the situation is indeed a commendable quality. At the same time, Yuhi Zenku and other advisors secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Uchiha Rito was indeed a person who shunned the pursuit of power. Subsequently, under the chairmanship of Hatake Tsukumo, the meeting continued for a while longer before finally concluding. The sky had darkened, signaling the time for dinner, prompting everyone to rise and prepare to depart. After standing, Hatake Tsukumo deliberately walked alongside Rito, smiling as he said, Now that evening has arrived, come dine in my tent. Consider it a welcome feast for you, Rito. Then I shall graciously accept, Rito replied, not wishing to refuse, as he recognized that Tsukumo, as the commander, would undoubtedly offer a superior dining experience compared to that of ordinary ninjas, a chance to partake in a fine meal. Stepping out of the command tent, the night enveloped them, the moon shining brightly amidst sparse stars, with a gentle breeze caressing their skin, providing a delightful sensation. Several advisors bid farewell to both Tsukumo and Rito before departing. Rito followed Tsukumo toward the command tent, and in just a few steps, they arrived at a tent that appeared somewhat more spacious. Lifting the curtain to enter, Rito noted that its arrangement was quite similar to his own, albeit with added bookshelves, a dining table, and several chairs. On the dining table in the center of the tent, steaming dishes awaited them, predominantly featuring fresh river delicacies such as fish, shrimp, and crabs, along with a few vegetable dishes and a wild chicken. While not extravagant, it was certainly commendable. Please, have a seat, Tsukumo said with a smile, gesturing toward the chairs by the table. This meal had been specially prepared for the occasion, utilizing only the freshest ingredients from the wild. Though it bore a hint of privilege, it was hardly surprising, considering Tsukumo's esteemed position as the commander of the ninja army. As Rito observed Tsukumo's expression, he sensed that this invitation was not merely to welcome him back. Perhaps Tsukumo himself wished to celebrate something. Nevertheless, he smiled and took a seat. Tsukumo then sat across from Rito and personally poured him a cup of tea. To be honest, this was a moment better suited for wine, but given the ongoing wartime, tea would have to suffice in place of alcohol. Tsukumo-sensei, this gathering must signify something more than just a welcome feast, correct? Rito remarked, scrutinizing Tsukumo again. The latter and Appo's natural smile and genuine joy were nearly impossible to contain. In his self-awareness, Rito did not believe that merely reuniting could elicit such happiness from Tsukumo, prompting him to inquire directly. Upon hearing this, Tsukumo chuckled silently and retrieved a photograph from his ninja pouch. It's nothing much, just that my child has been born, he said, a hint of pride evident as he displayed the photo to Rito. Rito glanced at the image, spotting a chubby little infant, likely just born, with sparse silver hair and drooping eyelids, appearing quite fatigued. Without a doubt, this infant was none other than Hatake Kakashi, the very reason behind Tsukumo's elation. Tsukumo-sensei, does the child have a name yet? Rito asked, a mischievous thought crossing his mind as he contemplated naming Hatake Kakashi. Of course, this was contingent upon Tsukumo not having settled on a name himself. As expected, Tsukumo's expression shifted to one of mild distress, as he replied, well, I've been pondering that all day, but I can't seem to find a suitable name. Rito eagerly seized the moment, suggesting, how about Hatake Kakashi? As soon as the words left his lips, Tsukumo paused, then began to repeat, Hataki Kakashi, Hataki Kakashi. The more he uttered the name, the more fitting and melodious it appeared, as if it were destined for his child. Excellent, that shall be the name, Tsukumo declared, clapping his hands decisively. Although the name originated from Rito, it resonated so perfectly with Tsukumo that he agreed without a second thought. Rito, upon seeing Kakashi and Appo's name accepted, couldn't he help but smile, relishing the playful satisfaction of having claimed both the name and the future of Hataki Kakashi. The two then commenced their meal. In truth, the camp lacked professional chefs. The dishes had merely been prepared by a ninja with culinary skills, so they were not particularly refined. However, in comparison to the daily fare of biscuits and soldier pills endured in the land of rain, this was a feast beyond compare. Rito, do you have any responsibilities you wish to undertake on the battlefield of the land of rivers? Tsukumo inquired casually during the meal. I heard you often treated poison ninjas in the land of rain. Would you care to assist in the field hospital? The ninjas from Sunagakure also favor using poison, and the field hospital receives a fair number of poison patients daily. Though Rito had been assigned as Tsukumo and Appo's aide, the latter felt that Rito should not expend excessive energy on strategizing. Thus, he contemplated assigning Rito a specific task to prevent the hero of Konoha from idling away, warding off any potential gossip. Perhaps not, Tsukumo-sensei, Rito replied after sipping his tea, resolutely declining. I visited the field hospital here earlier, and to be honest, it rivals the hospital back in Konoha. There are plenty of medical ninjas, and the medical tools are comprehensive and professional. My skills in medical ninjutsu are rudimentary. While I can manage a few basic techniques to assist, overseeing such a specialized facility would likely cause more harm than good. Tsukumo set down his chopsticks, contemplating Rito's words thoughtfully before nodding in agreement, recognizing the validity of Rito's reasoning. However, he soon began to ponder further. Rito had been brought in to serve as his aide, yet Tsukumo himself was not particularly adept in his role as commander. Having Rito merely as an aide on the battlefield would be a waste of his talents. Thus, Tsukumo sought to assign Rito a specific task. However, with a sufficient number of Konoha ninjas present on the battlefield in the land of rivers, there was no shortage of manpower. Furthermore, typical missions could be handled by ordinary ninjas, rendering it somewhat excessive to allocate them to Rito. As he deliberated, Tsukumo concluded that aside from involving Rito in significant battles, there seemed to be no particularly suitable tasks for him to undertake. Chapter 73, Might Die, and the priestess Kakashi. Tsukumo took a sip of tea, momentarily uncertain of how to address the situation regarding Rito. Ultimately, he resolved to set the matter aside for the time being and to revisit it later. Shortly thereafter, the meal had nearly concluded, signaling the end of the gathering. Rito did not linger and promptly took his leave, while Kakashi Tsukumo personally escorted him out of the tent. Overall, the banquet celebrating the reunion between Kakashi Tsukumo and his disciple Rito was quite enjoyable. Kakashi not only commemorated the birth of his child but also bestowed upon his son a formal name. Rito, on the other hand, had relished a sumptuous feast. Upon exiting the tent, Rito took a moment to admire the nocturnal scenery of the camp. Although night had fallen, the camp was ablaze with light, and numerous individuals traversed the pathways between tents, rendering the area reminiscent of a bustling marketplace rather than a wartime encampment. Rito felt a tinge of curiosity, and after walking for a while, he noticed a commotion nearby, seemingly indicative of an event worthy of observation. Approaching the source of the noise, he discovered a group of ninjas gathered around a young man, jesting and laughing. The young man sported a glossy, side-parted hairstyle and was clad in a snug green outfit, executing handstand push-ups with his hands planted firmly on the ground. Rito scrutinized him and instantly recognized this individual as Might Die, the father of Might Guy. It was rather peculiar for a low-ranking ninja to venture onto the battlefield. After all, one who solely practices physical techniques would never ascend to the rank of nin. Even after a millennium, Die, you should hasten back to Konoha. Should you perish on the battlefield, who will care for your son? The onlookers clearly knew Might Die, as their remarks suggested. As Rito observed Might Die, contemplations began to swirl in his mind, prompting him to applaud a few times as a gesture of encouragement. Might Die was indeed a remarkable individual. Cultivating a rapport with him could prove beneficial in the future. Upon hearing Rito and Appo's applause, the group suddenly became aware of his presence and turned to regard him with curiosity. Who are you? One person inquired, gazing at Rito. With a smile, Rito replied, just a passerby, an unremarkable, ordinary nin. Upon hearing his response, the group promptly turned to depart. They were merely nin. And the realization that Rito had attained the rank of nin at such a young age suggested he was a prodigious talent, one they could not measure up to. However, upon hearing Rito's applause, Might Die abruptly flipped over and exclaimed, what an invigorating show of youthful encouragement. He gave Rito a thumbs up. His expression exaggerated as he spoke. After years of dedicated training in physical arts, this was the first time he had encountered such encouragement. Rito, seeing the tears welling in Might Die's eyes, was reminded of the unique spirit shared between the Might father and son and chuckled softly. My name is Uchiha Rito. Would you be interested in becoming my teammate? He offered with a friendly invitation. I have just been reassigned to the battlefield in the land of rivers. Might Dai blinked in response and replied candidly, that seems rather unfeasible. I actually have teammates already. Although Rito had just encouraged him. He was indeed part of a team and had no desire to abandon them. Rito, undeterred by the rejection, extended his hand and said, very well. Let us at least make each other's acquaintance today. Might Dai, feeling invigorated by Rito's youthful spirit, immediately clasped his hand. The charm of youth. He beamed, his teeth gleaming brightly, almost dazzling. After their handshake, Rito bid farewell and, as he turned to leave, Might Dai suddenly remembered he had yet to introduce himself and shouted, I'm Might Dai. Upon returning to his tent, Rito took a brief respite, waiting for the activity outside to dwindle before lying down to sleep. As the night deepened, the moon ascended from the east to the center of the sky, gradually descending toward the west. Suddenly, the tent's flap stirred slightly. Rito's eyes snapped open, and he rolled off his bed in one fluid motion, his hand instinctively grasping the chakra handle, his gaze fixed on the tent's entrance. In the next moment, a hand silently emerged from behind the flap, followed by a pair of eyes. Rito's gaze fell upon the eyes, locking onto them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The figure concealed behind the flap finally spoke. The voice was soft, likely that of a young girl. I am a medical ninja recently transferred from Konoha. I'm still somewhat unfamiliar with the camp, which is why I ended up in the wrong place. Rito remained silent. Surely, he could discern such a blatant assassination attempt. He approached the flap, pulling it open to reveal the person hiding behind it. Before him stood a girl with light, earthy toned hair and a face slightly round with youth. Yakushi no Niu, sent to carry out an assassination mission under Shimura Danzo's orders. Under Rito's scrutinizing gaze, Yakushi no Niu felt a chill creeping down her back, sweat beaded at her brow, and her heart raced to an almost unbearable rhythm. Upon recognizing her, Rito felt a sense of familiarity and, after a moment of contemplation, identified her as Yakushi no Niu. He then smiled and said, it is understandable that you, being new to the camp, might have taken a wrong turn. You should hurry back. Do not jeopardize tomorrow's medical efforts. Prompted by Rito's urging, Yakushi no Niu mechanically turned to leave, retreating step by step. After watching her figure disappear, Rito lowered the flap and returned to his bed. His expression turned pensive as he began to contemplate. One thing was certain. Yakushi no Niu had indeed approached with the intent to assassinate. The true mastermind behind this plot could only be Shimura Danzo, as Yakushi no Niu remained a member of the root. What could have prompted this? A mystery loomed in Rito's mind, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that his financial assistance to the Konoha orphanage had drawn their attention? Rito struggled to formulate a plausible explanation, yet he felt it lacked credibility. After all, he was merely performing a charitable act. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen were aware, he would not be so petty. Surely, the esteemed Hokage would not be so concerned about losing face? Chapter 74. Scheming after being urged by Rito to leave. The medic Yaoshi Yinayu instinctively made her way back to the field hospital. Upon her return, she took a moment to catch her breath, her heart heavy with apprehension. Simultaneously, her illusions regarding Rito shattered into fragments. Earlier, upon learning that Rito had earned the title of Leaf Hero through his acts of saving others, she had perceived him as a compassionate soul. Therefore, when she discovered that her mission involved assassinating Rito, she felt a strong sense of reluctance. Little did she expect that the outcome would nearly lead to her own demise at his hands. After regaining her composure, Yaoshi Yinayu proceeded to a secluded area within the field hospital to meet with the other 3 members of the assassination team, In, Hu, and Feng. These 3 were the main operatives tasked with eliminating Rito. Yaoshi Yinayu had primarily undergone espionage training at the roots, rendering her combat abilities rather limited. Her earlier visit to Rito's tent was more of a reconnaissance mission. Had Rito shown any sign of weakness, she would have attempted the assassination. Even if she failed, it would have exposed only herself without jeopardizing the other 3. Inside the small compartment, a soundproof barrier had been established. As Yaoshi Yinayu entered, who was the first to inquire? What was the result? Failure, she replied, shaking her head, followed by a detailed account of her encounter with Rito. The trio Ahu, a middle-aged man bearing scars, Feng, a young man wielding a long blade, and In, a woman with flowing orange hair, listened intently. Upon hearing her narrative, In chuckled and remarked, it seems Uchiha Rito is indeed the romantic as described in the intel. We intended to target the priestess, but upon seeing her, he softened and let her go. With Yin's words, Hu and Feng nodded in agreement, with Hu adding, this Uchiha Rito must be quite the lecher. Lust, wine, and money are the 3 taboos of a ninja. Rito has already transgressed the taboo of lust, and thus, he is doomed. Through a lively exchange, the trio began formulating their next steps for the assassination. Ultimately, it was Ian who articulated the plan, addressing Yaoshi Yinayu with a smile. Priestess, your original task was to approach Uchiha Rito as an insider to facilitate the assassination. Therefore, you must find a way to get closer to him. Ideally developing a flirtatious rapport. This way, you can lure him outside the camp under the pretense of a date, making it easier for us to strike. This was the collective intent of Ian, Hu, and Feng regarding Rito's assassination. As for why they did not consider carrying out the deed within the camp, it was their fear of Tsukumo Hatake. Based on their analysis, they believed Rito possessed strength equivalent to that of a jonin. Hence, executing the assassination within the camp would prove exceedingly difficult. Should they forcibly carry out the mission, even if they succeeded in eliminating Rito, they would undoubtedly meet their end at Tsukumo's hands. Thus, in this scenario, executing the assassination outside the camp was their most viable option. After hearing Yin's thoughts, Yao Shi Yinayu fell silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. The life of a ninja was inherently one of commodification, but within the roots, the extremity was even more pronounced. Under Danzo Shimura's command, each member of the roots was merely expendable. Consequently, Yao Shi Yinayu had no capacity to refuse. Once the plan to deal with Rito was finalized, Yin, Hu, and Feng did not linger at the field hospital and promptly departed. On another morning, after having breakfast, Rito attended the morning briefing in the operations tent, remaining silent throughout the meeting and offering no opinions. However, just as he was about to leave, Tsukumo Hatake called out to him, gesturing for him to take a seat in front of him. Reluctantly, Rito returned and asked, "What is it, Tsukumo-sensei?" He had a hunch that Tsukumo intended to assign him a specific task. As expected, once Rito was seated, Tsukumo smiled and said, "Rito, I plan to establish a guard unit that can accompany me in emergencies. I would like you to take on the role of captain." Rito contemplated for a moment before responding, "Sure, but who else will be in the guard unit?" His reassignment to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers was primarily to serve as Tsukumo's aide, given that strategic matters were under the purview of dedicated advisors. Leading the guard unit was one of the few responsibilities he could assume. "Currently, it's just you," Tsukumo replied with a smile. "Of course. If you have suitable candidates in mind, feel free to recommend them." The idea of forming a guard unit had suddenly come to Tsukumo the previous night. And apart from Rito, he couldn't think of anyone else who would fit the role, especially since there had been no such unit prior to Rito's deployment to the battlefield. Rito was taken aback, but quickly realized, "Tsukumo-sensei, I actually have someone in mind whom I'd like to recommend for the guard unit." "Who?" Tsukumo inquired with curiosity. "Guy Mato, an ordinary genin, but I have high hopes for him," Rito stated without hesitation. Upon hearing the name Guy Mato, Tsukumo felt a wave of unfamiliarity wash over him, lacking any recollection of this individual. However, upon learning that he was merely a genin, he found solace in the fact that, with so many leaf ninjas present on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, it was entirely plausible he had not heard of every single one of them. "All right, I will arrange for this genin to join the guard unit," Tsukumo affirmed. Although he was unfamiliar with Guy Mato, he trusted Rito's judgment. Naturally, he was also eager to discover what qualities this genin possessed that warranted Rito's personal recommendation. Chapter 75. Analysis. After concluding his remarks, the guard squad found themselves without tasks, prompting Rito to take his leave decisively. Shikaku, observing Rito's departing figure, sighed and shook his head, reflecting on how Rito had learned to indulge in idleness. Shortly thereafter, Rito returned to the vicinity of his tent, only to find a figure standing before it, none other than the medic, Nanoyu Yakushi. Nanoyu had come as per the plan formulated yesterday, intending to approach Rito. "Hello," she greeted, instantly donning what she believed to be a sweet expression upon spotting Rito. "I am the one who inadvertently intruded into your tent yesterday, and I have come to apologize." She clasped her hands before her and offered a slight bow. In response, Rito smiled upon recognizing Nanoyu. "I know you," he stated suddenly. "Nanoyu Yakushi." As soon as he spoke her name correctly, Nanoyu's demeanor shifted dramatically, her body jolting in surprise. Her mind was a whirlwind. She had utilized a pseudonym upon arriving at the battlefield of the river country, so how could Rito accurately utter her true name? Just as her thoughts teetered on the brink of overload, Rito casually revealed the reason. "For years ago, you enrolled in the Konoha Ninja Academy, and we were placed in the same class. Yet, for reasons unknown, you withdrew after just one day." As the truth dawned upon Nanoyu, her senses sharpened, and the tension within her gradually dissipated. She recalled her brief attendance at the ninja school, stemming from her upbringing in the Konoha orphanage. Upon discovering her potential as a ninja, Danzo had swiftly leveraged the orphanage's funds to coerce her into joining Root. Hence, after merely a day at the academy, she had departed to join Root. The passage of time had dimmed her memories of that period, making it difficult for her to confirm any details about sharing a class with Rito. Observing Nanoyu's dazed expression, Rito stifled a quiet chuckle. His recollection of their shared class was, indeed, genuine, but it had required considerable reflection to bring it to mind. Actually, Nanoyu's emotions were in disarray. She had not anticipated that Rito would remember such a distant event so clearly. Presently, she was at a loss to explain her presence on the battlefield of the river country, nor could she address the myriad questions arising from it. "Please, step inside and speak freely," Rito suddenly suggested, lifting the tent flap. Without further hesitation, Nanoyu entered the tent, followed closely by Rito as he lowered the flap behind him. Upon entering, the light dimmed significantly. Rito gazed at Nanoyu's profile and murmured, "Nanoyu Yakushi." Instinctively, she turned her head, only to be met by Rito's mesmerizing Sharingan, which rendered her unconscious. As Nanoyu succumbed to the illusion, Rito swiftly formed hand seals to establish a barrier. His earlier conversation with her had been a strategic maneuver, designed to create this very moment, where he could use Jinjutsu to control her and extract vital information. Before I was bestowed the title of Konoha Hero by Hiruzen Sarutobi, what significant events transpired in Konoha? Rito inquired, to ensure Nanoyu could respond. He intentionally set a preliminary condition to mitigate the risk of her being silenced by the tongue-binding technique. As Rito posed his question, Nanoyu began to speak, albeit hesitantly, before you received the title of Konoha Hero. However, she abruptly faltered, unable to articulate further. Rito frowned. Her initial words were evidently related to Root's prohibited content, indicating that extracting information would be more challenging than anticipated. He pondered the critical elements in his mind. Rito was already aware that he earned the title of Konoha Hero for saving all the poisoned ordinary ninjas during the conflict in the Rain Country. Yet, Hiruzen appeared somewhat reluctant to grant him this title, while Danzo seemed intent on taking measures against him because of it. Rito speculated that this situation might not solely revolve around him, but could also involve his inadvertent entanglement in the power struggle between Hiruzen and Danzo. It was well known that Danzo's ultimate ambition was to become Hokage, even going so far as to attempt to assassinate Hiruzen after the Ninetales incident. At this juncture, Rito boldly theorized that prior to his receiving the title of Konoha Hero, Danzo might have attempted to mount an attack against Hiruzen in some capacity. In this scenario, neither Hiruzen nor Danzo achieved their desired outcomes, leaving Rito as the sole beneficiary, thereby obtaining the title of Konoha Hero. With this line of reasoning, Rito had formed a rough hypothesis and needed to further question Nanoyu to validate his assumptions. Before I was named Konoha Hero, there was a shift in public opinion within the village, stemming from the defeat at the Rain Country front, which was critical of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Rito looked to Nanoyu for confirmation. Nanoyu remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Then, the narrative shifted once more, transforming into praise for me. As I had saved the poisoned, ordinary ninjas during the conflict in the Rain Country, Rito stated, to which Nanoyu nodded again. At this point, Rito grasped the general sequence of events leading to his recognition as Konoha Hero and his subsequent reassignment to the River Country front. Although many details remained unclear, the key trajectory was unmistakable. Ha ha ha, Rito chuckled lightly, shaking his head. It was ironic that in doing something commendable, he had inadvertently garnered animosity from both Hiruzen and Danzo. It seemed that being a good person was a challenging endeavor. Fortunately, Rito had no genuine desire to be virtuous, nor would he remain passive in the face of such disdain. Engaged in contemplation, Rito casually released Nanoyu from the Genjutsu. Upon awakening, she chuckled softly and, looking at Rito, asked, "Your medical ninjutsu is quite impressive. Perhaps we could exchange techniques in the future?" Rito regarded Nanoyu, pondering what vision she had witnessed while ensnared in the illusion, which now prompted her to act with such familiarity. Chapter 76, Recognition. Chiyo's scheme. Rito glanced at Yakushinon once more, but did not refuse her request. "Very well," he said. "We can exchange knowledge when time permits." Na nodded with a smile. In the illusion she had conjured earlier, she had envisioned herself entering his tent, fabricating a flawless explanation for why she had become a medical nin, and then demonstrating her healing techniques under Rito's admiring gaze. Finally, the illusion dissolved, and she proposed their exchange. Yet in reality, Rito was not the gentle soul she had imagined. Meeting his calm, unreadable eyes, Nan felt an inexplicable unease. Since we've already agreed to discuss medical ninjutsu, that's progress enough for today, she thought. Flustered, she rose abruptly. "I must return to the field hospital. We'll speak another time." Without waiting for a response, she hurried away. How peculiar, Rito mused as he watched her retreat. His agreement to her proposal had been strategic. Danzo Shimura clearly sought his assassination, and Nan, with her limited skills, was merely a decoy. The real threat lay elsewhere. By engaging her, Rito hoped to lure out the true assassin. Dismissing the matter, he turned his focus to training. The chaos of war had disrupted his usual regimen. But now, with rare downtime, he resumed his disciplined practice. Unlike the fantastical notion that battle alone strengthened a shinobi, true growth came from relentless training, sometimes yielding breakthroughs through sheer persistence. Hours slipped by unnoticed until a voice interrupted his concentration. "Rito-sama." "Enter, Dai," Rito called, recognizing the visitor. Might Dai stepped inside, his expression puzzled. After being reassigned to Rito's guard unit under Shikakanara's orders, he had come seeking answers. "Why was I transferred?" Dai asked bluntly. "Because I see extraordinary potential in you," Rito replied. Dai's breath hitched. In over a decade as a genin, he had long forgotten the last time someone acknowledged his worth. Clenching his fists, he tilted his head back, tears glistening. This is the essence of youth," he whispered hoarsely, as though transported back to his academy days. Bowing deeply, he declared, "Thank you for your faith, Captain Rito. I swear to exceed every expectation." "Excellent spirit," Rito said, amused. "For now, continue your taijutsu training. The guard unit has no immediate missions." "Understood." Dai sprang upright, slamming fist to palm. "I'll run 100 laps around camp, then 1,000 push-ups." With that, he dashed off, his exuberance mirroring his son Might Gaius. Meanwhile, in the Sunagakure camp, Chiyo studied the Kazekage's reply. Her requested supplies had been approved, but with a demand for swift progress. Unlike Konoha, Suna's resources were stretched thin. Without decisive gains, they would soon be forced to negotiate peace. Tapping her desk, Chiyo strategized. On the river country front, Suna outnumbered Konoha. But the presence of Hatake Tsukumo and Jiraiya's disciple, the elusive Jainin Gek, forced a war of attrition. Now, with the Kazekage pressing for action, Chiyo had no choice but to strike first. Her primary obstacle was Tsukumo. Gek, hidden somewhere in river country under heavy guard, was beyond immediate reach. Thus, her plan crystallized. Eliminate the White Fang, then dismantle Konoha's defenses piece by piece. In the days that followed, the war continued, a prelude to the storm she was brewing. Chapter 77. Pursued on another day, within a cave in the land of rivers, Chiyo gazed upon the elite forces of Sunagakure she had gathered, her heart swelling with satisfaction. This was the strength she had prepared to annihilate Hatake Tsukumo, including her own son and daughter-in-law. She was confident they could turn the tide in battle. Your sole purpose on this mission is to eliminate Konoha's Hatake Tsukumo. Do not linger for anything else, Chiyo instructed. Her caution was a necessary precaution against Konoha's other formidable expert, Kato Dan. Kato Dan's forbidden technique, the etherealization technique, was too enigmatic. And even Chiyo did not wish to take such risks. Fortunately, Konoha was equally cautious, wary of exposing Kato Dan, fearing that Sunagakure would discover his hidden location and strike decisively. Yes, the elite ninjas of Sunagakure responded in unison upon hearing Chiyo's command. Without further delay, Chiyo waved her hand, signaling the commencement of their mission. Meanwhile, in the Konoha camp, within the tent of Rito, the medic Yakushi Non took advantage of the lull in the field hospital's activity to disturb Rito under the pretense of discussing medical ninjutsu. Over the past few days, Rito had discerned the root's plan for this assassination. Yakushi Non had repeatedly invited him to step outside the camp, likely intending to lure him out for the assassination. Rito was contemplating a suitable opportunity to venture out, allowing the assassination to unfold while also eliminating the lurking threat within the camp. The camp has its merits, but the food leaves much to be desired. However, I've heard from friends that there are plenty of wild delicacies beyond the camp. Yakushi Non, with wide eyes, naturally suggested to Rito, why don't we sneak out together to hunt for some wild game? Rito turned to glance at Yakushi Non. This individual had suddenly adopted a familiar demeanor in recent days. Was this how Root trained its spies? As Rito opened his mouth to respond, someone abruptly entered the tent. He looked up to find Might Guy. Captain Rito! Captain Rito! Might Guy rushed into the tent, urgency evident in his tone as he approached Rito. Calm down. What has happened? Rito urged him to steady his nerves. After taking a deep breath to compose himself, Might Guy replied. The commander is preparing to head out and has ordered the escort team to accompany him on a mission. Upon hearing this, Rito nodded, refraining from probing further into the deeper reasons. He picked up the chakra handle from the desk and stood up to leave the tent. Let's go, he said to Might Guy, who quickly followed suit. Left behind in the tent, Yakushi Non found himself momentarily stunned, realizing he had been overlooked. Only a few steps later, Rito arrived at the operations tent, where Hatake Tsukumo was already prepared for battle, his short blade at the ready. Has something unexpected occurred, Tsukumo-sensei? Rito inquired as he approached. Tsukumo, noticing Rito's arrival, sighed as he responded, Sunagakure has assembled an elite unit and swiftly attacked the Konoha outpost. After eliminating the Konoha ninja stationed there, they have since retreated into Konoha's controlled territory. I am preparing to pursue them myself. You, as the leader of the escort team, must accompany me. He concluded with a smile, clearly not overly concerned about the Sunagakure elite unit. Understood, Rito nodded. Although the escort team consisted only of him and Might Guy, this mission was led by Tsukumo, alleviating any concerns. With Rito and Appos as presents, Tsukumo wasted no time, issuing a few quick instructions to his aide, Waihai Kirin, before swiftly leaping from the camp. Rito and Might Guy followed closely behind. However, as this mission involved pursuing the enemy, Tsukumo's speed was astounding. As he leaped through the forest, he appeared as little more than a white streak. Rito managed to keep pace, but Might Guy struggled to maintain his position and fell behind shortly thereafter. Watching the two figures ahead, Might Guy swallowed hard. No, Captain Rito holds me in high regard by assigning me to the escort team. I must not disgrace him. With a determined resolve, he activated the 8 gates, opening 3 of them in quick succession, his body enveloped in a green aura. This allowed him to barely keep up with Rito. Noticing the commotion behind him, Rito glanced back to see Might Guy unleashing the 8 gates, letting out a sigh. In his eyes, Might Guy had commendable spirit. In a world where a mere provocation could lead to madness, and where mental stability was a rarity, Might Guy's ability to cultivate the 8 gates despite his poor natural talent and the ridicule of many was indeed remarkable. However, his greatest flaw remained his lack of innate ability. While his son, Might Guy, could face off against the likes of Madara Uchiha, he himself could only contend with the Mist 7 ninja swordsmen. The disparity was indeed vast. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Tsukumo suddenly halted, standing before a burnt-out Konoha outpost. Rito and Might Guy soon arrived at his side. Noticing the vibrant green aura surrounding Might Guy, Tsukumo cast a curious glance but refrained from dwelling on the 8 gates at that moment. He surveyed the area, which was strewn with rubble and wooden debris. Summoning technique. Tsukumo bit his finger, summoning forth an old dog with brown fur. The dog, with faint white markings around its eyes, was not particularly large, barely reaching Tsukumo's knees. "Oh, it's you, Tsukumo," the old dog remarked, its vision seemingly impaired as it sniffed the air to confirm its summoner. "What business do you have in summoning me?" Tsukumo responded with respect. "Old man, a group of Sunagakure ninjas attacked this location just moments ago. I would appreciate your assistance in tracking them." The old dog, eyes drooping, replied, "Sunagakure, you say?" It sniffed deeply, then closed its eyes to concentrate. The scents of sand and toxins were unmistakable. The dog looked towards the southwest, and Tsukumo instantly understood its intent. He swiftly scooped the dog into his arms and dashed off in that direction. "Follow me." Tsukumo's voice called out to Rito and Might Guy, who wasted no time in leaping after him. Chapter 78. Ambush under the guidance of the brown-skinned old dog. Kakashi Shikamaru and his companions arrived at a secluded valley. The ninjas of Sunagakure lay in ambush within this ravine, and the old dog cautioned Shikamaru to remain vigilant before vanishing with a resounding thud. The valley was flanked on 3 sides by elevated terrain, with the entrance bordered by dense forest, making it an ideal location for an ambush. Rito, recalling their experiences thus far, furrowed his brow and warned, "Shikamaru-sensei, it is possible that Sunagakure is deliberately targeting you. This place is indeed their trap." However, Kakashi Shikamaru seemed unconcerned, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand, stating, "Whether it is an ambush or not, I am determined to engage this group of Sunagakure ninjas." It was evident to Shikamaru that this was a blatant trap. However, the previous attack on a Konoha outpost had resulted in the demise of many Leaf ninjas. Thus, he resolved not to leave easily today. With that, he leaped swiftly into the valley, prompting Rito to follow suit. Upon entering the valley, a chilling aura enveloped them. 20 ninjas adorned with the Sunagakure forehead protectors were scattered across the high ground of the valley, their gazes fixed on the intruding Shikamaru. Rito stood behind him, surveying the surroundings, and concluded that, as he suspected, this was indeed the ambush laid by Sunagakure. The valley had been meticulously cleared, leaving only barren sand, likely to prevent Shikamaru from using his speed to counterattack in the complex terrain. Rito unsheathed his chakra handle, poised to commence battle. Meanwhile, Shikamaru maintained a calm demeanor, remarking with a smile, 20 ninjas, Sunagakure is truly serious about dealing with me." As Shikamaru assessed the Sunagakure ninjas, they too were evaluating him. "Kill you? That's not certain. We merely wish to delay you, allowing the main forces of Sunagakure to assault Konoha and Amp, Appos, S camp," a sharp voice echoed. Another voice, a woman and Amp, Appos, S, interjected. "Stop wasting time. Eliminate him so we can support the main force." This exchange was nothing but a ruse. Sunagakure had long since gathered intelligence on Shikamaru, knowing that he valued his companions above all else. Thus, they deliberately disseminated false information to disrupt his focus. Upon hearing their words, Shikamaru and Appos' expression shifted, his eyes growing steely as he slowly drew the short blade from his back. "Rito, you lead the escort team back to the camp," Shikamaru instructed gravely. Rito hesitated, urging, "Shikamaru-sensei, do not trust their words. It is merely their deception." He doubted Sunagakure would dare attack Konoha's camp with their elite forces fully deployed. Yet, Shikamaru remained resolute, stating, "It may be false, but it could also be true. Therefore, as long as there exists even a slight possibility, I cannot allow the camp to be compromised. Hurry back." Shikamaru and Appos' demeanor was serious, pressing Rito to act swiftly. With a sigh, Rito recognized Shikamaru and Appos' unwavering determination and retracted his chakra handle, preparing to return to Konoha's camp. However, he was not particularly worried about Shikamaru's safety. He was confident that Shikamaru would survive this war. Rito prepared to lead Might Guy away, but the predatory Sunagakure ninjas would not permit their escape. "Stop them. No Konoha ninja is allowed to leave this valley today." A commanding voice rang out, and a young ninja from Sunagakure instantly pursued Rito. Shikamaru merely glanced at the scene, confident in Rito and Appos' ability to handle it. The pursuing Sunagakure ninja had short brown hair and carried several large scrolls on his back. Rito turned to glance back, finding the figure somewhat familiar but not dwelling on it. He halted momentarily to eliminate this Sunagakure ninja first. "Guy, return to the camp," he commanded his companion. "Captain, please allow me to join the battle," Might Guy exclaimed, visibly eager not to leave at such a critical moment. Yet Rito firmly ordered, "Follow orders. One ninja is sufficient to deal with the pursuer," adding, "You will only crowd the battle space and could hinder our efforts." Upon receiving Rito and Appos' command, Might Guy had no choice but to retreat, albeit slowly, ensuring he had ample time to observe the fight. Meanwhile, in the brief exchange between Rito and Might Guy, the Sunagakure ninja had already caught up, unfurling one of his scrolls. "Release," he declared, pressing his hand onto the scroll, unleashing a flurry of dark iron sand into the air. Rito, witnessing the swirling iron sand, suddenly realized the identity of the Sunagakure ninja. It was none other than Raza. The future fourth Kazekage and father of Gaara, an unknown Konoha ninja. It is fortunate for you to perish before the magnetic release of Sunagakure, Raza stated coldly. Yet Rito, facing Raza, inexplicably smiled and loosened his grip on the chakra handle. Previously contemplating an immediate kill, he reconsidered, opting to spare Raza for the potential future utility of his son, Gaara. While Rito pondered, Raza manipulated the iron sand to form countless iron needles, each about a foot long. With a swift motion, Raza sent the needles whistling toward Rito. The needles approached at remarkable speed, but Rito did not hesitate. He formed a Rasengan in his palm, its size rapidly expanding to several meters wide. He hurled the massive Rasengan at the oncoming iron needles, which clashed with a deafening screech akin to two iron plates colliding. As the sound faded, the needles transformed back into a cloud of iron sand. Had Raza mastered his magnetic release, he would have swiftly commanded the sand to attack again. However, at merely 2 years older than Rito, and having trained in magnetic techniques for only 2 years, he still needed to carry the iron sand himself, revealing his relative inexperience. As Raza continued to manipulate the iron sand, Rito suddenly surged forward, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, alarmed by Rito and Appo's sudden appearance. Raza swiftly resorted to a different tactic, launching a barrage of finely crafted iron needles from his sleeves towards Rito. Chapter 79, Departure. Raza released the iron needles. Although the range was considerable, it was not without gaps. Rito deftly maneuvered and turned, advancing while evading this assault. In the blink of an eye, Rito found himself before Raza, the two now merely 2 steps apart. Once more, Rito gathered a swirling sphere of energy in his palm and pressed forward. Caught off guard, Raza had no time to react to this impending strike. The sound of the sphere impacting flesh echoed as Raza was sent flying, his abdomen a gruesome sight of mangled flesh. Though he struck true, Rito did not relent. He had no intention of killing Raza. Yet he could not allow Raza the capacity to threaten Hatake Tsukumo any further. Therefore, as Raza was propelled backward, Rito swiftly pursued him, raising his fist to deliver a decisive blow. With a resounding thud, Rito and Appo's fist crashed into Raza and Appo's chest, shattering several ribs. He had deliberately tempered his strength to ensure Raza would not perish instantly. However, after enduring 2 brutal strikes, it was no surprise that Raza succumbed to unconsciousness. Rito stood with his hands at his sides, having concluded the battle in less than a minute. Meanwhile, not far off, Hatake Tsukumo engaged in combat with the remaining 19 Sand Shinobi. He faced them alone, yet appeared entirely unfazed, wielding a short blade and deftly neutralizing every incoming attack. Rito cast a fleeting glance at the Sand Shinobi's formidable configuration, noting the presence of puppet masters, sealing experts, and wind-style ninjas, all exhibiting impressive teamwork. He observed for a moment longer but did not linger, confident that Tsukumo would not meet his demise in this ambush. Moreover, he sensed that if he tarried any longer, Tsukumo would soon urge him onward. He turned and departed, quickly catching up to the slightly slower Might Guy, and together they resumed their journey back to the Konoha encampment. Simultaneously, on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Orochimaru and his companions, having received orders from Hiruzen Sarutobi, actively sought to challenge Hanzo and thwart his schemes. Initially, Hanzo consistently defeated the trio, but as their battles multiplied, Orochimaru's group began to synchronize their efforts flawlessly, gradually matching Hanzo blow for blow. Though Hanzo could still claim victory, the prospect of eliminating them had become increasingly unlikely. In their final confrontation, Orochimaru and his companions earned the title of the legendary Three Ninjas. However, Hanzo, despite his victory, found his spirit drained, abandoning dreams of conquest and expansion for the Rain Village, choosing instead a life of indulgence within its confines. The war is over, Jiraiya. Do you not intend to return to the village? Orochimaru inquired, furrowing his brows within the tent. The order for withdrawal had been issued, yet at this critical juncture, Jiraiya unexpectedly defied orders, deciding to remain in the Land of Rain. Orochimaru, Tsunade, please explain my decision to the teacher. I wish to raise those 3 orphans, Jiraiya stated after a moment of contemplation. Days prior, following a battle with Hanzo, they had encountered 3 destitute orphans. Out of compassion, Jiraiya had shared his rations with them, and now he resolved to temporarily extricate himself from Konoha's ranks to nurture these children. Fool! I shall personally eliminate them, Orochimaru declared, rising to enact his grim intention against the orphans obstructing Jiraiya's return. Orochimaru, Jiraiya grasped his arm firmly. The war has concluded. You need only return to the village. Why meddle in my affairs? If the teacher imposes any punishment, I shall accept it. Jiraiya's words were resolute, his demeanor grave. Orochimaru shot him a sidelong glance, scoffed, yet halted his advance. Tsunade, weary of the tension between the 2 men, chose to exit the tent. Outside, the remaining ninjas received the joyous news of the war's end and began preparing to return to Konoha. Tsunade wandered aimlessly, unknowingly arriving at the tent of Shoju. Upon noticing her, Shoju hastened to greet her. Sister, he smiled brightly. Tsunade acknowledged him with a nod, continuing her aimless stroll. Sister, Shoju trailed behind. The war between Konoha and the Rain has ceased, but I hear that the conflict with the Sand is still raging. Do you think I could be reassigned to the Sand? Shoju chuckled. After Li Dou's departure, he had been promoted to Chunin and appointed captain of his original team. However, since becoming captain, he had yet to partake in any missions, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. Absolutely not. Tsunade replied sternly upon hearing Shoju's aspirations. The war has finally concluded. I cannot bear to send you back to the battlefield. The memory of Shoju and Appo's near-fatal encounter still haunted her. Yet, upon seeing his crestfallen expression, Tsunade's resolve softened. When you return to Konoha, dedicate more time to your training. I heard the old man intends to induct you into the Umbu. At this, Shoju's spirits lifted. Although the battlefield held its perils, serving in the Umbu was indeed an enticing prospect. During Tsunade's meandering, Konoha's ninjas dismantled the encampment, preparing for their return. Orochimaru surveyed the assembled forces and signaled their departure. In the rain, Jiraiya watched as Konoha's ninjas faded into the distance, reflecting on the nature of war. War. Oh, war, he murmured softly. Jiraiya's desire to remain in the land of rain to care for the orphans was largely rooted in his personal experience of the devastation wrought by war on ordinary lives. After all, he was a significant participant in this very conflict. On the battlefield in the land of rivers, back at the Konoha encampment, Li Dou had returned and promptly informed Akatsuki Shinji and the other advisors of the impending threat from the sand. Captain Li Dou, with Commander Tsukumo absent. You are our only hope in organizing a defense against the impending attack, Akatsuki Shinji stated, hoping for Li Dou to take the lead. However, Li Dou expressed his disinterest, replying, I have only just arrived here a few days ago. While all the ninjas are well aware of your esteemed title, Shinji, they are unfamiliar with mine. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to orchestrate our response. Chapter 80, The Return. As the crimson sun began to set, Akane Yuhi gazed at the solemn expression on Ritou's face, finding herself at a loss for words to refute him, and thus, she commenced her preparations for defense. The expansive Hidden Leaf Village suddenly took on an atmosphere of foreboding, as ninjas began to disperse into groups, spreading throughout the camp and its surrounding areas. Armed with weapons or poised to execute their jutsu. However, as time passed, the anticipated assault from Sunagakure yielded naught but silence, with not a single shadow in sight. Captain Ritou, are you certain that the intelligence regarding Sunagakure's impending attack is accurate? Akane inquired, wiping the sweat from her brow, her prolonged focus having drained her energy. Shikamaru mentioned it. I am merely relaying his words, Ritou replied without turning around. In response, Akane fell silent, simply wiping her sweat again while surveying the environment around the camp. After a considerable interval, a white figure suddenly emerged from below the heights of the camp, rapidly approaching. The leaf ninjas who spotted the figure exhaled in relief, for they were well acquainted with the name of Kakashi Hitaki, the White Fang of the Leaf. Moments later, Kakashi closed the distance with remarkable speed, seemingly descending from the heavens, landing before Akane, Ritou, and the others. Having successfully evaded the onslaught of 19 elite ninjas from Sunagakure, he bore a few scars, appearing somewhat disheveled. How did it go, Kakashi-sensei? Ritou asked with keen interest, observing the formation of Sunagakure ninjas attacking Kakashi. He speculated that Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law might have been among them. Thus, the scene of the White Fang slaying Chiyo's kin, while perhaps not today, was surely not far off. The ninjas from Sunagakure are quite elite and coordinated. I was unable to take down even one or two of them. However, they were equally unable to detain me, Kakashi replied with a light chuckle. His demeanor and slightly regretful tone suggested that it was not he who was ambushed by Sunagakure, but rather he who pursued them. Ritou responded with a smile. If only you hadn't insisted I return, I would have easily joined forces to defeat those Sunagakure ninjas. Upon hearing this, Kakashi turned to Ritou, then glanced at the relaxed ninjas within the camp, who had resumed their normal state. A smile crept onto his lips as he remarked, this is already quite satisfactory. At the very least, no one was injured. Isn't that so? Ritou observed Kakashi's contentment, refraining from further comment, understanding that for Kakashi, the lives of comrades held far greater value than the defeat of a few enemies. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, as the returning ninjas from the Land of Rain were on the verge of arrival, a grand welcome ceremony was being quietly prepared, in stark contrast to the earlier reception, where only a handful of secretaries greeted the first batch of returning ninjas. This occasion was notably more elaborate. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi himself had come to welcome the returning shinobi, likely due to the presence of his own disciples among them. At the village gates, numerous villagers had gathered, eagerly awaiting the victorious return of their ninjas. As a distant black line, accompanied by a cloud of dust, appeared on the horizon, the welcome ceremony officially commenced. However, Hiruzen, standing at the forefront of the welcoming party, suddenly furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. He had noticed the absence of Jiraiya among the returning group. Yet, as the returning ninjas drew closer, Hiruzen composed himself, suppressing his concerns and adopting a cheerful demeanor, for as Hokage, he could not afford to appear dismal during such a momentous occasion. Soon enough, the returning group arrived at the gates of the Hidden Leaf, slowing their pace to a near walk as they continued forward. Leading the procession were Hiruzen's disciples, Orochimaru and Tsunade. In the midst of a thunderous applause and the joyous cheers of the crowd, Hiruzen swiftly approached to personally greet the returning ninjas. He clasped both of Orochimaru's hands, exclaiming, Well done. Due to Hiruzen's slightly shorter stature, Orochimaru had to bend down slightly to respond. This is what a disciple ought to do. The two shared a moment of heartfelt connection. At this juncture, Tsunade, standing nearby, rolled her eyes, appearing somewhat disdainful. However, neither Orochimaru nor Hiruzen paid heed to her reaction as they stood side by side, steadily making their way into the village while waving to the welcoming crowd. Thus, one by one, the returning ninjas entered the Hidden Leaf Village amidst the celebratory atmosphere. Hee. In the midst of the group, Shinosuke, experiencing such a grand welcome for the first time, could not help but chuckle, appearing somewhat foolish and simple-minded. Finally, as the last individual crossed the threshold of the village, the welcome ceremony concluded. Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Tsunade proceeded directly to the Hokage Tower, while the other ninjas dispersed. Upon entering the Hokage and Appo's office, Hiruzen first dismissed the Umbu before sinking into his chair. Where's Jiraiya? Has he encountered yet another mishap? He asked helplessly. Hiruzen was not truly angry. He had long accepted Jiraiya and Appo's erratic nature. A few days ago, we came across some starving orphans in the Land of Rain, and Jiraiya, in a moment of compassion, shared his food with them. Today, he suddenly decided to care for those orphans until they can fend for themselves. Orochimaru explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen closed his eyes in exasperation, rubbing the corners of his eyes. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, "Very well, let him be. The pressure of war on the Leaf has lessened, and losing one Jiraiya is not a significant issue. Moreover, Jiraiya was no stranger to such actions. Years prior, he had left the village under the pretense of seeking peace, wandering for an extended period. Orochimaru, Tsunade, you both should take some time to rest. I will inform you of any missions in due course." Hiruzen waved his hand, addressing the two. "Understood. Got it," responded Orochimaru and Tsunade in succession before exiting the Hokage and Appo's office.